In the southern frontier, there is an immortal mountain known as Wandao. It bears 32,000 peaks, 108,000 caves, a million immortals, and tens of millions of disciples. From the age of 3, Yu Yao grew up listening to tales of Wandao Mountain. Today she has finally ascended Wandao Mountain. She too will become a humble cultivator of this sacred place and begin a legendary life of her own. Uncle, what is the name of this peak? Yu Kuan gently rubbed Yu Yao's small head, a pampering light in his eyes. Ever since he came to Wandao Mountain to cultivate, his worldly desires had gradually thinned, barring accidents. He would likely never take a wife in this life. Yu Yao could be called the sole seedling of the Yu clan, and naturally had all the family's love concentrated upon her. Little Yao, this is Sword Peak. When you meet Peak Master Mu later, you must be very polite, understand? Sword Peak was vast, its mountain road rugged and winding. Halfway up, an endless bamboo forest stretched beyond sight. On a narrow path through the bamboo, a youth in his late teens was squatting on the ground in a daze. A childish face was filled with utter concentration. Even as Yu Yao and Yu Kuan passed by, he did not so much as turn his head. As they went by, Yu Yao looked over curiously. She had rarely seen anyone so serious, as though in his eyes there existed only that single span of withered grass before him. Uncle, what is he doing? Yu Kuan pulled Yu Yao closer, a wary glint in his eyes. Little Yao, this is your second senior brother Wang Huitian. In the future, while you are on Sword Peak, keep your distance from him. Sword Peak was well known within Wandao Mountain, especially because its master Mu Qingshi had a cultivation that had already reached the star-plucking realm. Her chief disciple possessed a heavenly fire spiritual root and was a famed figure throughout the southern frontier, yet Yu Yao had never heard of anyone named Wang Huitian. Uncle, why have I never heard that Peak Master Mu has 2 disciples? Yu Kuan sighed. Wang Huitian is immortal. He cannot cultivate, so naturally you have not heard of him. Wang Huitian paid no attention to the 2 departing figures. He gently picked up a bamboo leaf from the ground, his eyes filled with obsession. Straight. Utterly straight. This piece of bamboo leaf was the finest sword he had ever seen in his life. Once this sword took form, it could ride the wind and soar, crossing the heavenly chasm of the southern frontier, ascending along the rivers of Middle State, piercing the Valley of Rebirth, to point directly at the northern plains. He carefully stowed the bamboo leaf away and climbed the steps upward. Today was Wandao Mountain's preaching day, and it was said that Sword Peak would be receiving a little junior sister. His master had long since ordered him to return to the peak and assemble. Terrible, I think I've missed the hour. He had set out very early, yet who would have thought that in this bamboo grove he would encounter such a peerless sword? In a moment of carelessness, he forgot the passage of time. Because Sword Peak had few inhabitants, its dwellings were rather crude. The scattered bamboo houses at the summit were the only buildings. By now Yu Yao and Yu Kuan had already reached the bamboo tower. Yu Yao gazed around curiously. The place felt cold and deserted, bamboo houses carpeted with fallen leaves, overgrown paths choked with weeds, and a solitary woman standing before one of the huts. Little Yao, quickly pay respects to your master. Mu Qingshi looked to be just past 30, clad in green immortal robes, standing perfectly straight, as vigorous and upright as a stalk of green bamboo. Yu Yao pays respects to master. Mu Qingshi nodded slightly. She had only just emerged from a year of secluded cultivation, yet felt as if an age had passed. In the past, every time she left seclusion, the bamboo houses would be swept spotless and the paths planted with flowers and herbs. Though Sword Peak lacked people, it never lacked warmth. But this time, everything was different, as Sword Peak felt like a desolate mountain. Mu Qingshi turned to Yu Kuan and clasped her hands in courtesy. Junior brother, forgive the sight of my place has grown rather dilapidated. Yu Kuan hastily returned the salute. He too had been stunned on arrival, even suspecting Mu Qingshi might have moved away. At the end of the bamboo grove, Wang Huitian finally arrived after rushing all the way. Seeing that his master had already emerged from seclusion, he hurried forward to pay his respects. Disciple greets master. Mu Qingshi clenched her silver teeth. With the sight of the desolate peak, she was already holding back a stomach full of anger. Huitian, where is your senior sister? Senior sister went to participate in the sect grand competition half a year ago. And you? I have no spiritual root. I did not wish to trouble senior sister. Mu Qingshi could finally endure no more. Cultivation is the path of clearing one's heart. Today, if she did not give Wang Huitian a good beating, she feared she would nurture an inner demon. She raised her hand, formed a seal, and a bamboo strip flew in from the forest. Huitian, after a year apart, let your master test your cultivation. Crack. The bamboo strip lashed brutally across Wang Huitian's back. Yu Yao shrank behind Yu Kuan in fright. This master seemed rather fierce. Wang Huitian did not dare dodge, letting Mu Qingshi vent her fury. Only after beating him for half an hour did she finally toss the bamboo aside. Huitian, in half a month we will test spiritual roots. I own a tavern in Wangshan City, go there and serve as its manager. She could sense no spiritual energy within Wang Huitian at all. After 8 years on the mountain, she had already given up and no longer wished Wang Huitian to waste his youth here. Having spoken, Mu Qingshi no longer looked at him and instead beckoned to Yu Yao. Yu Yao obediently walked up. Mu Qingshi reached out to touch her forehead. Spiritual energy flowed along the girl's cheeks, coursed through her body, and finally gathered in her dantian. Innate sword body. Mu Qingshi stared at Yu Kuan in astonishment. Cultivators possessed many kinds of spiritual roots, yet by their affinity with spiritual energy, they were divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with yellow the lowest and heaven the finest. Above heaven-grade spiritual roots, there existed still the Tao body. Tao bodies were rarely seen in 10,000 years, and each one was the favored child of an era. The innate sword body was the Tao body of the sword. Once perfected, 10,000 swords would submit. Yu Kuan smiled and nodded. If he himself did not cultivate the sword, he truly would have been reluctant to entrust Yu Yao to Mu Qingshi. Hearing that Yu Yao possessed a sword body, Wang Huitian hurried over, placing his hand on her back and slowly sliding it downward. His expression was earnest and intent, as though he were touching the most exquisite work of art. Bent yet uncurved, a fine sword. Yu Yao's face flushed crimson. She was already 12, just entering the age of vague awareness between men and women. Being touched like this by Wang Huitian, she felt as if her bones had turned to water and her strength had vanished. Scoundrel! A shrill cry tore through the air, and Wang Huitian snatched his hand back as though shocked by lightning. Yu Kuan and Mu Qingshi both glared at him viciously. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Pure appreciation, nothing else. Wang Huitian rushed to explain. After the formal rites were completed, Yu Kuan departed, and the master and her 2 disciples turned to their first task, cleaning the bamboo house. Yu Yao swept with great seriousness. After all, this would be her home from now on. Wang Huitian, however, slacked off a little, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward Yu Yao. It was his first time seeing a sword body. In his eyes, Yu Yao was undoubtedly a peerless sword, only a shade inferior to the bamboo leaf he had found that morning. But the bamboo leaf was dead while Yu Yao was alive and breathing. It was simply mesmerizing. After the cleaning, Mu Qingshi began instructing Yu Yao in the principles of the sword. At home, she had already been introduced to cultivation and had reached the 6th layer of qi refining. Basic knowledge of sword Tao came to her in a single instant, saving no small amount of effort. On the path of the sword, the most fundamental aspect is qi, then intent. To blend the intent you have comprehended into your sword, qi can multiply its power 10-fold, 100-fold. Watch closely. With that, Mu Qingshi swung her sword toward the sky. Wherever the sword, qi passed, the aura of death followed. The clouds above were cleaved in two, and the sundered cloud seemed wrapped in death, collapsing toward both sides. Yu Yao's eyes widened. With a casual stroke, she had parted the sky. In that instant, Yu Yao finally realized how powerful Mu Qingshi truly was. Wang Huitian, wiping a table with a rag, wore a slightly disdainful look. He muttered under his breath, "Nonsense, sword qi misleading the disciples." Mu Qingshi raised her sword once more. In an instant, the rag in Wang Huitian's hand turned to dust. If you keep silent, no one will take you for a mute. Bah, if the teaching is poor, why shouldn't one speak up? Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Qingshi flicked a bamboo stick into her hand. A worthless boy with not even a single spirit root dared to question her swordsmanship, and he was her disciple. Who could tolerate that? You little runt, see if I don't break your legs today. Wang Huitian, sensing the imminent danger, dashed into the bamboo forest with surprising swiftness. Still trying to flee, Mu Qingshi brandished the bamboo like a sword and swept out, making the entire grove tremble, as if thousands of sword energies raced through it. Yu Yao looked toward the bamboo forest with worry. Such surging sword energy would strip the skin off any ordinary person, perhaps even her own. Seeing the bamboo grove finally still, Yu Yao whispered, "Master, you didn't kill senior brother, did you?" Mu Qingshi remained silent, her brow slightly furrowed. That sword strike missed its mark. Seeing her master in a foul mood, Yu Yao dared not utter a word. Forget it anyway, this brat won't last many days. After discarding the bamboo stick, Mu Qingshi began to expound the sect's rules to Yu Yao. Over the years, the Wandao sect had gathered the leaders of 100 families and boasted of myriad Dao techniques. Though it possessed 300 peaks, it was the top 10 peaks that truly upheld the sect's illustrious reputation. And as for Jian Peak, currently ranked 8th, it owed its status solely to Mu Qingshi. Fighting to the death among fellow disciples was forbidden, and due to the sect's vast membership, disciples were selected each year from every peak to join the enforcement hall to prevent internal chaos. The enforcement hall, standing apart from the peaks, was directly overseen by the Council of Elders. It acted as a powerful adhesive binding together all 3200 peaks. Mu Qingshi meticulously explained the sect's rules to Yu Yao, detailing everything until the sun had set. Xiao Yao, those were the Wandao sect's rules, but Jin Peak has but one rule: if no one offends me, I won't offend, but if someone does, I shall take up my sword and strike. If you cannot overcome them, seek out your senior sister. If even she falters, then come to me. Among these disciples, none are beyond senior sister's reach. As she spoke, a trace of pride shone in Mu Qingshi's eyes, a pride reserved solely for her most accomplished disciple. A gleam of admiration flickered in Yu Yao's eyes, for the Jin Peak female demon had been her idol since childhood. Master, what about the second senior brother? Don't even mention that money-losing wretch. Goodness, just seeing him infuriates me. Under a crescent moon, Wang Huitian did not return to the bamboo house, but instead lounged on a large stone at the mountain gate, idly chewing a tuft of foxtail grass. He had been gazing at the moon for several hours. The crescent, curving like a blade, mirrored the winding path below, which too resembled a curved knife. Yet the straight green bamboos within the forest are like true swords. In his eyes, half of all things in this world resemble a sword. At the mountain's foot, an old man, clutching a wine jar, spotted the reclining Wang Huitian and hurriedly waved. Young friend, today I brought some Chinka wine. This old man had sought him out a year ago, and was in truth Wang Huitian's sole confidant on Wandao Mountain. What are you looking at? At the moon. The old man poured a cup of wine and cheerfully pushed it before. Stop gawking, you. I have come to request a sword today. Upon hearing this, Wang Huitian hastily put down the wine he had just picked up. Truly, there is no free lunch in this world. Senior, you jest. With your cultivation, at least at the Zhaixing realm, asking a mere mortal like me for a sword. You must have mistaken the person. The old man ingratiatingly handed over the entire wine jar. He had sensed that today's little master was in a foul mood. But aren't you worried about the spirit test? When Wandao Mountain was founded, it was decreed that anyone who failed to establish their foundation within 8 years would be expelled. Though Wang Huitian had been here nearly 8 years, he had yet to cultivate qi. This was a celestial mountain. If even a dog must refine qi, much more so for a disciple of Jin Peak. He nodded, for having lived here 8 years, he felt a profound reluctance to leave. The old man hesitated, biting his lip as he said, I still hold some sway in the Wandao sect, so Wang Huitian looked at the old man in astonishment. Even his master could not influence the enforcement hall, and this decrepit old man seemed far from ordinary. Enough. I would hate to see you be condemned for lacking backbone. After saying this, Wang Huitian bit his fingertip and gently pressed it against the old man's chest, tracing a sword with his blood. At first glance, the sword he drew exuded overwhelming sanguine energy, appearing ferocious. Yet it lay hidden beneath flesh, dormant within the cosmos. The old man, feeling the bloodsword, was shocked as its presence on his chest caused a slight stinging pain. Your sword realm has advanced again, kid. What do you call this sword? Wang Huitian chuckled softly, clearly pleased with it. It is called the human sword, drawn in the likeness of my little junior sister. The old man drew a deep breath. Does your little junior sister know that in your eyes she looks like this? As the old man and the young one chatted merrily, a streak of luminous sword light descended from the heavens toward Jin Peak, homing in on Wang Huitian at the mountain gate. The newcomer, appearing to be 15 or 16, had already reached the Jindan realm. Dressed in a white robe and exuding arrogance, he said, Are you Bai Xian's junior brother? Bai Xian was gravely injured during the sect's grand competition. Go claim him, he said before once again riding his sword away, not even glancing at Wang Huitian's face. Wang Huitian suddenly rose. Bai Xian's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Jindan realm, and she had even grasped the essence of the yin-yang sword. He could not believe that anyone from the younger generation could have injured Bai Xian. Old man, I won't entertain you any longer. I'm off to fetch senior sister. With that, Wang Huitian descended the mountain path. The old man, sipping his wine with interest and clutching his jar, trailed after him. Such lively excitement was truly a rare occurrence. Outside the bamboo house, Mu Qingshi watched the receding sword light with a trace of unease. Xiao Yao, go and look for Huitian, she instructed. Yu Yao, who had been slumped on the bed, immediately sprang to her feet. In no time, after quickly putting on her shoes, Yu Yao dashed out of the bamboo house. She had long been curious about how Wang Huitian evaded her master's sword strike, yet with her master silent, she dared not venture out. Master, rest assured, I'll go fetch second senior brother. Dashing through the bamboo grove and bathed in moonlight along the mountain path, Yu Yao soon caught up with the leisurely old man ahead. Hey old man, have you seen my senior brother? The old man tilted his head and squinted at the little girl. An innate sword body. Had he not already taken Mu Qingshi as his master, the old man would have been tempted to accept her as a disciple. Such a physique promised the future of a formidable force, one destined to dominate an era. Are you the new junior sister of that Wang kid? Yu Yao nodded obediently. The old man glanced at her pretty little face and then at the blood-stained sword mark on her chest. She doesn't even resemble him. Come with me, there's a spectacle to behold. Tianshu Square, designed as the Wandao sect's arena for duels, stretched vast over 1,000 square meters. The square was circular with dozens of stands built around its perimeter. Each top-ranking peak had its own dedicated stand, and at that moment on Jian Peak's stand Bai Xian lay alone on the ground, while two errand disciples scrambled to administer pill elixirs to her. Bai Xian was gravely injured, her blue robe riddled with tears, her complexion pale, and her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she gazed at the young man in the square. The young man named Qin Xiao was at the same cultivation level as her. If it were a fair fight, losing would mean losing, but she refused to accept this outcome. What does that Qin have to be so arrogant about? It's just relying on outside help, the servant disciple Zhu muttered angrily while tending to Bai Xin's wounds. Bai Xian clenched her teeth and remained silent. A flash of sword light appeared in the sky as Zhang Jinyuan flew back on his sword. He was the disciple sent to inform Wang Huitian at the sword peak. Are you awake? Good, your junior brother will arrive soon. He will take you back. Bai Xian reached for the long sword leaning beside her, her delicate body trembling slightly from the pain. I haven't lost yet, Zhang Jinyuan frowned deeply. He had once held Bai Xian in high regard, but he never expected her to be so stubborn. Senior sister losing is losing. Losing to senior brother Qin is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhu hurriedly helped Bai Xian up and shot a fierce glare at Zhang Jinyuan. Though a servant disciple, she wasn't afraid. Zhang Jinyuan scoffed and turned to look at the square. At that moment, Qin Xiao had once again defeated an opponent and scanned the audience with his drawn sword. Come and fight. The roar infused with spiritual energy was like a thunderclap, startling the birds in the mountains. That imposing figure bore an aura of invincibility. The elders from various peaks nodded in agreement. As expected of the ghost blade of Kanglin Peak, such a domineering sword intent. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Xiao slowly sheathed his sword. At that moment, he was the focal point of the entire Wandao sect. The so-called female demon of the sword peak, the so-called green-skinned figure in white, would all be trampled underfoot by him. In the arena, tens of thousands of disciples dared not step onto the stage, nor could they meet his blade's glare. If no one else steps onto the stage, Qin Xiao will take the position of the hall master of the law enforcement hall for this session. As the elders' words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted in the entire Tianshu Square, yet no one noticed the faint sound of a sword cry mixed within the applause. The sound of the sword cry was faint so much so that everyone overlooked it, yet it was exceptionally clear, like a mountain stream dancing. In the center of the square, Qin Xiao, just after receiving the law enforcement hall's token, suddenly felt a pang of unease, as if a beast had its eyes on him, ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Clang instinctively drawing his long knife, his golden core divine sense expanded outward. There was no aura. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy carrying a murderous intent. Someone is trying to harm me. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the token slipping from his hand, and his body flying through the air like a kite with its string cut. His eyes filled with horror as he looked towards the mountain path at the entrance of the square. In that moment, he finally located the assailant, but it was already too late. The sword pierced through his shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. The earth-shattering cheers abruptly ceased. No one reacted in time, including the elders from the judging seats. The main reason was that the sword strike was too silent, devoid of any momentum or spiritual energy. Who? Elder Zhao Quofei from Kanglin Peak hurriedly descended from the stands to support Qin Xiao. Everyone turned to look at the mountain path where a young man was walking slowly. His long hair was casually tied back with dry grass, and he wore a faded blue shirt, appearing utterly unremarkable. No, this person actually had no cultivation. How could someone on Wandao Mountain have no cultivation? Zhang Jinyuan wore an expression of disbelief. What? Your junior brother has arrived, Bai Xian said as she looked at Wang Huitian on the mountain path, her face revealing no emotion. This junior brother left her with an impression of being foolish. Since the day her master brought Wang Huitian up the mountain, she had never seen him come down. He was either staring blankly at ants or foolishly watching leaves, sometimes fixated on a dead fish for an entire day. Later, after Bai Xian formed her golden core and began to frequently go out on sect missions, she naturally had no time to pay attention to this foolish junior brother. Wang Huitian wiped the sweat from his forehead, disregarding the gazes directed at him. With just one glance, he found the viewing platform at the sword peak. Each viewing platform could accommodate thousands of people. The other peaks were filled to capacity, while only Bai Xian sat at the sword peak, two servant disciples tending to her wounds, and Zhang Jinyin standing by calmly. It was indeed as desolate as that old bamboo forest. After stopping Qin Shao's bleeding, Zhao Quofei glared fiercely at Wang Huitian. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack Qin Shao? I am Wang Huitian of the Sword Peak, here to challenge the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall for this session. As Wang Huitian spoke, the disciples from various peaks began to chatter. What? Isn't the Sword Peak only Bai Xian? There's also a Muqing. That haunted place is incredibly desolate. The last time I passed by, I only felt an eerie chill. By the way, this guy has no cultivation. How can he challenge Qin Shao? Don't you find it ridiculous? A group of people burst into laughter, all thinking Wang Huitian was here to joke around, but Qin Shao couldn't laugh. The pain from his shoulder wound still lingered. Zhao Quofei's expression was equally grave. He, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, had failed to sense the sword intent earlier, which left his old face feeling somewhat embarrassed. This youth was not simple. The sect competition has ended. Oh, let's save the challenge for another day. Wang Huitian disregarded Zhao Quofei and instead looked at Bai Xian. Did he hurt you? Bai Xian nodded, now curious about what her junior brother intended to do. Seeing her nod, the killing intent in Wang Huitian's eyes gradually solidified, his fingers extending as if entwined with sword intent. Bai Xian was the treasured darling of the Sword Peak. Every time she made a mistake, her master would lash out at him. How could someone so cherished by her master be bullied by an outsider? Who could tolerate this? I have been on the mountain for 8 years practicing 8 sword techniques. Please enlighten me. As Wang Huitian pointed, the waning moon in the sky seemed to shift. No, the entire realm seemed to shift. First, sword-severing thoughts. Qin Shao's pupils constricted, the long knife instantly unleashing thousands of blade energies. He knew Wang Huitian had made his move, but he couldn't see it nor sense any spiritual energy. Block. How could he block? He couldn't even see the opponent's sword edge. Oh, where could he block? The tens of thousands of disciples in the square looked in astonishment at Qin Shao, who was wildly swinging his knife, feeling that he was overacting. Standing beside Qin Shao, Zhao Quofei shouted angrily and swung his knife towards Wang Huitian. You brat, be outrageous. The violent blade aura transformed into a dragon racing towards Wang Huitian. Bai Xian, propping herself up with her long sword, attempted to rise, but stumbled and fell to the ground again. Elder Zhao, as a nascent soul cultivator, you strike at my Sword Peak's ordinary body. Are you not afraid of my master coming to challenge you at Kanglan Peak? Wang Huitian looked at the dragon and immediately bit his fingertip, causing a drop of fresh blood to shoot out. Second sword blood kill. As Qin Shao wildly swung his knife, he felt a tremor in his heart and fell to the ground headfirst, while Zhao Quofei hurriedly reached to check Qin Shao's injuries. Aside from the wound on his shoulder, Qin Shao had no other external injuries. Where had that severing thought's sword actually struck? Zhao Quofei felt like he was going insane. Wang Huitian's sword was too bizarre. Having lived this long, it was his first time encountering such a bloodless sword. Before he could ascertain Qin Shao's injuries, the next moment Zhao Quofei felt his scalp tingle. Wang Huitian's second sword was aimed at him. At this moment, Yu Yao and the old man also arrived at the square. Seeing Qin Shao being struck down by a sword, the old man forgot about his drink, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he danced with joy. Yu Yao felt her heart leap to her throat as she saw that blade energy lunging towards Wang Huitian. Old man, quickly save my senior brother. Why save him? I haven't seen enough yet. He grabbed Yu Yao and flew up to the viewing platform of the Sword Peak, where Bai Xian quickly bowed upon seeing the old man. Disciple greets Elder Daoyi. The old man waved his hand and continued watching the fierce battle below. Bai Xian watched Dao Yi, who was focused on the square, but her mind wandered elsewhere. It was rumored that Dao Yi was obsessed with swordsmanship in his youth. He even stirred up countless bloody storms in his quest to collect the 10 famous swords of the world. Could it be that he was secretly teaching his junior brother sword techniques? The more Bai Xian thought about it, the more convinced she became. When she saw Wang Huitian unleash the bloodkill sword, Dao Yi jumped up in excitement. Wow, the bloodkill sword is incredible, using oneself as the sword without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, pure sword intent to the extreme. Yu Yao stood back in disdain, suddenly feeling that this old man seemed a bit unhinged. After the second sword strike, Wang Huitian put down his hands, and Zhao Quo's blade energy struck his chest, tearing flesh apart, while his clothes were shredded into countless fragments by the blade energy. He was merely an unrefined mortal body, unable to withstand the blade energy of the nascent soul stage, but just then the blade energy suddenly dissipated. In the distance, Zhao Quo was pinned by a blood sword to his spiritual platform. If that blood sword advanced further, it could pierce through his spiritual platform and obliterate his nascent soul. He had no choice but to dissipate the blade energy. If Wang Huitian were to be shredded by the blade energy, the blood sword would go out of control, and Zhao Kuo would surely perish. This was a life-and-death struggle. How long can a mortal live? At most 100 years. But Zhao Kuo, as a nascent soul cultivator, possessed a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Wang Huitian believed he had the upper hand. Young man, we are all from the same sect. How about we each take a step back? Zhao Kuo's tone had lost its former firmness. Tearing off the tattered cloth from his body, Wang Huitian slowly walked closer to the two. My senior sister can defeat enemies at a higher level as easily as eating and drinking. How could she possibly lose to this guy? He kicked Qin Xiao on the ground and squinted at Bai Xian. Zhu, help my senior sister over here. Zhu hurriedly picked up Bai Xian and jumped down from the viewing platform, immediately starting to report the situation. They targeted senior sister Bai, and this old man even attacked her during the match. Wang Huitian grabbed Bai Zin's arm. Her pulse was normal, looking as if she was only severely bloodied. Bai Zin's pretty face flushed slightly. Although they had grown up together, it was the first time they had such contact. I am fine. Fine. Your face is all bruised. Wang Huitian's eyes were filled with pain. Seeing his senior sister bullied like this, what would happen if their master found out? He glared at Zhao Kuo, wishing to slay this man on the spot. You act like this? Do you really think my sword peak has no one? Zhao Kuo lowered his head, afraid to speak. Today he had lost all face. As a member of the Elder Hall, he had actually lost to a disciple. At this time, the 5 remaining judges also stood up, revealing their overwhelming nascent soul cultivation. 3 were at the early nascent soul stage, and 2 at the mid-nascent soul stage. The tyrannical aura swept across the arena. Each of them was a testament to the sect's foundation. Enough. Let this matter end here. Wang Huitian squinted at the 5. Were they planning to cover it up? No. Perhaps they were all in cahoots from the beginning. The third sword wind rises. Whoosh. The entire Tianshu Square was suddenly swept by a raging wind. This sword was far from the tranquility of the previous 2. It was extraordinarily imposing. Countless sword intents came with the mountain wind, causing cracks to form on the ground of the Tianshu Square. Damn! The 5 nascent soul elders quickly raised their spiritual energy shields to defend themselves. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying sword intent, unreasonable and capable of shattering gold and stone. Tens of thousands of disciples scattered in all directions. Although this sword was not aimed at them, such a sword technique with the force of a storm inevitably caused collateral damage. Kid, stop. Dao Yi, who had been watching intently, could finally sit still as this sword was unleashed. Inside the Sword Peak Bamboo House, Master Mu Qing was having tea with her old friend Huixiang, the tea in her hand swirling with the wind. She hurriedly set down her cup and looked towards the Tianshu Square. Such powerful sword intent, it's actually borrowing the might of heaven and earth. Huixiang nodded in appreciation. I heard you accepted another disciple. Master Mu Qing took a sip of tea, a hint of pride on her face. A congenital sword body. Seeing Huixiang's eyes widen, Master Mu Qing felt quite satisfied. This was the expression she wanted. Just as they were chatting happily, Master Mu Qing suddenly stood up. The Tianshu Square was not only swept by a sword wind, but even a star-picking expert had made a move. Is it Brother Dao Yi? Huixiang was also somewhat astonished. After all, Dao Yi had been silent for too long. The last time he acted was when he descended the mountain to seize the Thunder Sword from the Lei family, only to be beaten half to death by the sect leader. Brother Dao Yi wouldn't have gotten himself into trouble again, would he? Mind your own business and make money, pretend you don't know. By the way, how did it go with that partner I introduced to you last time? They chatted until the crowing of the rooster at dawn, and when Huixiang left, Master Mu Qing realized Yao hadn't returned yet. Just as she was about to go out to search, a streak of light sped towards her from the horizon. It was Huixiang coming back. Qing sure, hurry to the Bai Mu Hall. Your disciple has caused trouble. Master Mu Qing's heart sank. Her first thought was whether Bai Xian had killed someone during the sect competition. She hastily took flight on her sword towards the Bai Mu Hall, already formulating excuses in her mind. In a duel, blades have no eyes. Bai Xian is so kind and lovely. How could she possibly hurt someone on purpose? Inside the Bai Mu Hall, the 10 elders of the Elder Hall, the enforcers of the Law Hall, and the heads of the top 10 peaks were almost half present. At the head seat sat a middle-aged man in a robe. He appeared calm and composed, yet beneath that calmness seemed to lurk turbulent waves. He was Lu Qingshan, the sect leader of the Wandao sect. As soon as Master Mu Qing arrived, she knew that this trouble was no small matter. Too many people had gathered. Qing sure greets, sect leader brother. Lu Qingshan nodded, and upon seeing Master Mu Qing arrive, the tightly clenched fist finally relaxed a little. Little junior sister, you really raised a good disciple. Although his tone was calm, Master Mu Qing could sense her brother's anger. Sect leader brother, my Bai Xian is still young and lacks restraint. Ooh, I hope brother will see the truth. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that this little junior sister still didn't know what had happened. Why don't you take a look at who is kneeling below? Master Mu Qing was taken aback. She had rushed straight to the sect leader upon entering the hall and hadn't yet closely looked at the two kneeling in the middle of the hall. Turning around, she finally saw that Dao Yi was kneeling in the center of the hall alongside a young man with tattered blood-soaked clothes, his head bowed extremely low. Master Mu Qing approached suspiciously, extending a slender finger to lift the young man's chin. Now she could finally see clearly this bloodied lad. Wang Huitian. Shocked. When did this kid get mixed up with Dao Yi? Moreover, what kind of trouble can a kid who can't even cultivate cause? Wang Huitian shook his head, brushing off Mu Qing's finger, glaring at Dao Yi with fiery eyes. Dao Yi was equally unyielding, glaring back at Wang Huitian. From the looks of it, if they weren't bound, they would surely fight right here. Master brother, what? What happened? Did we catch the wrong person? Mu Qing quickly stood up. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was certain that Wang Huitian had been wronged. Lu Qingshan snorted, struggling to contain his anger. Dao Yi, do you realize your mistake? As the Grand Elder of the Elder Pavilion, overseeing the laws of Wandao sect, you actually deliberately disrupted the fairness of the sect's grand competition. Dao Yi tilted his head, refusing to admit fault. I have my own considerations. As the head of the Elder Hall, am I not allowed to play a few tricks? Wang Huitian was furious, struggling to rise and bite Dao Yi's ear. You scoundrel, how dare you harm my senior sister after calling me your brother? He'll bite you to death. Mu Qing rushed forward to stop Wang Huitian. This was the Hundred Eyes Hall. He couldn't be so reckless. Lu Qingshan pointed at Wang Huitian, his anger boiling over. And you little brat, what are you pretending to be wronged about? Do you know how many of our fellow disciples were injured by that sword? Over 10,000 disciples lightly injured, 3 elders severely injured, and the Tianshu Square, the jewel of Wandao sect, has been cut in half by you. Do you still dare to act fierce? He said, kicking Wang Huitian hard. Since the founding of Wandao sect, Tianshu Square had been the face of the sect, hosting all competitions, receptions, and various grand events. Now the square looked as if it had been gnawed by dogs, no longer possessing its former grandeur. After kicking Wang Huitian, Lu Qingshan turned and kicked Dao Yi again. Dao Yi, you first tell me, why did you harm Bai Xian? Dao Yi's face showed a hint of pride. This kid spends all day boasting in the mountains, saying that he has a sword capable of slashing through the northern plains, but when I asked him to demonstrate, he kept stalling, so I had to set up his senior sister. I made him keep it hidden. Lu Qingshan frowned. Is that all there is to it? Dao Yi suddenly averted his gaze. Isn't the spirit test coming soon? If he boasts so much yet can't cultivate, what's the use? Lu Qingshan's brow relaxed. Now he finally understood the cause of the incident. Wandao sect conducts a spirit test every 8 years. Those who cannot establish a foundation will be expelled, and Wang Huitian cannot cultivate. Thus Dao Yi was forcing Wang Huitian to act. He wanted to prove Wang Huitian's worth. Do you want to protect him? Dao Yi snorted. I simply think that the rules are too rigid. Such a sword talent is too precious to waste. Lu Qingshan glanced at Wang Huitian, then sat back down in the main seat. With a mortal body, a single sword can injure over 10,000 disciples and severely wound 3 nascent soul elders. This is not just talent, this is a prodigy the likes of which he had never seen in ages. Yet such a prodigy lacks spiritual roots. No matter how stunning he is, he will turn to dust after 100 years. It's indeed a pity. Everyone present fell silent, except for Mu Qing, who was still somewhat confused. What do you mean he injured over 10,000 disciples? What do you mean he damaged Tianshu Square? What sword talent? She didn't understand. Is there a mistake? Her second disciple was quite dull, spending all day watching ants in the bamboo forest. Lu Qing, let's discuss Wang Huitian's spirit test after half a month. You two have caused such a huge mess, you must be punished. Go to the sword prison for confinement. Mu Qing went back in a daze, only to see Bai Xian looking worried as she arrived at the bamboo hut. Bai Xian's injuries had already healed. With her golden core cultivation, non-fatal wounds recover quickly. Master, where's junior brother? Your junior brother has gone to prison. Master, you must save junior brother. He's only trying to help me, he didn't do it on purpose. Mu Qing comfortingly patted Bai Xian's long hair, but halfway through her hands suddenly froze. She remembered that she still had a little disciple. Yu Yao had not returned since leaving last night. She had gone to find Wang Huitian. With her qi refining level, she wouldn't have been killed in the chaos, would she? Good disciple, you should recover from your injuries. He'll go look for your junior sister. Saying this, she soared into the sky on her sword and disappeared into the horizon. By Exile, junior brother is gone, so master took in a junior sister. Wandao Mountain's sword prison is unfathomably deep. It is said that 1,000 years ago, when the northern plains invaded, the demon sovereign killed his way into the sword prison. Upon looking down, he felt his hair stand on end as if being washed by a chasm. But the demon sovereign, driven by his fierce nature, vowed to explore the sword prison, and once he entered, he never came out again. Dao Yi was descending the stone steps while speaking at length to Wang Huitian. He was almost elevating this sword prison to the title of the most fearsome place in history. It's just a vertical hole. Wang Huitian was now irritated at the sight of this old man and had no interest in idle chatter. Seeing him still sulking, Dao Yi complained in a muffled voice, "You have no spiritual roots. Your life only lasts 100 years. You shouldn't waste your time." Wang Huitian's lips curled into a smirk. Who says that without spiritual roots one can't create their own? He originally thought that he would probably never advance in this lifetime until he saw Yu Yao yesterday and noticed the sword within her. As long as he could implant a sword that could sense spiritual energy into his body, he would be a natural sword. This crazy idea, once formed, could not be dispelled. Now he just needed a spiritual sword. That bamboo leaf wouldn't do, although it was straight, it lacked spirit. Wang Huitian glanced at Dao Yi, who had indeed collected many fine swords. The old man was quite useless with swords. Those fine swords in his hands were simply a waste. To prevent the two from clashing again, Lu Qingshan locked Dao Yi in the 10th level, while Wang Huitian was confined in the 2nd level. From the first day in the prison, Wang Huitian had been leaning against the door of his cell, staring at the vertical hole, which had a diameter of 10,000 meters with smooth rock walls. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the sword prison was formed by a sword piercing through the earth. But how could there be such a large sword in this world? Although the two were locked up, the incident's impact on Wandao sect only intensified. Immortal driving a sword to slay nascent souls was too fantastical. Apart from those who were cut, no one else believed it. Some had even ascended to Sword Peak, wanting to challenge Wang Huitian. The originally desolate Sword Peak had now been trampled into several small paths. By Xian, this is a challenge letter from my senior brother, Yi Zhantian, inviting your junior brother to battle at Tianshu Square. Yu Yao hopped over to take the challenge letter, which was already the 28th one. What about you? Are you here to deliver a challenge letter too? She happily extended her hand to the young man beside her, who hesitated and placed a letter in her small palm. It's not a challenge letter, it's a love letter. Little Yu Yao's mouth dropped open. For my second senior brother. No, for your master. Inside the small bamboo house, the three of them looked at the love letter on the table with varying expressions. The pink envelope had several hearts drawn on it, along with some cheesy phrases. Yu Yao's little face was full of curiosity, while Bai Xian felt somewhat awkward. Master Mu Qing lowered her head, her ears turning red. Mu Qing waved her hand. What do you mean by avoiding? Some things need to be witnessed by everyone to avoid future boasting that no one will believe. For decades, she had no idea which peak lord had opened their eyes. Don't leave him a bit nervous. Help me open and take a look. Bai Xian suspiciously tore open the letter. She received dozens of such letters every month and couldn't understand why her master was so nervous. As the letter opened, the bold and vigorous handwriting revealed that the writer was extraordinary, likely a dashing young man. Mu Qing squeezed the sweat in her palms, her eyes sparkling with interest as she read the content of the letter. To my dearest Qing Shi, I don't want to stay in the sword prison. Ooh, I want to leave the mountain. Please help plead with the sect leader. Looking at the signature at the bottom, Wang Huitian, Mu Qing was completely stunned. She had thought it might be written by her senior brother or the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao, or even her childhood friend Hua Yunxiu, but she never expected it to be this wayward disciple. I'll take him down today. Mu Qing kicked over the table and grabbed a long bamboo stick, heading straight for the sword prison. Yu Yao, standing at a distance, couldn't see the contents of the letter, but vaguely caught sight of Wang Huitian's name. She gasped and covered her mouth. How explosive! Her second senior brother wrote a love letter to her master. The sword prison cells were built into the cliff of a great cave, spiraling downwards. Sitting in the cell, one could not only see the sky, but if it rained, water would also seep into the room. Wang Huitian quietly stared at the sky, while two other cells housed disciples of the Wandao sect. It was unclear what they had done. Don't look. Since the sword prison was established, no letters have ever been sent out. Exactly. I get caught here for a few days every month, and I've never seen anyone get out early once they come in, Wang Huitian lazily retorted. He understood his master. As long as the letter was sent, someone would definitely come. Kid, didn't you see Yao Ge talking to you? Old Lu, teach this newcomer the rules. Yao Ge gestured to a disciple beside him, and old Lu chuckled as he casually picked up an iron rod and approached Wang Huitian. What luck encountering a prison bully while locked up. Old Lu got close and was about to strike, but frowned instead. Are you immortal? Mortals are rare in the Wandao sect. While the 16 to 17-year-old geniuses ran rampant, a 16 to 17-year-old mortal had never been seen. He lost interest and tossed the iron rod aside. Yao Gu, he's immortal. If I hit him with this rod, he might die instantly. What bad luck. Yao Gu glanced at Wang Huitian with annoyance. He didn't fear killing a mortal, he just didn't want to dirty this place. Wang Huitian had not paid attention to the two of them. He was eager to get out. He had figured out a way to resolve his spiritual root issue, but it required many medicinal herbs and spirit stones. For the past 8 years, he had hoped more than anyone else to cultivate, and now he had finally seen the dawn of hope. Looking down the deep pit to the 10th level Dao, he seemed to be studying the blood sword drawn on his chest. If I can cultivate Qi, I can slay the divine. If I establish my foundation, I can take down the star-plucking leg. Whose leg do you want to take down? A charming voice rang from the sky as Mu Qing stepped through the air, her green skirt flowing like a celestial being. Give me a reason to let you out. Wang Huitian replied, when you get hit, you should fight back. That's what you taught me. Mu Qing's face turned green, so it's her fault now. Did you really injure those disciples? Even now, Mu Qing could not believe that someone who could not use any spiritual energy could do such a thing. Someone must be targeting the sword's edge. Yao Gu, who had been watching, looked a bit confused and turned to ask old Lu. What are those two talking about? I don't know, but that girl outside is quite pretty. Hey, little girl, come in and play with Yao Gu. Wang Huitian turned around and gave old Lu a thumbs up. Awesome. Even the famously fierce tigress of the Wandao sect dared to tease. Mu Qing's face turned icy. She raised her hand and struck with a sword, instantly piercing the limbs of the two, and their shrieks echoed throughout the sword prison. Ah, you bastard, my father is the Peak Lord of the 100 Flowers Peak. How dare you treat me like this? Wang Huitian from 100 Flowers Peak had never been heard of. The Wandao sect was too vast, and some small places were simply unforgettable. Mu Qing, furious, grabbed Yao Gu by the collar and slapped his face several times, resulting in blood and teeth flying everywhere. It was truly bloody. Still want to leave the mountain? Dream on. Discarding the two who had fainted, Mu Qing gently patted Wang Huitian's face. The threat was quite evident. Wang Huitian did not back down. He stared fiercely into Mu Qing's eye. If you don't let me leave the mountain, I'll kill my way out. Hearing this, Mu Qing did not speak, but Dao, trapped on the 10th level, became anxious. Though distant, the 2nd level could not block the gaze of a star-plucking expert. He shouted loudly, Wang kid, don't be impulsive. That's a traitor. He'll plead for you, I will. Wang Huitian glared at him. This old man could barely protect himself. Who was he trying to fool? Mu Qing gritted her teeth in anger. It was the first time she discovered this disciple was so stubborn. Master, I've never asked anything of you in the 8 years since I went up the mountain, and you've hardly cared for me. Just let me ask this once. Upon saying this, Mu Qing felt a twinge of guilt. It dawned on her that this child was so extreme due to a lack of companionship, and her heart softened. That day, Mu Qing took her sword to the 100-Eye Palace and had a confrontation with the sect leader, Lu Qingshan. Pleading was impossible. There was no way to let the lovely little junior sister plead with the senior brother. The poor Lu Qingshan, with the celestial square not yet repaired, had one corner of the 100-Eye Palace blown away, and in the end it was the elder who emerged from seclusion that managed to stop the two. Wang Huitian was released early, while Dao was beaten again by the elder who emerged from seclusion, and it was said that his wine gourd was smashed. Upon hearing that Wang Huitian was released, Yu Yao had been waiting at the mountain gate since early morning. That sword was so stunning, she wanted to learn it. Senior brother, over here. Yu Yao jumped up and waved to Wang Huitian from afar. Seeing Yu Yao, Wang Huitian was also extremely excited. The originally timid figure ran swiftly down the mountain path and quickly reached Yu Yao's side. Just as Yu Yao was about to speak, she felt her little hand being grabbed. Her cheeks instantly flushed to her ears, and she was too nervous to say a word. Standing here blowing cold wind in the early morning, what if you rust? Was senior brother concerned about me? Yu Yao's breath became a bit hurried as she quickly withdrew her hand and looked down at her toes, falling silent. Bai Xian, hearing Yu Yao's call, rushed over upon realizing Wang Huitian had returned. Just as she crossed the bamboo grove, she saw Wang Huitian teasing her junior sister. Junior brother, don't bully the little junior sister. Wang Huitian hurriedly put away his lovesick expression. Senior sister, how is your injury? Hearing Wang Huitian's concern, Bai Xian felt warmth in her heart. It's already fine, thank you, junior brother. Can you lend me some spirit stones? Yu Yao watched helplessly as Bai Xian's plump little money pouch was emptied. She instinctively clutched the lotus leaf purse tied at her waist, her heart fluttering with unease. Junior sister, what are you so flustered about? No, I have no money. Back in their bamboo hut, Wang Huitian casually tossed the challenge letters into the wastebasket. Bai Exine stood aside, a cold smile playing on her lips. They heard you're an ordinary mortal, and now each hopes to step upon you to make a name for themselves. Wang Huitian paused, then retrieved the letters. He was short on spirit stones, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was room for maneuver. Soon those disciples eager to challenge Wang Huitian received replies. Pay 100 low-grade spirit stones to accept the challenge. Pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to guarantee victory within 100 moves. The Supreme Package. Pay 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to overwhelm the Sword Peak's second disciple purely through aura pressure. Add 50 more spirit stones, and receive the Sword Peak's Junior Sister Cheer Squad. Priced clearly, no deception, young or old. Yet after a full day of waiting, not a single challenger appeared. Only Dao Yi arrived. Seeing the other man's face bruised and swollen, Wang Huitian finally exhaled in relief. Though this fellow's deeds were unforgivable, his intent had been sincere, to aid him. Young friend, I heard you wield 8 sword techniques. What are the remaining 5? He'd learned of Wang Huitian's 8 swords days ago, and since then curiosity had gnawed at him relentlessly. So he'd broken out of confinement. After all, how many in Wandao Mountain could truly rein him in? Wang Huitian glanced at him once, then ignored him entirely. Such secrets were never spoken lightly. The 8th sword. I only wish to know the 8th sword. I'll trade you treasures for it. He cast a cautious glance around. Master Mu Qing was absent. Bai Exine was instructing Yu Yao in cultivation. The environment was secure. With meticulous care, he withdrew 2 swords from his storage pouch, tense, wary, as though expecting thieves to materialize at any moment. One blade was black as ink, its surface roiling with crimson mist, radiating overwhelming malevolence, unmistakably a demonic sword. The other, the moment drawn, froze the ground beneath it. A frost bloomed instantly, its edge shimmering with lethal cold. A single glance pierced the soul. The 10 great swords of the realm: Heaven, Demon, and Frostlight. Choose one. Wang Huitian ran his fingers gently along the blades. Truly peerless weapons. Yet compared to Yu Yao, they lacked something essential: spiritual resonance. He shook his head faintly. Take your swords back. Scrap metal. At that instant, Frostlight erupted, shuddering violently, unleashing torrents of razor-sharp sword chi that whipped the forest into a roaring tempest. He refuses to submit. Wang Huitian seized the hilt and forced the trembling Frostlight back into stillness. Dao Yi shot one last reluctant glance at the blade before returning Heaven Demon to his storage ring. Frostlight ranks second among the 10 great swords. I was hunted 3,000 li for it, lost both sandals in the chase. Wang Huitian gave the old man a sidelong look. A mediocre swordsman obsessed with collecting famed blades. What a waste. Seeing Dao Yi's resolve unwavering, Wang Huitian accepted without further protest. He would soon descend the mountain in search of medicinal herbs, and carrying a sword would spare him countless complications. He carefully drew forth a single bamboo leaf from his chest. Very well, I shall reveal the 8th sword. This blade remains unnamed. When complete, it moves with the wind. Have you ever flown a kite? Then it flies against the gale. When complete, it drifts like a skiff, hidden among mountains and rivers. Dao Yi listened patiently, but the metaphors eluded him, soaring too far beyond reason. How potent is it? Wang Huitian answered firmly. It can cleave North Plain from Green Mountain. Dao Yi swallowed hard. North Plain lay millions of li away. Even star-grasping cultivators required half a year of full-speed flight to reach it. That boast stretched credibility thin. And this, plainly just a tattered bamboo leaf abundant across every hillside. Senior elder, pay no heed to this deluded youth. He speaks madness, blinded by hatred. Master Mu Qing had just returned from Baimu Hall and overheard their exchange, unable to stay silent. Dao Yi offered no reply. After bowing farewell to the Sword Peak elders, he returned to Sword Prison. Having escaped unlawfully, he must now face punishment. Grand Hall of Kanglan Peak. Qin Shuang's countenance was thunderous. His son Qin Shao remained unconscious, and yet Wang Huitian had been released. Unforgivable. Well, have you determined the nature of his injuries? The surrounding Kanglan Peak elders shook their heads. In turn, they had examined Qin Shao thoroughly. Only a penetrating wound on his shoulder marred his body. His breathing was steady, his golden core intact, yet he refused to awaken. A true anomaly in the realm of cultivation. Peakmaster, perhaps we should seek Wang Huitian on Sword Peak. Since he struck the blow, surely he knows the cure. Qin Shuang clenched his fists. To be defeated by a mortal was humiliation enough. To now beg for aid. How could he hold his head high within Wandao sect? Zhao Kuo remains. All others, return to your duties. Only when the hall emptied did Qin Shuang lower his voice to issue quiet instructions. Tomorrow carry Shower up to Sword Peak, and leave him stretcher and all upon the mountain path. Whether he lives or dies rests solely with Sword Peak's discretion. Zhao Kui stared speechless. This wasn't strategy, it was surrender. If they choose to heal him, so be it. If he perishes, I will unleash the full might of Kanglin Peak to bury Sword Peak alongside him. Murderous intent blazed in Qin Shuang's eyes. Already at the peak of nascent soul cultivation, he feared no one, not even Master Mu Qing, once he ascended to star grasping. And Kanglin Peak teemed with talent, several nascent soul elders, and even more golden core elders. What could Sword Peak possibly muster against such strength? At dawn the next day, Zhao Kui and 2 disciples carried Qin Shao up Sword Peak. Passing through the bamboo grove, they spotted Bai Xian and Yu Yao practicing sword forms before the bamboo hut. Drop him here. The 3 set Qin Shao down roughly and fled. By the time Bai Xian and Yu Yao approached, only the motionless, unconscious Qin Shao remained sprawled upon the ground. Senior sister, what on earth is this? Bai Xian frowned, her expression grave. They mean to gamble with our lives. Yu Yao paled, then dashed into the bamboo hut to fetch Master Mu Qing. After examining Qin Shao, Master Mu Qing's brow furrowed in confusion. The youth's vital energies surged robustly, utterly unlike that of an ailing patient, yet he remained deeply unconscious. Where is Huitian? Second senior brother left at first light to observe the initiation trials. He said Sword Peak lacks disciples, so he's scouting promising candidates for Master. Master Mu Qing suppressed his rising ire. This disciple, traditionally reclusive, had grown strangely restless of late. Below Wandao Mountain lay Wangshan City. With the sect's initiation trials underway, outsiders flooded both city and countryside. Have you heard? Yesterday, a celestial water spirit root was discovered and claimed by an elder of Shaoyao Peak as his personal disciple. That's nothing. The latest rumor this morning, a celestial thunder physique, was confirmed. In the inn, every patron swallowed audibly in unison. That fabled constitution, growing stronger with every lightning strike, had truly manifested. In a corner sat a young man who shook his head dismissively. His features were refined as jade, his bearing aloof and icy, utterly indifferent to the figures just discussed. At that moment, a maiden entered the inn, and all conversation ceased abruptly. Her beauty was arresting, so radiant, so flawless that none dared look away. Her figure was perfection incarnate, enough to topple kingdoms. She walked straight to the youth and offered a graceful, gentle smile. This humble servant Hua Yuxiu greets, sword Immortal Yi Bai. A stunned silence fell. Every head bowed, low tongues stilled in reverence. Yi Bai nodded slightly. I come for one purpose only. Rumor claims a youth of Sword Peak slew a nascent soul cultivator with mortal swordsmanship. Is this truth? Hua Yuxiu did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly spoke the information she knew. The news came from a disciple of the Wandao sect who was out training. Due to its shocking nature, it soon stirred the entire Qin Empire, and it was even said that the third prince was heading south to challenge the Wandao Mountain. It's actually true. Yi Bai's eyes surged with fervor. He quickly paid for his meal and rushed towards Wandao Mountain. In the dilapidated Tianshu Square, a group of elders excitedly surrounded a young man in elegant robes. Great. The Thunder Body is a rare find in a millennium. Would you like to take me as your master? Zwalungfeng, get lost. What are you making a fuss for, you knife practitioner? Young man, my Lei Yin Peak is in dire need of talent like you. If you join my Shaoyao Peak, I guarantee you'll reach the God transformation stage in 3 years. Wang Huitian desperately squeezed into the crowd. Join the Sword Peak. My master is beautiful and kind, and she is still unmarried. An elder noticed Wang Huitian and gently nudged him again, pushing him out. Wang Huitian was anxious in his heart. These elders were utterly shameless, bullying him for lacking physical strength and continuously excluding him. Young man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. After some disputes, the Thunder Body ultimately joined Lei Yin Peak. Wang Huitian pounded his chest and stomped his feet, glaring fiercely at these elders, contemplating whether he should strike with a sword since his strength had already been exposed. It didn't matter anymore. Bai Xian saw Wang Huitian arguing from afar, his face flushed. Junior brother, master wants you to come back. Wang Huitian pretended not to hear and continued watching the crowd, testing their spiritual roots, feeling calm as an old dog. To cultivate his own spiritual root, merely referencing Yu Yao was not enough. If he could observe more spiritual roots, he would have a greater grasp. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the testing crowd at the square, but only 1% truly had spiritual roots, and those of the highest quality were even rarer. Are you ignoring me? Bai Xian pulled Wang Huitian out of the crowd and kicked him in the butt. So it's senior sister. There were too many people to notice. Please forgive me, senior sister. Ignoring his defense, Bai Xian dragged Wang Huitian back to the sword peak. Qin Zisheng's vitality had already shown signs of weakening, and Master Mu Qing began to worry that this guy would die on sword peak. Several elders from the 100 Herbs Hall looked at Qin Xiaoxing and shook their heads, indicating their powerlessness. They could treat missing arms or legs, but they had no way to handle this situation. Master Mu Qing suddenly looked towards the horizon, sensing an overwhelming sword intent approaching one that seemed to crush everything in its path. Yi Bai requests an audience with Dao friend Mu. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword shot from the horizon, piercing the sky. Master Mu Qing's expression changed drastically, and she also drew a sword, causing the entire sword peak to tremble. Once the trembling stopped, a young man in white stood in the center. He did not look at Master Mu Qing, but extended his hand to check on Qin Xiaoxing. Interesting. Master Mu Qing's face turned ashen. No one in the entire Wandao sect dared to ignore her like this. Even the sect master Lu Qingshan had to give her some respect. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Die, you old hack. Amidst the chaotic sword energy, the two began to battle, while the elders from the 100 Herbs Hall hurriedly protected Yu Yao and Qin Xiaoxing. The star picker unleashed its power, and spiritual force wreaked havoc, altering the colors of heaven and earth. After several exchanges, Master Mu Qing gritted her teeth. Are you a star picker? She slashed out with her sword, breaking away from Yi Bai and flying towards the 100 Eyes Hall. If he couldn't handle this properly, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave the Wandao sect today. Shaking his head, he flew back to the bamboo house to continue checking on Qin Xiaoxing, his brows slightly furrowing. This person is beyond salvation. His mind is already severed. He is nothing more than a walking corpse. After saying this, Yi Bai plunged his sword into the ground, no longer paying attention to Qin Xiaoxing, and looked up at the direction of the 100 Eyes Hall. Soon Master Mu Qing arrived with Lu Qingshan. Sword Immortal Yi Bai, have you gone too far? Yi Bai bowed and saluted. His face remained cold, revealing no extra emotions. So what if it was Lu Qingshan? Yi Bai established his foundation at 6, achieved the golden core at 12, and at just 40, he had already become a star picker. Not to mention the Wandao sect, he didn't even take the entire southern wilderness seriously. I was just a bit bored and wanted to test Dao friend Mu's sword. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, lightly tapping his hand that carried a storage ring. What brings you to my Wandao sect? I have come to see that sword-wielding mortal. After speaking, he glanced at Master Mu Qing. If the rumors are true, I believe Dao friend Mu cannot teach this person. Only I can. His words were filled with disdain, carrying immense confidence. Master Mu Qing's fingers gripping the sword turned pale. It was clear she was here to snatch a disciple. An overt snatch. However, she did not immediately refute. After pondering for several seconds, she said, Huitian has no spiritual root. Does Sword Immortal, ye have a method to help him embark on the path of cultivation? If Yi Bai could manage it, Master Mu Qing wouldn't suggest giving up this disciple. Yi Bai shook his head. It has always been a hard rule that those without spiritual roots cannot cultivate. Although he cannot cultivate, I can make his last 100 years extraordinarily brilliant. Bai Xian and Wang Huitian had just approached Sword Peak when they were stunned seeing the bamboo forest on the mountain wildly askew, and the mountainside was covered with sword marks. The two exchanged glances, both believing that the Tsanglan Peak must have come to the mountain. When they flew to the bamboo house, they saw a few people arguing. Bai Xian hurriedly stepped forward to greet Lu Qingshan, while Wang Huitian swept past everyone and grabbed Yu Yao's little hand. Yao, are you alright? Yu Yao shook her head in confusion. Shouldn't they first greet Master and the sect leader? Was second senior brother having ulterior motives towards her? Second senior brother, I'm fine. Yu Yao awkwardly withdrew her small hand, her pretty face turning red again. From the moment Wang Huitian landed, Yi Bai's gaze had not left him. In his eyes, this young man seemed ordinary, causing him to question the truth of the rumors. Kid, draw your sword against me. Yi Bai pointed his sword at Wang Huitian, speaking softly. Neither Lu Qingshan nor Master Mu Qing spoke. They were equally curious about Wang Huitian's sword. After all, they had not been present at Tianshu Square before and had only heard rumors. Wang Huitian shook his head. You will die. Yi Bai laughed. What a joke. He was a star picker, the sword immortal in the eyes of the world. Wang Huitian curled his lips. Previously, he had stated that if he were to refine Qi, he could slay the god transformation stage, and if he established his foundation, he could slay a star picker. Now he wanted to add if that person stood still and let him strike, he could slay a star picker without even establishing his foundation. Draw your sword. Oh, I want to see how you can make me die. Wang Huitian suddenly drew his sword, slashing out with a cold gleam. There was no sword energy or sword intent, as if a mortal had casually waved. Yi Bai instantly retreated, a profound sense of danger enveloping him. His divine sense quickly covered the entire sword peak. He sensed nothing. He felt nothing at all. But that sixth sense of a sword cultivator was infallible. What kind of sword is it? Weakling, you will find out once you block my path, Wang Huitian said, raising his sword and charging at Yi Bai with wild strikes. He said Yi Bai the sword immortal is a weakling. Others were not retaliating, but it shouldn't be like this. Did he really think that a star picker had no temper? Master Mu Qing nervously gripped the sword hilt, fearing that Yi Bai would not be able to resist and would slay Wang Huitian. Yi Bai was forced back to the mountainside, his previously calm face now drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to call for a halt, he felt a tremor in his heart, and at that moment it seemed as if he had died, with an old woman in front of him offering a bowl of soup. No, wake up. With a spurt, Yi Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and reached out to support himself against the nearby bamboo, gasping for breath. The feeling of death was incredibly real, and if it weren't for his resolute mind, he would have surely been lost. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and approached to examine Yi Bai's face. This strike had not gone as he had anticipated. He never expected someone could force themselves to wake up. Not bad upper-tier talent. This was Wang Huitian's evaluation of Yi Bai. Both his temperament and swordsmanship talent were considerably superior to that of his inept master. Yi Bai gritted his teeth against the intense pain and said, "You have one more sword, please use it." Wang Huitian knew he was referring to the third sword, Wind Rising. After all, that strike had offended thousands of disciples and had incapacitated 3 nascent souls, making it even more renowned. "I have 7 more swords, but why should I show them to you? Go where it's cool." After saying this, Wang Huitian walked back in front of the bamboo house to play with Xiao Yueyao. Yi Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chased after him, his eyes no longer calm, but filled with intense fervor as he bowed deeply to Wang Huitian. "Your swordsmanship is exquisite. I Yi Bai request to take you as my master." The onlookers were astonished, never having expected things to unfold this way. Yi Jinxian Huitian's cultivation is shallow. You. Before Mu Qing could finish speaking, Yi Bai had already bowed his head to her. Yi Bai pays respects to the ancestor master. Wang Huitian pointed at Yi Bai and said, "I cannot accept you. Don't call me that, or you'll age my master. If my master does not accept me as a disciple, I will kneel here forever." Lu Qingshan tried to persuade him, but could not move him, so he could only ride his sword back to the 100 Eyes Hall, where Wu Ji was sitting on the threshold. Seeing Lu Qingshan return, Wu Ji hurriedly welcomed him. "Master, have you avenged little Shirgu?" Lu Qingshan explained the situation at the sword peak to Wu Ji before entering the hall. Wu Ji lowered his head in contemplation, growing increasingly curious about Wang Huitian. Those from the Wandao sect referred to him as the master of all techniques, for there was nothing he could not do. Alchemy, talismans, formations. He excelled in all, and even swordsmanship was within his grasp. And those who practiced swordsmanship loved to compete. Thus he was very curious about what kind of sword technique could achieve such heights. Wu Ji muttered to himself, "System, if the ghost Shadow Flash were to face his technique, severing thoughts, who would win?" In his mind, the system's voice rang out, "Host, do not doubt, you are the strongest. If Ghost Shadow Flash can't defeat him, there's still a stronger move. One sword flow ki, Lion's Song." Wu Ji turned and entered the hall, realizing he was indeed overthinking. With the system as his companion, who in this world could surpass him, especially since Wang Huitian was just an ordinary person who could not cultivate. At the sword peak, Yi Bai had built himself a small wooden hut and had gone to the 100 Eyes Hall to register as a disciple of the Wandao sect, which he had managed entirely on his own. Wang Huitian locked the door and secretly pulled out a money pouch from under the bed containing a full 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, all borrowed from Bai Xen. It seems Yueyao is quite wealthy. He calculated that to buy enough materials to cultivate spiritual roots, he would need at least 100,000, and most importantly, he was short of a sword that could serve as a spiritual root. Although the Hongguang was good, it was unsuitable. "Sigh, am short on money." Just as he sighed, Yi Bai rushed in, eagerly dumping a pile of spirit stones on the table. There were 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones of fortune, equivalent to the entire wealth of a star-picking mirror. Wang Huitian's expression darkened, his tone laced with reproach. "Disciple, why have you come to visit so late at night? Is there something wrong?" Yi Bai's face brightened, realizing how simple it was. Why had he foolishly knelt for so long? "Master, I have some questions regarding that sword from the day before." Wang Huitian pointed at Qin Shao, who was lying outside the bamboo house. "Foolish child, since you cannot sense the spiritual energy or divine sense, then use your heart to feel. If you can save him, you will grasp that sword technique." Yi Bai was overjoyed and bid farewell to Wang Huitian, rushing out again to study Qin Shao. What does it mean to rise to the heavens in one step? This is what it means to rise to the heavens in one step. Wang Huitian held the spirit stones on the table and kissed them wildly, unable to contain his laughter, sounding like a pig's squeal. Ah! In the adjacent bamboo house, Yue Yao was covered in goosebumps, while by Xian concentrate and do not let external influences affect you. Wang Huitian cackled. Haha, I've struck it rich. 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If used as a betrothal gift, I could marry 10 senior sisters and 100 masters. With a bang, several bamboo houses were simultaneously blown away. Wang Huitian's precious spirit stones scattered all over the place as Mu Qing stepped on his waist, pulled down his pants, and raised a bamboo stick to beat him. Bai Xine hurriedly covered Yi Yao's eyes. Little junior sister, you cannot look. Though she said this, she couldn't help but steal glances, having not seen her little junior brother naked for so many years. She was surprised to see how much he had grown. Time passed quickly in the mountains, though unknowingly half a month had gone by, and Wang Huitian, who had originally planned to descend the mountain, still had not moved. He was waiting for Bai Xine to leave. Without Bai Xine leaving, he could not approach Yu Yao, and there were some things he had yet to understand. Wang Huitian was most lacking in patience, for he could not afford to lose. He had to feel his way across the river, as one wrong step could lead to irreparable consequences. At 5 in the morning, Wang Huitian got up on time to practice his breathing technique, and as before, he still could not store a trace of spiritual energy. At 6, he went to the bamboo forest to comprehend swordsmanship and did not leave until noon to find something to eat. In the dining hall, there were mostly servant disciples, as the inner disciples had mostly entered a fasting state. Wang Huitian went directly to the second floor of the dining hall. There was no choice. Recently he could afford to spend. Zhu, bring the menu over. The little girl happily placed a menu made of jade in front of Wang Huitian. Senior brother Wang, I heard that the third prince of Daqin has arrived in Wangshan City, looking for you to duel. The menu slipped from Wang Huitian's hand, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Zhu, just bring a couple of dishes at random. Once Zhu left the room, Wang Huitian clenched his fists, the anger rising rapidly to his face. The third prince, Wang Yuan, a swordsmanship prodigy of Daqin, was also Wang Huitian's cousin. If he has come, then he shall not return. Wang Huitian stood up and walked out of the room, tossing an upper-grade spirit stone to Zhu. Don't serve the dishes, I have urgent business. On the first floor, a few drunken disciples mocked Wang Huitian. Oh, that useless waste who cannot cultivate. Yes, such swordsmanship talent is simply wasted on him. What are you looking at? This isn't Tianshu Square. Are you going to chop me? Wang Huitian's gaze darkened slightly. Being unable to cultivate meant a short lifespan, and even if he were strong, he was merely a fleeting shooting star. He could not wait. He needed a sword worthy of him. Back at the sword peak, Yi Bai was slapping Qin Shao's face. Disciple, come with me to retrieve a sword. Yi Bai was taken aback. Retrieve what sword? Wang Huitian looked towards the sword prison. If he guessed correctly, there was a sword locked away there, a peerless sword that could rival Yue Yao. In the 100 Eyes Hall, Luo Wuji sat on the threshold yawning. The location was elevated, and if one's vision was sharp enough, one could see the 32,000 peaks of the Wandao sect. Recently, some peak masters had been a bit unruly, so Lu Qingshan had asked him to keep an eye on them. It was a rather dull task, and just as he was about to close his eyes for a moment, a beam of sword light suddenly lit up from the direction of the sword prison. Damn, who is causing trouble? Luo Wuji stepped forward, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot, his ability to shorten distances faster than flying on a sword. In just a moment, Luo Wuji arrived at the sword prison, where he saw 10 elders guarding the cave entrance, now leaning this way, and that severely injured. These elders were all at the transformation stage. From the time he saw the sword light approaching, there wasn't even enough time to take a leak. Who is breaking into the sword prison? The elder struggled to get up and replied, Yi Bai. Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes. Descending the stone steps of the cave, one could be called a sword immortal upon comprehending the sword domain, and Yi Bai possessed formidable cultivation, with few having seen his sword domain. System, do you think that the one sword style could break his sword domain? Upon reaching the second level, he saw Yi Bai, who was currently bullying 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Yao Gu and Old Lu were kneeling on the ground, trembling. The last time they were just beaten by Mu Qing, and their injuries had not yet healed, and now that man had returned with accomplices. Let go of me. My father is the master of Baihua Peak. Once I get out, I have 1,000 ways to kill you. Yao Gu was still putting on a brave front while Yi Bai slapped him and looked up at Luo Wuji. This place is off limits. Do you know what you're doing? You think you can do as you please in Wandao sect with insufficient cultivation. Yi Bai raised his hand and struck with a sword, as he was never one for unnecessary words. Luo Wuji quickly stepped back and formed seals with his hands. Fire escape, great fireball technique. A massive fireball exploded in the entire second-level prison, instantly raising clouds of dust. Why'd I activate? Wang Huitian looked up towards the second level, where various techniques, flickered, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all present. He was filled with envy. This was the difference. Others had full attributes while he had none. Dao Yi, lying on the 10th level, turned over contentedly and took a sip of wine. What a great sword technique. Come on, Luo Wuji, don't back down. Yi Bai chop his turtle shell. Wang Huitian glanced at Dao Yi with some disdain. This guy had no semblance of a master. If anyone comes down, help me block for a moment. Just half an hour. If I'm not back, please report my death to the sword peak. Without waiting for Dao Yi's response, Wang Huitian continued to descend. If his guess was right, the sword prison was built to detain that sword. This indicated that the sword was very dangerous. Forcibly controlling it could lead to death. He didn't possess the exceptional talent of sword immortal Yi Bai nor the all-around talent of Luo Wuji, so to grow stronger, he had to be sufficiently reckless. Continuing down for nearly 1,000 meters, the sword prison seemed bottomless. At the 20th level, the prisoners were no longer from the Wandao sect, but rather countless strange and grotesque monsters. These monsters were bound by formations, yet their roars still managed to intimidate the spirit. Wang Huitian, with a determined gaze, continued to descend. By the time he reached the 100th level, there was no more path ahead. A locust tree stood at the end, its leaves emitting a faint glow. Ahead, no passage allowed. A little girl on the branches of the locust tree waved her finger at Wang Huitian, having pushed aside the leaves. Wang Huitian spoke, "I need a sword." The little girl did not back down. "That sword does not belong to this world." Wang Huitian laughed, thinking what a ridiculous reason that was. "I was outside the cave before and have now come to the cave bottom. Do you think I belong to outside or inside now? Since the sword was in this world, it belonged to this world." The little girl pondered her wording, her brow furrowing deeply, feeling stumped. Meanwhile, the third prince, Wang Yuan, arrived at the sword peak. He looked at the overgrown weeds at the mountain gate and clicked his tongue. How shabby it was indeed, a remote backwater. "Master, what do you think Wang Huitian would feel if he knew that his majesty had betrothed me to Bai Xine?" The old man beside Wang Yuan stroked his beard, a sneer on his face. "Killing people is nothing but striking at the heart. Wang Huitian is just a useless person. What feelings could he possibly have?" Indeed, he had lost his entire family in Beiyuan back then. Without any feelings, what could a junior sister feel? Passing through the bamboo forest, he saw the bamboo house. Master Mu Qing was not present, having gone out with her old friend Huxiang, leaving only Yu Yao panting as she practiced her sword. "Child, where are your elders?" Yu Yao warily glanced at the crowd, feigning a fierce expression as she replied, "Who are you? Why did you intrude on the sword peak?" Wang Yuan glanced around, realizing that Mu Qing and Bai Xine were not there. He turned to the old man and said, "Master, since Mu Qing is not here, let's go to the 100 Eyes Hall to pay our respects to Lu Qingshan." The old man nodded. "All right. Child, if your elders return, have them come to the 100 Eyes Hall to meet the third prince." After saying that, the two of them, along with numerous guards, flew away on their swords. Yu Yao stamped her foot in anger. She had never seen such rude people, completely disregarding the sword peak from start to finish. At the bottom of the sword prison, the branches of the locust tree rapidly grew towards Wang Huitian, and the little girl was getting anxious as she couldn't come up with a response. "Anyway, I won't let anyone pass here." Wang Huitian dodged, his body covered in blood marks from the lashes. His greatest weakness was having sufficient attack power but poor defense. In this situation, he didn't even have a chance to draw his sword. "You are unreasonable. If you can't argue, just resort to violence." "Humph. Here my reasoning is the only reasoning." The little girl, puffed up with anger, crossed her arms and commanded the branches to strike. The longer it took, the more anxious Wang Huitian felt. Yi Bai and Dao Yi couldn't hold out for long, and soon experts from other peaks would arrive. Once they had precautions in place, plotting for this sword would be even more difficult. Regardless of the incoming branches, Wang Huitian pressed one hand against the ground. Fourth sword, mountains and rivers. Thousands of sword intents surged forth. While this sword would have little power on the ground, it was within a massive pit. As the sword intent trembled, the entire pit began to collapse. "You bastard." The little girl could no longer care about Wang Huitian and hurriedly retracted the branches to stabilize the cliff. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Huitian leaped over the locust tree behind, which was a 100-foot deep pool. He did not hesitate and jumped down. The water was icy cold, and the temperature dropped further as he descended. After diving down for several dozen meters, he already felt his body chilled, his consciousness fading. Ahead lay an unfathomably dark abyss. Continuing like this would surely lead to his death. Mortal beings are truly powerless. Wang Huitian choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water and drew the cold light sword to slash downward. The water split apart, creating a gap of several zhang before closing again as childhood memories flashed through his mind. That year at just 8 years old, he fought alongside his father in Beiyuan. In that battle, his father and millions of soldiers perished, with only him being brought back by Master Mu Qing. The Great Qin still existed and Beiyuan still existed. How could he die? Sword 1. Sever thoughts. Wang Huitian drew his sword once more, but this time he slashed at himself, severing thoughts that could plunge the mind into slumber and put the body into hibernation. In a hibernated state, the body's consumption of air would decrease, which was tantamount to exchanging consciousness for a few more moments of life. At the 100 Eyes Hall, feeling the tremors of the sword prison, Lu Qingshan was preparing to investigate when the third prince suddenly visited. Over the years, the Wandao sect had been stationed in the southern frontier, transcending the mundane world, yet ultimately situated within the territory of the Great Qin. Moreover, the Great Qin is no ordinary dynasty. Its vast territory supports a population of hundreds of millions, with every city guarded by individuals of extraordinary cultivation. The royal family has also mastered the techniques of cultivating dragon qi, making them exceedingly powerful. Upon entering the main hall and seeing the elder beside the third prince, Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted. It was the Snow Demon, one of the 4 national generals. I didn't expect the esteemed Snow Demon and the third prince to grace us with your presence, and for that I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The Snow Demon rose and bowed. Lu Sect Master, my visit is quite presumptuous, and I apologize for the disturbance. After Lu Qingshan sat down, Wang Yuan personally stood up and presented a decree. Sect Master, my father has heard of Bai Zin's extraordinary talent in the capital and has graciously arranged a marriage between me and Miss Bai. I hope for your consent. Lu Qingshan's expression slightly darkened. Before he could respond, the Snow Demon added, His Majesty knows that it is not easy for the Wandao sect to guard the southern frontier, and especially dispatched Cold Xiao to lead his troops into Yelong City to resist the demon beasts alongside the Wandao sect. Lu Qingshan's expression turned completely cold. The Snow Demon and Cold Xiao, 2 national generals, were simultaneously deployed to intimidate the Wandao sect. If he did not agree to this marriage, it was likely that a great army would soon press upon them. Agreeing would signify the Wandao sect's submission, allowing the Great Qin to manipulate them. Bai Xin is my junior disciple. Oh, I need to discuss this with her first. At that moment, a disciple suddenly burst into the hall. Sect Master, someone has forcefully entered the sword prison. Lu Qingshan abruptly stood up and glanced at the third prince and the Snow Demon. These 2 had just arrived on the mountain, and trouble had already occurred. He seriously suspected that the Great Qin was behind this, plotting against the Wandao sect. We will discuss the marriage later. Please return if there's nothing else. I need to handle some matters. By the time Lu Qingshan arrived at the sword prison, Yi Bai had already been subdued, surrounded by a host of peak masters and elders. Ignoring Yi Bai, he flew straight into the deep pit. Dao Yi on the 10th level was waving enthusiasm. Greetings, Sect Master. As for him, a mere junior is one thing, but how could you, as an elder of the punishment hall, also cause trouble? Lu Qingshan frowned at Dao Yi. An elder known for causing trouble alongside a reckless young disciple was indeed a recipe for disaster. Dao Yi tightly gripped his long sword, his face revealing a pleading expression. Sect Master, I'm asking you to do me this favor, just this once. I guarantee, as the head of the punishment hall, that he can retrieve that sword. Would that be acceptable? Do you know what consequences will arise if that sword breaks the sword prison? Dao Yi lowered his head and ceased speaking, but his body stubbornly blocked the path. If the evil sword causes chaos as the head of the punishment hall, I must suppress it with my life. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He was essentially wagering his life. All right. He was curious to see just how capable that Wang Huitian, a mere mortal, could be. At the bottom of the pool, a rush of water filled his lungs. Wang Huitian was startled awake, his body plunging straight into darkness. It was as if he was in an endless universe, 7 chaotic black holes rotating in the sky, pulling at all the light. He felt his soul sway as if being drawn into this chaotic black hole. With a loud bang, he finally fell to the bottom of the pit. There was no pond water here. In the center stood a straight long sword, tightly bound by countless chains, securing it firmly to the bottom of the pit. Wuxiang sword. Wang Huitian's eyes gleamed. The sword's blade was straight and sharp, with the hilt long and twisted, inscribed with the characters Wuxiang. It was indeed a sword of unparalleled excellence, comparable to Yu Yao. Wait, this sword has 7 cavities on its blade. It should be embedded with 7 gems. If I can retrieve these 7 gems, this sword would surpass Yu Yao. Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled with joy. Obtaining these 2 swords, given time, it was hard to imagine how strong he would become. A strong desire surged within him, urging him to step forward and swing his hand to slay the heavens. At this moment it felt as if countless voices were urging him to remove the chains binding the long sword. This voice was irresistible, carrying a strong temptation. Just right, Wang Huitian could not resist any temptation. Without waiting for the voice in his heart to urge him, he advanced to pull at the iron chains. Don't rush, I'll free you right now. Wang Huitian gripped the iron chains with both hands, exerting all his strength to pull them upward. After a while, the chains made no sound. Wang Huitian fell silent, and the voice in his heart also fell silent. Oh, what a waste. Use some strength, will you? A pitch-black spirit appeared from the sword's hilt, its crimson eyes filled with anger. This was the spirit of the Wuxiang sword, looking extremely violent. Having been trapped in this abyss for too long, it longed to see the light of day. Finally, it had waited for someone fated, yet it couldn't even pull these chains. It felt that Wang Huitian was mocking it. Wang Huitian squinted at the sword's spirit, his eyes filled with unhidden killing intent. Since he intended to merge this sword into his body as his spiritual root, he could not allow this sword spirit to live. Sword 1, sever thoughts. He struck without hesitation, a cold light flashing. The sword spirit dodged, turning to see Wang Huitian had already sheathed his sword, and the empty pit was only stirred by a gentle breeze. Is that all? The sword spirit stared in astonishment at Wang Huitian, who stood there in a daze, somewhat perplexed. I thought I had encountered a master. Turns out you're just a mortal. With no spiritual energy, no sword intent, he had merely stirred up a gust of wind. To call him a mortal was somewhat insulting to mortals. He was simply an ant. Just as the gust of wind blew in front of the sword spirit, it suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, an inexplicable sense of extreme danger. But by then it was too late to evade. The gentle breeze blew past, and the pitch-black sword spirit was scattered like mist. This sword, silent and unseen, specifically targeted thoughts, making it a nemesis to spiritual beings. Having dealt with the sword spirit, Wang Huitian wielded the long sword and began hacking at the iron chains, achieving considerable success. It must be said it truly lived up to its reputation as the second-ranked cold light sword. It was indeed sharp. In Wangshan City, Muqing and Huixiang were selecting jewelry by the street. Though these mortal items lacked spiritual essence, their craftsmanship was quite exquisite, naturally appealing to the immortal masters. Behind them, Bai Xian followed closely as the butler of the sword edge. It was naturally her responsibility to pay for her master's purchases. Qing Shi, I heard that Qin Xiao is still lying under a white cloth on your sword edge. You must be careful. If Qin Shuang loses him, he will come after you. Mu Qing put down the jade hairpin. She was holding a smile playing on her lips. Qing Shi, I heard that Qin Xiao is still lying under a white cloth on your sword edge. You must be careful. If Qin Shuang loses him, he will come after you. Mu Qing, Huixiang, do I look beautiful? Huixiang rolled her eyes at her. She was indeed beautiful, but at her age, she was still unmarried. Behind her, Bai Xian quickly supported her master. You look truly beautiful, master. Mu Qing raised her head. She was famously beautiful in Wandao Mountain, the darling of her senior brothers. Acknowledged as a stunning beauty in the world, she had reached such heights at a young age. Just then a flash of sword light streaked across the sky. Auntie, your disciple has gotten into trouble. The sect master says you must return quickly. He said if there's another issue, he will crack open your skull. Zhang Zhenyuan descended on his sword, his face filled with urgency. It seemed that this time the trouble was significant, otherwise how could her caring senior brother speak such hurtful words? Mu Qing's pretty face darkened, and without needing to think, she already knew. That foolish second disciple had started causing trouble again, and she had only been out of seclusion for a few days. The sword edge was almost trampled down. Damn it, nobody stop me, I'm going back to chop her up. The sword prison of Wandao Mountain, at the mouth of the bottomless cold pool. A group of people stood by the water's edge, each with different expressions. The sect leader Lu Qingshan appeared calm and collected, while Dao's face was unable to conceal his joy. Qin Shuang and the other peak masters wore mocking smiles, and the sword immortal Li Xiaoyao remained rather composed. Mu Qing's face bore a frown of anger, but her mind was calculating how to excuse herself. To trespass into the sword prison's cold pool was too serious. She felt she could not handle it. Qing Shi, when that wretched child comes out, you should kneel by the sect leader's feet and weep bitterly. Just say how difficult it was for you to raise this child. Don't worry, I will assist you from the side. Huixiang whispered softly in Mu Qing's ear, strategizing. The latter gave her a slight nod, and their eyes met, a plan silently forming. Bai Xian looked on with concern. She had naturally heard the plans of her master and uncle, but that was merely a scheme for her junior brother to come out alive. Given the current unclear situation, although she did not know what was sealed at the bottom of the cold pool, she understood the danger from the wary expressions of the elders. As they waited, the full moon hung high in the sky, and Dao's joy gradually turned into desolation. Some elders and peak masters began to set up formations around the cold pool. This sword spirit is fierce and unruly. How could it recognize a mere mortal as its master? The moonlight cascaded down the vertical chasm, and Mu Qing suddenly thrust her sword into a massive rock on the shore, rising to jump into the cold pool to see what was happening. Junior sister, calm down. Lu Qingshan hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. My temper is fiery, let me go drag him out. With a splash, although Lu Qingshan stopped Mu Qing, the sound of someone jumping into the water was heard nearby. Huoxiang dove headfirst into the cold pool. The water was icy and biting. Even the protection of spiritual energy could not ward off the cold. Clear the way. Huoxiang suddenly punched downwards, unleashing a tumultuous wave of spiritual energy that created a massive whirlpool, plunging straight to the bottom of the pool. Her body descended with great momentum, creating an impressive spectacle. Lu Qingshan wanted to stop her, but could no longer see her figure. The words of advice got stuck in his throat, his mouth half open, looking quite helpless. Junior sister, there are 7 black holes at the bottom of the pool that will absorb spiritual energy. Mu Qing's eyes widened. Had she known about this, it would have been a trap. At that moment of anxious anticipation, the water's surface erupted once more, and Huoxiang emerged, cradling a blood-soaked figure and throwing it before Mu Qing. Qing, sure, is this him? If not, I'll go down again to fetch him. Lu Qingshan's eyes widened. Did you not encounter the black hole that absorbs spiritual energy? Black hole? What black hole? I have a black hole that absorbs essence. Do you want to see? Lu Qingshan shook his head in frustration and squatted down to check for a pulse on Wang Huitian. There was still some breath. Huoxiang glanced at Lu Qingshan, whose expression was evasive, filled with disdain. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Qin Shuang stepped forward, his voice slightly somber. Regardless of the circumstances, you must give an account for this sword spirit. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and departed. If it weren't for his son still being unsaved, he would have taken the life of that vile creature today. Days later, Wang Huitian awoke languidly in the wooden hut of the sword spirit. He raised his hand to touch his back, feeling a chill. That day, everyone thought he had failed to acquire the Wuxiang sword, yet they were unaware that the Wuxiang sword had already fused with his spine, forming a sword bone. The Wuxiang sword aura spread within him, incessantly stabbing at every inch of his skin. Moreover, the 7 black holes on the sword body were autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. He had a premonition that when the Wuxiang sword absorbed enough spiritual energy, the powerful sword aura would directly tear apart this body. Damn it, why does Yu Yao's sword bone nourish itself while mine is being destroyed? Wang Huitian slammed his fist onto the bedboard, filled with unwillingness. At that moment, Yu Yao pushed open the door with a small bowl in hand. Senior brother, it's time for your medicine. Seeing the delicately beautiful Yu Yao enter the wooden hut, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled. Xiao Yao, come here, let your senior brother check your body. Yu Yao's small frame trembled. In a panic, she placed the medicinal bowl on the table and rushed out the door. With such a senior brother who was always eyeing her form, who wouldn't be afraid, especially a 12 or 13-year-old girl like her? Wang Huitian struggled to sit up and gulped down the medicinal soup. He needed to find spiritual herbs to repair his continuously shattering body, thus achieving balance with the Wuxiang sword. Pushing open the door, the warm sunlight poured through the bamboo forest, bathing his face like shattered sword energy. The sword peak was quiet, with only the sounds of cicadas. The shy Yu Yao was nowhere to be found, while Yi Bai sat beside Qin Xiao, lost in thought, resembling a puppet. Further away, Bai Xian practiced her swordplay on the path gracefully, weaving her sword among the emerald bamboos, yet she could not bear to harm them in the slightest. Everything appeared tranquil and beautiful. Wang Huitian pressed one hand to his chest and pulled out the bamboo leaf from his bosom. The bamboo leaf was yellowed but exceptionally straight. At this moment, the sword was formed. He gently released his grip, and a light breeze stirred the bamboo leaf, causing it to dance in the air. The bamboo leaf floated down the mountain, landing in the creek at the foot of the mountain, drifting with the water like a small boat. The water surged with the bamboo leaf, occasionally sinking to the bottom, sometimes floating on the surface, and at times being tossed into the air by rocks. It traveled northward, gaining speed. Occasionally, Wandao mountain disciples would pass by the mountain, walking and stopping, but no one would pay attention to this ordinary withered leaf. Dao lay on a stone by the creek, his gaze somewhat dazed, continuously pouring Chinko wine into his mouth, tilting his head to look at the bamboo leaf floating in the water while taking another sip of wine. This bamboo leaf resembles the one that foolish boy had in his arms. He stood up and reached his hand into the water, the bamboo leaf drifting past his fingertips. Ha ha, this is no world-class sharp sword. That boy must be lying to me again. Wang Huitian watched the bamboo leaf drift away, the murderous intent in his eyes retracting. This sword had been a scheme of his for many years, Now that he could finally cut it, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. As he coughed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yao, where have you hidden? Seen your brother is bleeding. Come and take a look. From Mu Qing's wooden hut, a half-head peeked out cautiously, looking this way. Yi Bai turned his head and saw Wang Huitian hurriedly stand up and bow. Wang Huitian chuckled lightly and walked over to Qin Shao, pointing at his forehead. A blade severs the flesh, the heart severs the soul. My sword struck at his thoughts. With an untraceable strike, the thought reached the sword's edge. The sword's edge drove the heart, extinguished desires, and severed emotions. As he spoke, Qin Shao's eyes suddenly opened wide, yet they lacked vitality, filled with a sense of world weariness, like an enlightened monk lying down to await death. Yi Bai seemed to understand something and fell into deep thought again. Wang Huitian turned and strolled slowly down the mountain. I'm going out for a walk. If you gain any insight, use it to test your sword. Just be careful not to kill anyone. It would be hard to explain to my master. In the forest, Bai Xian, practicing her swordplay, saw Wang Huitian stepping out and hurriedly blocked his path. Where are you going? Master told you to stay at the sword peak to recuperate. I'm going to wash my face in the creek below the mountain. I will be back soon. Bai Xian looked at him with suspicion and slowly stepped aside. In the mission hall of Wandao Mountain, one can accept tasks to descend the mountain. Many disciples who have achieved a certain level of cultivation take on tasks both to earn cultivation resources and to gain a bit of fame. Quick look, Immortal has come. Shoo. Keep your voice down. This person is dangerous. He can kill without blinking. The prices for herbs at the Baichao Hall have risen recently. The surrounding people saw Wang Huitian and quickly avoided him. Few in the Wandao sect were unaware of his legendary deeds. With a mortal body, he dared to confront the nascent soul, injuring thousands of disciples with a single sword strike. What are you all discussing? Seeing the crowd gathered in discussion, Wang Huitian also approached. But as soon as they saw him, everyone dispersed. Wang Huitian felt quite frustrated. He had never accepted a task before and wanted to find a fellow disciple to learn about it, but these people seemed to harbor some bias against him. Elder, I would like to take on a task. The elder in charge of issuing tasks looked up, frowning. The disciples' trial tasks in the Wandao sect are divided into 5 levels corresponding to the 5 major realms of cultivation: Qi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and Dao transformation. However, Wang Huitian lacked any cultivation and thus had no corresponding tasks. To accept a task, one must have the corresponding cultivation level. What is Immortal doing here? Wang Huitian, unwilling to give up, continued to ask. Is there no task that has no restrictions on cultivation? The elder, who had been engrossed in organizing scrolls, suddenly looked up. There actually was a task that had no cultivation restrictions, and it had just arrived that morning. He tossed the bamboo scroll to Wang Huitian. Read it yourself. Upon opening the scroll, Wang Huitian's pupils contracted sharply, what indicated that there were disturbances caused by demonic cultivators in the Watchtower Mountain, and someone needed to be sent to investigate. Have there been any tasks without cultivation restrictions before? The elder shook his head. No, this is the first time. Consider yourself lucky. Lucky. Wang Huitian was sure that this task was undoubtedly aimed at him. It seems some people are aware that he is not a waste and cannot help themselves. In Wangshan City, Prince Wang Yuan of the Great Qin Kingdom flicked his folding fan, his eyes cold. Beside him stood a maid, her face marked with various old and new scars. Your Highness, the task has been accepted. Wang Yuan pinched the maid's cheek, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Very well, we shall wait for him here. It has been a long time since I last saw my cousin. He gazed through the window toward the distant green mountains, his thoughts drifting back to some childhood memories. Back then, Wang Huitian was quite naive. He would often fixate on an object for an entire day. He would count how many ants were in an anthill and calculate how many leaves had fallen from the money tree in front of the school. He was very lonely, out of sync with others. How could such a person possibly be a peerless genius in swordsmanship? On the mountains, Wang Huitian walked intermittently. Without cultivation, he could not control the sword, so he naturally could not move quickly. The sword peak was not far from Wangtian City, but that was in terms of sword flight. If walking, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Where is he now? Wang Yuan furrowed his brows and asked. Your Highness, he has reached the Rose Grove at Baiwa Peak. Wang Yuan's hands grasped the windowsill, making cracking sounds. It had been half a month, and this brat had still not left Wandao Mountain. He felt like he had been waiting long enough to grow spider webs. Although cultivators have long lifespans, they should not waste time like this. At this rate, Wang Huitian's speed from Sword Peak to Watchtower Mountain would mean the demonic cultivator he arranged for would likely be dead by now. At Baiwa Peak, couples occasionally paused to admire the flowers. Wang Huitian reached out and plucked a beautiful rose, tossing it aside, his eyes fixated on the thorns on the vine. He felt that these thorns were so beautiful, exquisitely sharpened by nature. That graceful curve was simply mesmerizing. He could not help but gaze for several days before continuing his journey. When hungry, he would pick roses to eat with dough, which had its own unique flavor. On Sword Peak, complainants came one after another. Mu Qing, are you going to manage your disciple? He passed through my peak's rose grove and ruined all the flowers, leaving only a row of stumps. Mu Lahu, come out and compensate me for my Millennium Guest Pine at Tianyue Peak. Xingmu, I must have an explanation for the Jiangsun fish from my peak today. Who the hell scraped all the fish meat to admire the bones? Bai Exine stood in the mountain path, feeling drenched in sweat, her delicate face glistening with perspiration. Elders, my master has been in seclusion since yesterday. Oh, I ask that you all be more accommodating. Accommodating? How could one accommodate after such devastation? Yi Bai, with a cold expression, looked at the enraged crowd, the sword in his hand ringing softly. Humph. My master has his own considerations for his actions. Are you all making a fuss here because you think my sword is not sharp enough? The peak masters widened their eyes. Or were they really making a fuss? Is there no sense of reason? Yi Bai, this is Wandao Mountain, not a place for you to act wild. We are reasonable. Are you afraid of us? Yi Bai could no longer contain himself, saying he could act, but his master could not. He raised his sword to stab. Although there were many elders and peak masters coming to complain, they were all insignificant. The scene turned chaotic in an instant. Reason? My sword is the reason. Today the loser shall leave their sword behind. Bai Exine, move aside, or you will get splattered with blood. Wang Huitian naturally did not know that because of him the Sword Peak had become a chaotic mess. At this moment, he had already arrived at Watchtower Mountain, where the demonic cultivators were causing trouble. The sect master Lu Qingshan personally sent him off on the sword, so it was not good to refuse the others' goodwill. At Watchtower Mountain, located at the edge of Wandao Mountain, it was extremely remote, with wild beasts rampant, posing great danger. Moreover, it was close to the mysterious Cave of Starvation, where human habitation was sparse, with only a few scattered villages on the mountainside. Old man, open the door. I am an immortal coming down from the mountain. Wang Huitian knocked on the door of the nearest house at the village entrance, hoping to inquire about the situation. However, after knocking for a long time, the door remained tightly shut with no response. Inside, an old man kept his young granddaughter protectively behind him, warily staring at the door. What immortal coming down from the mountain? He did not believe it at all. He had clearly walked here and had just been gasping for breath by the old locust tree at the door. Seeing no one opening the door for a long time, Wang Huitian turned around to examine the carrying pole standing by the well in the courtyard. Hearing movement outside, he took the carrying pole and stepped out of the courtyard to check. Beneath the locust tree outside, a girl in a red dress had appeared there, her long skirt billowing in the wind like ink spreading on paper. The girl had long hair tied at the ends with a delicate sword, her brows and eyes painted like a picture, with red lips and dark eyebrows, strikingly beautiful. She belonged to that type of beauty that one could not take their eyes off after a single glance. There are indeed enchanting beings in this mountain. Hearing Wang Huitian's voice, the girl focused her gaze. Young master, has anything happened in your village recently? Upon seeing Wang Huitian, Hong Lu assumed he was a villager and immediately inquired. However, Wang Huitian had already shifted his attention away and began to examine the carrying pole in his hand. Hong Lu was taken aback. She was extremely confident in her beauty and had never encountered anyone who could divert their gaze after merely a glance. Once a nearly lifeless gentleman from the town, after catching sight of her, had crawled out of his coffin to chase her for 3 miles. Young man, can you not see? Hong Lu stepped closer, waving her hand in front of Wang Huitian's eyes. Madam, please step aside. I am a cultivator descended from Wandao Mountain here to investigate the recent demonic cultivation disturbances. Wang Huitian set down his carrying pole and stepped past Hong Lu, striding deeper into the village. Hong Lu stood frozen once more, ignored yet again. Her exquisite face went slack with disbelief. Madam, had he mistaken her for a village widow? Wang Huitian paid no mind to her thoughts. After scanning the entire village, his brows knotted tighter and tighter. The settlement housed barely a dozen households, yet not a single soul stirred outdoors. Footprints outside the homes suggested the villagers had not ventured beyond their thresholds for an extended time. Well then, young immortal from Wandao Mountain, what have you uncovered? Surely not. You found nothing. Hong Lu followed closely behind him, her tone laced with mockery. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at her. That the villagers dared not leave their homes meant the demonic cultivator still lurked within, and this woman's sarcasm made her highly suspect. What are you staring at? Don't tell me you failed to locate the demonic cultivator, and now intend to seize me as a substitute. Wang Huitian's right hand drifted slowly toward the hilt of his frostlit sword, precisely what he intended. The demonic cultivator had gone into hiding. A searching like this was a waste of time. Better to seize someone at random and claim success. Let me make one thing clear. I am a cultivator of the Hongfeng Valley, and I too am investigating this demonic cultivator. And you, a mere mortal without even a trace of cultivation, dare raise your hand against me. How utterly laughable. Fourth technique: mountains and rivers. A resonant clang rang out. The breeze parted the fringe before Hong Lu's brow, and panic flickered across her eyes. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Even at her foundation establishment midstage cultivation, she hadn't glimpsed his blade's motion, nor sensed the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. Her long hair whipped outward, the slender, delicate sword coiled in its tresses shot upward to intercept the strike. Freed from its binding, her tresses billowed in the wind, only deepening the ethereal beauty of her countenance. Wang Huitian extended 2 fingers, seizing a single silken strand of her floating hair, and drove it like a needle straight into her forehead. The spiritual energy she'd just gathered collapsed inward at once. That strike had severed her divine senses' command over her golden core. What do you think you're doing? I am a cultivator of the Hongfeng Valley. Wang Huitian shook his head. No, you are now a demonic cultivator from the Northlands. You've hidden yourself in Shouwang Mountain, using your beauty to seduce young villagers and passing cultivators alike, draining their blood to advance your path. He paused in quiet contemplation. The person and the narrative were set, but fabricated evidence was still needed. He pressed a finger into Hong Lu's cherry-red lips, imprinting a faint tooth mark upon it. You were subdued mid-assault. I'll need you to bite my neck now to lend authenticity to the tale. Despicable. Wretch. You're forcing virtue into vice. As the two engaged in this amicable negotiation, thick mist began rising over the village. Within moments, the fog swallowed the entire settlement, scattered cottages shimmering like phantoms within its veil. Crows wailed mournfully from the surrounding woods. A pungent stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Wang Huitian gazed across the ridge. The scent emanated from the neighboring village. The demonic cultivator had struck. Hong Lu spoke urgently. Release me at once. The demonic cultivator is over there. Wang Huitian casually plucked the hair from her forehead. Since the real threat had emerged, this false one had lost all utility. Go capture him. If you fail, I'll still take you as my substitute. He lacked cultivation entirely and was woefully ill-suited for travel. Though the 2 villages faced each other across the mountain, the distance, deceptively short, would likely take until nightfall to cross on foot. Furious, Hong Lu flung her sleeve and soared away on her sword. Wang Huitian watched the crimson streak vanish across the sky, then turned calmly toward the opposite village. Relying solely on a golden core cultivator to subdue the demonic cultivator was plainly unrealistic. He would have to go himself. Besides, this fog bore every hallmark of a trap. He'd let Hong Lu test its nature first. At the village entrance, before the very house where he'd earlier knocked a little girl, sat astride a wooden rocking horse in the courtyard. Wang Huitian gently stroked her hair. Child, where are your parents? The monster ate Mama and Papa. Grandpa's inside the house. The dark stone dwelling offered no clear view, but exuded a subtle, chilling coldness. Descending further, he could already see flashes of spiritual light across the ridge. In the neighboring village, every home hung white mourning banners. Paper money fluttered along the mountain paths like spectral butterflies. Several battered coffins rested along the road, some covered only by coarse straw mats. These nearby villages were desperately poor. Wang Huitian lifted one such mat. Beneath lay a desiccated corpse. Every drop of blood drained, its features twisted in grotesque horror. From here, the clash between Hong Lu and the demonic cultivator grew audible. Her slender sword darted like a living azure serpent through the mountains, shattering trees and collapsing houses in its wake. The demonic cultivator wielded a long spear, his movements equally refined, swift as a dragon, devastating in impact. Their duel surged back and forth, evenly matched, neither gaining ground. Spotting Wang Huitian standing atop the ridge, Hong Lu cried out for aid. Hurry, this demonic cultivator is far too powerful. The cultivator bared teeth, stained crimson, grinning savagely in reply. Huh, so this is your ally. A cultivatorless simpleton, blank-faced and dull-witted. Are you mocking me? Wang Huitian's thoughtful expression froze, then abruptly shattered. He whirled, gaze sharpening as he stared back at the original village. Every household in these surrounding villages hung white banners. Each had suffered death. Yet the first village remained eerily pristine and silent. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away, his pace quickening into a swift, purposeful march. Damn it, he's playing me. Hong Lu's fair face darkened with fury. Her grip trembled slightly on her sword. She was genuinely incensed. Far off atop a distant ridge, a figure in black robes stood solemnly, watching Wang Huitian's fleeing form, murmuring to himself. He truly possesses no cultivation at all. The man lowered his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. The famed Luo Wuji of Wandao Mountain, hailed as the foremost master of myriad techniques. System, scan Wang Huitian's celestial fortune value. A soft chime echoed within his mind. Scan complete. Human cultivator Wang Huitian currently owes the heavenly Tao 10 million units of fortune. Current fortune value minus 10 million. Luo Wuji stared dumbfounded. What in the heavens? Could fortune actually be negative? What unspeakable transgression could possibly incur such cosmic? Tell me, when he faces tribulation, will the heavenly Tao strike him dead with lightning? The system fell silent. Logically, lower fortune invited harsher heavenly wrath, more ferocious thunderbolts. But if he were struck down, who would repay the debt? It was a paradox. Dismissing the thought, Luo Wuji launched himself skyward on his sword. This rare opportunity demanded he witness Wang Huitian's technique firsthand. Ghost, shadow, flash. The moment the words left his lips, his body vanished, gone like intersecting bolts of lightning tearing the air with cascading sonic booms. Wang Huitian sprinted back into the village, leaning against the ancient locust tree, gasping for breath. Once I'm rich, I'll hire 4 nascent soul elders to carry my palanquin. Staggering into the courtyard, he found the little girl vanished from her wooden horse. Pushing open the creaking half-ajar door, he entered a room choked with cobwebs, utterly devoid of life. He moved to another house, kicking the door open this time, only to find identical decay. Earlier, though no one had answered his knocks, he'd clearly sensed presences within the homes. In mere moments, the scene had transformed entirely. Wang Huitian turned, and from all around came peals of laughter, weaving fresh layers of uncanny dread into the crumbling village. Sword 3 wind rises, the cold light unsheathed and the fierce wind roared. The wooden houses and earthen walls in the village were swept away and shattered into a cloud of dust. When faced with the incomprehensible, one should first strike it down with a sword. If one sword is not enough, then 2 swords. Sword 4 rivers and mountains. The sharp sword slashed down, sending soil and stones flying, shaking the earth and mountains. Trees on the mountainside fell and shattered, yet the old locust tree at the village entrance stood tall and unyielding. Found you. Wang Huitian raised his sword and suddenly struck down towards the old locust tree, a crescent-shaped sword energy slicing downward, startling a pitch-black crow perched on its branches. Caw-caw. The crow's scream faded into the sky, and the old locust tree was split in 2. Wang Huitian frowned. The methods of this evil cultivator were truly bizarre. Indeed, in such a vast world, one must see more. The feathers dropped by the crow emitted strands of black mist, tainting the ground into darkness wherever they traveled. The malevolent and strange aura distorted the space, causing stones to melt like ice and clouds to continuously fall. Sword 2 blood slaughter. Wang Huitian swept the cold light sword across his palm, drawing forth a stream of bright red blood that transformed into a sharp sword shooting out. Where the sword light passed, the tainted earth cracked open, stained with blood. Lu Wuji, standing in midair on his sword, hurriedly retreated several hundred meters. His expression was somewhat peculiar. This village seemed to harbor no evil cultivators, but rather was situated in the realm of a cursed abode plagued by some strange force. Is he planning to confront the forbidden area hidden? Lu Wuji looked at the rampaging sword energy. The once quaint village had vanished, leaving only ravines. System, can I really defeat him? But he has no spiritual energy. The system pondered for 2 seconds before finally speaking with determination. Please, host, do not doubt, you are the strongest. Just then Wang Huitian, who was wildly swinging his sword below, suddenly lifted his head and looked in this direction. He heard the whispers of humans and sensed the aura of a cultivator. A glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his pale face. Found you, evil cultivator. In an instant, Lu Wuji felt the hairs on his body stand on end, akin to a poor little golden retriever being targeted by a rabid dog. Junior brother, calm down, it's me, the main peak Lu Wuji. Although he spoke in defense, Wang Huitian's sword was faster. A blood sword the size of a thumb was already striking towards him, trailing a swift red light in the air. Lu Wuji hurriedly raised his sword. One sword style Iato. Damn it, I can't block it. Just as he lifted his sword, the attack had already pierced through his chest. It was too fast. From the moment he was discovered to being pierced by the blood sword, only a second had passed. As the head of the myriad techniques of Wandao Mountain, he had not even drawn his sword before being severely injured. Below, Wang Huitian squinted his eyes. He could not see clearly, but the person in black was undoubtedly an evil cultivator. Looking at the figure that fell straight down from the clouds, Wang Huitian leaned against a large tree, catching his breath. He was exhausted, and the wuxiang sword was constantly tormenting his nerves. Even so, he staggered towards the direction where the shadow fell. He had only touched the sword bone of Yu Yao before. Thus, he believed that a spiritual root was merely a sword bone until he integrated the wuxiang sword into his body and realized it was an entirely different matter. He needed more materials needed to find that shadow and cut it open piece by piece. He wanted to see with his own eyes what a spiritual root truly was. Bang! Lu Wuji crashed down into the forest, startling countless birds. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Compared to his physical injuries, his Dao heart was even more severely damaged. Since awakening the system, when had he ever been defeated so thoroughly? In the forest, a flash of blood light appeared, and a figure in white suddenly appeared before Lu Wuji. I found a golden core stage cultivator. The newcomer wore a gentle smile, his long hair casually flowing behind him, looking refined and elegant, exuding an air of celestial grace. Scattered cultivator Li Shanliang greets the head disciple of Wan Dao Mountain. Lu Wuji narrowed his eyes. You know me? Li Shanliang adjusted his hair and smiled warmly. Of course, you are the head disciple of the master of Wan Dao Mountain, rumored to be proficient in myriad arts. I just wonder if you are skilled in the arts within this house. Lu Wuji frowned. He was currently severely injured and lying on the ground, a bad premonition bubbling up in his heart. What do you want? I want. Li Shanliang did not hesitate, tossing aside his sword and reaching out to strip away Lu Wuji's clothing. Lu Wuji's eyes widened in panic as he raised his hands to desperately protect his chest. At this moment, he finally realized he had encountered an evil cultivator. Yet he was severely injured. How could he protect his innocence? Soon his outer clothing was stripped away, leaving only his inner garments. This could be said to be the most perilous moment since he began cultivating. System, save me. Why the hell are you playing dead at a time like this? In the thickets hiding behind a tree, Hong Lu frowned as she looked over, holding a severed head from which blood dripped continuously. Beside her stood a man, her senior brother Jiang Yi, who had come to assist her. After slaying the evil cultivator together, they rushed over only to witness this absurd scene. Junior sister, it looks like it's senior brother Luo from Wan Dao Mountain. Being fellow celestial beings, it was natural they recognized each other. Senior brother Luo seems to need our help. Hong Lu blocked Jiang Yi, who was about to step forward, her gaze never wavering. Help? What help? No one has died. Let's observe this scoundrel's methods in secret first, then make plans. Jiang Yi looked at Hong Lu in astonishment. Could one truly discern the methods of such a scoundrel? Could one really see them clearly with just a glance? In that moment, it felt as if he was seeing this junior sister for the first time. Just as Li Shanliang's assault intensified and Lu Wuji was on the verge of losing, Wang Huitian finally arrived, dragging his cold light sword. He leaned against a nearby tree, weakly collapsing to the ground. Even from a distance, one could hear his labored breathing, as if he might collapse at any moment, yet his eyes remained calm like a still pond. Let go of that man. He is mine. Li Shanliang paused his actions, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Wang Huitian. An ordinary, unremarkable mortal appearing as if he were sickly. He pulled out a portrait from his chest, stepping forward to compare it with Wang Huitian's face. Very similar, target confirmed. He raised his hand to grasp Wang Huitian's neck, disdain and indifference in his eyes. Killing a mortal for a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was a profitable deal. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang out. Wang Huitian, arriving late, pointed his finger at Li Shanliang's brow, and in an instant sword energy swept through the forest. He could no longer wield the cold light sword, and had to use his index finger as the sword, yet that was enough to deal with a newly promoted nascent soul. A brilliant beam of light shot out from his fingertip, piercing through everything in its path. This was pure sword intent, as clean as a polished sword blade. A phantom nascent soul flew out from Li Shanliang's energy, see panic and disbelief in its eyes. Escape. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the nascent soul had already flown out of the forest, escaping towards the northern plains. Wang Huitian lightly raised his eyelids, but he could no longer see the nascent soul's trace. But it didn't matter, knowing the direction was enough. Sword 5 pursuit. Glancing at Li Shanliang's body lying on the ground, Wang Huitian's palm swept along his spine, then he flicked in the direction where Li Shanliang's nascent soul had fled. His body spine shot out in an instant, transforming into a ferocious and terrifying sword that shot forth. Wang Huitian looked at the fierce sword with focus, feeling a sense of awe. A mere mortal sword possessed such power. If it were Yu Yao's sword, how formidable would it be? At this point, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, a flash of red skirt floated into his vision. He the dog thief, now I've got you in my grasp. As Yu Yao diligently practiced, a sudden chill ran through her. Master, I have reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, she exclaimed, joyfully jumping up, while Mu Qing affectionately ruffled her small head. Next I shall teach you the falling star sword technique. You must practice diligently. This is a secret art of mine, and when mastered you will be able to slice through stars and moons, invincible in battle. Yu Yao tilted her little head up, her face filled with longing. Is it more powerful than second senior brother's sword? Of course. Your second senior brother's sword is a mortal sword not worth learning from. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Bai, who had been daydreaming in the courtyard, suddenly burst into laughter as if possessed. Ha ha, I understand now, I understand. Master, I have comprehended. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that tore through space, rending a massive crack in the sky, swallowing the clouds and light, making the blue sky appear distorted, as if shattered into countless fragments by that one strike. This was the insight he had gained, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, it was simply terrifying. Master was not wrong. If he practices chi refinement, he could slay gods. Mu Qing shot a glare at Yi Bai, just turning to head back inside, when a beam of sword light swept from outside the mountain. From afar, Lu Qingshan's voice could be heard calling, Junior sister, your second disciple has been detained by Hongfeng Valley. They say you must come with sincerity to redeem her. With a loud bang, the wooden door was tightly shut. Redeem whom? Her second disciple Yu Yao is perfectly obedient. Inside Hongfeng Valley, Wang Huitian was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, with only a pair of eyes fixed intensely on the beam of the room, where the beams were thick and straight, unlike the crooked ones at Jianfeng. A group of old men surrounded him, inspecting him, their eyes occasionally flashing with a glint of insight. Strange, oh, at first glance this second son seems to possess an innate sword body, but how can a sword body only injure itself? All his injuries are caused by the sword bones within his body. Lu Rian, the master of Hong Lu, frowned deeply and extended her delicate hand to press against Wang Huitian's back. It seems he has merged a spirit sword into his body. But that doesn't make sense, his chi si is empty. Even if we great cultivators were to merge a spirit sword into our bodies, we would be eroded by the sword chi and perish. How has he managed this? Hong Lu shot a glare at Wang Huitian. She was not interested in all this, her only concern was for her purse. To save this fool, she had nearly spent all her savings on spiritual herbs, and was now hoping that Mu Qing would come to redeem her for compensation. At this moment a young man rushed into the room, his face brimming with joy. Sister, I heard you snatched a man. Where is he? Let me see. The young man, around 15 or 16 years old, had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes resembling Hong Lu to some extent. He hurried over to check on the dazed Wang Huitian lying on the bed. Why is he just immortal? Wang Huitian's eyes darted towards the young man. So what if he's immortal? If I could move, I could take down 10 of you. Oh, still quite spirited, aren't you? The young man clearly did not believe him. In this state of near death, could he even wield a sword? Hong Lu quickly pulled the youth back. Xiao Luo, stay away from him. Don't be fooled by his mortal appearance. He's fierce. Hong Luo looked skeptical. He had seen martial arts experts among mortals, but none were like this. Wang Huitian couldn't be bothered with the two siblings and continued to fix his gaze on the beam. He was healing quickly. In just 2 days, he would be able to get out of bed and walk. He didn't wander far, spending every day staring at a maple tree in the courtyard, sometimes lost in thought for half a day. Hong Lu rested her chin in her hand, watching the silhouette of the contemplative figure in the courtyard dozing off. A week had passed, yet there was still no sign of Mu Qing coming to redeem him. Luo Wujia had already been taken away by Lu Qingshan 2 days ago, but this lad seemed to be unwanted. Sigh. This foolish lad, he won't be left behind, will he? Hong Luo didn't think too much. He came every day to argue with Wang Huitian, then left in a huff. Just then at noon, Hong Luo appeared beside Wang Huitian right on time. Brother Wang, what do you think of the tree? What have you disowned? Wang Huitian chuckled lightly, still gazing at the maple leaves without turning his head. Do you think these maple leaves are beautiful, eh? Huh. Brother Wang, the most beautiful things in the world are right beside you, yet you spend all day staring at a maple leaf. How ridiculous. Hong Luo pointed at Hong Lu, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Huitian. The debate began. He was the first to strike. Just a pink skeleton swaying in front of me every day, quite an eyesore. Brother Wang says my sister is a pink skeleton, yet little does he know that what he admires is merely a withered leaf. Look up at her. I don't believe your eyes are empty. Wang Huitian subtly shifted his stance, his indifferent gaze landing on Hong Lu, his eyes betraying no emotion. I will watch her for 10 breaths here. Let's see if your eyes are indeed empty. Brother Wang, you are blushing. Luo, brother, do not provoke me. My mind is calm without any fluctuations. How could I blush? Across from him, Hong Lu clenched her silver teeth, veins popping out on her forehead. This was too much to say. She was a pink skeleton in front of her. Did he not see her stunning beauty? Did he have a special sight to only see the skull beneath her skin? Her hand gripping the sword was nearly trembling. She rushed forward and grabbed Wang Huitian's ear, dragging him out. Since your master isn't coming to redeem you, you shall work for me to earn money to repay your debt. Staying at my place every day and eating for free while daring to slander me is simply asking for a beating. Behind them, Hong Luo wore a gloating smile. He lost every time they argued, and it seemed his sister was still formidable. Going straight to the task, he would be cleaned up in minutes. Sai, sister, wait for me. I will join you. Wang Huitian was forcibly dragged to the task hall of Hongfeng Valley, where there were many disciples, all curiously watching him. It should be noted that Hong Lu, this heavenly beauty, although she spoke with charm and allure, had never been close to any man. Yet now she held Wang Huitian's hand, appearing quite intimate. Amidst the many gazes, Wang Huitian felt several hostile stares, likely from those who admired Hong Lu. He scanned the crowd. The most formidable was a red-haired young man who had reached the peak of golden core, dressed in a crimson robe, exuding a somewhat domineering aura, his eyes currently very gloomy. Bro, don't look at me like that. My relationship with Miss Hong Lu is entirely innocent. The reason she is holding my hand is that I owe her money and she fears I will run away. Wang Huitian understood well the notion that jealousy arises from the heart. Beautiful women bring disaster. Every time he passed someone, he had to explain to avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary troubles. Suddenly, Hong Lu turned around and stomped hard on Wang Huitian's foot. Shut up. The sect's task office was a vital source of income for the sect, listing bounties from all over. There were tasks for capturing monsters, exterminating evil cultivators, tracking down cases, and engaging in battle. Hong Lu directly selected the task with the highest reward. She was aware of Wang Huitian's strength, and these tasks executed by the disciples posed little danger to him. Wang Huitian stretched his neck to take a look at the task scroll. It was a special grade task to protect the second prince of the Great Qin. Upon seeing the task details, Wang Huitian's pupils constricted. A prince of the Great Qin had actually sought the protection of the celestial sect, which reeked of deep intrigue. Hong Liu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the reward of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This seemed promising. It could cover the costs in one go. Moreover, it was a group task, and bringing along Hong Luo and Wang Huitian could yield great profits. Elder, I will take on this task. A red-haired young man stepped forward from the crowd. Sister Hong Lu, Hong Lu frowned slightly. The young man was named Hua Qinfei, and his strength ranked among the top 10 disciples of the Red Maple Valley. With him joining, she worried there might be disputes over the distribution of rewards. Senior brother Hua, for this task, I have brought Hong Luo and this junior brother from Wandao Mountain. They will also share in the spirit stones. Hua Qinfei waved his hand, dismissively, appearing quite magnanimous. No problem, Hua, am not in need of spirit stones. I simply wish to go out and gain experience. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Wang Huitian with a somewhat gloomy expression. At the back, Hong Luo nudged Wang Huitian's back and whispered in his ear. Look, the beauty you see as a mere skeleton is considered precious jade by others. It was clear to anyone with insight what Hua Qinfei's intentions were. However, with a golden core peak expert joining the task, without seeking a share of the rewards, Hong Lu did not refuse. The four arrived before the mountain gate, and Hua Qinfei raised his hand to summon a flying boat, wearing a smug expression on his face. Sister, this boat is crafted by the Grand Elder of the Artifact Refining Pavilion. It can travel 1,000 miles a day, taking only 3 days to reach the Great Qin Imperial City from here. He glanced at Wang Huitian as he spoke. Wang Huitian showed no unusual expression. He had seen many flying boats. When he accompanied his father on a campaign in the northern plains, flying boats once obscured the sky, and none were inferior to this one. That was the foundation of the Great Qin dynasty. What a pity. All of it was buried in the northern plains after a single battle. Everyone boarded the flying boat, while Wang Huitian remained standing in place, his expression somewhat awkward as he looked toward Hong Lu. Can I not go? Hong Lu tugged at Wang Huitian's ear and dragged him onto the flying boat. Are you trying to default on your debt? No, I'm afraid I can't help but take action and level this Great Qin. Upon witnessing their intimate interaction, Hua Qinfei's eyes flashed with a killing intent, feeling extremely displeased. A mere mortal, what right did he have to covet the pride of the Red Maple Valley? How bold to even speak of leveling the Great Qin. With a cold grunt, he activated the formation, and the flying boat shot away like a streak of light. Wang Huitian's gaze was deep as he urged his sword, intent to continuously suppress the sword energy from the Wuxiang sword, within him, more importantly, to suppress the 7 holes on the Wuxiang sword. These 7 holes swirled like vortices, ceaselessly absorbing spiritual energy. Now with the sword and himself as one, if it continued to absorb energy, he would break through to the chi refining stage. However, this also meant that the sword energy emitted by the Wuxiang sword would become even more formidable, and he might not be able to control it. Hong Liu's curious eyes kept surveying Wang Huitian. Huitian, I spent 13,000 spirit stones on the medicine for you before. After this job, there will still be 3,000 left. How about you do my laundry and clean the courtyard for a year to pay me back? Wang Huitian drooped his ears, pretending not to hear. Cleaning the courtyard. He had been on the sword edge for 8 years and had never touched a broom. Seeing Wang Huitian ignore her, Hong Lu stomped her foot in anger and turned back into the cabin. Meanwhile, Hua Qinfei, who was controlling the flying boat, revealed a cruel smile at the sight of Hong Lu and Hong Luo's absence. He flicked his fingers and a faint red sword energy silently penetrated the top of Wang Huitian's head. The latter, who was deep in contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly turned his head to look at Hua Qinfei. How bold! To attack him before they even reached the great Qin imperial city. Are you seeking death? Hua Qinfei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a mere mortal to detect that strand of sword energy. Moreover, he dared to threaten him. Kid, do not think that just because you have Hong Liu's protection you can act recklessly in front of me. Clang! The sound of a cold sword rang out as Wang Huitian drew his sword. He had never been good with words, but he was skilled with the sword. Inside the cabin, Hong Lu and Hong Luo rushed out upon hearing the commotion outside. Hua Qinfei, what are you doing? Upon hearing Hong Liu's questioning, Hua Qinfei looked utterly bewildered. Right now, Wang Huitian was pointing his sword at his nose, and she came out to question him. Was this reasonable? Sister Hong Lu, please keep an eye on this ant you brought along. Hong Luo shook his head in dismay. Alas, a beauty brings disaster, a beauty brings disaster. Hong Lu shot him a glare before turning to Wang Huitian. What happened? Wang Huitian remained indifferent, his eyes fixed on Hua Qinfei. I want to kill him. Whoever stops me will die. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's words, Hua Qinfei found it rather amusing, unable to contain his laughter. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? What, just with that sword in your hand? Wang Huitian loosened his grip and the cold light fell straight into the deck of the ship as he stepped forward and pointed with his index finger. I can kill you even without a sword. Hong Lu rushed forward to embrace Wang Huitian upon seeing him make a move. Hua Qinfei was someone she had brought along, and he was also the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Red Maple Valley. If he were to die here, it would surely lead to endless troubles. Even with her embrace, Wang Huitian's index finger slightly deviated, and a pure sword light flashed past Hua Qinfei's ear. With a thunderous boom, a distant mountain peak was struck and collapsed. A massive cloud of dust rose, and a gigantic python writhed as it fled into the distance. It had been mistakenly hit in the abdomen and appeared extremely alarmed. A few strands of red hair fell from Hua Qinfei's temples as he stiffly turned his head to look at the giant python hurriedly escaping. That was a demon comparable to the nascent soul realm. Thud! His legs went weak and he knelt on the deck, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. If Hong Lu hadn't held him back, just now that sword would have been enough to obliterate his head. Wang Huitian took another 2 steps forward, his fingertip pressing against Hua Qinfei's forehead, sending a chilling sensation that startled the latter. No, don't kill me, I was wrong. Hong Lu rushed forward again to embrace Wang Huitian, her eyes filled with panic. Huitian, let him go this once. If you kill him, I won't be able to explain it to the sect. A faint fragrance wafted over, and feeling the softness behind him, Wang Huitian slowly lowered his finger as he looked at Hong Liu's hair floating in the air. Just hold me for a little longer. His voice was soft, yet it caused Hong Liu's body to tremble. At that moment, Hong Luo rushed forward to help Hua Qinfei up. He too was greatly frightened by that sword. Although Hong Lu had always told him that Wang Huitian was very strong, this was simply astonishingly powerful. Senior brother, don't be an eyesore here. Come back to the cabin with me. Hua Qinfei's legs were still trembling as he was pulled up, leaving a wet patch on the ground, feeling utterly powerless. His peak golden core cultivation seemed so laughable at that moment. As the two left, the deck fell into silence. Hong Lu embraced Wang Huitian from behind, her body gradually softening. She felt his warmth and a blush spread across her face. Pressing her cheek against Wang Huitian's back, she gently closed her eyes. It turned out that a person who seemed so cold had a strangely warm body. Wang Huitian turned his head to glance at Hong Liu's flowing hair beside him, a rare smile appearing on his face. The 9th sword, understood. This sword shall be named after Hong Lu. The 9th sword, Hong Lu. As Wang Huitian's words fell, Hong Lu quickly turned and fled into the cabin. Just a moment ago, they were sharing warm moments filled with infinite fantasies, but now she felt as if Wang Huitian intended to use her as a sword to cast away. Thinking of the fate of the evil cultivator Li Shanliang, whose spine was drawn out like a sword, she felt utterly despondent at this moment. Wang Huitian raised his arm and reached back, his fingers brushing through Hong Liu's flowing hair that danced in the air. Ouch! Hong Liu felt a sharp pain at her scalp as several strands of her long hair were yanked out by Wang Huitian. The sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed as those strands of hair flew rapidly toward a distant giant serpent. The long hair moved gracefully, twisting and swimming through the air. The giant serpent sensed the impending danger from behind and swung its tail to strike upward, chopping countless massive trees in half. However, such force had no effect on those strands of hair. They curled and entwined, climbing up the giant snake's body. Wang Huitian walked to the bow of the ship, watching the giant serpent struggling on the ground with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hands, fingers lightly clenched. Sword 9 Hong Liu. The struggling giant serpent suddenly ceased its writhing. The nascent soul demon had fallen. Wang Huitian frowned. This sword strike was not perfect. It lacked some agility. He turned to look at Hong Liu, who hurriedly took 2 steps back, tightly guarding her long hair in her hands. No more pulling, or you'll go bald. The flying boat sailed over the mountains, and some villages appeared ahead, with a city further in the distance. They had arrived in the directly governed territory of the Great Qin, where everything appeared to flourish. Wang Huitian gazed at the picturesque landscape, swallowing a snake gall the size of his thumb. Though bitter, it could heal his damaged body. Seeing the flying boat approach, cultivators ascended from the city ahead. Show your documents. Hong Liu tossed out the embroidered letter which was received by the other party as they boarded the flying boat. He needed to verify the identities of the 4 aboard. Although all cultivation sanctuaries belonged to the Great Qin territory, the imperial court remained wary of these sects. The man's gaze swept over Hong Liu and the others, finally landing on Wang Huitian's face. Wang Huitian of Wandao Mountain. What? Don't you recognize me? Wang Huitian's cold voice rang out, causing the man's tall figure to shudder slightly. He suddenly knelt on one knee, eyes filled with surprise. I am Li Jing from Tianshuang City, paying my respects to the Northern King. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Wang Huitian's expression, the Northern King. It had been a long time since he had heard this title, which originally belonged to his elder brother. Later, his brother died in battle in the 10,000 Mountains, passing it down to his father, who then met his demise in the Northern Plains. Now, was it his turn? Other families could inherit a title for several generations, but in his family, a royal title changed hands between 2 generations. It was indeed laughable. The emperor truly knows how to manage affairs. I entered Qingshan for 8 years, and yet he left me this royal title. Li Jing lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Huitian's eyes directly. Once the Northern King wielded immense power in the court, but now this royal title might just be a mere decoration. Were you a former member of the Northern Army? Li Jing nodded respectfully. During the Northern Expedition, I was under the 3rd Army's 10th Brigade. All right, you may leave. A few managed to enter the city, but this time the way the others looked at Wang Huitian had changed. Hong Liu's eyes held scrutiny. The Northern King of the Great Qin, though a fallen figure, could he really not afford her 30,000 spirit stones? But this time she guessed correctly. Wang Huitian indeed had 200,000 spirit stones. As for Hua Chenfei, he now looked at Wang Huitian with even more terror. He had never imagined that a mere mortal would have such a complex background. Damn it, I've boarded a pirate ship. Hong Luo did not think too much. He happily approached Wang Huitian, looking like a rustic man. Brother Wang, heavens, the Northern King, doesn't that mean there are vast fiefdoms? Of course. The fief of the Northern King stretches for thousands of miles from Xingyue Pass to Tianlang Mountain. Hong Luo was filled with shock. How vast could that be? Xingyue Pass was the border defense of the Great Qin against the Northern Plains, while Tianlang Mountain was the holy mountain of the demonic cultivators from the Northern Plains. Realizing this, he suddenly felt something was off. How can the fief of the Northern King lie in another country? Wang Huitian grinned. It's a tradition of the Northern King lineage. Any land not incorporated into the Great Qin territory belongs to the fief of the Northern King. Hong Luo curled his lips, thinking that Wang Huitian was just lying to deceive him, but Hong Lu beside him remained silent. It was said that when the Northern King was at his peak, the emperor granted him 1,000 cities in the northern border, yet the Northern King refused. He arrogantly demanded the 4 seas and 8 wastelands outside the Great Qin. The emperor issued a decree. This was no trivial matter. From then on, the Northern King began to wage wars across the seas, conquering several neighboring countries, the 10,000 Mountains, and the Northern Plains' western desert, defeating all who stood in his way. At that time, the Northern King was still Wang Huitian's elder brother, a man of wild abandon, said to have reached unimaginable heights, in cultivation undefeated in battle. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Wang Huitian. No wonder this guy had such a bad temper. It must be hereditary. The flying boat sped straight toward the imperial city, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. In the distance, a massive city emerged supported by the continuous mountain ranges resembling a giant dragon encircling and protecting the city. At the peaks of the mountains, towering pillars were built forming the protective formation of Qin Emperor City. Because flying was prohibited in Qin Emperor City, the flying boat was forced to stop at the base of the mountains. Between the ridges, rows of stone steps descended unevenly. To enter the city, one had to climb the mountain first. Wang Huitian gazed at the towering stone steps, feeling a tingle of dread at the scalp. Being a mere mortal, he feared he might die from exhaustion on these steps. "Hong Lu, carry me up." Hong Lu stared at him in shock, pointing at her own nose. "Me." There were 2 big men here, and she was the only weak woman. Why was it her turn to carry him? Wang Huitian looked disdainfully at Hong Luo and Huitian Fei. Hong Luo, with a youthful spirit, jumped about, and his body could not withstand such antics. As for Huitian Fei, well, this guy wet his pants. "You carry me up, and I'll return your spirit stones." Hong Lu squatted in front of Wang Huitian in anger, cursing silently in her heart. Indeed, those who owed money were the ones in charge. Wasn't it only right for him to return her spirit stones? Now he was actually using it to threaten her. No man was a good thing, especially this sickly one, simply rotten to the core. Wang Huitian gently lay on Hong Liu's back, a faint and elegant fragrance wafting over. He maintained a calm demeanor, feeling the softness of the woman. "Today you carry me up the mountain, and in the future I will take you to ascend." Hong Lu felt indignant. Oh, was this ascension even legitimate? No one had ascended in this continent for over 1,000 years. How could this mere mortal have such confidence? The stone steps were long, but for cultivators it was hardly a challenge. Half an hour later they reached the mountaintop, where a woman in red battle armor was already waiting. "Are you all Taoist friends from Hongfeng Valley?" Hong Lu took out the mission scroll, and the woman accepted it, glancing it over briefly before putting it away. "Why is there a mortal among you?" Wang Huitian slightly raised his eyebrows as a chill glinted from his sword, causing a few strands of black hair from the red-armored woman to fall. "You may not recognize me, but you must recognize this sword in my hand." The red-armored woman's pupils constricted, and she quickly bowed her fists in greeting. "I am Qin Ran. I have met the senior." Naturally, she recognized the cold light sword. Back then, Dao, he had lost his shoes in a scramble for this sword. Everyone knew of this matter. Now that the cold light sword appeared in the hands of this young man, he was certainly not an ordinary person. The group was escorted into the city. The second prince did not reside within the imperial palace, but in a private mansion adjacent to it. Grand and imposing, steeped in antiquity, lavishly adorned with pavilions, winding streams, and artificial rockeries sprawling across vast grounds. "You may rest here tonight. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall assign your tasks." After entering the mansion's garden, Wang Huitian stood transfixed before an artificial rockery, while Hong Lu followed closely behind him, gazing at him in silent contemplation. The sun sank westward, casting slanted shadows of distant mountains over their still forms. The maiden stood like a scroll painting, serene, harmonious, neither moved nor stirred, as motionless as an aged monk in deep meditation. Hong Luo rested a hand casually on Huitian Fei's shoulder, a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. "Do you think my sister has truly taken a liking to this young man?" "Come to think of it, they do appear rather well matched." Huitian Fei dared not reply. He only prayed to complete this mission swiftly and return home. The outside world was terrifying beyond words. Only when dusk deepened did Wang Huitian finally tear his gaze from the rockery. With a sigh of quiet resignation, he unfastened the storage pouch at his waist and tossed it to Hong Lu. 30,000 spirit stones, every single one accounted for. Hong Lu let out a cold snort, accepted the pouch, counted the stones twice, and turned away without another word. Once satisfied, Wang Huitian rose and strode toward the mansion's outer gate. Having arrived in the imperial capital, he naturally intended to visit the Jinbei royal mansion. As he stepped outside, shadowy figures flickered silently within the alleys beyond the courtyard walls. He cast a casual glance. Not a ripple stirred within his heart. Mere insects, unworthy of even a passing thought. Within the mansion in the main hall, the second prince Wang Hao paced anxiously. Though he stood beneath the sun of heaven's very roof, he felt no safety, only suffocating dread. Damn it! Why has the Hongfeng Valley's reinforcement arrived, yet the commotion outside grows louder? I've already renounced my claim to the throne, yet they still refuse to spare me. His face was drawn with anguish, mired in despair, as if death itself loomed just beyond the horizon. At that moment, a guard burst breathlessly into the hall. "Your Highness, The surveillance personnel outside have suddenly dwindled in number. How many have departed? The guard's brow furrowed with worry. At least 9/10. Meanwhile, far away in Wangdao Mountains, Wangshan City, the third prince lived in unruffled luxury. Before him lay sumptuous delicacies and celestial nectars. Beside the table, 2 immortal maidens plucked zither and recited poetry, tranquil, elegant, carefree. Yet his thoughts wandered far from such pleasures. Seated by the window, his gaze drifted again and again toward the mist-shrouded green peaks in the distance. Suddenly the door flew open. A guard rushed in. "Your Highness, news from the imperial capital. Wang Huitian has appeared there." Prince Wang Yuan dropped his wine cup, turning slowly, stunned, to stare at the guard. "What did you say?" Enraged, he swept the feast from the table with a violent sweep of his arm, trembling with fury. "Ah, this fool has kept me waiting half a month. Half a month. And now you tell me he's already reached the capital. Idiot. Worthless wretch. We depart for the capital at once. I shall petition Father the Emperor for permission to wed Princess Yuiao, then hurl both marriage contracts onto his face." In the imperial capital, Wang Huitian remained utterly unaware of events unfolding in Wangshan City. He had already arrived at the Jinbei royal mansion. Pushing open its gates, he found the interior entirely transformed. Nothing remained of its former appearance. Are you the young master?" The elderly steward who had been sweeping the courtyard straightened slowly, his voice trembling. Wang Huitian surveyed the vast estate. No other soul seemed present, only this aged steward remained to guard the empty halls. "Uncle Nan, where's my mother?" The old steward shuffled forward, eyes glistening with unshed tears as he studied Wang Huitian's face. 8 years ago, upon receiving the battlefield report from Biyuan, the lady moved back to the Changgongzu royal residence. Later, when we heard you'd been rescued by Wangdao Mountain, I went to plead with her to bring you home, but she refused. At that time, all guests, scholars, and retainers were dismissed by the lady. I was powerless. Perhaps it was safer after all for you to remain on Wangdao Mountain. Wang Huitian showed no surprise. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Such was the natural order. From childhood, he had opposed the Jinbei royal mansion's strategic course, recruiting scholars, courting retainers, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army, all in pursuit of dominion over the realm. All nonsense. In his view, coercion surpassed diplomacy, mastery of a single sword outweighed command of 1,000,000 troops. He walked straight to the ancestral hall where dust had settled upon the spirit tablets of his father and elder brother. Wang Huitian's fingers brushed lightly over his father's name inscribed upon the tablet, Yi Xiongbi. "Uncle Nan, send word to Wang Jinxian. Tell her to come to the Jinbei royal mansion to see me. If she fails to appear tomorrow, she will bear the consequences." A royal duchess of the Jinbei mansion. By whose authority does she dare retreat unbidden to the Changgongzu residence? Behind him, Uncle Nan shuddered violently, his aged frame trembled. Tilting his head slightly, he looked upon Wang Huitian's youthful face, and felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. Though he knew not what trials the young master had endured abroad, this sheer unyielding authority, even at the zenith of the Jinbei royal mansion's glory, had never been seen before. "Young master, the princess is your mother. You must not address her by name alone." Wang Huitian gave a cold snort and strode from the ancestral hall. Uncle Nan hurried after him. "Young master, will you not light an incense stick?" Wang Huitian paused, glancing at the rows of spirit tablets filling the hall, and spoke softly. "Mundane paper and common incense are unworthy offerings to our ancestors. Only when I have spilled the blood of 10 billion lives from Beiyuan and kindled the soul fire of 100 billion demons from the 10,000 mountains shall I return to make true sacrifice." Uncle Nan froze stunned. He gazed at Wang Huitian with profound complexity. This child returned home seemed profoundly altered. Perhaps the ordeals he'd suffered had shattered his mind, driven him to madness. Yet he dared not neglect Wang Huitian's command. Without delay, he hastened out the gate, bound for the Changgongzu royal residence. The Changgongzu royal residence lay within the imperial palace precincts, close enough to the Jinbei royal mansion, yet the old steward walked slowly and did not arrive until the moon rose high above the branches. After the gate guards relayed his message, no princess appeared. They merely replied that night had fallen, the princess had retired, and any matter must wait until morning. Uncle Nan insisted repeatedly that Wang Huitian had returned and urgently sought an audience, yet he could not even cross the palace threshold. Defeated, he sighed heavily and departed. When Uncle Nan failed to return, Wang Huitian pushed open the mansion gate to leave. But the instant the doors swung wide, a sudden, acrid gale surged up the flagstone street. At the roads darkened end, a youth stood firm, gripping a spear. His nascent soul mid-cultivation aura roared violently, whipping fallen leaves from the ground and shredding them midair. Such cultivation would rank him among the sect elders of Qing Shan. Even more astonishing was that it resided in one so young. Wu Qi Star Heaven Patrol Captain hereby summons the Jinbei Prince to return to the mountain. Wang Huitian yawned, then turned and strolled leisurely toward the second prince's mansion. There's a tigress in the mountain. I won't go back. As they drew near, Wu Qi swung his spear horizontally, blocking Wang Huitian's path. If you refuse, you will die. Your mother will not protect you. You know this well. Wang Huitian's fingers traced the shaft of Wu Qi's spear, then slid up his arm, before striking him sharply across the face with a backhanded slap. Do you truly believe the Jinbei Prince fears death? Watching Wang Huitian walk away slowly, Wu Qi's hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. The Northern King had once been renowned with many enemies. The moment Wang Huitian set foot in the imperial city, the assassination that had been secretly planned began. He did not believe there was any chance for Wang Huitian to survive, at least not without the intervention of the crown princess. His identity, as a disciple of the Sword Peak of Wandao Mountain, could not save him. Wang Huitian proceeded slowly along the street, his pace deliberate, as the surroundings remained eerily quiet enough to hear the footsteps of those watching him from above. It's really noisy. Wang Huitian suddenly halted as he was about to reach the residence of the second prince. He turned back towards the imperial city. The many cultivators following him exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what this heir to the Northern King was trying to do. Where is he going? Who cares where he goes? He will surely die tonight. The Northern King should not provoke civil unrest. Have you forgotten that without the Northern King, the demonic cultivators of the Northern Plains would have long ravaged the Central Plains? The Qin dynasty needs the Northern King, but not one so feeble. The followers came from various factions, naturally harboring their own grievances. Everyone was masked as they didn't know each other, allowing them to speak freely. They moved stealthily like phantoms in the night, all skilled at concealing their assassination tactics. At that moment, the lead follower suddenly stopped, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. How did he get into the palace? Phil, wait right here. I don't believe he won't come out eventually. The spies did not dare to follow into the palace, merely watching as the figure moved further away. Wang Huitian arrived before the palace guards, glancing at Nan Bo, who was dozing against the wall, and indeed fallen from grace. Even a few insignificant guards dare to block the steward of the Northern King. Step aside. Wang Huitian roared, startling the dozing Nan Bo awake. He hurried forward, urgency etched on his face. Oh dear young master, why have you come? The guard raised his spear, pointing it at Wang Huitian with a fierce glare. Who dares to act so recklessly in front of the palace? Wang Huitian squinted slightly. When he was a child, no one dared to stop him from entering the palace who didn't know he was the beloved son of the crown princess of the Qin dynasty and the Northern King Yi Xiongbing. The palace was merely his playground. Hearing Ninbo call him, these guards must have already guessed his identity, yet they still dared to block his path. They clearly did not regard him as a threat. Suddenly, the cold light of a blade was drawn, and several heads flew high. These guards were merely at the foundation establishment stage, completely no match for him, a mere mortal. He didn't even need to use sword intent, relying solely on the second sharpest sword in the world could easily crush them. In the crown princess residence, a eunuch rushed in to report. Inside the hall, a beautiful woman was embroidering. Her figure was plump, dressed in a splendid long robe, exuding an elegant demeanor. Her confident gaze revealed a unique charm with every smile. Oh no, the young master has burst into the palace with his sword. The woman lightly set down her embroidery, rubbed her forehead, and then spoke calmly. Don't worry about him. If he kills the palace guards, His Majesty will handle it. After speaking, she picked up her needle and thread again, and with a wave of her hand, the palace gates of the crown princess residence closed tightly. I am about to break through to the star-plucking realm. If it weren't for the fall of the Qin dynasty, I would not wish to be disturbed. To pluck the stars with one hand, to ascend and seek the Tao, what a marvelous world. Ridiculous mortals, pitiful ants, always entangled by mundane affairs, truly laughable. Wang Huitian entered the palace, finding the atmosphere quite strange. Besides the guards on duty, he saw no one else. Casting a disdainful glance at the crown princess residence, Wang Huitian snorted coldly and turned towards the eastern palace. The path was eerily quiet, as if it were a silent, forbidden ground, revealing hidden dangers everywhere, without a hint of visible threat. Wang Huitian dragged the cold light behind him, wary of ambushes from the shadows. His hair flowed, with a few strands drifting away into the unknown. Ahead, a black-clad guard blocked the way, holding a blue long sword, his face hidden behind a menacing mask. His cultivation already at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, half a step into the divine transformation realm. The Eastern Palace is a forbidden area. I asked the Northern King to take another path. Wang Huitian snorted coldly. I've rolled on the dragon bed of the Emperor. What forbidden areas can there be in this world? On the throne of the imperial palace, two men were drinking while watching the direction of the eastern palace. The man in white asked the man in golden robes with great interest, "Did he really roll on your dragon bed?" The golden-robed man paused for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, I even gave him a huge red envelope. A young boy rolling on the bed is how one gets a son." The man in white spat out his drink, realizing that was how he had gotten onto the dragon bed. "Quick look, it's about to start." The two men focused intently and set down their wine pots simultaneously, only to see a brilliant sword light erupt from the eastern palace. Wang Huitian drew his sword. His speed was not particularly fast, at least compared to nascent soul cultivators. It was slow as a turtle. By the time he leveled the sword, the black-clad guard's figure had already flashed before him. The violent spiritual energy caused his robes to flutter. The blue long sword pointed directly at Wang Huitian's throat, the guard's figure appearing as if he had suddenly appeared. Wind rises. A sudden tempest erupted in place. Countless sword energies howled within the wind, and Wang Huitian remained motionless as the long sword was about to pierce his throat. At his speed, there was no need to dodge. It was impossible to avoid. But if the guard took another step forward, he would certainly be turned into a human stick by the sword energies like a whirlwind. Madman. The black-clad guard retracted his sword and retreated. The corners of Wang Huitian's mouth curled into a smile. The guard had missed his only opportunity to win. Next, prepare to welcome death. Sword 1, sever the thought. Upon finishing his words, the tempest abruptly ceased. The black-clad man's heart sank as if an unknown sword intent was slicing towards him. He could not see it. He saw nothing at all. The danger, however, felt like a shadow that trailed him closely, sounding alarms in his heart. Damn it, what kind of sword is this? He channeled all his cultivation to flee towards the eastern palace. The invisibility of the danger made it all the more perilous. He had no idea how to counter or evade. "Your Highness, save me." The terrified cries echoed through the eastern palace, and countless candle flames extinguished in an instant. Prince Wang Huitian stepped out from the eastern palace, raising a finger to draw a talisman in the air, but he had only drawn half of it. Thud! The black-clad guard's fleeing figure suddenly collapsed, sliding far across the ground. Wang Huitian's hand drawing the talisman trembled slightly and stopped. "The Northern King who gave you the courage to kill in front of my door." Wang Huitian did not answer, but countered with a question, his eyes showing no hint of fear. "Your man blocked my way. Who gave him the audacity?" Wang Huitian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent, but now having lost the black-clad guard, he was uncertain if he could escape from Wang Huitian's grasp. Moreover, the imperial guards had made no movement. The attitude of the emperor was already quite clear. He chose to watch the Northern King's matter unfold and let others act freely. Initially thinking it was just a mere mortal to easily deal with, he never expected it to be a calamity. How dare he kill in the palace? This time, he seemed to have kicked a hard nail. He clenched his fists, flicked his sleeves, and spoke with anger. All right, speak. What business do you have with this?" Wang Huitian's gaze was calm as he softly spoke. "Was it you who arranged for those who were following me?" Wang Huitian naturally understood what the other party was referring to, and he responded with anger. "No." Wang Huitian turned and walked towards the palace exit, his words floating lightly in the air. "Oh, then it's nothing." With a snap, Wang Huitian's teeth suddenly shattered two of his own. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the shattered teeth, nearly fainting from rage on the ground. Just because of this issue, the nascent soul peak he had painstakingly roped in had met its demise. This was too much, simply too much. "By the way, I'm currently working as a guard in Wang Hao's residence, so please show some mercy and don't come looking for trouble. I prefer peace and quiet." Uft. Wang Huitian spat out another mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground, his vision darkening. After a moment, Wang Huitian reached the crossroads leading to the prince's residence, his eyes cold as he gazed at the tightly shut palace doors, lingering for a long time. Cultivating immortality, ascending. "When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, I will trample the immortal realm and sever the immortal cliff. Once I eradicate this immortal realm, I will ensure that you have no immortals to cultivate, and you will all obediently farm in the mortal realm." Having said that, he no longer lingered and turned to walk out of the palace. Outside the palace, those who had originally been following Wang Huitian had long since vanished. They had seen the sword light from within the palace and heard the news brought out from it, naturally not daring to linger any longer. In the early morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Hong Lu pushed open the door of her room and stretched her red dress, accentuating her alluring curves. In the courtyard, Wang Huitian was squatting on the ground, staring blankly at an oval pebble by the artificial hill. His expression was grave, as if he had come to some realization. But upon further contemplation, it was as though he was enveloped in a mist, unable to see clearly. Hong Lu quietly crouched down beside Wang Huitian, frowning as she looked at the pebble on the ground and reached out to flip it over a couple of times. This was just an ordinary pebble, smooth and white, easily found anywhere. At this moment, Hong Luo also pushed open the door and walked out, raising his eyes to see the two people squatting next to the artificial hill in a daze. He grinned and asked, "Sister, are you two taking a dump?" Bang! The door next to them suddenly opened and Hua Shenfai's large head popped out, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked around. "You little brat'll tear your mouth apart." The playful banter between the two siblings did not affect Wang Huitian in the slightest. He continued to stare blankly at the pebble. In the sleeping quarters of Wang Hao, the former second prince who once stood just beneath the emperor suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Ever since losing power in the court, he had been unable to sleep peacefully. He always felt as though a knife was resting on his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Qin Ran, what's the situation outside the residence? From a dark corner, the red-armored woman Qin Ran stepped out. She was Wang Hao's most trusted confidant, keeping watch in the sleeping quarters throughout the night. Your Highness, for some reason, all the spies left at dawn. Wang Hao's brows furrowed tightly, unable to comprehend. His faction had been exiled and properties confiscated during the struggle. Now the entire imperial city was shrouded in darkness, and he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. In the Immortal dynasty, far too many princes like him had died silently in their residences. Quickly take me to meet the external assistants we've brought in. Now the emperor could break through into the Dao at any time and retire into the eternal forest. That would truly be a time of blood and carnage. Who knows how many families would be exterminated in this. In a hurry, he arrived at the other courtyard, and the first thing that caught his eye was Hua Shenfai's figure with red long hair and dressed in a purple brocade, looking quite remarkable. Hongfeng Valley's Hua Qinfei, I have the honor of meeting your highness. Sensing the peak golden core aura from the other party, Wang Hao's heart filled with joy, nodding repeatedly. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the prodigy of Hongfeng Valley, your strength is indeed remarkable. After some light pleasantries, he turned to look at the siblings Hong Lu and Hong Luo, feeling much steadier inside. One at the early golden core stage, and the other at the mid-golden core stage, not bad at all. Didn't your sect send 4 prodigies? I wonder where the other young genius is now, eh? Everyone in the courtyard simultaneously turned their gaze to Wang Huitian, who was squatting beside the artificial hill. Wang Hao's expression froze. He had seen Wang Huitian as soon as he entered and had thought he was a servant trimming the garden. He walked slowly to Wang Huitian's back and gently patted his shoulder. Wang Huitian slowly turned his head, a faint smile on his face. Long time no see, second cousin. Wang Hao's outstretched hand froze in place, his expression changing from joy to fear, staggering back a few steps and nearly falling to the ground. Although Wang Huitian's face had changed slightly, it still bore some resemblance to his former self, and he naturally recognized him at a glance. Second cousin, you seem very afraid of me. Wang Huitian stood up and placed his hand on Wang Hao's shoulder. Don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Wang Hao hurriedly waved his hands, panicking as he fled from the courtyard. Wang Huitian sighed. Among the 5 princes, the most lacking was this one. The crown prince was inherently ruthless, having a strong maternal family with many supporters, and was the strongest. The third prince relied on the powerful general Shui Yao, and was also very strong. The fourth prince, though lacking a strong clan as support, was exceptionally gifted, hailed as the #1 prodigy of Daqin, and had now reached the peak of nascent soul cultivation, guarding the Beiyuan Xingyue Pass. As for the 5th prince, that little brat knew nothing and lived quite happily. During his leisure time, Qin Ran learned of Wang Huitian's identity and dared not assign him any guard duties. He was quite pleased to have free time and wandered around the imperial city at will. The streets were bustling with common goods being scarce, most of which were items for cultivating immortality. There were hardly any ordinary people living in this imperial city. Searching for a restorative spirit herb, Wang Huitian couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation, wondering how he could resolve the current situation. After going through the trouble of pretending to have a false spiritual root, he still could not cultivate. This was somewhat unacceptable. Guess perhaps the spirit herb you need can be found at Xianbao Building. I've heard that Xianbao Building has countless miraculous pills, many of which have never been seen in this continent before. The vendor glanced around and whispered in Wang Huitian's ear, it is said that the things sold at Xianbao Building come from the immortal realm. Wang Huitian glanced at the vendor's stall indifferently. It was just an old man selling fried potatoes by the street, and he wondered where he had heard such absurd rumors. Ascending is difficult, and descending to the mortal realm is even harder. It is impossible for immortals to come down to this world. However, it would be worth checking out Xianbao Building, or perhaps there truly are things he needs. Passing through the bustling crowd, the road ahead was very wide, and the pedestrians were much more scattered. The shops here were not like those on the previous street, adorned with extravagant decorations. With intricately carved beams and painted pillars, artificial hills, and flowing water and precious spiritual trees, it resembled a picturesque fairyland. A young master in a pink-bricked second floor leaned over the railing, pointing at Wang Huitian with one hand and teasing the woman in his arms with the other. Look at that bumpkin, it must be his first time in Facian realm, he looks completely dazed. Wang Huitian looked up at him. This person was around 27 or 28 years old with barely enough cultivation to establish a foundation, clearly a spoiled rich kid from a powerful family. Without stopping, he stepped forward and continued deeper into the street. As he passed below, a drink was spilled from the second floor, soaking Wang Huitian's shoulder. "Gentlemen, come in and have some fun." An old brothel keeper greeted at the entrance, accompanied by several alluring women. They were dressed revealingly, their appearances enchanting and charming. Wang Huitian glanced at his shoulder, dampened by spilled wine, his expression showing neither joy nor anger. "Kid, this drink is on me." From upstairs came the boisterous laughter as Situyu withdrew his wine cup, refilled it, and extended his hand over the railing. "Open your mouth and catch it. If I spill it again, there won't be any left." While pouring wine downstairs, he rubbed the soft bosom of the beauty in his arms. The guard beside him watched the scene below with hawk-like eyes, the long sword in his hand humming faintly, as if ready to unleash a howl at any moment. Other guests in the establishment kept their distance. After all, he was the legitimate son of the National Martial Snow Demon, the most notorious scion in the Imperial City. Wine dripped from Wang Huitian's long hair, falling drop by drop from the ends. He lightly raised his arm, catching a drop of wine from his hair, with his fingertip tasting it with a slight sip. Indeed, it was fine wine. He glanced at the sign above the small brothel, which read, "Elegant Immortal Residence." Such a name for a brothel. One wonders which poet came up with this terrible idea. Wang Huitian turned and walked inside. He was not one to be bullied and headed straight for the second floor, with the old brothel keeper hurriedly following behind. "Sir, weapons are not allowed in the Elegant Immortal Residence. Sir, if you continue to ignore my advice, I will have to call for help." Clang! The long sword swept across, a streak of blood glistening on the old brothel keeper's neck as her head rolled down the exquisite wooden staircase. Gold and silver ornaments scattered across the ground. A murder! A girl screamed, and several nearby women hurriedly fled outside. Wang Huitian sheathed his sword and stepped onto the second floor. Situyu's guards heard the commotion at the staircase and had already drawn their swords as Wang Huitian stepped up. Amidst the fierce sword light mingled with raging lightning, it arrived before him in an instant. Wang Huitian sidestepped the lethal blow, the long sword leaving a trail of blood on his waist. The guard intended to draw his sword for a horizontal slash, but felt his body weaken. He looked down in shock at his abdomen, only to see Wang Huitian's fingers already embedded in his sea of qi, gripping his nascent soul tightly. Boom! In the next moment, the nascent soul was forcibly crushed, and his body exploded into countless pieces of flesh. Wang Huitian shook his aching arm and continued towards Situyu. The guard's blood and flesh splattered across his face, with chunks of shattered entrails sliding down his clothes. At that moment, he resembled a devil emerging from hell, striking fear into Situyu's heart. "What do you want?" "My father is the National Martial Snow Demon." Wang Huitian grabbed Situyu by the throat, and this Foundation establishment cultivator surprisingly forgot to resist at that moment. Just as he raised his sword, prepared to strike down this scion, a majestic voice echoed from deep within the Elegant Immortal Residence. "Impudent! Who dares to cause trouble here?" A cold light flashed automatically, shielding Wang Huitian. Golden orbs struck the cold light of the sword, ringing out with a crisp roar. The newcomer was an old man with white hair, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Wang Huitian squinted, slightly violent, sword energy gathering between his fingers. "Vice Marshal Shen, are you going to stop me?" The old man was momentarily taken aback, speaking with some astonishment. "You are the young master." Crack! Wang Huitian crushed Situyu's neck and carelessly tossed him aside. Long time no see, Vice Marshal Shen. You truly have a lucky fate. You survived that bloody battle in Beiyuan." Xian Tian looked dumbfounded at Situyu, who lay on the ground. After all, he was the son of the National Martial Snow Demon and had just been casually killed. "Oh dear, young master, you've gotten yourself into trouble." He hurriedly ran to Situyu's side, desperately channeling spiritual energy into him, hoping he wasn't yet cold. Snow Demon's cultivation is sky-high, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. This is the end, this is the end. Wang Huitian kicked the limp Situyu twice, unconcerned. "We have reason, who are we afraid of? He splashed wine on me first." Xian Tian felt a bit speechless. Was this even a matter of right or wrong? This was tantamount to tearing apart the heavens. Even the four great national marshals would not easily want to offend the royal family. A slight misstep could lead to chaos across the land. Vice Marshal Xian, how did you end up here? Don't tell me you still come to brothels at your age. Xian Tian sat slumped on the ground as Situ Yu had completely lost his breath. This immortal realm belongs to the lady. Oh, we old fellows usually guard it here. Wang Huitian's eyes brightened. It was indeed their own property. No wonder the name was so elegant and of such quality. He immediately pulled out his storage bag, stuffing everything he laid eyes on directly inside. The million spirit stones on the ledger, decorative spiritual, wood bonsais, and precious vessels were all taken without exception. Xian Tian attempted to obstruct him, but it was merely for show, feeling that Wang Huitian was preparing to flee with his spoils. Sigh. Remembering the glory of the Northern King's mansion, how could one fear a national marshal? After a round, Wang Huitian looked at the remaining dozen or so girls in the establishment, shaking his head in lament. They were all dressed in immortal skirts, which was a pity to have them on. Xian Tian saw things were going south and hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Oh dear young master, you can't bring along a few dead weight while escaping. What escape? Wang Huitian didn't understand at all. He exited the elegant immortal residence, ready to continue to the next one. The Northern King's mansion had once held significant wealth. What had Wang Huitian left for him this time? If I'm merely reclaiming what belongs to me. In the Grand Princess mansion, the old eunuch hurriedly rushed. Not good, not good. Your Highness, the immortal realm has been looted. Sitting on the platform, Wang Huitian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze as calm as water, as if nothing in this world was worth her concern. What happened? The old eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow. Today the young master rampaged through the elegant immortal residence, killing the national marshal's son Situ. Upon learning that the immortal realm is your property, he harbored ill intentions and looted dozens of shops along the street. It's said that even the girls in the elegant immortal residence were almost abducted. Wang Huitian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger. Her cultivation consumed an immense amount of resources. Whether she could ascend to the immortal realm depended on the income from the immortal realm. This rebellious son was becoming increasingly outrageous. Send my decree down. He is forbidden from stepping into the immortal realm ever again. On the palace dome, a man in a yellow robe gazed toward the Grand Princess mansion, speaking softly. My sister truly knows how to remain calm. I've been in power for over 60 years and still haven't managed to refine the dragon's chi of the Qin dynasty to ascend. She naively wishes to ascend to immortality, simply delusional. Beside him, a man in white chuckled lightly, placing a piece on the chessboard propped against the eaves. Your Majesty, this piece seems a bit out of place. Should we remove it? The man in yellow shook his head. If she isn't anxious, then neither am I. Returning to the third prince's residence, Wang Huitian looked at the resources he had just looted. Hong Lu, protect me. Hong Luo, keep watch outside the courtyard. No one is allowed in without my command. Hua Chunfei, take your position at the front gate. The residence is closed to all visitors today. Those who trespass will be killed without mercy. Wang Huitian issued command after command, and Wang Hao along with his beautiful little guard was expelled from the courtyard. The two felt a sense of frustration, but dared not speak much. Hong Lu looked at Wang Huitian, whose expression was extremely serious, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Watching a powerful being break through could yield profound insights. Huitian, are you hiding your cultivation? Are you about to break through to the star-picking stage, or enter the Tao? Wang Huitian swallowed hard, a proud glint in his eyes. Just watch closely, and you'll find out soon enough. His arrogance was suffocating, as if everything was under his control, waiting for the right moment to break through. Hong Lu also swallowed hard, her face filled with anticipation. Wang Huitian was already extremely powerful before breaking through. It was hard to imagine how formidable he would become afterward. Wang Huitian said no more, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out spirit herbs from his storage bag and arranged them on the ground. These were all rare and precious herbs. 9-core heavenly lotus mother and child orchid guanine vine, transforming immortal grass. Why are there even poisons? Hong Lu muttered to herself, but she didn't dare say it aloud for fear of disturbing Wang Huitian. After laying out all the spirit herbs on the table, Wang Huitian began to take out pills, all of which were stolen from Xianbao Tower. Among them were several top-grade 5th or 6th-tier pills. But it didn't matter, he didn't recognize them anyway as long as they aided in cultivation. The pills and spirit herbs filled 2 large tables, and he took a deep breath, while Hong Lu beside him was equally tense. I'm about to begin. Wang Huitian gritted his teeth, raising his hand to shove the pills and spirit herbs into his mouth. His cheeks bulged, many spirit herbs still unchewed were swallowed, and the violent medicinal power exploded within him. At the same time, he relinquished his control over the Wuxiang sword. A tremendous pain instantly enveloped his entire body, as if he had swallowed a hot iron burning through his flesh. His eyes turned red, veins bulging on his face, and his hands showed no intention of stopping. Like a terminally ill patient, if death was fated, he might as well gamble his life with the heavens. Seeing Wang Huitian's anguished roar, Hong Lu panicked on the sidelines. She hurriedly rushed forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she did not stop Wang Huitian from grabbing the spirit herbs on the table. "Stay away from me, or else when I explode, blood will splatter all over you." Wang Huitian pushed her away. He trembled as he crawled to the edge of the bed, his fingers gripping the bedding. "If I die, wrap yourself in this bedding, find any place to bury me, and take Hong Luo and leave the imperial city at once." Wang Huitian knew well that the troubles he had stirred up were too much for Hong Lu and Hong Luo to bear. Leaving would only result in complete annihilation. Hong Lu stood at the door, helpless, her eyes red. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say, turning away to avoid looking. Wang Huitian bit down hard, preventing the medicinal power from spewing out with his blood. He struggled to raise his index finger to point between his brows. Sever thoughts. The formless sword intent slashed through his soul, buying him a moment of respite. But this was utterly useless, and he quickly woke up from the pain once again. The Wuxiang sword's hull surged with violent spiritual energy, various forces within him intertwined and tore at his flesh, causing his skin to crack, resembling a spider web. If this continued, his skin would surely burst. Sword 9 Hong Lu. At a critical moment, he forced his body upright, his index finger dancing in the air, transparent sword chi as delicate as hair traversing his broken skin. Using his finger as a needle and the sword chi as thread, he forcibly stitched together his oncoming bursting skin. Even so, blood still seeped from his pores. Sword 2 Blood Kill. The blood that had just spilled was drawn back, piercing his skin, intertwining with the Wuxiang sword chi. "Get back." A new round of confrontation began. Using my body as the universe, sword 4 Mountains and Rivers. The sword intent that once struck down enemies now incessantly battered his own body, this process lasting longer than anyone could imagine. Hong Lu leaned against the door, her delicate body trembling. She could hear Wang Huitian's voice growing weaker until it was almost inaudible. Until dusk fell, until the moon rose above the treetops, until the croaking of frogs and insects. She hadn't heard his voice in a long time, but she dared not turn around. Woo-woo. In the dead of night, Hong Liu's muffled sobs echoed in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Hong Luo stood frozen in place. He hadn't heard his sister cry in a long time, and the sound pierced his heart like the sharpest blade. Time flowed on, indifferent to anyone. Hong Liu's quiet weeping lasted all night. Her body weakened and slumped against the doorframe. Dong. The deep bell tolled in the palace. The Qin dynasty held court every 9 days, and today was the day of the next court session. Dong dong. The second and third bell tolls rang out, and a soft feminine voice echoed within the palace at the same time. Announced that all officials may enter the hall to discuss the world and support the people. Hong Lu gently wiped away her tears, stood up, and forced herself to gather courage to turn around. Suddenly, a delicate pale arm rested on her shoulder. Turning in surprise, she saw a beautifully pale face devoid of color. Wang Huitian's lips curled up, revealing a brilliant smile like sunlight shining on snow. This was a smile she had never seen on his face before, unlike the forced and insincere expressions of the past. Guess what, I've broken through to the Qi refinement stage. I'm at the Qi refinement stage. The sorrow that had frozen on his brow melted away as if he had been reborn. Woo woo woo. You're not dead, you're not dead. Hong Lu suddenly threw herself into Wang Huitian's arms, her cries no longer suppressed, but released loudly. Wang Huitian inhaled the fragrance of her hair, still grinning foolishly. At the same time, he waved to Hong Luo, who stood dazed at the courtyard entrance. Hey Hong Luo, I've broken through to the Qi refinement stage. After comforting Hong Lu, he strolled around the second prince's residence. Ahead of him, Qin Ran was tending to some plants. Miss Qin, what are you doing? Qin Ran smiled slightly upon seeing him. The prince likes flowers and plants, so I take care of them for him when I have nothing to do. Oh, that's nice, but don't neglect your own cultivation. That's what we cultivators should focus on. Qin Ran nodded, slightly puzzled as to why the usually reticent Town North King was suddenly chatting with her. The Town North King is right. Wang Huitian wore an expression of a teachable youth, still gazing intently at Qin Ran. This caused the latter to feel a bit flustered. Does the prince have any other matters? Wang Huitian stirred the limited spiritual energy within him, his eyes shining with anticipation. Prince, are you hungry? Qin Ran quietly inquired. What? Hungry? As cultivators, we have already transcended hunger upon reaching the Qi refinement stage. How could I be hungry? You little guard, don't slander me. Behind him, Hong Lu covered her mouth and chuckled. He was worried about Wang Huitian's health, so he followed behind at a slow pace, witnessing this guy showing off his cultivation to everyone, reveling in his success. He seemed to have lost the previous coldness and gained some cuteness. "Miss Qin, where is your prince?" Qin Ran's face showed concern. Today's court session, the prince entered the palace early this morning. Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled. How could the Qin dynasty court session be without their town North King? "Hong Lu, let's go. We're going to the court session too." Hong Lu originally intended to stop Wang Huitian, as the Qin dynasty was a gathering place for various princes. However, despite Wang Huitian bearing the title of the hereditary king of the north, she felt it was a self-appointed title. Could she truly participate in the court assembly? Wang Huitian did not care about such matters. She dragged Hong Lu along, heading wherever the crowd was. The streets of the imperial city were filled with officials attending the court assembly. The horse-drawn carriages formed a long queue at the palace entrance. "Hey, those walking in front, get out of the way, don't block the road," a coachman shouted at Wang Huitian. Naturally, Wang Huitian would not tolerate such behavior. "What boldness! How dare you yell at this immortal? Huitian, don't cause trouble. This imperial city is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, much more dangerous than Qingshan." Throughout the journey, Wang Huitian was extremely flamboyant, her qi of the qi refinement stage radiating unabashedly, showing displeasure at everyone she encountered. He now couldn't wait for someone to seek trouble, eager to test his cultivation at the qi refinement stage. At first, Hong Lu let him act recklessly until he kicked the wheel of the Chancellor Wei Zhuang's carriage, nearly scaring Hong Lu to death. Fortunately, Chancellor Wei merely lifted the curtain to take a glance and did not pursue the matter further. Hong Lu grabbed Wang Huitian's ear, forcibly pulling him aside, her face slightly flushed with anger. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You were walking just fine, why provoke Wei Zhuang?" Wang Huitian was indifferent. Whether he lived or died was uncertain to him, but he knew he had broken through to the qi refinement stage, and many in the city would be in danger. The Qin court assembly was exceedingly grand, with over 1,000 attendees entering the hall to participate. Outside the hall, those listening to the edicts numbered even more, reaching tens of thousands. The 9 palace gates opened simultaneously with strict hierarchies. The central gate was reserved for royal family members only. The side gates were for the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, while the smallest outer gate was used by lower-ranking officials who formed the longest queues. Wang Huitian dragged Hong Lu toward the central gate. A group of foolish idiots with such laxity here and unwilling to walk through, insisting on squeezing through that small door. The surrounding officials glanced at the two, their eyes filled with derision, yet no one intervened. Under the gaze of so many, Hong Liu's delicate body trembled slightly. These were officials who held power over the Qin, and the oppressive aura emanating from them was not something ordinary people could bear, especially with so many officials gathered. Their gazes were like that of ferocious wolf kings in the wilderness, fixating on 2 naive little lambs. The guards at the palace gate obstructed the two, their cold eyes sweeping over Wang Huitian's face. "The central gate is forbidden to all but royal family members. Huitian, shall we go queue over there instead?" Hong Liu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, her head lowered, not daring to look around, feeling a cold sweat running down her back. Wang Huitian snorted coldly, pointing at his own face, and questioned, "Can you see clearly? I am the biological son of Wang Jinshuan, the nephew of Wang Daoyang. Can I enter or not?" Before the guard could respond, he received a slap on the head. Wang Huitian raised his hand, delivering slap after slap to the guard's head, brimming with arrogance. "I ask you, can I enter? Can I enter? Can I enter?" Once inside the palace, Hong Lu still felt lingering fear. This was her first time going out with him since arriving in Qinhuang City, and she felt immense pressure, as if walking a tightrope over a cliff, extremely perilous. Gazing at the Qian Kuan Hall as they ascended the steps, Wang Huitian's eyes were unusually heavy. "Stay still," he said, grabbing Hong Lu, biting his finger to draw blood, and painting 3 vertical swords on her forehead. "I will meet with the princes of Qin. You can wander around the palace as you like. If you encounter any issues, go to the Long Princess residence. Remember, if Wang Jinxian does not act, you should curse her, saying she is ungrateful and neglectful, unworthy of being a mother. If she tries to hit you, just say you are pregnant with my child, and you are a poor widow facing a wicked mother-in-law." Wang Huitian's instructions were detailed and thorough. The contents were quite chaotic, leaving Hong Lu bewildered in the wind. The officials entered the palace. A feminine voice echoed within the palace, and Wang Huitian stepped up the stone steps. Inside the hall, the officials stood on either side, with 3 princes standing at the front. As soon as Wang Huitian entered the hall, he felt a strong, killing intent locking onto him. Looking up, it was undoubtedly the National Marshal Shui Yao. At the front of the main hall, the Emperor of Qin sat, adorned in a splendid dragon robe, surrounded by faint clouds and mist, as if in a fairyland. Beside him stood a man in white, the national teacher of Daqin, Jinghua Shueishua. His identity was mysterious and few knew his background. Wang Huitian found a conspicuous position at the forefront, his qi refinement stage aura surging. Where did this ignorant brat come from, daring to enter the hall without permission? An official shouted, revealing his authority. Where did this old fool come from, not recognizing this king? You little brat, the lineage of the king of the north has already been wiped out in the battle at Bun, becoming history. What are you that I must recognize you? Old fool, after the court assembly, I will make your entire family vanish. A minister in the court spoke up first, and Wang Huitian naturally would not hold back in retorting. In the back and forth, other officials gradually joined the fray. You little brat have been running amok in the city for days, a crime punishable by death, and you still dare to appear here. Do you still see the great officials of Daqin in your eyes? I spit, I have killed a few scumbags, what can you do about it? You vile creature, my eldest son is virtuous and kind, why did you kill him? Does this immortal need to report to you for killing an ant? Seeing the hall growing more chaotic, the prince who was the victim could not hold back any longer, as he had been brooding over the death of his nascent soul stage guard. Calling yourself this king, and this immortal, you are unaware that the name of the king of the north has long turned to dust. How dare a qi refinement cultivator claim to be this immortal? It's simply laughable. Whether I laugh or not is none of your business. If you dare to question my cultivation again, I will knock out your teeth. The hall was increasingly chaotic, with various curses and insults flying everywhere. Wang Huitian alone fought against many, spitting and getting closer when he felt pleased, completely disregarding any decorum. On the dragon throne, the Qin emperor rested his chin in amusement, watching intently. After listening for a while, without hearing anything new, he waved his hand casually. An old eunuch emerged from behind the dragon throne, holding a pot of vibrant green cactus and walking directly to Wang Huitian. After placing the cactus on the ground, he turned and returned to the Qin emperor's side. Suddenly, Wang Huitian, who had been arguing, froze, his eyes captivated by the cactus on the ground. He squatted in front of the cactus, his expression somewhat crazed, as if a furious cat had caught a whiff of catnip, or like a barking wild dog had seen a sausage. This pot of cactus was like a powerful control spell, instantly silencing the entire hall. The Qin emperor chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, just like when you were a child. He laughed heartily, completely unconcerned with the crowd in the hall that was red-faced and shouting. All right then, let us begin the discussions. What shall we discuss first? How about we talk about who will govern Daqin after I enter the Dao? As the Qin emperor's words fell, the hall became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This was a sensitive topic, yet it had been openly addressed by the Qin emperor. Seeing that no one below responded, the Qin emperor lazily leaned back in his dragon throne. I know that each of you has your own candidates. How about this? Those who favor the crown prince stand on the left, those who favor the second prince stand in the middle, and those who favor the third prince stand on the right. His voice suddenly grew serious as he continued in a deep tone. Those who support Princess Jinxian, come stand before me. Let's vote. Whoever has the most supporters shall be chosen. With the last words spoken, the overwhelming imperial pressure surged throughout the hall. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all knelt down in unison. We dare not, they uttered. The Qin emperor suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne and stood up. Dare not. In the realm of the immortal cultivation dynasty, what is there to fear as long as one has enough power? He had already established the crown prince, yet the various officials and princes were still engaging in petty schemes, clearly disregarding him. However, he merely sought to issue a warning. As long as the Chongqing forest remained, the great Qin dynasty would not fall into chaos. For countless years, every Qin emperor who broke into the Dao realm would enter the Chongqing forest, which was the true foundation of the great Qin. No one knew how many powerful beings were hidden within. Even he was uncertain. You all better rein in your thoughts, otherwise I do not mind cleansing this court before entering the Chongqing forest. He descended the stone steps, walking slowly past the various officials and nobles, his cold gaze sweeping over them one by one. The ministers stared at their toes, their expressions unchanged. After surveying the room, the Qin emperor returned to his dragon throne, finding that the reports this time were much more normal. There were complaints about the northern plains invading the borders, and the fourth prince lamented about being impoverished. There were also reports of a water disaster in Sangzhou, with the provincial governor requesting spirit stones for disaster relief. Additionally, there were unusual movements from sects in Qingshan, and Lord Lung requested permission to mobilize troops. The Qin emperor sat firmly on the dragon throne, arranging the matters one by one, just as everyone thought this court session was about to conclude. Suddenly, the third prince, Wang Yuan, stood up. Your Majesty, I went to Wandao Mountain and saw a woman. I request your permission for marriage. The Qin emperor looked over in surprise. He had just granted Wang Yuan a marriage to Bai Xian, and Wandao Mountain had yet to respond. Now he wanted another marriage. Who is it? Wandao Mountain Jian Feng Yu Yao. With that, Wang Huitian, who had been studying the cactus, suddenly raised his head, a chill flashing in his eyes. A sword of 3 feet in length formed from condensed spiritual energy before him, causing the temperature in the Qian Kuan Hall to plummet. An overwhelming killing intent transformed into a faint red mist around him. Kill! Clang clang. As Wang Huitian's roar echoed, the sounds of various weapons being drawn filled the hall. A minister's hairpin transformed into a long sword in his hand, a general's soft sword sprang forth from his belt, and a prince frightened raised a shield to defend himself. Each displayed their unique forms, yet they all cautiously focused on Wang Huitian. Their actions were a reflexive response of cultivators compelled to draw their weapons by the single word kill. Wang Huitian's eyes fixed intently on Wang Yuan, causing the latter to feel a chill run down his spine. Wang Huitian, this is the Qian Kuan Hall. How dare you act so recklessly? Shui Yao's gaze was also icy as she stepped toward Wang Huitian, unable to suppress her murderous intent toward him. Heaven will make one insane before their demise. Today, I shall cleanse the scum of the Northern Guardian's estate. As the Grand Marshal of the state, he commanded a great army and had fought countless battles. He was indeed quite knowledgeable, but had never encountered such an arrogant person. Wang Huitian's expression remained calm as he spoke lightly. I possess royal blood and can manipulate the dragon energy of the imperial city. I am also the current Northern Guardian. Even this imperial city's great formation was established by my estate. What of my arrogance? What can you do to me? In that moment, everyone's pupils constricted. The implications of his words were enormous: the ability to manipulate royal dragon energy and master the imperial city's great formation. No one could discern the truth of these two statements, not even the Qin emperor, who furrowed his brows slightly, his expression heavy. Wang Huitian did not care how they thought. He stepped toward Wang Yuan, causing the latter to retreat in fear. Slap. A massive palm struck Wang Yuan's face. If you dare to lay a hand on Yu Yao, I will flay you alive. After saying this, he returned to his spot, picked up the cactus from the ground, and slightly bowed to the Qin emperor. Huitian thanks the royal uncle for the gift. Watching him step out of the palace without any hindrance, the hall was remarkably free of any opposition. The faces of the ministers turned pale as they found themselves in high positions, usually looking down upon others. Their powers could move mountains and fill seas, deciding the lives and deaths of thousands. When had they ever been oppressed by someone in the Qi refinement stage? This is outrageous. The only one present who still maintained some composure was the left chancellor Wei Zhuang. Compared to the others, he had merely been kicked in the shin. Fortunately, it was nothing severe. Outside the Qian Kuan Hall, at the bottom of the stone steps, Hong Lu had long been waiting at the spot. In the imperial palace, she dared not roam freely. Upon seeing Wang Huitian emerge, she hurriedly approached with a worried expression. As the hereditary Northern Guardian, who returned after 8 years, she found it hard to imagine the situation this man faced in the court session. It was a siege by the high-ranking officials of the Great Qin, a life-or-death decision by the Qin emperor. Huitian, are you all right? Her voice was gentle and soothing. Wang Huitian grinned widely. I'm great. Look, I even got a gift. He held out the cactus to her, smiling joyfully. Hong Lu felt a pang of sadness. She reached out to hold Wang Huitian's arm, wanting to offer him some comfort. Wang Huitian quickly dodged. Be careful, the cactus might fall to the ground. Once outside the palace gates, Hong Liu's face blossomed with a smile, the cactus held in one hand, while the other grasped Wang Huitian's hand. She paid no mind to his face full of rejection. It mattered little. When dealing with such a stubborn man, one should not give him a chance to be stubborn. Walk faster. If you keep dawdling, I'll throw your precious gift on the ground. Bang, as it falls the thorns break, and I'll stomp on it hard twice. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Wang Huitian anxiously craned his neck, his eyes fixed on the cactus in Hong Liu's hand, fearing she might drop it. Watch where you're going. A furious shout rang out from Hong Lu on the street. At that moment, Wang Huitian's figure suddenly halted. In the center of the street, ahead, a figure dressed in a white long gown was slowly approaching. Her expression was cool, her demeanor strikingly beautiful. She was tall and slender, embodying an air of lonely beauty. Senior sister, what brings you here? The newcomer was Bai Xian, who looked somewhat surprised at the sight of the two holding hands. Tisk, it was like a beautiful flower blooming on a pile of cow dung. Master sent me to bring you home. What about you, Yao? Did she say she misses me? Bai Xian silently cursed within. How long had little Yu Yao been on the mountain? It seemed their relationship was not that close after all. No, without you on the mountain, Yao has become much more cheerful. Then I won't go back. Bai Xian frowned, her gaze unconsciously drifting toward Hong Lu. Why not? Wang Huitian replied as if it were obvious. The joys here make one forget Shu, there's a female tiger in the mountain. At that moment Wang Huitian felt a chill run down his back. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Who are you calling a female tiger? Wang Huitian stiffly turned his head. He saw Mu Qing dressed in a blue robe, standing behind him, her gaze flickering with anger. It seemed she was struggling to suppress her rage, her stunning face contorted with emotion. The bamboo strip in her hand whistled through the air. You little rascal, what exactly have you done in the Imperial City? Do you know that the people of Qintian Division are about to trample my sword edge flat? It's all complaints about you. Wang Huitian took the document Mu Qing had thrown at him, looking utterly bewildered. I didn't do anything. Yesterday, I had a bowl of chicken. The day before, I went to Yashin Pavilion for a drink, and the day before that I was admiring flowers in the palace. As he spoke, Wang Huitian cast his gaze toward Hong Lu. Right, Hong Lu? Hong Lu had been frozen in place since Mu Qing's appearance, her face flushed like a bride meeting her mother-in-law at a loss. He could only vaguely hear Wang Huitian awkwardly nodding his head. At this moment, Mu Qing also noticed Hong Lu, her eyes filled with scrutiny. You are the talented one from Hongfeng Valley, Hong Lu. Yes, that's me, Senior Mu. Are you the one who sent a letter to Wandao Mountain asking me to use spirit stones to redeem someone from Hongfeng Valley? Mu Qing shook her head with a hint of helplessness. This talented one from Hongfeng Valley was clearly hopeless. Wang Huitian also— Mu Qing shook her head with a hint of helplessness. This talented one from Hongfeng Valley was clearly hopeless. Wang Huitian also noticed something was off with Hong Lu and hurriedly took the cactus from her hands, fearing she might drop it. Bai Xian and Mu Qing looked at Hong Lu with pity, shaking their heads and sighing. This is the man you have your eyes on. The group returned to the residence of the second prince, where the servants had significantly decreased. Today, after Wang Huitian's disturbance, the second prince was already frightened. He had just returned to the residence and moved with his chief guard Qin Ran. Continuing to stay here felt even more dangerous than before. In the courtyard, 3 women sat sipping tea while Wang Huitian had disappeared somewhere. Master, are we not going back? Mu Qing's expression darkened slightly. Through some personnel she had placed in the Imperial City, she already had a rough idea of what her second disciple had done. Go back? How could we go back? Staying in the city could still make others wary of the city protection array and refrain from taking action. Once we leave this Qin Imperial City, we might face overwhelming pursuit. Perhaps even she could only manage to protect herself. We can't go out, you rascal. In the night, as the second prince moved, the entire residence became more tranquil. Early on, all the rooms had extinguished their lights, with only the flickering candlelight in the central hall swaying in the night breeze. Wang Huitian fiddled with the wick, using a silver needle, appearing quite bored. Damn it. Master didn't even notice that I had entered the refinement stage. This made him feel as though he was returning home in riches, only to be secretly moving in the night. I'm still talking about the star-picking realm. Your observation skills are quite lacking. Your cultivation must have been piled up with pills. At midnight, the candlelight in the hall suddenly extinguished. In the darkness, a tall figure slowly walked in from outside, merging into the shadows, his expression looking quite ethereal. Wang Huitian continued to focus on the wick, seemingly unaware of the arrival of a guest. Young friend, don't look anymore. I'm very busy and short on time. The figure casually found a chair to sit down after entering. You come in, but why blow out my candle? As Wang Huitian finished speaking, the candlelight in the hall reignited, illuminating the resolute and dignified face of the visitor. The visitor turned out to be Wei Zhuang, whom he had kicked the wheel of the carriage 3 times. What do you want with me? Wang Huitian turned his face to look at Wei Zhuang, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I want to know where the golden core birth from the dragon vein of the Great Qin is located. Wei Zhuang's brow furrowed. That golden core was a national treasure of the Great Qin, on par with the Qin King's sword. Since the establishment of the Great Qin Empire thousands of years ago, only 3 golden cores had been birthed, the first having been refined by the first Qin emperor to step into the sacred realm, establishing this vast Great Qin. The second was shattered and scattered across Qingshan, causing several bloody storms, indirectly leading to countless strong practitioners from various cultivation sects in Qingshan falling and being incorporated into the territory of the Great Qin. The third golden core was hidden within this imperial palace as the foundation of the Qin state. After a long silence, Wei Zhuang sighed. Even if you know where the golden core is placed with your cultivation, it's unattainable for you. Wang Huitian remained unfazed. We met 9 years ago when I was just 7 years old, and I could already see you troubled by your inner demon. Now 9 years later, I have stepped into the refinement stage, yet you are about to be consumed by your inner demon. Truly the world is unpredictable. Hearing Wang Huitian's lament, a strange expression appeared on Wei Zhuang's face. How could you say that in such a tone? If one didn't know better, they might think you had already entered the sacred realm. Just a refinement stage practitioner, and this kid's tail is almost wagging to the sky. Wang Huitian glanced at him and continued speaking. I have a sword called Duanyin specifically for slashing souls, evil thoughts, delusions, and all things unworthy of sight. The inner demon that has troubled you for countless years, to me removing it is as easy as eating and drinking. The two continued to discuss until the rooster crowed, and Wei Zhuang finally left. While in the guest courtyard, Mu Qing's gaze pierced through countless buildings staring in the direction Wei Zhuang had departed. Even those in the star-picking realm within the imperial city are few, and now she encountered one on her first night here. Bai Xian obediently guarded Mu Qing's side, pouring her tea. Master, what are you looking at? I see your junior brother is causing trouble again, this troublemaking pig whip. Had I known, I shouldn't have let him down the mountain. The next few days in the imperial city were relatively calm, yet there was a sense of impending storm. Wang Huitian had long since calmed down from the joy of breaking through to the refinement stage. He discovered that others' refinement stages had 10 layers while his only had 7 layers. With the shapeless bones in his body having only 7 holes after the first hole was filled with spiritual energy, he broke through to the first layer of the refinement stage. After the second hole was filled, he broke through to the second layer. Calculating this way, he had only reached 7 layers. Damn it, will this instability affect my foundation? The others merely pretended not to hear Wang Huitian's complaints. Immortal can slay a nascent soul, and he's worried about his foundation being unstable. This is simply the epitome of Versailles. The second prince, Wang Hao, had moved back into the palace. His residence was right next to the crown prince's, and he could hear the heart-wrenching screams from the crown prince's residence every day. He knew it was the crown prince practicing some sinister technique. Initially, the crown prince was very cautious, but for some unknown reason, he had recently become completely unrestrained. It seemed something was pressing down on him, forcing him to do so. The crown prince was anxious, and so was he. Qin Ran, what do you think the crown prince is afraid of? What the crown prince fears, the prince fears as well, Qin Ran replied after a moment of thought. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows at Qin Ran, regretting having asked. What could he be afraid of? The thing he feared the most was the crown prince. Just then the screams from the crown prince's residence suddenly ceased, and Wang Hao immediately felt a sense of alertness. Those screams usually sounded chilling, but their sudden absence made him even more afraid. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, a knock sounded at the prince's residence. Wang Hao was startled by the sound of knocking on the door. Reluctantly, he got up and looked outside. He saw a disheveled figure appear at the door with hair messily draped behind his head, bloodshot eyes, and a bare upper body, revealing well-defined muscles, while the lower half was clad in a bloody long skirt. Royal brother, what has happened to you? Wang Hao's voice trembled. He had never seen the crown prince leave his room without clothes since childhood. Although Wang Xiu was known for his ruthlessness, he always presented himself as a modest gentleman. Yet now he appeared extremely haggard and half-naked, which seemed very out of character. Royal brother, if you're angry, you can do as you please with the eunuchs and maidservants in my palace, but please do not lay your hands on Qin Ran or my interests. Despite feeling fear, Wang Hao hurriedly shielded Qin Ran behind him. The appearance of the crown prince in such a terrifying state made him momentarily forget that Qin Ran was supposed to be his protector. Wang Xiu's bloodshot eyes swept over the many maidservants in the courtyard before settling on the trembling Wang Hao. He stepped steadily into the courtyard, raising one hand, causing the palace door behind him to slam shut. Just as Wang Hao felt that he was doomed today, Wang Xiu spoke up. Go out of the palace and find the Northern King. Tell him I want to see him. No matter the cost, I must see him immediately right now. His voice nearly erupted in a roar, causing Wang Hao's legs to quake. Outside the palace, Wang Huitian was quite surprised to hear that the crown prince wanted to see him. He had just entered the city and had already killed a nascent soul cultivator under the crown prince, so logically, they should be sworn enemies. Now that he wanted to see him, it seemed he was being driven to a dead end. But who was forcing him? In the courtyard, Hong Lu was teaching Hong Luo to practice swordplay, while Hua Qinfei, flattered by Xian by cutting watermelon beside them, and Mu Qing was out shopping. Wang Huitian called out twice. Hong Lu, come in for a moment. Hong Lu looked curiously at the room, knowing that Wang Huitian rarely called for her. Unless something urgent was at hand, he usually just sat by the window staring at a cactus. She entered the room and saw Wang Huitian's calm expression without uttering a word. Hong Lu, now that the second prince has moved back to the palace, your task is considered complete. Take Hong Luo and Hua Qinfei back to Hongfeng Valley. His voice was gentle and devoid of ways, with a hint of indifference. However, Hong Lu sensed something deeper in his words. What about you? Me? Haven't you seen that my master has already arrived? Once you leave, I will also return to Wandao Mountain. Hong Lu stubbornly shook her head. No, I want to go back to Wandao Mountain with you, and let Xiao Luo and Hua Qinfei returned by themselves. Wang Huitian stood up. Although he was slightly younger than Hong Lu, he towered over her by half a head. He reached out to ruffle Hong Liu's long hair, his words turning icy. You are the pride of Hongfeng Valley, destined to pluck stars and ascend the Tao, while I am a wastrel without spiritual roots. Even my mother loathes me. Do you know? She loathes me. Even this level of qi cultivation is something I fought for with my life. Do you know how perilous my path ahead is? Let me tell you, when my royal uncle attains the Tao, I will storm into the Great Qin Palace in search of the foundation establishment method. And this is not the end, but merely the beginning. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise this imperial city will become your grave. Hong Lu stood frozen in place, unable to believe Wang Huitian's audacity in wanting to break into the palace during the Qin Emperor's breakthrough. That was akin to walking a tightrope over a cliff where one misstep could lead to certain death. What can I do to help you? Wang Huitian's eyes suddenly brightened. You help me deal with my master, don't let her hinder me at a critical moment. Outside the door by Xian glared with wide eyes. Junior brother, I heard that. Be careful, I might tell the master on you. Wang Huitian was shocked. In the midst of conversation, he forgot to close the door. Now it wasn't just Hong Lu who knew, even Bai Xian and Hua Qinfei had heard it. Hong Luo and Bai Xian were relatively fine, but at this moment Hua Qinfei was sweating profusely as he was the outsider. He felt as if his life was in jeopardy after hearing such confidential matters. He would surely be silenced. Wang Huitian snorted coldly and stepped out. Those who report to the authorities are just gossips. He had already vanished from the doorway, eager to see what the crown prince wanted. In the courtyard, a few individuals exchanged glances, realizing how vicious the curse was. Bai Xian gritted her silver teeth in anger. It was clear that this was a threat aimed at her. Although it had no real power, it left her feeling quite displeased. On the way, Qin Ran continuously informed Wang Huitian about the crown prince's condition, appearing quite frightened herself. Practicing forbidden arts was strictly prohibited in the Great Qin, as they had their own inherited techniques. The 9 dragons returning to origin art was said to allow one to transform into 9 dragons at its peak, with boundless combat power. The royal Wang family primarily practiced this set of techniques, and the imperial city guards and military forces had corresponding legacies as well. One could say their resources were extremely rich, making it unlikely for them to resort to forbidden arts. On this journey, the number of palace guards had noticeably increased. Wang Huitian headed straight to the prince's residence, and upon entering, he saw the crown prince looking deranged. Cousin, what do you seek from me? Wang Xiu turned his head. His expression fluctuated between dark and light. Tonight father will attain the Tao. I need you to protect me for a night. Wang Huitian frowned. Who wants to kill you? Wang Xiu's gaze deepened as he spoke slowly. Wang Jinxian. When father attains the Tao, tribulations will descend from the heavens. The national teacher and all the palace guards will go to protect him. At that time, the palace's great formation will activate and the ministers will be barred from entry. Wang Jinxian will surely act then. What does she intend to do? Wang Xiu's eyes darkened and a flash of fear crossed them. She intends to slaughter all the princes and claim the throne for herself, refining the dragon's qi in a bid to ascend. Years ago, father fought her and suffered a great defeat. This early attainment of Tao is his only chance, but it is also Wang Jingxuan's best opportunity to seize the throne. Wang Huitian fell silent, realizing that Wang Jinxian only had one son. Did that mean he would become the crown prince? Moreover, since he took his mother's surname, it seemed reasonable for him to become the emperor of Great Qin. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. This crown prince truly had some insights and knew a lot. I am merely at the qi refining stage. Do you think I can protect you? Wang Xiu's tone carried a sense of helplessness. You with your mortal body were able to kill my peak nascent soul guard. Now that you have entered the qi refining stage, your strength will only increase. Perhaps you can delay her until father completes his tribulation. However, the attitude of the ministers in court is ambiguous. I have no one I can trust now. Wang Huitian fell into silence. He also wanted to test just how strong he was at the qi refining stage, but to choose a first battle against someone in the star-plucking realm was quite difficult. That would be a challenge. That biological mother would definitely hold nothing back against him. He still remembered the first words that Wang Jinxian said when he first became conscious. This emperor has fallen to the mortal realm, but how could a child born without spiritual roots come into existence? Disdain. It was a sentiment of disdain that filled him since birth. Had it not been for his father and brother doting on him, he would have probably been thrown into the mountains to feed wolves long ago. All right, I can protect you. Now tell me your reward. The crown prince took a deep breath. The sword of the second generation Northern King, Tianyuan. Upon hearing the news of the Tianyuan sword, Wang Huitian's expression froze. After all, it is a Tao artifact with a powerful sword spirit incomparable to a mere mortal weapon like the cold light. Of course, cold light has its merits. It recognizes no master, allowing anyone who obtains it to wield it. However, spiritual weapons are different. Even the lowest grade treasures acknowledge their owners, let alone Tao artifacts. As for the higher tier holy weapons and imperial artifacts, if the owner falls, the spiritual weapon will autonomously seek revenge for its master, possessing intelligence not inferior to that of living beings. Alright, it's a deal. There was no hesitation. It was the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. The two reached a joyful agreement, while the second prince stood dumbfounded beside them, his expression alternating between shock and dread. He truly did not expect so many hidden circumstances. Prince, save me, I don't want to die. Wang Huitian shot a disdainful glance at Wang Hao. How could two princes be so different? What do you offer as a reward? Wang Hao pondered for a long time, finally gritting his teeth and reluctantly speaking. What do you think of Qin Ran? Qin Ran's face immediately turned crimson. How could the prince say such a thing without considering her feelings? The guards are not servants, they also have rights. After a brief discussion, the crown prince and the second prince decided to use the crown prince's residence as a defensive stronghold, a plan that Wang Xiu had begun preparing long ago. From the outside, the crown prince's residence appeared unremarkable, but upon entering, one could see that the walls and windows were covered with strange and eerie runes. Wang Huitian lost interest in the runes after just one glance. Relying on such obscure methods to block a star-extracting realm expert was nothing but a fool's dream. Prince, how strong are you now after breaking through to the Qi refinement stage? Although Wang Xiu had placed his bets on Wang Huitian, he truly did not know the other's strength. Wang Huitian grinned widely, exuding unprecedented confidence. I have a move called Ghost Shadow Flash, which allows me to appear before my enemy in the blink of an eye and deliver a fatal strike. And I also have a move called One Blade Flow Lion's Song, which is quite powerful. Hearing Wang Huitian's confident words, those present felt considerably relieved, considering they were about to face a star-extracting realm expert. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly remembered something. Prince, isn't the Grand Princess your mother? Wang Huitian looked towards the Grand Princess's residence, his tone indifferent. No, she is merely an emotionless training machine, like a spiritual weapon with a shattered consciousness. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. This was a grave topic. Everyone born into the royal family already felt little familial affection. Even Wang Xiu and Wang Yuan were unclear about who their mother was. The women of the Daqin royal family were merely tools for reproduction. As for their father, he regarded them as mere pawns to be placed wherever he deemed fit. Outside the palace, Mu Qing returned home after shopping, and with a sweep of her divine sense, she realized Wang Huitian was not in the residence. Bai Xian, where is your junior brother? Bai Xian appeared nervous and somewhat shy. Master, he said if I told you I would have a loose mouth. Speak quickly. Mu Qing glared at Bai Xian, angrily shouting. No one is ever considerate. Junior brother has entered the palace, Bai Xian said with grievance, and Mu Qing's expression changed drastically. Bai Xian, Hong Lu, you all leave the city immediately. She instructed, and then quickly made her way towards the imperial city, flying low due to the forbidden flight area of the city defense formation. The energy disturbance caused by the flying sword created a trail of fiery red flames in the streets. At the same time, many locations within the imperial city suddenly shook, and on the surrounding mountains, towering stone pillars erupted with blinding white light. A massive transparent energy barrier rapidly contracted inward, targeting the palace. This gathered the protective formation of the entire city into one point, exponentially increasing its power. Blue light swept over Mu Qing's flying figure, ultimately converging in front of the palace to form a massive, deep blue barrier. Mu Qing's figure slowly hovered in midair. There is no time left. No one can enter the palace now. Her disciple, whom she had raised for 8 years, my foolish disciple, you underestimate the star-extracting realm too much. Inside the palace, upon seeing the massive barrier encircling the entire palace, Wang Huitian stood up. A proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Wang Daoyang, Wang Jinshuan, the princes of Daqin, you all underestimate me too much. Now no one can enter or exit. The hunting hour officially begins. Seeing Wang Huitian suddenly turn arrogant, the two princes trembled slightly. Wang Xiu even took 2 cautious steps back. Wang Huitian swept his gaze over the two and stepped outside. Where are you going? Wang Xiu frowned and asked, as the previous strategy was to maneuver within the formation. Of course, I will take the initiative to attack. As sword cultivators and Qi refinement experts, how can we shrink back here and damage our Tao heart? The moment he took a step forward, his figure instantly became illusory, leaving only an afterimage in place. This was the ghost shadow flash learned from Luo Wuji. Although its power was insufficient, it was a divine skill for traveling. Even though he had never seen Luo Wuji use the ghost shadow flash, having seen Luo Wuji's matching sword still allowed him to comprehend this sword technique. Boom. At this moment, dark clouds gathered from thousands of miles above the palace, rolling and pressing down in layers. Roar. A golden dragon shadow coiled upward in the Qian Kuan Hall, roaring at the heavens. Intense white light flickered within the cloud layer, and violent thunder rolled and exploded among them. At the Grand Princess residence, Wang Huitian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her phoenix-like eyes. A powerful pressure erupted from her body. Has she finally entered the Dao? Since each Qin emperor can only enter the Dao once before abdicating, this was the moment when the Qin dynasty's fortune was at its peak. At last I have awaited this day. Celestial Court, I will personally retrieve everything I have lost. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, radiating killing intent. She raised her right hand, and a golden long sword flew automatically into her grasp. The sword was surrounded by countless colorful mechanisms resembling a scepter, symbolizing supreme authority. With a flick of her right hand, a water-blue book flew around her, flipping and swirling. In that moment, Wang Huitian resembled a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, exuding a sacred and ethereal aura that made it hard to gaze upon her. The palace gates opened automatically. As she stepped out, her figure vanished. When she reappeared, she was already on the palace's attic. Taking another step, her figure suddenly reappeared in the palace's alley. Like a flickering, elusive flame, she was extraordinarily mystical. Kill those two princes, perhaps I can strengthen this dragon's energy a bit more, she thought, her figure flashing as she sped towards the prince's residence. In the distant sky, a figure in white floated in the air. He was the Grand Master of Daqin, Jinghua. He is also the strongest person in Daqin at present, rumored to surpass Wang Daoyang in strength, a protector summoned specifically after Wang Daoyang was defeated by Wang Huitian. Ugh, I hope those two princes can buy her some time. This woman is too strange, her methods truly unprecedented. Wang Huitian glanced at Jinghua Shueishu. Her expression was cold, revealing indifference, as if she were looking at an ant. What are you looking at, my dear? At that moment, an angry roar suddenly rang in her ear. Sword 3 Wind Rise. The howling wind roared, lifting pieces of blue tiles. Wang Huitian's figure suddenly appeared, raising his sword to deliver a fierce horizontal slash. This sword strike was incredibly swift, catching her off guard. Even before Wang Huitian's words echoed, she felt not a trace of aura. The surging sword light pierced through Wang Huitian's figure, soaring towards the sky. Wang Huitian showed no joy on his face from the strike, as the gale stirred up by the sword light dispersed Wang Huitian's figure. It felt as though his sword had struck a field of starlight. It truly isn't that simple. In the distance, starlight coalesced around the tower, and Wang Huitian's figure reappeared, curiosity glinting in his indifferent eyes. To achieve such transformation with a mortal body is indeed rare. But this is all there is to it. Mortal body. Wang Huitian spat, unable to tolerate Wang Huitian's lofty demeanor. It was as if everything in the world was merely a fleeting cloud in her eyes. Child Huitian, today, I ask for your guidance, mother. The wild wind lifted his flowing long hair, revealing a face pale and devoid of blood. At this moment, the cacophony of the wind became a sword, his flowing hair became a sword, the swirling palace walls became a sword, and even his furious thoughts were a sword. Fight! Wang Huitian's figure vanished, his ghostly shadow flashed, shattering the palace walls and pavilions into nothingness. Countless sword techniques were unleashed simultaneously, evoking a sense of world destruction. In the distance, Jinghua Shueishu raised a hand to summon a water mirror, blocking the residual waves outside her face, filled with shock. To be this formidable in the Qi refinement stage, he truly is a freak. His Majesty has underestimated him. In the royal prince's residence, the residual waves merely swept by, and the formation runes painstakingly arranged by Wang Xiu were completely destroyed by the sword energy, causing the two princes to scurry around in panic like frightened kittens. Run to the harem. But Father Emperor forbids anyone from entering the harem. Though Wang Hao feared being held accountable by Wang Daoyang later, he knew there was no other choice but to follow closely behind Wang Xiu with Qin Ran. As for the palace maids and eunuchs, most hadn't even reacted before being turned into a mist of blood, with only a few skilled ones escaping the calamity. And this was merely the residual power. In the center of the battlefield, only the sound of sword ringing remained, nothing else. Amidst the countless sword rings, a light voice rang out. Starlight freeze. The water-blue book in front of Wang Huitian fluttered, magical ripples spreading from her, halting all sword energy and dust. She gently raised the golden longsword, flicking it upward, as if it were a casual gesture. A myriad of brilliant starlight cascaded from the longsword. Wherever the starlight illuminated, all things perished. Even the water mirror of Jinghua, Shuiyue, surged with violent ripples. Wang Huitian raised a hand, and a massive black hole appeared, devouring all the incoming starlight. Yet this could only hold momentarily. The black hole of the Wuxiang bone would eventually reach its limit. The cold light sword was held before him. Ghostly shadow flash. Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Wang Jinshuan, the tip of the cold light sword piercing into the starlight. The sword body turned bright red from the intense heat, yet it pressed forward unwaveringly toward Wang Jinshuan's heart. Just inches away, the water blue magic book stood upright to block the cold light. When the sound of metal clashing echoed the cold light, sword shattered, countless sharp fragments scattering. Wang Huitian held the remaining handle of the cold light sword in his right hand, while with his left he wiped at the shattered sword body, blood pooling in his palm, forming a new blood-red sword body. Kill. The blood-colored longsword slashed out, tearing and sending a page from the water-blue spellbook flying. Finance shaking a tree. The radiance of Wang Jingshuan's golden longsword surged, and the countless jewels spinning around its tail suddenly froze, these originally chaotic jewels instantly forming a fire phoenix totem. The sword's color shifted from gold to red, an overwhelming flame erupting forth. The sword body formed from blood was instantly vaporized, and his body was scorched to charcoal and fell. The protective water mirror of Jinghua Shuiyue exploded into a mass of cracks. She flicked her sleeve to retract the water mirror, her eyes filled with heartache. What a freak, but unfortunately this is where it ends. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky above the Qinquan Hall were gradually thinning, a golden dragon soaring through the clouds, emanating a powerful aura, as Wang Daoyang was on the verge of entering the Dao. Wang Jinxian no longer paid attention to the charred figure on the ground, but turned to look towards the Qinquan. Never mind, losing 2 princes' dragon energy is no great loss. She stepped forward, her figure fading like a flame, extinguishing a flicker of fire igniting beside Jinghua Shuiyue. The latter immediately formed hand seals, an endless torrent of water surging towards the flickering flame, extinguishing it, and a fired longsword flew out from the water, its jewels spinning, transforming the fire phoenix totem into a xiangui. The 2 formidable star-plucking realm practitioners unleashed a terrifying force, reducing the originally towering Qinquan Hall to a massive pit, which then transformed into a lake. On the ground, the charred figure's fingers trembled slightly. Hiss, it truly hurts. Wang Huitian painfully crawled up, his skin cracked, his body shattered, barely resembling a human. Yet the corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His dark palm opened, revealing 7 round star-like jewels grasped tightly in his hand, these jewels exceedingly beautiful, radiating a soft 7-colored glow. With so many jewels on her sword body, missing 1 or 2 should go unnoticed, right? Wang Huitian mumbled softly, swallowing all the jewels in his hand. Let's hide them first and deal with it later. With his other hand open, he clutched a page of the water blue paper he had severed. This thing was also quite extraordinary, it should be something good. Thinking this, he crumpled the paper into a ball and swallowed it, as such treasures were extremely unsafe in storage bags. Just during that battle, his storage bag had almost been obliterated. Other cultivators would typically store them in the Sea of Qi, but as a Qi refinement stage practitioner, he had no Sea of Qi, so he could only resort to such rudimentary methods. The aerial battle continued, with Jinghua Shuiyue being completely suppressed, barely holding on. Previously, while watching from the sidelines, he felt little. Now truly fighting against Wang Jinshuan, he realized the woman's formidable strength. Completely unreasonable. This was far beyond the power expected of the star-plucking realm. He took out the water mirror to defend, only for it to shatter into pieces, the frame melting into scrap iron. Then he used the precious treasure, the heavenly spiral, for protection, only for the giant spiral to be melted into fine ash by the starlight. His white silkworm robe was riddled with holes from the flames. A surging force stirred the heavens, and just then the calamity clouds in the sky finally receded. Wang Daoyang stood in the void, his gaze like lightning, looking down. Little sister, it should end now. When the sage does not appear, the immortal path does not open. Entering the Dao is the heaven of this realm. He was filled with extreme confidence, his spiritual power surging as if boundless. With a raise of his hand, the Dao laws flowed naturally, every movement imbued with Dao charm. Wang Huitian swallowed hard, a look of envy crossing his face. Entering the Dao, how many proud sons of heaven yearn to reach this realm, to control the world and suppress the universe. So cool. Although filled with envy, Wang Huitian still struggled to divert his gaze, looking towards the massive golden dragon coiled above the Qinquan Hall. I sensed the heartbeat of the dragon vein golden core. With Wang Daoyang joining the battle, the strength of both sides finally reached a balance. No one expected Wang Huitian to confront the Taoist Wang Daoyang and conveniently bring along a mirror flower and water moon. Although the three fought fiercely, trying to steal the golden core under their very noses was still far too difficult. This golden dragon seems to be quite formidable as well, Wang Huitian remarked with a sigh, not rushing into action, but instead manipulating the red willow sword energy to begin suturing his body. As the saying goes, 3 years of new, 3 years of old, stitching and patching for another 3 years. This appearance cannot be discarded. You truly have a robust constitution, a hoarse voice echoed behind Wang Huitian. The newcomer was wrapped in a pitch-black windbreaker, even his face hidden within it. You can indeed control the city defense array. If so, why not let your master in instead of me? The wind howled, causing the windbreaker to flutter, revealing Wei Zhuang's rather resolute face. This was the ally Wang Huitian had found. My master is timid and cannot bear such scenes. Wang Huitian continued to focus on stitching his wounds, his expression serious and solemn. What should we do next? Wei Zhuang glanced at the aerial battle, his expression unusually grave. If it weren't for needing Wang Huitian's help, he wouldn't dare to get involved in this chaos. Regardless of who ultimately wins, he remains the left prime minister of Daqin, wielding supreme power. In a moment you will block them while I kill the golden dragon and take the dragon pearl. Wei Zhuang's eyes widened internally, cursing the shameless child for saying such things. That was 1 entering Dao and 2 at the pinnacle of star plucking, and one of them could hold back the Taoist. You want me to block? Seeing Wei Zhuang's full face of resistance, Wang Huitian looked disdainful. Are the star pluckers of this era so timid? Truly, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Then I will block, and you will kill the dragon for the pearl. Remember, you only have 10 breaths of time. With that, Wang Huitian stood up. After resting for so long, it was enough. He stepped towards the Qinquan Hall, while Wei Zhuang stayed behind, watching the limping figure. How confident are you? Wang Huitian did not turn back or speak. Confidence? What confidence can there be? But how does it matter if there is no confidence? He had no confidence when he swallowed the medicine to refine his qi. Everything requires assurance. Oh, what is the difference from others feeding you from your bowl? Rest assured, my king is tenfold confident. The dragon pill is within reach. It simply requires you to help me collect it. Wang Huitian spoke with arrogance and confidence, as if the star plucker entering Dao was nothing in his eyes. If it weren't for his charred body and limping appearance, he would have truly believed it. Alas, I have boarded a pirate ship. Wang Huitian paid no heed to Wei Zhuang's thoughts, walking to the Qinquan Hall and looking up at the battle in the sky. Come on, you all. Only the winner can challenge this immortal. At this moment, he had clearly regarded himself as the final boss, waiting for the 3 to fight, to both suffer and be weak. Then it would be his time to reap the rewards. Hearing Wang Huitian's arrogant words, the 3 showed no reaction. Perhaps they always felt that Wang Huitian could not stir up any waves. To avoid alerting the 3, Wei Zhuang hid his figure once more. However, Wang Huitian knew he had already entered the Qinquan Hall. In the sky, Wang Daoyang summoned the Daqin Imperial Seal, while Wang Huitian summoned a water blue book. The collision of the 2 great treasures unleashed a violent momentum, momentarily bringing the battle to a stalemate. The image of the mirror flower and water moon materialized behind Wang Huitian, striking towards the latter. The golden sword in Wang Huitian's hand transformed into endless starlight, as if adorning the mirror flower and water moon with a golden robe. Starfall. Boom. Thousands of starlights exploded. The bloodied figure of the mirror flower and water moon plummeted from the sky. Take action. Wang Huitian activated the ghostly shadow. The mirror flower and water moon, falling from the sky, only felt a weight on its abdomen. Wang Huitian had already appeared above it. He stood with his feet on the abdomen of the mirror flower and water moon, hands behind his back, looking down at the latter. Master Guosher, long time no see. The mirror flower and water moon was greatly alarmed. It had just been injured by Wang Huitian and had exhausted all its spiritual power. At this moment, it was the weakest time in its life, yet Wang Huitian chose this moment to strike. Sword 5 Hunt. Wang Huitian grinned, and his seemingly warm smile appeared in the eyes of the mirror flower and water moon, like that of a demon baring its fangs. As Wang Huitian's 5 fingers pressed against its chest, the ribs in front of it transformed into sharp swords, stirring and stabbing toward its chi. Damn beast, you dare. Boom. Only able to let out a single roar, both bodies crashed to the ground, raising billowing dust. At the same time, Wei Zhuang, hidden within the Qinquan Hall, also took action. A gigantic Dharma form rose behind him, suddenly grasping at the golden dragon. Roar. The golden dragon twisted and rolled on the ground after being attacked. Realizing the crisis facing the golden dragon, both Wang Daoyang and Wang Jingxuan's expressions changed dramatically. Now they were at a stalemate. Anyone who rashly stopped would suffer severe injuries. It could be said that Wang Huitian's timing for taking action was extremely accurate. Wei Zhuang, do you dare to oppose me? Wang Daoyang's furious roar resounded like thunder. Your Majesty, I am also powerless to act, Wei Zhuang replied, while grabbing the golden dragon and smashing it around. Boom, boom, boom. Around the Qinquan Hall, countless doors opened simultaneously and tens of thousands of imperial guards surged out. This was Wang Daoyang's last line of defense, his most trusted loyalists. Both the primary and secondary leaders of the imperial guards were at the transformation god realm, and their soldiers were all above Foundation establishment. With tens of thousands charging together, the momentum was overwhelming. King of the North, stop them. Wei Zhuang bellowed, his expression extremely grave. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of star, plucking a swarm of ants could kill an elephant. If the imperial guards entangled him, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, after all, you are a star plucker, yet you shout like this every day. Wang Huitian emerged from the dust, standing on the stone steps in front of the main hall, facing the tens of thousands of imperial guards with an air of nonchalance. Recently, I have been comprehending the cactus sent by my royal uncle. I have occasionally gained some insights and mastered a skill. I would like to present it to you all, he said, pulling down his charred clothing to reveal well-defined collarbones. Between the two collarbones, a silver-white thread pierced through flesh, tying itself into a butterfly knot. As Wang Huitian raised his hand to untie the knot, his skin began to split open from the silver thread, which was precisely the red willow sword energy he used to stitch his cracked skin. In just a moment, the skin, no longer restrained by the sword energy, began to crack all over his body. Gradually, small patches of skin began to fall off. Beneath the falling skin, there was no flesh, only a crimson sword energy slowly flowing. This was the blood-killing sword energy. With a loud bang, the overburdened skin exploded completely. The blood-killing sword energy surged out and spread in all directions, leaving behind only a jade-like skeleton in its original spot. Yet this was not truly human bone, but rather formed from the hunting sword energy. The skull of the skeleton glowed with two red lights that flickered in the sunken eye sockets. The originally formless severing sword intent now emitted a deep, cold light. Without the restraint of skin, the black hair transformed into silver and scattered, some falling on the eaves and some on the ground, flowing with the blood-killing sword intent. Mother, from the day I was born, you have despised me for being mediocre, tarnishing the divine blood of the immortal vein. All that you have granted has now dissipated. I owe you nothing. As Wang Huitian finished speaking, a pitch-black longsword slowly materialized behind him. Sleek and elongated, its blade bore 7 haunting voids that rotated languidly, voracious, devouring the spiritual energy of this realm. High above, Wang Jingxian raised her hand. The azure spellbook flew back to her. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, reappearing far away to evade Wang Daoyang's lethal strike, her gaze fixed upon the figure standing before Qinquan Hall, complex and unreadable. In her own eyes, she was the reincarnation of the celestial court's divine empress. All things in this world were but tribulations, and every soul she beheld merely a transient passerby. Yet now her heart surged violently, her Tao heart trembling on the verge of instability. This matter shall no longer concern this sovereign. Her voice fell softly, calm and detached, as the azure spellbook circled her form, a vision both sacred and ethereal. Before Qinquan Hall, over 10,000 imperial guards had already stormed into Wang Huitian's sword domain. At that very moment, the wind rose. Within that deceptively serene domain, slaughter erupted without warning. Soldiers who stepped into pools of blood dissolved instantly under crimson sword energy. Others were sliced into fragments by drifting silver filaments. Some perished mid-charge, touched by nothing at all. All was eerie, terrifying. Even the wind seemed capable of scattering flesh and bone. In that instant, Wang Huitian had drawn a boundary around himself, carving out a forbidden zone. Even the 2 nascent soul commanders within the domain could barely withstand the onslaught, their abilities utterly stifled. All imperial guards, retreat. One commander barked the order while fending off sword energy assaults from every direction. Such a sword domain rendered sheer numbers meaningless. It was the ultimate antithesis of military formation. To enter my sword domain and still dream of walking out alive. A fool's fantasy. Wang Huitian's voice echoed from all directions, each filament of sword energy a fragment of his being. His true presence had become elusive, spectral, impossible to locate. Wang Daoyang's expression darkened. Across all history, he had never heard of anyone who abandoned their mortal flesh entirely to become pure sword energy. Should such a being perish, the sight of his demise might well become an absolute forbidden zone. For though sword energy takes shape, sword intent leaves no trace lingering eternally. Wang Huitian, you have defied heaven's mandate. Today I shall execute you here. Wang Daoyang raised the Qin Emperor's imperial seal and brought it crashing down upon the vast sword domain. The seal loomed like a mountain. Even before impact, its descending force stirred gales that lifted billowing clouds of dust. Golden characters, mandated by heaven, blazed across its surface, shattering and dispersing every sword energy that dared approach. Below, before Qinkuan Hall, Wang Huitian tilted his head skyward, gazing at the colossal seal. With skeletal hands stripped of all flesh, he gripped the black sword and ascended. A thunderous collision echoed. The unmanifest sword was hurled backward toward the hall, while his frame, woven entirely from hunting sword energy, shattered explosively. Wang Daoyang descended with the seal, landing heavily upon the earth, his brow furrowed as he scanned the ruins. Beside the unmanifest sword, countless crimson killing sword energies converged, coalescing into a figure drenched in scarlet. Your Highness, hold on just a little longer. I'm almost ready. Behind him, Wei Zhuang's divine manifestation rode astride a golden dragon, one hand pressing firmly upon the dragon's head, the other tracing the path to its dragon core along its gleaming spine. Wang Huitian drew the unmanifest sword, then charged, his scarlet form surging toward Wang Daoyang. Kill! A gale erupted. Earth veins convulsed. Crimson willows whipped wildly in the air. Every torrential sword energy surged with him in unison. The entire imperial capital trembled, and the last remaining palace structures were shredded into rubble. Their figures clashed repeatedly. Wherever they passed, dust spiraled skyward, and the ringing of swords never ceased. Though the battle appeared evenly matched for now, Wang Huitian's sword energy was steadily waning. Once depleted beyond the threshold needed to sustain his form, he would vanish utterly. Abomination, you shall die here today. Wang Daoyang formed a sword seal with his fingers. The Qin King's sword shot forth. Wherever its blades swept, all things severed. Only the unmanifest sword could stand against it. At that very moment, the golden dragon behind him let out a mournful cry. Its colossal body writhed and collapsed to the ground. Your Highness, dragon core secured. Let's go. Wei Zhuang roared, then bolted ahead, racing toward the palace gates. Outside the imperial palace, Mu Qingshi lay sprawled against the azure barrier of the grand formation, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun, her large bright eyes blinking rapidly as she peered inside. She could only faintly hear the violent shrieking resonance of swords within, but saw nothing at all. Then abruptly the barrier contracted inward once more. Oof! Off balance and unsupported, Mu Qingshi tumbled forward, face first into the dirt. She scrambled upright, glancing frantically around. Good. Though court ministers crowded the barrier's exterior, none had noticed her. As the formation shrank, a streak of crimson light flashed forth, halting before Mu Qingshi. It took the shape of a figure forged entirely from red sword energy, featureless yet strangely familiar. What are you waiting for? Take your senior sister and evacuate the imperial capital, now? With those words, the crimson light exploded into a torrent of sword energy, surging outward toward the city's edge. Though ministers stationed outside glimpsed the energy's violent ejection, they paid it no heed. Their attention was riveted instead on the sliver of the palace revealed by the receding formation. The once mighty ramparts had crumbled entirely. The opulent soaring pavilions and towers now lay in endless ruin. When the barrier contracted again, stopping precisely at Qinkuan Hall's perimeter, a furious, humiliated roar echoed from within. Mu Qingshi glanced about quickly, seeing no eyes upon her, then slipped quietly backward. The sight of the ruined palace stirred memories of her own sword blade. Yikes, scared me half to death. She patted her chest and hurried swiftly back toward the second prince's residence. Inside, Bai Xian, Hong Lu and the others sat tensely together. As Mu Qingshi entered, Bai Xian rushed forward anxious. Master, where is senior brother? Mu Qingshi shot her a sharp glance. Senior brother, always asking after him, never sparing a thought for her, their master. But she had no time now to explain anything to them. He's left the capital. We must depart immediately or risk being trapped. Hong Lu, you and the others come with me. We'll avoid ambushes along the way. They fled the residence swiftly, undetected by the servants left behind by the second prince. Elsewhere, the crimson sword energy drifted with the mountain wind, finally settling beside a quiet stream deep within a secluded forest outside the city. Wang Huitian knelt, gazing silently at his reflection in the water for a long time. His current form exuded an unsettling aura, no longer bearing the innocence or gentleness of his former self. This may well be the price exacted by growth. He murmured softly, dipping his fingers into the stream. Instantly, the water boiled. Countless fish floated belly up to the surface. From the woods behind him, Wei Zhuang emerged, staring at the carnage with awe. Your sword energy spreads like plague, not only indelible, but fiercely contagious. Utterly terrifying. He tossed a golden core toward Wang Huitian, who caught it effortlessly. The golden core shimmered with radiant luster. Within its smooth, orb-like shell, a golden dragon swam in slow, eternal circuit. What are your plans now? Surely you cannot wander the world wearing such a visage. Wang Huitian stowed the golden core, then lifted his gaze, intense, unwavering, upon Wei Zhuang. The latter instinctively retreated half a step. What do you intend? Wang Huitian's voice turned glacial. Surrender what you hold, or die? In a dense forest, Wei Zhuang trembled in a hidden cave, feeling quite disheveled. At this moment, he was dressed in nothing but a pair of underpants, holding his storage bag in hand without a belt to secure it. Damn the king of the north, even stealing my clothes. He spat. A family of vile beings, shameless creatures. How can I go out and face anyone like this? Wang Huitian did not care much. With Wei Zhuang's outfit, he was completely concealed, and nothing unusual could be discerned from the outside. One must admit that this broad cloak and hood seemed almost tailor-made for him. Walking along the mountain path, he chose a higher peak and gazed up at the sky. He wished to wait for a fated person. After all, it was quite a distance from here to Qingshan. He could not rely solely on his sword chi to fly. If spotted by a hidden expert, he would surely be considered a demon cultivator to be dealt with. Over 100 miles away from Wang Huitian, a flying boat was rapidly approaching, seemingly on the same path. On the flying boat, Luo Wuji sat cross-legged, his handsome face radiating calmness and confidence. Beside him were several disciples of Wandao Mountain, all admiring their esteemed senior. Senior brother Luo, with this fortuitous encounter, you've broken into the nascent soul stage. It must be hard to find an opponent among your peers now, he said while Luo Wuji humbly waved his hand. Brothers and sisters, one must understand that the world is vast with talents emerging everywhere. Who can claim to be invincible among peers? He added, it's just a slight lead, hardly worthy of such praise. The younger disciples looked on with increasing admiration. They sighed, recognizing that not only was senior brother Luo highly skilled and powerful in battle, but he was also remarkably humble, a rarity indeed. As Luo Wuji gazed at the rapidly passing mountains beneath him, a surge of ambition welled up within. He stood up and walked to the bow of the ship, wanting to recite a poem. Ah, he exclaimed, the scenery is truly magnificent. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, please refrain from attempting to tread in areas where you lack proficiency, as it may tarnish your reputation as the leader of Wandio's techniques. Luo Wuji coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. System claimed the reward for this task. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the sword spirit technique, Phantom Sword Dance. Luo Wuji's eyes brightened. He was already familiar with Phantom Sword Dance, a level 45 ultimate skill from a mobile game he played in his past life. Just a slight sense of it left him astounded once again. This Phantom Sword Dance was extraordinarily powerful. Unlike in the game, this technique would unleash countless phantoms simultaneously wielding swords, making it hard to discern the real from the fake, and the sword chi from the phantoms would carry significant damage. Ha ha ha, with this technique, Wang Huitian is no longer a threat. Please do not compare yourself to someone with a negative fortune level of 10 million. The child of destiny is your true adversary. At that moment, Luo Wuji's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the mountains. He spotted a bare mountain peak where a figure in a black cloak seemed to be waving at the flying boat. Senior brother, it looks like someone is down below, a soft-voiced junior sister remarked suspiciously. Ignore him, it's probably just a wild cultivator trying to hitch a ride on the flying boat, Luo Wuji said, though he felt a surge of caution rising within him as he sensed an extreme danger from the figure. He knew that now, as a nascent soul, he could easily slay a transformation stage cultivator. To feel a sense of crisis from someone meant that they were at least at the star-picking level. The flying boat zipped past above Wang Huitian's head, its speed having increased further. Wang Huitian slowly lowered his hand. Instinctively reaching for the cold light sword, he found nothing. What a pity, the cold light sword has quite the spirit. If it hadn't been shattered, it might have become a Dao weapon in the future. In those few seconds of distraction, the flying boat had already flown far away. Wang Huitian did not force it. Leaving was leaving, the next one would surely be more compliant. He had chosen an excellent location, and he was certain he would not wait long for the next fated person. This time, instead of raising his hand, a crimson sword chi flowed out from his sleeve, transforming into a red long sword. Soon another flying boat approached in the distance. This flying boat was larger than the previous one, its hull pure white adorned with countless shimmering gemstones, exuding an extreme luxury. On the boat sat a woman veiled with a blue pearl curtain obscuring her features. Her exquisite curves were clad in a white robe, the hem of which was long enough to almost cover the entire deck of the flying boat, with part of it hanging over the edge. On the deck, near the cabin, stood 4 maidservants, each holding a long sword, their expressions solemn, appearing exceptionally dignified. Just as the flying boat approached the mountaintop, where Wang Huitian was, a flash of sword light crossed the sky, abruptly stopping the boat. Who dares to block the way? The 4 sword-wielding maidservants drew their swords, all of them being at the golden core level. However, before they could make their next move, bang, 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 all 4 collapsed to the ground unconscious, while a figure in a black cloak had already appeared at the bow of the ship. The woman sitting on the deck opened her eyes, her pupils a mesmerizing emerald green, appearing quite beautiful. Wang Huitian glanced at the furnishings on the ship, then looked at the veiled woman in the center, speaking in surprise. Is this some sort of evil cult organization? Why is it so gaudy here? The woman stood up, her hands forming an orchid gesture, presenting a cross in front of her body. She took a graceful step forward with her left leg slightly bowing, looking exceptionally elegant. Wandao Mountain's Qing Baihua pays respects to the esteemed elder. Wang Huitian frowned, his mind racing. Does Wandao Mountain have such a figure? After pondering for a long time, he finally brightened up, hurriedly stepping forward to scrutinize Qing Baihua, but the veil obscured her features. Are you the disciple of the divine sorceress, the one clad in green and white sword, Immortal Li Xiaoyao? Qing Baihua did not answer, but stared intently at Wang Huitian's feet. Elder, you're stepping on my robe. If the white robe gets stained, the Lady of Heaven will punish you, Wang Huitian asked with keen interest. Who is the Lady of Heaven? Qing Baihua replied languidly. I am the Lady of Heaven. Oh, all women in this world are the Lady of Heaven. Those who are self-reliant and self-loving, anyone who venerates the Lady of Heaven can be considered a Lady of Heaven, she said. Then by all means punish me then. The atmosphere on the deck fell silent after Wang Huitian's words. He stood on the scattered garments, awaiting the so-called punishment from the Lady of Heaven. After a while, Wang Huitian impatiently tossed a spirit stone at Qing Baihua. All right, I find your Lady of Heaven quite cowardly. This is fair. Take me to Wandao Mountain. Beneath the veil, Qing Baihua sniffed in anger. Wang Huitian continued to stand on her garments, which made her feel extremely displeased, but having no way to fight back, she could only sorrowfully sit back down. Damn it, it's just a spirit stone. Oh, what a poor thing. Daring to step on this lattice, close, wait until I cultivate to success, and I'll urinate on your face, you bastard. Old man hiding behind a black cloak, bullying a weak woman, bah. She mumbled quietly, her lips moving as if reciting some mysterious incantation. Wang Huitian turned his head and glared at Qing Baihua. What are you muttering about? There's another spirit boat ahead. Chase it down. Qing Baihua immediately clamped her mouth shut. She had no desire to meet an untimely end in the bloom of youth. Sir, you must have misheard. I was reciting a sacred incantation of the celestial maiden sect. In the dawn of creation, the first human born into this world was a woman. She took heaven as her quilt and earth as her bed, and by chanting this very verse, she gave birth to the second human. Sir, can you guess, was that second human male or female? Wang Huitian impatiently raised his hand to cut her off. He now regretted boarding this spirit boat. Each passing moment only deepened his resentment toward the vessel that had earlier refused him passage. Enough idle chatter. Chase them down at once. Humph. Utterly devoid of charm, Qing Baihua muttered softly once more, yet she did accelerate the spirit boat. Sir, my spring-white radiant moon is a supreme-grade treasure artifact, not only exquisitely crafted but unmatched in speed across the Wandatian range. Once after I caused trouble, my master pursued me on his sword for 3 full days before catching up. You surely know my master. The sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao, not only the pride of Wandatian, but a peerless master whose blade techniques transcend mortal comprehension. And yet, even he collapsed with pulmonary illness after 3 days chasing this celestial maiden. She launched into an unceasing torrent of words the moment she opened her mouth. She ranged from the spirit boat to her master, from her master to the gossip among Wandatian's female cultivators, and then from those rumors straight to their disciples. At first, Wang Huitian could simply ignore her, but gradually irritation seeped in. Every cultivator who walks the Tao path cultivates aloofness and serene detachment. Who then would speak so incessantly? Enough. Wang Huitian rose abruptly, his black robe flickering like shadow as he appeared before Qing Baihua in a single silent motion. Her face paled in shock. Sir, what do you intend? Though I am peerlessly beautiful, radiant beyond compare, I am still young. Many parts of me remain undeveloped. Before she could finish, Wang Huitian flicked his wrist. The azure pearl veil covering her face flew aside. Indeed, she was as she claimed, stunningly exquisite, breathtakingly lovely, yet tragically cursed with a mouth. A slender thread of white sword energy drifted toward him. He caught it effortlessly between two fingers, then swept it across Qing Baibua's crimson lips, whereupon the energy coiled like silken thread, stitching her entire mouth shut. MMPH. No matter how fiercely she struggled, Wang Huitian remained unmoved. In a flash he reappeared at the bow, yet even with her mouth sealed his vexation lingered, driving him to put as much distance between them as possible. The four sword servants, now roused from slumber, clutched their long swords and trembled before the cabin door, desperate to rescue Qing Baibua, yet too fearful to step forward. After half a day's flight, the silhouette of the preceding spirit boat finally emerged upon the horizon. A faint grim smile curled Wang Huitian's lips. At last, I've caught up with you. Daring to refuse passage to this prince, I'll cleave you in two. Crimson sword energy coalesced into a massive bow. He drew the string taut, and from his index finger a bony protrusion slowly extended, hardening into a lethal arrow. On the vessel ahead, Luo Wuji was regaling his junior brothers and sisters with tales. Beyond the Green Mountain lies the Jianghu, but this is no martial world's Jianghu. It is the cultivator's Jianghu, infinitely perilous, infinitely treacherous. The hard-won experience of our senior brothers and sisters is a priceless treasure. The Dao path is fraught with danger. Outside the sect, it is nothing like the safety of our mountain home. Murder for treasures, abduction for pill refining. Such horrors occur daily. Take just now that cultivator atop the peak may well have been a mountain bandit lying in wait. Though I, your elder brother, could contend with such a foe, who can say whether deeper within those hills lurk even more sinister cultivators? As he spoke with animated flourish, a wave of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Elder brother, danger. A spirit boat is closing in from behind. Sister, stay calm. I'll take a look. Luo Wuji leapt onto the roof of the cabin and gazed backward, recognizing the white-towered vessel at once. His expression softened, replaced by a calm, knowing smile. No cause for concern. It's senior sister Qing's vessel. But the moment he relaxed, an arrow shot forth from the rear vessel, blazing like thunderclap. Ripples distorted the air along its path. Startled beyond measure, he unsheathed his long phantom sword dance. His figure split into three, two illusions mirroring his true self, all striking simultaneously. The technique moved with blinding speed, leaving only shimmering afterimages of the blade. Countless crescent-shaped sword energies converged before him. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed them all at once. Boom! The crescent energies collided midair with the arrow, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the heavens, turning the surrounding space into a furnace of blinding light. From the heart of that radiant detonation, a broken arrow, snapped cleanly in half, hurtled forth. Luo Wuji's face drained of color. He had no time left to summon another technique. Deflected slightly by the phantom sword dance, the arrow veered downward, skewering his foot obliquely. Ouch! Mother of heaven! It burns. Clutching his wounded foot, Luo Wuji grimaced, glaring furiously at the white spirit boat behind. In that first clash he knew he was outmatched. System: scan the opponent's combat strength. Scanning. Name: Swordman Wang Huitian. Realm: Qi Refinement, second layer. Combat strength 18. Cultivation: art none. Emotional state: confused, with underlying eagerness. You wretched system. This says his strength is only 18. Utterly preposterous. Luo Wuji raged inwardly. Again, Wang Huitian. Every encounter with this man spelled disaster. And this fool always acted without discernment, launching attacks before even identifying his target. Fortunately, Luo Wuji possessed formidable skill, anyone else would already be dust. Though seething with indignation, he forced a smile, cradling his injured foot while waving amiably toward the vessel behind. Oh dear, great waters have flooded the Dragon King's temple. Brother Huitian, it's me, Luo Wuji. By then Wang Huitian had already lowered his great bow. The moment his arrow struck home, his sword energy had revealed Luo Wuji's identity. In a flicker of shadow, he appeared aboard Luo Wuji's spirit boat. Brother Wuji, we were both detained together at the Red Maple Valley. We shared hardship, stood shoulder to shoulder in adversity. Yet you departed so hastily back then, leaving no chance for proper reunion. A chill ran through Luo Wuji. The words sounded courteous, but beneath lay quiet barbs reproaching him for abandoning Wang Huitian. My apologies. My master insisted Brother Huitian would be ransomed by Senior Uncle Mu using funds he'd arranged. By the way, your technique of traversing between vessels just now bears uncanny resemblance to one of my own sword arts. Wang Huitian, of course, knew precisely which art he meant. How could it not resemble it? It was identical in every detail. Brother Wuji, Your sword art was dazzling indeed. What is its name? At the mention of the phantom sword dance, pride gleamed across Luo Wuji's face. A system-crafted art, flawless in both form and function. This art is called the phantom sword dance, self-composed. When the sword moves, it dances. When it strikes, it vanishes into illusion. Huh. Merely a fleeting insight, hardly worth mentioning. The phantom sword dance, is it? Wang Huitian silently committed the name to memory, to avoid misnaming the technique should he ever wield it himself. They exchanged desultory conversation while Luo Wuji's juniors kept their distance, watching in anxious silence as the arrow remained embedded in his foot. The rear flying boat finally managed to open its stitched mouth. She angrily picked up a face mask from the side and put it on. Damn it, the Heavenly Maiden sect will not share the sky with you. Slow down the flying boat, and let that bastard go first so he won't come back to bother this ferry again. Wang Huitian glanced at the still stationary flying boat behind her with disdain. After boarding Luo Wuji's ship, who would care about that nagging woman? The flying boat passed the last city of the Great Qin and entered the Green Mountains, where the scenery before her changed dramatically. While in the territory of the Great Qin, there were mountains and forests, but every so often there were villages and cities. Upon entering the Green Mountains, all that met the eye was greenery, with occasional pavilions hidden among the peaks. The Green Mountains were home to many sects, the most powerful of which were Wandao Mountain, Tianjian Gate, and the sacred land of Huifeng. As they neared Wandao Mountain, Wang Huitian's longing for home intensified. He felt that it had been too long since he last saw Yuyao, whom he missed dearly. On the Sword Peak, Mu Qing and the others had already returned. However, Hua Qinfei left on his own to return to Hongfeng Valley after entering the Green Mountains, leaving only the Honglu siblings as guests at Sword Peak. On the bamboo-lined path, Yuyao was sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. Upon seeing the group arriving on swords in midair, she hurriedly tossed aside the broom and went to greet them. Master, Senior Sister. Several people jumped off their flying swords and landed in the woods. Honglu looked at Yuyao with a hint of surprise, only to see the little girl shyly hiding behind Baixin, exposing only half of her little head as she watched the Honglu siblings. Is this Yuyao? Honglu looked around in confusion. This Sword Peak was rather desolate, with only a few bamboo houses apart from the little girl in front of her. There seemed to be no one else. Is there really only one Yuyao on this Sword Peak? Seeing Baixin nod, Honglu still couldn't believe it and asked again. What's wrong, Junior Sister Honglu? Of course there is only one Yuyao on Sword Peak. No, it's nothing. Honglu awkwardly shook her head. Back in the Imperial City, she often heard Wang Huitian mention Yuyao, and she had originally thought that Yuyao would be a stunning beauty. Who would have thought she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl? Thinking of this, her expression turned slightly unpleasant, and a ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Could it be? Damn it, Huitian is definitely not that kind of person. Not what kind of person? Baixin leaned closer, curiously asking. Honglu glanced at Yuyao, her face slightly blushing. Seeing the other person's expression and behavior, Baixin understood. It seemed that this guy was not thinking about herself and the master while he was out, but was instead thinking about little Yuyao. Humph, Junior Sister Honglu, my junior brother is indeed that kind of person. You must keep your eyes wide open. The siblings settled in at Sword Peak like this. Now that Yi Bai had taken Qin Shao to Kanglin Peak, only Mu Qing and the other three remained, which made things less awkward. Moreover, Mu Qing usually hung out with her old best friend while Baixin was focused on her cultivation, making the mountain feel even more desolate. Honglu watched the path in the mountains every day, worrying whether Wang Huitian would return safely. Until 7 days later, Honglu, feeling a bit bored, began to wander around the mountain path. As she strolled, her delicate figure abruptly froze. In a clearing of the bamboo forest in the distance, a man in a black robe was crouched on the ground, staring blankly at the bamboo leaves. Although the man was completely wrapped in black robes, that focused expression could only belong to that dog of a man. Her face instantly reddened with anger, unable to hide her fury. I've waited for you up here for 7 days, worrying about you, and here you are fooling around and admiring flowers at the foot of the mountain. You're simply not human. When did you come back? Wang Huitian turned his head and was delighted to see Honglu's expression. Oh, it's Honglu. Come quickly and see what I found. A particularly straight and handsome bamboo leaf. I asked when you came back. I came back 3 or 4 days ago. Damn it. Honglu could no longer hold back. She truly wanted to raise her sword and chop this bastard. As everyone returned to the Green Mountains, news of the changes in the Great Qin court also spread. Wang Daoyang was defeated in battle against Wang Jinshuan, who sealed his cultivation and tossed him into the eternal forest. Wang Jinxian ascended to the throne, and both the first prince and second prince were placed under house arrest, while the third prince managed to escape. On the night of her ascension, the fourth prince wrote a letter from Xingyue Pass to congratulate her, expressing his willingness to submit and casually asking his aunt for help, while Wang Huitian sent a large number of spirit stones to stabilize the situation. Thus power in the Great Qin shifted away. Countless old ministers were heard crying outside the eternal forest, yet not a single former emperor appeared. Regarding this matter, Wang Huitian made no comments. Everyone has their own fate. But he influenced the fates of countless people. The dragon Dan was affixed to the first hole of the Wuxiang sword, greatly enhancing the power of this evil sword. As for the 7 gems stolen from Wang Jingshuan's scepter after being refined, they floated behind him, forming a ring that slowly rotated, looking quite mystical. They contained 7 types of elemental power: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, starlight, and lightning. Ha 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 mwaha. Mu Qing, come and fight. Now Wang Huitian felt terrifyingly strong and pushed open the master's bamboo house to challenge her. Bai Xin and Yueyao trembled as they watched Mu Qing's bamboo house explode. Honglu and Honglu had returned to Hongfeng Valley and had not witnessed this earth-shattering battle. On the shattered floor of the bamboo house, Huaxiang was sitting on Wang Huitian's body, raising her fist to pummel him. Mu Qing was holding down Wang Huitian's hands to prevent him from counterattacking. Damn it, you two are ganging up on me without any sense of martial ethics. Let go of this fairy. What's wrong with 2 against 1? My senior brother is still the head of Wandao Mountain. With a word from me, I can summon a crowd of star pluckers. What do you have to fight against me? In this world, you need connections and power to survive. This brutal beating continued until deep into the night. Now he was covered in blood, and his flesh turned to sword energy, making him quite resilient. The 2 old sisters were having a blast. The next day, on a giant rock at the foot of the mountain, Wang Huitian was reprimanding Huaxiang and Mu Qing for their violent behavior. Dao Yi listened from the side, secretly clicking his tongue. Young friend, why didn't you use the power of the sword domain back then? Wang Huitian scratched his head in annoyance. The sword domain has too wide a range. If I used it, I'm afraid the sword peak wouldn't be safe. Actually, I've recently learned a sword technique that could defeat 2 opponents, but Huaxiang's ability is peculiar, carrying sealing power. Hearing that Wang Huitian had another sword technique, Dao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to see it. Wang Huitian drew in the air with his finger on the mountain rock, several crescent-shaped sword energies coalescing. Both of them stared in fascination at the crescent marks on the rock. After a while, Wang Huitian suddenly stiffened. This sword energy seems a bit strange. It appears to be powers not belonging to this world. As his words fell, a thunderclap echoed in the sky. The mountain rain poured down, washing away the sword energy on the rock until it was obliterated. Wang Huitian stood up, squinting his eyes towards the main peak, wondering if the head of Wandao Mountain was truly such a genius, mastering all paths. Boom! A bolt of lightning split the sky. Following the lightning was the sound of a bell ringing from the main peak. Wandao Mountain had an old saying: when the bell tolls from the main peak, life and death can hardly be avoided. This signified a gathering of the heads of the thousands of peaks to discuss important matters. Wandao Mountain had 32,000 peaks, and such a simultaneous call would only happen in emergencies. In the Great Hall of Tianfeng, tens of thousands of people took their seats simultaneously, creating a sea of heads when viewed at a glance. At the front, Lu Qingshan wore a solemn expression, flanked by 2 chairs belonging to the Elder Hall and the Execution Hall. Behind them, the seating was arranged according to the strength of each peak. Luo Wuji stood in front of Lu Qingshan, glancing at the swirling heads below before bellowing. Time's up, roll call. Disciples of Tianfeng streamed out in an orderly fashion to register the attendees. After all, it's common for peak masters and elders to be away on journeys or to be in closed-door cultivation at critical moments, unable to attend the meeting. Report: 32,000 disciples from Wandao Mountain should be present, but only 28,000 are here. The peaks that are absent will have the results of the discussions relayed by the Elder Hall. The meeting begins. Silence. At the very back of the hall, the peak masters at the front could still find comfortable seats, but here one could only settle for a small stool. Wang Huitian sat on a small stool, casting his gaze around nervously. It was his first time attending such a meeting, and he felt a bit anxious. Brother, do you have any insider information on what will be discussed at this meeting? He patted the side of an elderly man in the golden core stage, asking with great curiosity. The old man made a gesture for silence, indicating for Wang Huitian to lower his voice. Recently, Lung Xiao has stationed troops at Qingshan, and the Empress of the Great Qin has risen to power. I believe this is related to the matter at hand. The old man glanced at Wang Huitian, who was dressed strangely, enveloped in black robes and wearing a mask, and asked with vigilance. May I ask which peak's master you are? Brother, I am Wang Tianhui, the master of Mon Mountain, and I have just taken office recently. The old man furrowed his brows for a long time, but could not recall Mon Mountain. However, from his voice it seemed that Wang Tianhui was relatively young, already a peak master, which made him eager to befriend him. So it is Master Tianhui, a pleasure to meet you. I am Lai Yong, the master of Newer Peak. What a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The two found common ground in their conversation, with Wang Huitian sharing his thrilling tale of battling his lazy donkey-like master, while Lai Yong recounted his own twists and turns on the path to immortality. As their conversation deepened, they felt an urge to form a close bond right then and there. So engrossed were they that they failed to notice a figure standing beside them. Masters, please be silent, my master is speaking, Luo Wuji's cold voice rang out from behind. Wang Huitian turned his head, and at the moment their gazes crossed, Luo Wuji swallowed the reprimand he was about to deliver. Brother Huitian, this is the Peak Masters meeting. Why are you making such a ruckus? If you can attend, why can't I? Wang Huitian was too lazy to respond, turning back to continue his conversation with Lai Yong. At this moment the old man had already composed himself, attentively listening to Lu Qingshan's speech, taking out paper and pen to diligently take notes. Luo Wuji sighed, realizing that he couldn't just kick Wang Huitian out at this point. The main issue was that this fellow might not heed his advice. Then, Brother Huitian, you should sit here and listen well and refrain from conversing with others. As Luo Wuji's figure faded into the distance, Wang Huitian squinted his eyes, slightly feeling that something was off about Luo Wuji, and the more he looked, the more he felt uneasy. At the front of the hall, after going through a series of formalities, Lu Qingshan finally got to the main topic. It turned out that the holy son of the demon clan had inexplicably perished within the territory of the human race. The White Tiger Demon King had launched an offensive under the banner of avenging his son, and had already clashed with the Return Peak Sanctuary. Wang Huitian stroked his chin, recalling that when he dealt with Jinghua Shueishue, the opponent seemed to have transformed into a white tiger. Hey, what a coincidence. He shook his head, dispelling any distracting thoughts, and continued to listen attentively. At this moment, Lu Qingshan's speech grew increasingly impassioned, his aura as a stellar realm cultivator fully unleashed, exuding an astounding presence. As Wandao Mountain, a sect of the human race, how can we allow the Return Peak Sanctuary to fight alone? From today onwards, preparations for war commence throughout the sect. If the demon clan dares to step beyond the 10,000 mountains, Wandao Mountain shall serve as the second line of defense, standing firm and not retreating. The crowd, including Luo Wuji and a multitude of Tianfeng disciples, echoed loudly. Stand firm and do not retreat. Stand firm and do not retreat. Feeling the atmosphere intensify, Lu Qingshan raised his hand to calm the crowd. From today onward, the task hall will open missions to exterminate the demon clan, and all disciples above the foundation establishment stage may accept these missions. Wang Huitian's eyes lit up with excitement. It is known that the demon clan is rich in treasures, and with the rewards from the task hall, it would be a double delight. Although fighting the demon clan is extremely perilous, what kind of cultivation is devoid of danger? Even if he hides behind the sword's edge, what does it matter? Just yesterday, he almost got interrupted by Huixiang, while his mother tiger at home only knows how to help others. If it weren't for Yu Yao, he wouldn't be able to stay a single day. Thinking of this, Wang Huitian stood up and raised his fist, shouting, "Kill the demon clan, earn spirit stones. Kill the demon clan, earn spirit stones." In the distance, Lu Qingshan heard the Peak Masters responding from within the hall, feeling gratified. As long as the backbone of Wandao Mountain's cultivators remains intact, and the killing intent persists, the demon clan will not be able to step beyond the 10,000 mountains. This world still belongs to the human race. He turned to look at the source of the shouts, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He glared fiercely at Mu Qing, who was sitting nearby, leaving the latter bewildered. The conference continued until evening, primarily driven by Lu Qingshan's mobilization efforts. Once the demon clan breaks through the Return Peak Sanctuary, Wandao Mountain will face the demon clan directly, and they must handle this matter with utmost caution. The next morning, Wang Huitian arrived at the task hall to accept the extermination mission. The hall buzzed with voices indicating that Lu Qingshan's motivational speech from yesterday had been quite effective. Wandao Mountain boasted 1 million immortals and tens of millions of disciples, most of whom were at the foundation establishment or golden core stages, and the hall was filled with a sea of heads. He spent the entire morning trying to squeeze in, but was unable to, and could only return to the sword edge with a dejected expression. In this era, regardless of what one does, the competition is excessively fierce. That night, Bai Xian and Mu Qing left the sword edge, leaving only him and Yu Yao on the mountain. "Yao Yao, are you afraid of sleeping alone at night? Brother will tell you a story." Hiding in the bamboo hut, Yu Yao buried herself in the quilt, trembling. She wasn't afraid of the dark or ghosts, she was just primarily afraid of Wang Huitian. He had been muttering in front of her door all night, only to leave dejectedly by morning. However, half a day later he returned to the sword edge, looking quite furious. Coupled with his oversized black robe and the swirling red mist on his face, he scared Yu Yao to the point that she didn't even dare to step outside. Bastard. They are targeting me, saying only those above the foundation establishment stage can accept missions. They look down on me as a chi refinement stage cultivator. I still remember his disdainful gaze. Yu Yao opened the door. I want to tell you about those people's true colors. This time Yu Yao was so frightened that she didn't dare to sleep on the bed, curling up at the foot of it. Brother, I am already asleep. Outside, Wang Huitian gritted his teeth. With Yu Yao not opening the door, he could only leave helplessly. Halfway there, he suddenly paused. Although Yu Yao was an extraordinary sword, Wandao Mountain had countless heroes, and perhaps he didn't need to rely solely on her. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened, and he suddenly had a new target. At the Tianfeng 100 Eyes Hall, Luo Wuji, who had spent an entire day dealing with affairs, stretched lazily. Due to the war between the demon race and the Huifeng sacred land, he was in charge of internal coordination, and the multitude of tasks had left him quite exhausted over the past 2 days. Returning to his residence, he collapsed onto his bed ready to fall asleep as his mental exhaustion was ding. An intrusion has been detected. Please be on high alert, host. Just as he lay down, he suddenly sprang up, a fierce look flashing across his face with a hint of fear rising in his heart. He never expected that the esteemed Tianfeng of Wandao Mountain would have intruders daring enough to infiltrate. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would have almost fallen into their trap. Who is it? Show yourself. His divine sense swept across the room, finding nothing unusual. He got up and circled around his residence, and even though his divine sense detected nothing, he still dared not let his guard down. How strange, he muttered to himself after circling the room twice and sitting back down on the bed, shaking his head. Perhaps I've been too tense lately, leading to hallucinations, he said to himself, lying back down and closing his eyes to feign sleep. Soon soft snores could be heard. After a while, the candlelight in front of Luo Wuji's bed suddenly flickered. A shadow slowly emerged from behind the gauze curtain, its massive form concealed beneath a black robe, wearing a comically adorable panda mask. Luo Wuji's eyebrows twitched as he lay on the bed. His left hand, hidden under the covers, formed a hand seal. Just as he was about to take action, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. Oh no, my consciousness has been trapped. A surge of panic struck him, and the system's warnings echoed frantically in his mind, but it was of no use. His consciousness had plunged into chaos, halting all thoughts in an instant. Is this the feeling of death? It's oddly familiar. The misty morning mountains were filled with fog, and outside the house the sounds of morning exercises began to emerge, prompting curious disciples to inquire. Hey, has Brother Wuji not gotten up yet? He's usually the earliest. Hush, I got up at 3 in the morning and saw Brother Wuji's candle still lit. He must be under a lot of pressure lately. Hearing his name vaguely, Luo Wuji suddenly jolted awake, gasping for breath as he frantically checked his own condition. He found himself completely stripped, with annotations written on his abdomen and chest with a brush. Not only that, but he also felt utterly weak, as if his bones had come undone. System, what happened? The voice in his mind stumbled over its words. Please accept my condolences, host. After a long pause, Luo Wuji's furious voice echoed through the Tianfeng 100 Eyes Hall, piercingly loud enough to reach even the disciples gathering water at the foot of the mountain. Wang Huitian, I will never let you go. However, even though his roar was filled with rage, Wang Huitian could not hear it. He had just descended from Lei Yen Peak, his brows furrowed deeply, further confirming his suspicion that Luo Wuji was not well. It seemed that the other party's spiritual roots were also cultivated later, with subtle differences compared to other talented individuals. We cannot make early conclusions. This matter requires further research. As the war with the demon race intensified, fewer disciples remained in the mountains, and severely injured disciples were frequently sent back from the front lines. Wang Huitian stood on the mountain path, watching the departing warships. With the war having escalated, the Great Qin had yet to intervene, and everything about this situation felt oddly suspicious. At that moment, a sparrow flew up from the foot of the mountain. After circling around the sword's edge, it landed on Wang Huitian's shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sparrow chirped away, and Wang Huitian turned and walked up the mountain. Go back and tell him not to worry. Everything is the best arrangement by heaven. After feeding the little sparrow a few pine nuts, the little creature flew away, disappearing into the forest. Yu Yao, brother, is back. Did you miss me? The mountain was quiet, with no response, something Wang Huitian had grown accustomed to. Having conducted numerous physical examinations for the many talented individuals of Wandao Mountain in recent days, he had gained many insights, and the things that had previously perplexed him had suddenly become clear. If he were to carefully examine Yu Yao's spiritual roots, perhaps he could resolve his own issues entirely, but after all, she was his junior sister, and it was best to proceed step by step. In the Great Hall of Tianfeng, a group of talented individuals had gathered holding signs and expressing their outrage. "We want to see Brother Wuji. We want to see the sect master. I.e. Zhantian formally accused Wang Huitian of assaulting me while I slept, a despicable act. Li Ju also want to accuse him of sneaking into my room at midnight and stripping my clothes." Luo Wuji's face was as bitter as a melon. Although these people were all reporting grievances, none had any evidence. Everyone had been ambushed and fainted only to awaken stripped, and the last thing they saw was Wang Huitian's carefree figure descending the mountain. Luo Wuji had no way to handle this situation and could only head to the mountaintop to report to Lu Qingshan. On the back mountain, dense green willows lined the path, and among the shadowy willow branches, pavilions and courtyards appeared faintly. Through the willows, a pavilion appeared in the distance. Inside the pavilion, two people sat opposite each other playing chess, one of whom was Lu Qingshan, while the other was a white-haired old man whose gentle demeanor and amiable expression made him seem quite approachable. "Master, my junior sister has gone too far. Last time she broke my 100 Eyes Hall, and then she mixed with that herb and snuck into my spirit medicine pavilion to drink. Now I've heard that she's been misbehaving at Huifeng's sacred land, and just the other day an elder from Huifeng complained to me, asking me to replace the leading peak master." The old man stroked his beard and chuckled, his face showing fondness. "Among you disciples, she is the youngest, and thus a bit more mischievous. As her senior brother, you must be more tolerant and not lose the grace of a senior brother." Lu Qingshan wore a bitter expression, feeling quite aggrieved. Clearly, it was his junior sister who misbehaved, yet the master said he was lacking in character. Who could he complain to about this? At that moment, Luo Wuji approached and bowed to the two. "Disciple pays respects to master and ancestor." The old man looked at Luo Wuji with satisfaction, nodding. He was a good child, having reached such cultivation at a young age. "Wuji, have there been any changes on the Huifeng sacred land side?" Luo Wuji shook his head, saying that there were no significant issues, as they were merely engaging in back-and-forth skirmishes, each side testing the waters and sustaining injuries. However, the troubles at home were causing him considerable headache. "Master, all the talented disciples from each peak have gathered in the 100 Eyes Hall to file a complaint against Wang Huitian." "A complaint? Why not go to the Law Enforcement Hall?" "Master, the newly appointed head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Qin Shao, has yet to fully awaken since being injured by Wang Huitian. The head of the Punishment Hall, Dao Yishibua, is shielding Wang Huitian, and the disciples have no way to voice their grievances." The old man frowned slightly, wondering when the Wandao sect had become this chaotic where grievances could not be addressed. Luo Wuji awkwardly lowered his head and revealed the most important reason. "The main issue is that everyone has failed to catch this scoundrel in the act." The old man, full of curiosity, wondered what was so unusual in Qingshan. After all, conflicts over power, murder, and treasure or jealousy among partners were common. What kind of abilities did Wang Huitian have to offend so many talented individuals at once? Thus he could not help but ask, what exactly did he do? Upon hearing the ancestral question, Luo Wuji's face flashed with indignation. This thief took advantage of the disciples' relaxed guard, either using a Saka club or directly sealing the soul, knocking people unconscious before stripping them to investigate their roots. It's utterly despicable. Seeing Luo Wuji's furious expression, Lu Qingshan showed a peculiar look. "Disciple, are you?" Before he could finish, Luo Wuji exploded. "Impossible. I am innocent. No matter how vile Wang Huitian's means, or how could he scheme against me?" Seeing his panic that was trying to cover up, Lu Qingshan and the others no longer inquired further. "Who is this Wang Huitian's disciple?" Lu Qingshan pouted. "It's my junior sisters." The old man couldn't help but chuckle while stroking his beard. Wasn't this a coincidence? The master just finished complaining about the master, and now the disciple came to complain about the disciple. Seeing that the master was somewhat interested, Lu Qingshan recounted Wang Huitian's situation. In summary, he had low cultivation but considerable strength, with a character that did as he pleased, just a calamity for Qingshan. "Master, after investigation, it is highly likely that the holy son of the demon clan was killed by Wang Huitian, so I specifically excluded him from this support back to the sacred land." The old man snorted coldly. After all, he was just a holy son of the demon clan. Killing him was of no consequence, but Wang Huitian piqued his interest. He immediately stood up and stretched. "You two continue discussing the matters of the mountain. It's rare for me to come out, so I'll take a walk." As he spoke, his figure vanished, leaving no trace. On Sword Peak, after Wang Huitian busied himself in front of the bamboo forest, he called out, "Yu Yao, come out quickly, I made you a swing." When he received no response, he pondered while rubbing his chin. "Yu Yao, senior brother, caught a beautiful butterfly. If you don't come, I'll let it go." Sighing, Wang Huitian sat helplessly on the blue stone of the mountain path. He had tried his utmost, but now Yu Yao was like a startled bird, completely without an opportunity. The authority of the senior brother had already been lost, and it was incredibly difficult to re-establish it. Just as he felt hopeless about this matter, a small head popped out from behind the bamboo forest, and Yu Yao spoke in a crisp voice. "Senior brother, with that look of yours, I find it frightening to look at." Wang Huitian was taken aback. Did Yu Yao fear his face? Wasn't it just that his skin looked a bit red from being broken? Besides, he was wearing a panda mask. Wang Huitian waved his hand, causing the panda mask on his face to fall off, revealing a fierce countenance, formed by crimson sword energy that indeed looked somewhat terrifying. His fingertips moved, and countless white threads intertwined across his face. These threads were extremely fine, even finer than before, and as they interwove, they forcibly crafted a pale face on his visage. Wang Huitian's hood slipped down, and 3,000 silver strands spread out behind him, creating an unusually eerie beauty. At that moment, little Yu Yao was utterly mesmerized. He was simply too handsome, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Seeing Yu Yao's expression, Wang Huitian's lips curled slightly. Indeed, relying on the bond of a senior and junior sibling was utterly unreliable. When dealing with women, one must rely on looks. Beauty is justice. Ha ha, what a graceful transformation of sword energy into silk. What a handsome sword face, what a sword person. Suddenly, a robust voice rang out in the mountains. Wang Huitian turned to see an old man with white hair had appeared on the mountain path. As the applause rang out, the old man turned to look at Yu Yao and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha, little master truly possesses great skill. Not only did you take in a sword path genius, but you also took in a congenital sword body." Wang Huitian frowned at the old man who called his master little master so intimately. "Could it be? Are you perhaps my master's paramour?" The old man's laughter came to an abrupt halt. What a little rascal, could such words be casually spoken? "Kid, I am your master's master. You should call me grandmaster." The old man stepped forward and scrutinized Wang Huitian carefully. His cultivation was no less than that of Mu Qing and others, so he naturally noticed the state of Wang Huitian's body. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter until his entire face was scrunched up. Strange, the sword energy gathers but does not disperse, and the blood vessels throughout the body are completely scattered. How is it that he is still alive? Wang Huitian paid no heed to the old man's comments. Dead. He was a debtor to the Way, burdened with a mountain of debts. Oh, would the Way allow him to die? Kid, catch this bit, might be useful to you. The old man tossed a yellow-covered book at Wang Huitian, who caught it and focused his attention. Basic refining techniques explained. Using oneself as a tool and spiritual energy as fire, you may carve out a whole new path. Wang Huitian opened the book, which explained various basic refining methods, extremely diverse. Another money-burning thing, just practicing the refining techniques would require an unknown number of spirit stones, and he was currently very poor. When he looked up again, the old man had already left. Wang Huitian scanned the mountains filled with green bamboo, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Perhaps I can practice with the most inferior materials first. This mountain bamboo is quite good. Saying it, he acted. The next day, he began to chop bamboo, practicing carving refining arrays on the bamboo. This was a meticulous task, but for Wang Huitian, it was not difficult at all. He could weave skin with sword energy, so carving arrays on bamboo was child's play. "Senior brother, you chopped down master's favorite green bamboo. Will she be angry when she returns?" "Of course not." Master planted the bamboo to comprehend the sharp energy of bamboo shoots breaking through the ground. "This bamboo is actually just a surplus for master." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao felt it made some sense. The growth of bamboo shoots and their emergence from the ground indeed aligned with the profound truths of the sword path. "Then, senior brother, let me help you." Yu Yao chopped bamboo beside him while he practiced carving arrays. The results were extremely high. The used bamboo was casually tossed aside enough to add hundreds of bamboo houses to the sword peak. A few days later, the sword peak became bare. The already not-so-tall sword peak looked like a round chicken egg, while the bamboo houses on the mountain became exceedingly conspicuous. Dowie leaned against a boulder, sipping some wine, looking quite content. "Kid, aren't you afraid your master will come back and kill you?" Wang Huitian, while weaving a basket with bamboo strips, replied. "Oomph. Whether she can find the sword peak upon her return is one thing. Besides, the green bamboo was chopped by Yu Yao. What does it have to do with me?" Just as he happily carried a bamboo tube back, Yu Yao froze at this remark, the bamboo tube on her shoulder rolling to the ground with a clatter, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Huitian shot a glare at Dowie and hurriedly ran up to comfort Yu Yao. "Little Yao, don't be afraid. When master returns, I will help you plead your case." Tears streamed down Yu Yao's cheeks as she sniffled, looking at Wang Huitian with a grievance. What does it mean to plead my case? I was clearly helping you chop bamboo. Dao Yi looked at Wang Huitian with disdain. This guy never did anything right, bullying such a cute and well-behaved junior sister. It was simply inhumane. Just then a beam of sword light appeared in the sky, as if a cultivator was coming. The sword light fell to the ground, and the newcomer, dressed in a green official robe, had a pale face, without a beard. As he spoke, a delicate eunuch's tone emerged. His gaze swept across the sword's edge and finally landed on Wang Huitian. "Oh, young master, I've finally found you. The Empress has issued a decree. Kneel and accept it." Wang Huitian straightened his back, feeling somewhat surprised as he had already severed ties with Wang Huitian. Why had she come all the way to Qing Mountain? Cautiously glancing at the decree in the old eunuch's hand, Wang Huitian waved his hand. "Sorry, my good sir, please go find my guardian to announce the decree. I'm too young to understand this." Dao Yi waved at the eunuch from the side. "Let me take a look at that," he said, disregarding everything, and snatched the decree, which flew into his tisk. "The Empress has summoned you back home to inherit the throne." Wang Huitian stepped forward and casually glanced at the content of the decree. Its meaning was not much different from what Dao Yi had said. It instructed him to go to the imperial city to be bestowed the title of crown prince and enter the Eastern Palace. He scoffed and tossed the decree back, realizing that Wang Huitian had ulterior motives. Now that she had ascended to the throne amidst much controversy, although she had rallied a group of court officials, there were sure to be many nobility and old ministers opposed to her. Establishing him as the crown prince could deflect their anger. After all, Wang Huitian was a princess, while he, despite having the surname Wang, also bore the surname Yi. This was a blatant scheme. With his decree issued, it would divert the disaster. It would convey to the opposing court officials that he was her only heir. As long as Wang Huitian was dealt with, the Great Qin would forever belong to the Wang family. The old eunuch kept his hands hidden in his sleeves, treating the throne decree as if it were invisible. "In any case, I have delivered the decree. Whether you return to the imperial city or not is up to you. I shall take my leave now." Watching the other person leave on a sword, a faint smile crept onto Wang Huitian's lips. It didn't matter. Strength was the fundamental decider of everything. What Wang Huitian dared not do, he dared to do. The Great Qin had never heard the sound of the Qing Mountain sword ringing. "Xiao Yao, go dig some clay from the nearby Tianfeng. We are making pottery today." "Senior brother will digging clay upset the master." Wang Huitian glanced at the little girl and ruffled her slightly disheveled hair. "Silly girl, he is the master overseeing the entire Wandao Mountain. Do you know how vast Wandao Mountain is? There are 32,000 peaks. Who would care about your little clay? Off you go." Yu Yao felt the warm palm over her head and for a moment was somewhat dazed. Senior brother is truly gentle. His hand is warm, his smile is warm, and even the tone of his voice is warm. "All right, senior brother." Yu Yao promises to complete the task. For the next half-month, Wang Huitian was completely immersed in the process of refining. He was always very focused on his work, and the art of refining was complex. During this half-month, he refined bamboo swords, made baskets, crafted pottery, and even brewed wine using the pottery. He had mastered more than half of the basic refining techniques, and the entire sword peak was now filled with various sizes of pottery jars. Some of these jars could change size, some could store items in a separate space, and others could plant spiritual herbs to catalyze their growth. Looking at the densely packed pottery, Wang Huitian nodded in satisfaction. If he were to take these down the mountain to sell, he would surely make a fortune. These were all divine artifacts. Just considering those jars for storage, if sold to farmers for grain, they could never be filled even after a lifetime of farming. After inspecting the jars, he lifted Yu Yao from one slightly larger jar. The little girl was covered in yellow mud, and her celestial dress was also stained with dirt, as she was secretly hiding in the jar asleep. "Yu Yao, there's a new task. Go to Xiaoyao Peak and chop down some pine trees." Yu Yao pouted, feeling somewhat upset, thinking that senior brother was treating her like a laborer. Just then a tremendous rumble erupted in the distance, the sound like a mountain collapse, shaking the heavens and causing the earth to tremble. Wang Huitian steadied himself and turned to look, only to see clouds of dust rolling from the direction of Tianfeng, with half of the mountain collapsing. He quickly pressed Yu Yao's head back into the jar and conveniently grabbed a lid to cover it. "Amitba, Yu Yao, guard the sword peak. Well, senior brother is going down the mountain to travel." Hidden in the jar, when Yu Yao heard this, she immediately realized something was wrong. Senior brother wasn't just going down to travel. He was planning to flee. "Senior brother, you can't leave me behind." Yu Yao jumped out of the jar and hurriedly followed Wang Huitian's pace. The two hurried away, yet they did not travel by sword. It was not that he couldn't, but rather that riding a sword down the mountain at this time would be too conspicuous. Exiting the desolate sword peak and crossing two more mountains, they arrived at Kanglin Peak, where a wide stream flowed directly to Wangshan City. At the stream's edge, Wang Huitian took out a pottery jar and tossed it into the water. Despite its ugly appearance, it was very useful. When the jar met water, it expanded. He held Yu Yao and jumped into the jar. Senior brother, will this really work? Of course it will. This is a traveling artifact I refined utilizing the power of heaven and earth to traverse dozens of miles in a day. The pottery jar floated down the stream, spinning in the water, inevitably bumping against the rocks. Bang! Yu Yao bumped her small head and felt a bit dizzy. Before she could ponder further, the stream suddenly became turbulent. Bang, bang, bang. Just after the two left Sword Peak, dozens of sword lights shot down from Tianfeng, gliding across the summit of Sword Peak for a while before returning. After circling the peak, they finally determined that this was indeed Sword Peak. Lu Qingshan and Luo Wuji landed their swords atop two large pottery jars. The entire Sword Peak was piled high with jars of all sizes with hardly any space left to stand. Master, is this really Sword Peak? Lu Qingshan's expression was grim as the once picturesque Sword Peak now looked like a lump on the Buddha's head. He had been furious because a peak of Tianfeng had collapsed. Now seeing Sword Peak's miserable state, his anger diminished significantly. Scanning with his divine sense, he found nothing but jars, baskets, and bundles of bamboo swords and longbows. Yet he did not find any sign of Wang Huitian and Yu Yao. Wuji, this matter must not be told to your master, and by X sign. Luo Wuji nodded, looking at the bamboo house where the original Mu Qing and the others resided, which had several pottery kilns dug nearby, with a few bamboo houses blackened by smoke. From today onward, disciples of Tianfeng will take turns patrolling. After speaking, Lu Qingshan left on his sword, unable to suppress a slight smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. He clearly wanted to appear angry, but couldn't help but want to laugh. Mu Qing, oh Mu Qing, you too will have today. You deserve it. After drifting for a day, the pottery jar finally reached the foot of Wangshan City. Yu Yao lifted the lid and crawled out, leaning on the edge of the jar, retching. Senior brother, is this what you meant by borrowing the strength of heaven and earth? Senior brother, where are we going? Yu Yao looked at the medicinal fields outside the city and the distant Wangshan City, feeling a bit bewildered. She had never been outside since childhood, and after joining the Sword Peak, she had never come down the mountain. She was both curious and afraid of the outside world. Wang Huitian patted Yu Yao's small head, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Cultivating in the mortal world is not the same as on the mountain. It requires seizing opportunities and luck, unlike the tranquility of the mountain. We can't go to the 10,000 mountains as master and senior sister are over there. The Great Qin Imperial City is also off limits. Recently, there will be a saint's secret realm emerging in Sangzhou. Let's go join the excitement. Yu Yao frowned and pondered for a moment. She could only trust 3 parts of her senior brother's words, and she asked with a skeptical attitude. Senior brother, you spend all day refining weapons on the mountain. How do you know about the saint's secret realm in Sangzhou? Wang Huitian grinned, shrinking the pottery jar and hanging it at his waist, his silver-white hair flying in the wind. Of course I know, because that's my fishing spot. He laughed wildly, his eyes seeming to shimmer with divine light. 7 brilliant gems emerged behind him, slowly rotating, while the red sword light flowed on his black cloak. Little Yu Yao was once again mesmerized. The cultivators she usually saw were all elegantly dressed. None spoke with such flair as her senior brother. He was truly too cool. If deceived, then so be it. Her senior brother wouldn't harm himself, right? Senior brother, Sangzhou is so far away, and we can't fly with a sword. How do we get there? Wang Huitian pulled Yu Yao, and they instantly vanished from their spot, reappearing several hundred meters away. Did you see that? This technique is called Ghost Shadow Flash. It can be used for traveling. However, the journey to Sangzhou is long, and Ghost Shadow Flash consumes a lot of energy. I'll teach you a method for traveling with zero consumption. Yu Yao clutched Wang Huitian's black robe. She was truly amazed by the previous technique and didn't dare let go of his hand for a moment, fearing her senior brother might suddenly vanish without taking her along. Senior brother, for zero consumption traveling, it wouldn't be another borrowing of the world's forces, right? She felt a chill thinking about the drifting pottery jar. No, this time it's not borrowing the forces of heaven and earth, but rather the power of the mortal realm. Yu Yao's eyes lit up. The power of the mortal realm sounded impressive, and she found herself looking forward to it. Meanwhile, a sparrow flew over the high sky of Sangzhou, having flown far without finding a place to land. Below, the land was flooded with countless remnants of walls floating in the water. On slightly higher rocks, crowds of people were packed, their faces filled with sorrow and despair. In lower areas, the flood waves surged over, and the previously panicked people vanished without a trace. Occasionally, several sword lights streaked across the sky, indifferent as the commoners were swept into the flood. After the flood recedes, prioritize rescuing the medicinal fields, gather as much as you can, and Immortal issued orders, his voice cold and commanding. By order of the governor, from today, the surviving citizens of Zhangzhou are not allowed to leave their territory without permission. Each person may collect 1 pill of nourishment from the government office each week. As the flood began to recede, some ruined villages started to surface, and many drowned livestock, and people were half buried in the mud, with a few broken bodies hanging from crooked trees. The little sparrow flew over numerous dilapidated villages, eventually landing on a massive stone beam dozens of meters long. As the flood continued to recede, the full shape of the stone beam gradually revealed itself, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes in an ancient and magnificent style. Below it was a closed stone door with a narrow gap, opened by the floodwater, through which mountains and rivers could be seen inside. It seemed like another world. On a dirt slope outside Wangshan City, Wang Huitian gazed at the sky, filled with anticipation. "Senior brother, what are we waiting for?" "Waiting for news to fly by for a while. This is the route from Qingshan to Zhangzhou. Once the news of the Saint's secret realm in Zhangzhou spreads, it will undoubtedly attract many cultivators, and there will be a lot of flying boats passing through here then." "Senior brother, I'm hungry." "What happened to the pill of nourishment Master gave you?" "I finished it. Let's pick some wild grass by the roadside to nibble on. There will be people passing by soon." Yu Yao glanced at the mountain top, seeing not even a wild fruit, and could only stare longingly at the sky, waiting for the so-called fated person. They waited for 3 days, and a pure white flying boat slowly approached in the sky. Yu Yao excitedly climbed up, her eyes shining brightly at the flying boat, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. "Senior brother, let's rob it." Wang Huitian frowned at the familiar flying boat in the sky, feeling extremely reluctant. "Little Yao, let's find another one. We can't eat poop even if we're hungry." "No, senior brother, I'm about to faint from hunger." Seeing the little girl's desperate expression, Wang Huitian could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Who else to spoil if not his own little junior sister? The sound of swords ringing echoed, and the sky suddenly brightened as countless sword lights shot up. "Halt!" The face of Qing Baihua on the flying boat changed drastically, and she hurriedly ordered the sword attendants to turn the boat around. Today was not a good day to be out. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared before them, one with long silver hair and a handsome face, and the other a small girl with a thin frame, looking haggard, her hair dry and face covered in dirt. "Hand over the food." The little girl had a fierce expression, glaring at Qing Baihua as soon as she boarded the ship, causing her heart to shudder. "Are you kidding me? Is this robbery happening at my doorstep?" Clang. 4 sword attendants behind her drew their swords simultaneously, and Qing Baihua produced a soft, slender sword from her sleeve. This time she had to fight. After all, she was a prodigy from Wandao Mountain and wouldn't allow herself to be bullied. However, the beauty of dreams is often met with the harshness of reality. Wang Huitian flicked his fingers, trapping her slender sword, and a silver hair strand wrapped around the sword, piercing through her forehead directly at her divine platform. "Hero, spare me. I was wrong." She surrendered quickly, hurriedly pulling out a storage bag and carefully unsealing the divine sense mark. Wang Huitian tossed a spirit stone into her hand. "Go to Zhangzhou." Qing Baihua's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, fine, she'd run into that bastard again. "Senior, can you bully someone else?" Wang Huitian shot her a glance. "Don't be ungrateful. This time we're entering the Saint's secret realm. If you're lucky, you might gain a lot of opportunities," Qing Baihua said doubtfully. The so-called Saint's secret realm was nonsense. Very few saints had emerged in the Great Qin territory. Moreover, Zhangzhou was severely flooded now, and there might be water demons causing trouble. She felt 100 unwillingnesses in her heart, but alas, under the eaves one has to bow their head. "Then senior, let's set 3 rules. You must not lift my veil again, as I have quite a bit of charm. If the veil falls, I will feel unsafe." Once at Xiaoyao Peak, my veil unfortunately fell, and a lecher was stunned on the spot. I couldn't sleep well that night feeling. Yu Yao stuffed the pill of nourishment into her mouth, curiously leaning forward to see this so-called charm. "Shut your mouth." Wang Huitian shot a glare at Qing Baihua, silencing her with a fierce look. "If you talk again, I'll stuff little Yao's socks in your mouth." Not long after everyone departed, news of the emergence of the Saint's secret realm spread throughout Qingshan. Instantly, everyone felt that the battlefield against the demon race was no longer enticing. How much could one earn by slaying a demon with rewards and materials combined? Entering the Saint's secret realm, even a random spirit herb could be an invaluable treasure. Countless prodigies from various sects hurried towards Zhangzhou, fearing they would arrive too late and miss out. On the flying vessel, Qing Baihua was meticulously studying the various talents heading to the Saint's secret realm. Her Tianyu sect was spread across Qingshan, boasting an abundance of intelligence. "This time our greatest rival is Zhang Cheng from the Huifeng Holy Land. It is rumored that he has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and possesses a sacred body of the great Tao, allowing him to fight beyond his level. He has even slain 3 transformation stage cultivators. Qing Baihua exaggeratedly extended 3 fingers, waving them in front of Yueyao. Next is Li Hanyan from the sword sect. Her sword can sever streams and cut off the antennae of ants from 3 miles away. She mimicked an ant with her 2 fingers on her head. Yu Yao's expression was one of shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. However, none of that compares to the most terrifying opponent, the heir of the Grand Qin's commander-in-chief, rumored to possess a divine-level dark spiritual root able to emerge from shadows to launch surprise attacks. If it's night, anyone he targets is doomed. Even the Star Plucker would be ineffective against him. As she spoke, she stealthily manipulated a white ribbon to sneak out from behind Yueyao, lightly tapping her shoulder, causing Yueyao to gasp in fright. "Ah, senior brother, save me." Wang Huitian turned around with a face full of black lines. "If you dare to scare my junior sister again, I will strip you naked and hang you at the bow of the ship. But don't worry, I will leave you a veil." Qing Baihua shivered. She already knew Wang Huitian's identity, the nightmare of many male cultivators from Wandao Mountain, the root cause of the collapse of Tianfeng. While others might just be threatening, this guy could do anything. How did she end up in this bastard's hands? It was simply a case of heaven envying beauty. As the flying vessel approached Sangzhou, more and more vessels surrounded it, all heading in the same direction. It seemed that many sects had received the news and were rushing over. Ahead is the territory of Grand Qin's Sangzhou, and the governor has decreed that entrants must pay 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Huitian looked coldly at the cultivators blocking their path. Grand Qin had allocated considerable relief funds for Sangzhou, yet these disgraceful fellows were resorting to extorting travelers. "Get out of the way or die." A few cultivators sneered at Wang Huitian at the bow of the ship, their eyes filled with disdain. They surely had some skills to dare take on this task. "Oh, here comes someone who isn't afraid of death. Brothers, we have a job now. Keep the women and kill the men." Wang Huitian's gaze grew increasingly cold. He was the only male on the entire ship. Wasn't this targeting him? "You look down on me. You actually dare to look down on me." 7 brilliant gems materialized behind him, the red gem glowing brightly, and a blazing great sword coalesced in his hand. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the cultivators blocking their path turned pale. They frantically retreated as red sword light illuminated from the bow of the ship and a torrent of flames slashed down. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was vaporized. The weapons they hastily raised were also scorched away. When the flames subsided, only a vast blue expanse remained. "Oh, the sky is so beautiful." With a sigh of admiration, Wang Huitian turned his head to the side where a warship was approaching. This ship was immense, with over 100 people standing upon it, all clad in uniform black battle armor. At the bow stood a man in black, who slightly cupped his fist towards Wang Huitian. "I am indeed honored to meet the Prince of the North." Wang Huitian flicked his sleeve and turned to enter the ship's cabin. What was a mere heir of a national commander doing thinking he could speak with him? Seeing Wang Huitian ignore him, and yes, eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. "Humph. Just a stray dog. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant. Send someone to report the Prince of the North's appearance in Sangzhou back to the imperial city." He was well aware that in the Great Qin dynasty, whether supporting or opposing Wang Jinshuan, everyone wished for Wang Huitian to die. As long as news of him emerged in Sangzhou, it would become his hell, facing the entire Great Qin court's blockade and pursuit. Even if he were a Deluo golden immortal, he would undoubtedly perish. "My lord, shall we take action?" a soldier behind him inquired. And Yi smiled faintly. "No need, let's just watch the show." If he hides within Qingshan, the ministers might still have some reservations, but he doesn't know how to avoid death. "I want to see how he survives in this quagmire. I want him to kneel before me to beg." Ha ha ha. As the flying vessel crossed mountains and rivers, a colossal gate appeared before them. This gate stood in the void, its pillars adorned with exquisite carvings, the gate itself smooth and radiating a gentle glow. Just this gate alone was a rare treasure. If dismantled for refining, it could surely forge an extraordinary divine weapon. "Senior brother, is this the saint's secret realm?" This secret realm gate is truly marvelous. It seems to contain a small world within. Wang Huitian scoffed. "Xiaoyao, wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth. It's just a gate. Just look at the ceramic jar at my waist. When I enhance it through rituals, it too can contain a small world. It's no less than this gate." Yueyao glanced at the black ceramic jar, disgusted by the shabby object. A glance around revealed nearly 100 flying vessels suspended in the air. Among them were sects from Qingshan, noble families from the court, and even demon races that had sneaked out from the 10,000 mountains, truly a diverse gathering. Seeing Yu Yao's wide-eyed expression of wonder, Wang Huitian pulled her closer, carefully instructing her. Silly girl, don't look around aimlessly. At times like this, the more scattered your gaze, the more it shows your insecurity. Others will see you as a soft persimmon easily squeezed. Yu Yao obediently nodded, finally focusing her gaze, staring blankly at the gate's seam. Senior brother, how can I make people think I'm not easy to bully? Just watch closely. Oh, I will only demonstrate once. How much you comprehend depends on yourself. Wang Huitian smiled as he patted Yu Yao's little head, his expression suddenly turning cold. First step, seize the initiative. He stepped out, floating above the flying vessel, surveying the multitude of vessels around him. Oh, quite a crowd, huh? A bunch of trash dares to compete with me for this opportunity. They are simply unaware of their own mortality. Behind him, the gems swirled into a colorful halo, his black cloak billowing in the air, and his scarlet sword energy emitted a dangerous aura. People on the surrounding vessels turned their gazes towards him, their expressions serious. Yu Yao's large eyes sparkled with blind admiration. Ants, once you enter this gate, begin your escape. Ooh, I love watching your desperate screams. Ha ha ha. With another step forward, his figure arrived before the stone gate, raising his palm to press against the massive door. Open! A thunderous boom echoed as the slender seam of the gate slowly widened. Wang Huitian turned to the side, one hand on his abdomen and the other slowly pointing towards the interior of the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the trap. On the flying boats, no one dared to move. Most of them had arrived earlier than Wang Huitian, and their previous joint efforts had failed to budge the stone door even slightly. Now, with just a casual palm strike, the opponent opened the stone door, revealing a truly terrifying gap that left all the proud talents present hesitant to act. Seeing no one moving, a mocking smile flashed across Wang Huitian's face. He turned and stepped back onto the flying boat, pulling out a recliner from the cabin and lying down. King Beiwo wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her heart racing to her throat. Everyone present hailed from top-tier forces with arrogant temperaments. Should they resort to violence, the outcome would certainly be dire. Big brother, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Arrogant? I have yet to kill many to establish my authority, though I have been quite restrained. As time slowly passed, no one dared to step forward. Those who arrived later saw the door open, but hesitated to act until nightfall, when suddenly a shadow flashed at the entrance of the secret realm. It's the son of the Grand Marshal of the Qin dynasty, and he has entered. With this exclamation, countless cultivators rushed towards the secret realm, among whom a few figures moved with remarkable speed. Zhang Cheng from the Return Peak Sacred Land surged forward like an ancient titan, his towering figure crashing through, causing some slower cultivators to be violently turned into blood mist. Meanwhile, Li Hanyan of the Tianjin sect darted like a flash of lightning, equally astonishing in speed. Hearing the commotion, Wang Huitian slightly opened his eyes and yawned. Cultivators these days are truly cautious. They stood around like fools waiting all day. He glanced at the crowd entering below and sighed. There are indeed a few star pluckers. I wonder if there are any hidden Taoists among them. Xiaoyao, come here. Yu Yao obediently approached him. Senior brother, aren't we going in to seize the treasures? What's the rush? Wang Huitian took Yu Yao's little hand, extending his index finger to draw a circle in her palm, causing a wisp of gentle wind to gather and slowly rotate. Feel this sword intent carefully. If you can comprehend even the slightest, the gentle wind that passes through can peel skin and shatter bones. Nothing can withstand it. If you encounter danger, unleash it. By the way, what about that diviner? After instructing Yu Yao, Wang Huitian glanced around the boat and found that King Beiwa had already vanished. Sister Qing has already taken people to seize the opportunity. Hearing Yu Yao's words, Wang Huitian's eyes lit up. He wrapped an arm around Yu Yao's waist, tucking her under his arm, and raised a ceramic jar towards the enormous flying boat. Collect. The entire flying boat instantly transformed into a stream of light and was absorbed into the ceramic jar. He pressed his lips together and looked at the other floating boats, noticing that those who had left in a hurry had only a few guards remaining to guard the flying ships. These forces were used to being arrogant, but most chose to leave the flying boats behind to ensure a quick departure from the secret realm. A great opportunity. This is indeed a great opportunity. With a blood-red long sword summoned, he forcefully cleaved through a flying boat's shield, sending countless guards fleeing in panic. Boldly do you wish to oppose my family's general? Once our young master emerges from the secret realm, you shall have a hard time. Wang Huitian remained unfazed, forcibly driving the guards off the flying boat before collecting it into the ceramic jar. What does he have to fear from some so-called young master? It's still unclear whether they could exit the secret realm. Even if they did, they would only be able to walk back. Though the flying boat shields in the air were active under his sword, they were as fragile as paper, easily shattered with a single strike, leaving them as lambs for the slaughter. Those attempting to flee on their boats were directly struck down by his sword. What he could not have, others would not get either. Within a mere few tens of minutes, the once crowded entrance of the secret realm was now empty. Yu Yao gasped in astonishment, her expression one of shock. How many spirit stones could they earn from this? Many peaks of the Wandao mountain couldn't even muster a complete flying boat. So it turns out senior brother had long calculated this. When did it all begin? Perhaps it was when he refined the ceramic jar. Is this the true extent of his power? Compared to his sword skills, his grasp of the situation made her admire him even more. Senior brother, can you gift me a boat? Wang Huitian pinched her little nose. Ha ha ha. Choose freely, pick whatever you like. If you don't fancy any, it's no matter. Within the Qin territory, I have the final say. Let's go, we'll enter the secret realm and take a look. He took Yu Yao and stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy rush towards him. This was a vast plaza larger than the Tianshu Plaza of Wandao Mountain, with 8 stone pillars erected in various directions, continuously channeling spiritual energy into the entrance. What a splendid place. Wang Huitian turned around and casually closed the door. He pulled out the boom. The 8 stone pillars around shot up from the ground and were absorbed into the ceramic jar, causing the door not only to close, but to abruptly vanish from the plaza. Senior brother, how can this ceramic jar hold so much? Wang Huitian hung the precious jar back at his waist. Of course it could hold a lot. He had to excavate half a mountain of Tian foam to refine this one. Xiaoyao, go on and take risks. They'll take a nap for a while. He took out a recliner from the jar, found a sheltered spot, and lay down. In the land of Zhangzhou, where the stone door once stood, a slender figure appeared. His withered arm brushed over the vanished stone door, his eyes filled with extreme resentment. Ha ha, Wang Huitian, back. Then you forcibly borrowed the heaven's luck. Do you think that would suppress me? I've returned to I am back again. His face was filled with madness as he suddenly turned to look towards the horizon, where a flying boat was hastily approaching. On the flying boat, Luo Wujia frowned slightly, sensing the powerful killing intent emanating from the distant figure. What a lunatic. He had just arrived and had not offended anyone. Why was he being targeted? Ding. Detected the Son of Luck. Current luck value 300. HM. Luo Wuji's expression changed. The Son of Luck, the favored child of heaven. But this Son of Luck seemed rather poor. How could he only have 300 luck? Just as he wanted to investigate further, the figure had already vanished, seemingly wary and evasive. Seeing the figure leave, Luo Wujia did not think too much of it. He had come for the Saint's secret realm and did not wish to stir up trouble. Hey, down below, brothers, do you know where the Saint's secret realm is? He bent down and shouted at a group of men below. The men exchanged glances. Having lost their flying boat, they were worried about how to report to the young master. Now someone was offering to guide them. This truly felt like divine favor, a silver lining. Fellow Taoist, we are also heading to the Saint's secret realm. If you take us along, we will guide you. How about it? Luo Wujia was overjoyed. He had already circled around here twice and found nothing. Naturally, he would not refuse someone offering directions. He immediately lowered the flying boat's shield and welcomed them aboard. Everyone, please indicate the direction. We will head there at once. As they boarded the flying boat, killing intent was palpable. Fellow Taoist, this is a robbery. The martial world is perilous and societal morals are in decline. Luo Wuji searched for half a day, but still could not find the so-called sacred realm, instead being targeted by countless low-level cultivators. In just this short while, his flying boat had already been robbed 8 times. What kind of ridiculous place is this, so chaotic? Although these cultivators were not powerful, they were relentless, showing no limits in their pursuit of this flying boat. Some relied on deception and temptation with treasures, others used beauty traps, and still others attacked the flying boat's barrier from a distance with flying swords. They resorted to every possible means and later even formed an alliance to forcefully seize it. In contrast to Luo Wuji's frantic escape, Wang Huitian was enjoying himself immensely, with the Wuxiang bone in his body wildly absorbing the spiritual energy within the sacred realm, having already broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Such rapid cultivation was something he had never dared to imagine before. The thrill of advancement was simply intoxicating. Oh, my little Yu Yao, you truly are my lucky star, he sighed as he sensed Yu Yao's location through the gentle breeze. She is still moving, still alive, and that's good. At this moment in the forest, a small figure was running, holding a red spiritual herb in her hand. Sweat covered her forehead, and a foundation-establishing giant python was fiercely pursuing her. Yu Yao panted as she desperately fled. Now she had already reached the 8th layer of qi, refining 5 small realms higher than Wang Huitian, which naturally made her formidable. A battle ensued between her and the python in the forest, causing vegetation to scatter and giant trees to bend. The green bamboo sword swept through, drawing a streak of fresh blood as the giant python was slashed beneath her. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause echoed through the forest as two foundation-establishing cultivators emerged from the bushes. Little sister is truly a prodigy, slaying a foundation beast at the late stage of chi refining. Impressive. The two had been hiding nearby waiting for the fight, and now that the beast was dead and Yueyao exhausted, it was the perfect time to strike. May I ask what kind of spiritual herb you took from this beast? Please show us. Yuyao's expression was cold, but her small hands hurriedly concealed the red spiritual herb behind her. She pulled out the bamboo sword embedded in the giant python and faced the two foundation cultivators without fear. Oh, quite a crowd here. A bunch of trash dares to compete with me for this opportunity, simply unaware of their own mortality. This was the first move her senior brother taught her to dominate the conversation, and she executed it flawlessly. Seeing the little girl's desperate stance, the two foundation cultivators cursed and left. What a stroke of bad luck. I thought it was some treasure, but it turns out to be a century-old heartbreak grass. Exactly what a waste of my expectations. Yueyao frowned at their disdainful expressions. Heartbreak grass. For refining. The slightly older cultivator turned back. Foolish girl, it's the grass of severed intestines. Seeing the two leave without a second glance, Yueyao felt a pang of defeat. She had worked hard to seize that spiritual herb only to be dismissed. No, I can't let my senior brother down. Gritting her teeth, Yueyao set off again in search of opportunity. Upon exiting the jungle, she spotted a thatched cottage. Several foundation cultivators were attacking the cottage's barrier. Yueyao immediately crouched down. Her small frame allowed her to lay hidden in the grass, with only a tuft of hair swaying in the wind. Without divine sense, it would be nearly impossible to find her. This time she would play the role of the fisherman, the ultimate hunter. Boom. With the continuous efforts of the four foundation cultivators, the defense barrier of the thatched cottage exploded. The power of the formation was immense, sending the four cultivators flying and leaving the cottage in ruins. Countless black and yellow sludge splattered everywhere, leaving the four cultivators covered in it, and a foul stench began to spread. Damn it, this is a latrine. Look what I've discovered. A stepping stone for the saint in the latrine seems to be made of glazed soft jade. Nonsense, saints don't even need to use latrines. This is probably used by their disciples. The four of them climbed up and crowded around a slightly yellowed stone slab, while Yueyao nearby dry-heaved repeatedly. Who? One of the cultivators looked over, his spiritual sense exceptionally sharp, instantly detecting Yueyao's hidden figure. Not good, someone is trying to seize this opportunity from us. Everyone act together. Yueyao was alarmed and scrambled to escape, while also attempting to explain. Fellow cultivators, I have no intention of stealing your stone slab. The group of cultivators paid no heed to Yueyao's explanation. Hiding in the grass, her motives were obvious. The only reason they hadn't attacked was that the four of them were still in good condition. Had they been injured earlier, they would have likely lost their opportunity by now. Surround her, prevent her from leaking news of our opportunity. The battle was about to erupt. Foundation cultivators could already fly on their swords, easily chasing a chi-refining cultivator, but Yueyao, possessing a natural sword body, was exceptionally fierce in her attacks. After a prolonged struggle, they could only retreat reluctantly. PFF. Yueyao spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned against an old tree to rest. After the earlier battle, her spiritual energy was depleted, and she had sustained some injuries. Now she needed to find a safe place to recuperate. Taking a deep breath, she dug a hole behind a tree and concealed herself within. Senior brother was right, the outside world is indeed exceedingly dangerous. After reflecting for a moment, Yueyao activated her technique and retrieved 2 healing pills from her pocket, swallowing them down. She thanked the Qingbai flower for its gift. Without it, she would have been in grave danger this time. As night approached, Wang Huitian yawned and stood up, glancing at the entire sacred realm, which had fallen into silent stillness. He frowned slightly. How could a sacred realm be this calm? It was time to raise the stakes for all the prodigies. Behind him, a red gem flickered and a crimson longsword suddenly slashed into the jungle, igniting a fierce blaze that immediately spread through the forest. Countless ferocious beasts roared in panic and chaos erupted in the sacred realm. After delivering that strike, he reclined once more in his rocking chair. A small sparrow flew over and landed on his shoulder, chirping incessantly, as if complaining about something. All right, go keep an eye on my little junior sister. She is my precious treasure, and you must not let anyone harm a single hair on her. The little sparrow pecked Wang Huitian sharply before flapping its wings and soaring into the jungle. Its figure darted through the flames, surrounded by countless sparks, and the thick smoke caused it to spin around, appearing perilously close to danger. Little guy, don't be so afraid of the fire. You have the bloodline of the vermilion bird. You might awaken if you burn a little. Go for it, ooh, I believe in you. The little sparrow chirped wildly, its feathers singed and curling. Another burn, and it would be cooked, awakening the vermilion bird bloodline. Don't make me laugh. At this moment, hidden in the tree hole, Yueyao slightly opened her eyes. Although her injuries had mostly healed, the night had fallen in the sacred realm, a time when ferocious beasts roamed. She prepared to wait until dawn before venturing out for opportunities. A tuft of hair on her head swayed, and a gentle breeze swirled around her. This was the supreme sword intent bestowed by her senior brother. She had grasped a hint of its essence, and should she encounter those 4 foundation cultivators again, she was confident she could drive them all away. At that moment, Yueyao sniffed the air. She sensed a burning urge within her. That must be the fighting spirit ignited in her heart. The tree hole exploded, and Yueyao rushed out, panting heavily. Her fair little face was blackened by smoke, and her hair was slightly tousled. A fierce fighting spirit ignited within her as the forest was ablaze. Countless beasts were racing through the jungle with a torrent of flames rising behind them. Those who ran slowly were doomed to be engulfed by the inferno. Yueyao's eyes held a hint of panic. She had never witnessed such chaos before. The roars of beasts echoed endlessly, mixed with the furious curses of cultivators who were also fleeing for their lives. Some cultivators, slower in speed, were trampled into the ground by the ferocious beasts, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Instinctively, Yueyao ran in the direction of the beast's escape, knowing that slowing down meant either being trampled to death or consumed by the flames. Look, there are golden core cultivators battling the ferocious beasts in the sky. Change direction and be careful not to get caught in their aftermath. Amidst the chaos, Yueyao saw a golden core cultivator torn in half by a beast and a nascent soul cultivator summoning a storm to annihilate a large number of beasts. It was too chaotic. She felt bewildered and had no idea where to run, merely going with the flow. Beside her, a seemingly silly giant bear was also fleeing. Yueyao decided to follow it as it was local and perhaps knew a way out. The giant bear kept glancing at Yueyao while escaping. It had just been bullied by two-legged beasts earlier and understood their cleverness, believing that following this little girl would surely help it survive. The fire continued to burn until dawn, and light rain began to fall in the secret realm. It was uncertain how many ferocious beasts and cultivators had perished in this chaos. After running for most of the night, both Yueyao and the giant bear were exhausted, and the cultivators and beasts they had fled with had scattered. Yueyao curled up under a large banana leaf to shield herself from the rain. Her eyes were slightly red, feeling quite suffocated. The outside world was too perilous. Without cultivation, one could live for 70 or 80 years, but she had barely begun her journey in cultivation at 13 and had almost perished in this calamity. The giant bear plopped down beside Yueyao, tearing off a banana leaf to catch the falling rainwater. Clumsy as it was, it could only catch a small sip each time. Silly bear. Yueyao snatched the banana leaf from its hands, folding it into a cloak shape so that it could catch half a bucket of water this time. Here, open your mouth. She poured the water into the giant bear's mouth, causing its eyes to brighten slightly as it learned a very practical life skill from a human. This was quite a windfall. Watching the giant bear fumble with the banana leaf, Yueyao sniffled, then climbed up a taller tree to survey her surroundings. This was a canyon surrounded by mountains that cast a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. After a thorough look, her gaze settled on a spot deep within the canyon where a faint crimson light flickered, mysterious and chilling. Yueyao's expression brightened. Spiritual medicine. It must be spiritual medicine. She immediately jumped down from the tree and headed toward the depths of the canyon, while the giant bear hesitated for a moment before stuffing the entire banana leaf along with the water into its mouth and following her. After a while, she arrived at the spot where the red light flickered. It was a deep pool at the center of which stood a blooming lotus flower, proudly standing tall, emitting the red light she had seen from afar. However, beside the lotus flower stood a figure who slowly turned his head. Yueyao instantly felt as if she were being stared at by a venomous snake. "You're that little girl by the side of the King of the North." Yueyao's pupils contracted, her hair standing on end, and without hesitation, she turned to run. She truly did not expect to encounter an Yi here. Wang Huitian had previously offended him, and now she found herself in this desolate place face to face with him. It was practically a death sentence. Yet another wave of life and death crisis was steadily approaching. And yes, lips curled into a smile as he casually plucked the lotus flower from the pool and stowed it in his storage bag. "I didn't expect to have such an unexpected delight. Run, can you escape?" His figure seemed to dissolve into ink, merging with the water, and when he reappeared, he emerged from the shadows behind Yueyao. Yueyao swiftly executed a side kick, scattering the figure that had emerged from the shadows. She gripped her bamboo sword, tightly scanning her surroundings for potential attacks. "Little girl, you can't escape now. I will crush you and present you to the King of the North." I am curious to see what his expression will be then. Boom. The shadows of the surrounding trees stirred violently, resembling countless twisted hands striking toward the ground. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great, and the opponent possessed the most bizarre dark attribute, merely toying with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move. Bang! A black shadow struck Yu Yao, sending her petite body crashing through 7 or 8 large trees. The breeze above her stirred, dispersing the sharp shadow of trees that came to attack her. It was my senior brother's sword chi. Yu Yao struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of her. I hear the familiar sound of the wind. But so what? Even if Wang Huitian stands here today, I will still kill you without hesitation. And yes, figure solidified once more as he slowly walked toward Yu Yao, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Roar. At that moment, a sudden beast's roar echoed in his ears. Attempting to evade, his body stiffened for an instant as a massive bear paw swept toward him, crushing everything in its path. And yes, figure was struck by the giant paw, crashing into the mountainside, while the giant bear leapt forward, grabbing Yu Yao and fleeing. Damn it, does this beast have a screw loose? I hope it doesn't let me catch up, otherwise I'll skin you alive. The swipe did not deal significant damage to Yi, who swiftly pursued the direction of the fleeing girl and bear. This would undoubtedly be a prolonged chase. Although the giant bear was slow, it was tough and resilient. Yu Yao trembled slightly in its paw, gripping her bamboo sword tightly. She still had a trump card. Her senior brother's sword chi had not yet been fully unleashed. She felt somewhat reluctant. This was the sword chi gifted by her senior brother, something even her senior sister and master did not possess. How long had she been away from her senior brother before needing to use this final trump card? Woo, I've embarrassed my senior brother. Silly bear, let me go, I can escape on my own. We don't have any close ties anyway. At that moment, Wang Huitian suddenly opened his eyes in the square. I felt the stirring of the wind. I also heard the mourning of the sword. He stood up, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. What met his eyes was a scene of charred remains. Nothing was clear. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that within this secret realm, there was a sword he could control. He slightly raised his hand, as if grasping the sword hilt, closing his eyes for a moment before helplessly opening them again. He could not sense what was happening around the sword. But that didn't matter. A full-screen coverage would suffice, and hopefully it wouldn't harm the innocent. Sigh, there aren't many kind people like me left in the world. Wang Huitian sighed slightly. Sword 3, rise with the wind. The large bear holding on to Yu Yao suddenly felt a sharp pain in its palm, and it instinctively released its grip on Yu Yao's paw, blood dripping from it. The freed Yu Yao did not fall to the ground. Instead, she floated in the air as if she had lost control of her body in that moment. What? What is happening to me? The pursuing Dark Knight cared not for her condition as he raised his palm and struck fiercely towards Yu Yao's forehead. This blow carried an overwhelming force, and black energy surged from his palm, climbing up his arm, causing his veins to bulge. Even before the palm reached her, the wind from the strike had already shattered the trees on the ground. The large bear raised its arms to shield itself, curling up into a ball only to be swept away by the little girl. Where do you think you're running? Die for me. The Dark Knight wore a sinister smile as he pressed his palm against Yu Yao's forehead, but his expression changed drastically the moment he made contact. The sensation was wrong. There was no soft, yielding feel of striking a small girl. What felt more like striking against a sharp blade. The black patterns covering his hand were instantly severed, and half of his palm exploded into a mist of blood. Unable to dissipate the force, his body was sent crashing towards Yu Yao. Sidestep. In a critical moment, he thrust out a palm into the void, barely avoiding Yu Yao's body with the rebound force. Even so, the tip of his nose was still sliced off, and as he stumbled to the ground, he looked at Yu Yao in the air with terror in his eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could a living person turn into such a sharp divine sword? Could it be that you are the sword spirit of a divine sword that has cultivated into a human? His questions went unanswered, drowned out by the sound of the sword's hum, a wind like a tsunami. Feeling the surging sword energy, his soul trembled. Such a divine sword paired with this sword energy was destined to claim stars. Any peer of the same age would meet their end. Shameless old thief, how dare you disrupt the duel of peers? The Dark Knight did not believe this was the doing of a peer, but rather that some unscrupulous elder was seeking to take this opportunity to eliminate him. While cursing, he activated his teleportation technique, his figure fading like a shadow as a distant, indifferent voice echoed through the wind. Sword 3, winds rise. The sudden gale stripped flesh and bone, scattering leaves from the forest as they shattered into patches of green mist, followed by bark trunks, dried grass, stones, and soil. In that moment, the wind took on colors of green, pale pink, and light yellow swirling in the air like the large bear lying in the distance had its gray fur blown away, its bellies fat rolling like waves against the wind. Fortunately, it had been blown far away by the Dark Knight's palm wind, otherwise it would have also turned into a crimson ribbon. The Dark Knight was far less fortunate. His figure hidden in the void was blown out, and before he could land his clothes had already been shredded and layers of skin were stripped away, exposing red flesh. At this moment he recognized the source of that voice. The Northern King. But how could the Northern King, who was clearly younger than him, be so terrifying? Was there no sense of reason? He felt a surge of horror, shouting with all his might, "Wang Huitian, how dare you kill me? My father is the marshal of the state." The sound of the wind mixed with his murmurs, forming a final death knell from the Dark Knight. "My mother is the empress of the Great Qin." The wind ceased. Various colored smoke and dust slowly descended, shrouding the forest in haze. "Sword, come." Wang Huitian waved his hand, and Yu Yao's figure transformed into a streak of light rushing towards the plaza. On a mountaintop palace, Qing Baihua was exploring with 4 maidservants. They had gained quite a bit, not only acquiring powerful battle techniques, but also discovering some precious elixirs. At that moment, the sword light, transformed from Yu Yao, flew overhead. Qing Baihua shaded her eyes and looked up. My goodness, that seems to be Yu Yao. How could she fly without having established her foundation? Sensing that something was off, she hurriedly led her companions to pursue her. After all, she was a junior sister from Wandao Mountain, and previously she had a good rapport with Yu Yao on the flying boat, so she naturally wanted to see what was happening. In the plaza, Wang Huitian gazed at the sword light, flying from afar, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Truly the world's #1 divine sword. Even in the Qi refinement stage, it emanated such brilliance. If one day it were to transform into the Tao, could it not split the heavens with a single sword? Clang! The sword light fell before Wang Huitian, its blade embedding straight into the plaza's floor. Yu Yao still looked bewildered, wondering what had just happened. How had she managed to counterattack the Dark Knight, and why had she suddenly flown back to her senior brother's side? Senior brother. Wang Huitian stepped forward, carefully wiping Yu Yao's dark little face, his eyes filled with pain. What had happened to cause the divine sword to be tarnished? Little Yao, what happened to you? My heart aches for you. Feeling her senior brother's concern, Yu Yao's eyes turned red again. After all, she was just a 13-year-old child, and her suppressed grievances erupted, causing her to stutter while speaking. Senior brother, I was hiding in a tree hole to heal, but then I encountered a forest fire. That fire chased me all the way and made my eyes unable to open. After escaping, I ran into your enemy, the Dark Knight. He wanted to capture me to threaten you. Forest fire. Wang Huitian's wiping motion paused slightly. Who set the fire? They truly deserve to die. And that Dark Knight daring to bully my junior sister, I will definitely slay him. After cleaning Yu Yao's face, Wang Huitian looked towards the distant mountains where a massive palace emerged. The fiercest battles had already begun, with many young talents rushing towards the heavenly palace, all wanting to stake their claim on the saint's creation. Senior brother, should we go and seize some opportunities? Yu Yao was a bit eager. As long as her senior brother was with her, she feared nothing. Wang Huitian shook his head. This saint's secret realm was originally a trap he had set. There was really nothing worth competing for. Yu Yao, it's time to go. The real challenge awaits us outside. He frowned, thinking of the malice coming from the Great Qin. Who knew how many experts were involved? Allowing Wang Jinxian to ascend to the throne had been a grave mistake, bringing him too much trouble. Qing Baihua, accompanied by 4 sword attendants, hurriedly arrived at the plaza. Seeing Yu Yao safe, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shidi, are you leaving? Wang Huitian cast a glance at Qing Baihua. He almost forgot about this fellow disciple. He knew that once he left, this place would be completely sealed off, and those so-called young talents would be trapped inside forever, only to be released when he marched north, becoming the vanguard for his departure from Xingyue Pass. Senior sister, shall we leave together? Qing Baihua glanced at the distant saint's palace with a hint of reluctance. Wang Huitian naturally understood her thoughts. Senior sister, if you wish to obtain the saint's inheritance, you might have to wait quite a while before you can leave here. What do you mean? I mean, I will take away the exit from here. Qing Baihua was taken aback, her expression changing drastically. That would cut off the retreat for everyone inside the secret realm. How dare he? He had offended so many sects at once. Wang Huitian raised his finger and drew a vertical line in the void, creating a vertical light gate, pulling Yu Yao as they walked out. Seeing the light gate slowly disappearing, Qing Baihua rushed forward. Wait for me. The light gate connected to the entry point, but as soon as she stepped out, she regretted it. The sky and ground here were filled with cultivators. They held long swords, exuding a chilling aura surrounding the area tightly. Wang Huitian used the holy secret realm as bait, the world's proud talents as bait, and controlled them with the holy inheritance to nurture your gu. Do you plead guilty? A withered man stood before the many cultivators, questioning Wang Huitian the moment he emerged from the secret realm. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes slightly at the man. He appeared quite gaunt, but his age seemed similar to his own. The man's face looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall it. Have we met before? Seeing the confusion on Wang Huitian's face, the man's expression became increasingly deranged. Ha ha ha, you don't recognize me. How dare you not recognize me? 8 years ago, yes, 8 years ago, you went to the North Plains with your father. Do you remember? It was I who personally killed your father. Tell me, where did you hide my fortune? The last sentence he nearly shouted, shaking the heavens with his extreme anger and resentment. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes. He recognized him, but the man had changed too much. Back then he was a graceful and handsome figure in white robes, but now he looked as ugly as a dried corpse, making it difficult to compare the two. Oh, so it's you. Hearing Wang Huitian's calm tone, the man felt a surge of anger, as if his fists were striking against cotton. Shouldn't you hate me? Why are you so calm? Wang Huitian scoffed. In my lineage of the North King, we have fought countless battles throughout history, and many of our elders have perished on the battlefield. I have more enemies than I can count. Do you want me to remember each one? Who do you think you are? The man was rendered speechless, his arms shaking violently within his black robe. At that moment, a robust man stepped forward, no longer wishing to listen to their past grievances, and shouted angrily. North King, you schemed against the proud talents of humanity. Oh, such crimes deserve death. Wang Huitian glanced at the man who spoke, Li Qingtian, the right minister of Daqin, a star-gathering cultivator skilled in using the spear. He had once been a military general, but turned to civil service after losing his army due to poor tactics. Once he was tasked with managing famine, and to prevent refugees from spreading, he brutally killed an entire province. Known as the martial minister. Looking around, besides Li Qingtian, there were 3 other star-gathering cultivators and 7 or 8 transformation stage cultivators. Aside from the 4 great generals of Daqin, almost all notable figures had gathered. Have the talents you all have killed over the years been too few? Speaking so grandly, is it not just to ensure Wang Huitian secures her throne? Beasts, we are not here to reason with you today. Su Shiji, the governor of Zhangzhou, pointed his fingers at Wang Huitian, speaking coldly. He couldn't understand why a mere chi refinement cultivator was being pressured with so much talk. It would be enough to suppress him with strength. Wang Huitian narrowed his eyes at Su Shiji, and a blood-red long sword materialized in his hand. Then why are you still talking nonsense? His figure dispersed and transformed into countless clones, simultaneously charging toward the crowd, with overwhelming sword light, erupting like a blazing sun. Clang! Yu Yao drew her bamboo sword and rushed toward a transformation stage cultivator on the ground, but before she could get close, he had already taken to the skies to join the chaotic battle above. She hesitated for a moment, then targeted a nascent soul cultivator. Kill! With a loud shout, she redirected her course, the green light flashing on her bamboo sword, and a gentle breeze added speed to her steps. Just as she charged halfway, she was grasped by Qing Baihua, who had caught her collar. Silly girl, what are you waiting for? At that moment, Qing Baihua was already pale with fear. With so many powerful beings attacking simultaneously, the spiritual energy surged, threatening to annihilate anything caught in the aftermath. She truly couldn't understand what gave Yu Yao the courage to charge forward with a bamboo sword. Senior sister, don't be afraid, my senior brother is here. He won't let me suffer losses, will he? Just as she finished speaking, a fierce wind swept over the mountains, blowing both of them hundreds of meters away. Qing Baihua's robe was torn into countless strips, her hair disheveled, and her face scraped against the ground. Damn it, this is your senior brother's sword energy. Qing Baihua gritted her teeth, realizing that the enemy hadn't attacked them. Instead, their own side had left her battered. She knew that unreliable dog of a man. The sword attendant who had been closely following her had vanished as well. This outing had been a huge loss. Yu Yao stumbled out of a muddy pit. She had just bumped into a stone and was feeling a bit dazed. Shaking her head vigorously, she searched around for the bamboo sword that had fallen somewhere, muttering to herself. Oh, quite a few people have come, a bunch of trash, simply unaware of their impending doom. Finally, after some searching, she pulled out a half-broken green bamboo sword from a crevice, and as soon as she gripped the sword, her confidence surged. Surveying her surroundings, she saw only Qing Baihua frantically running toward her. The enemies had all taken to the skies to join the battle, and there wasn't a single one among them who couldn't fly. With fierce determination, she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she violently hurled the sword into the air. Wang Huitian's white hair danced in the air, and crimson sword energy formed 2 massive wings on his back. Unfazed by the powerful figures around him, his voice carried coldness and a killing intent. A bunch of trash, simply unaware of their impending doom. On the day I establish my foundation, I will turn the capital of Daqin into a river of blood. He flapped his wings, his figure darting away like a shooting star heading toward the direction of the 10,000 mountains. Behind him, countless cultivators followed closely, unleashing a dazzling array of techniques. The rivers and mountains on the ground were blasted apart as Wang Huitian flew, while drawing his sword targeting every exposed enemy. On the spot, the bamboo sword Yu Yao had thrown fell to the ground after flying several dozen meters. She activated her movement technique, pulled out the bamboo sword, and chased forward. However, just after running for a few minutes, she stopped again. Her senior brother and the cultivators were moving too fast. She had already lost sight of them. Damn it, I've actually lost them. Qing Baihua, who had caught up from behind, rolled her eyes at this remark. This little girl was usually so obedient. How could she be so vengeful with such low cultivation? Little Yao, your senior brother, will definitely be fine. Let's return to the sect first. Hearing this, Yu Yao couldn't help but recall the current tragic state of Jian Feng and felt a shiver in her heart. We can't go back. I can't take the blame. Although it was indeed her that cut down the bamboo for Jian Feng, and she had indeed dug the pit herself, how could a small Qi refinement cultivator bear such heavy karma? Boom. Wang Huitian was struck by a powerful blow. His body smashed into a mountainside. The excessive use of sword energy left his face somewhat collapsed, with half of it already showing bone. The 4-star gathering cultivators were quite troublesome, and that drained child of fortune was not easy to deal with either. These people intended to exhaust him to death. Surround him. This boy's physical body has no bloodline left. He is entirely composed of sword energy. To kill him, we must either deplete his sword energy or annihilate his soul. Wang Huitian rose to his feet, his left hand dissolving into dust, transforming into swirling sword energy around him. These people had already seen through his falsehoods. They intended to slowly consume him bit by bit. Li Qingtian always kept his sword hovering in the air, maintaining a distance from the main battlefield to prevent Wang Huitian from using sword qi to ensnare his soul and escape. The others arranged a formation, with Zhai Xing blocking the front, while the rest continuously wore down their opponent from afar. Can you guess why I dared to descend the mountain knowing I would be besieged? Wang Huitian's eyes held a calmness, and through the shattered skull one could see a mass of white light mist within his brain. This is the soul of a cultivator, which carries memories and willful emotions. It is the core essence of a person. Once damaged, it signifies their fall. The souls of cultivators above the nascent soul stage are protected within their nascent souls. However, Wang Huitian was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Despite his unparalleled killing prowess, his weaknesses were apparent. Zhengbei Wang, do not say too much. Today you will undoubtedly die. No one can save you. Su Shijie gripped a massive hammer with a giant shield surrounding him. Wang Huitian's sword Qi penetrated every gap, yet it struggled to breach this great shield, which was as impenetrable as a pokeball with not a single opening. You all seem well prepared, Wang Huitian remarked, turning his gaze to the thin dark son of fortune, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Years ago I stole the heavenly fortune, leading to your fortune running dry. Have these years been hard for you? Aren't you curious where that fortune went? Come here, and he'll tell you secretly. By the way, what was your name again? Li Changsheng, right? What a good name. As Wang Huitian finished speaking, all attacks around him abruptly ceased. Not only did Li Changsheng wish to reclaim his fortune, but the cultivators present were also curious about how the heavenly fortune was stolen and where it was hidden. If one were to obtain it, wouldn't they soar directly into the heavens, able to seize any opportunity they desired? Oh, you all want it too. Wang Huitian's face revealed a moment of realization. But there's only one reward. It truly puts me in a difficult position. His face bore a manic expression, with patches of skin peeling away to reveal a crimson interior. Madman, this guy is a madman. Wang Huitian was indifferent to the crowd's evaluation. What if he was a madman or a fool? If he wasn't mad or foolish, how could he survive? Born in the war-torn Zhengbei Wang residence, yet lacking a spiritual root, if his father and brother were still alive, they could have protected him. But both had perished in battle. To survive, he had no choice but to become stronger at any cost, even if it meant losing everything. Kill. White hair transformed into red willow sword, Qi shooting forth, wandering and floating in the air, weaving a massive web that spanned kilometers. The nascent soul cultivators trapped within the web found it impossible to move, with some being torn apart into fragments, while others were reduced to nothingness by the sword Qi. The sound of crimson flesh resonated with the ringing of swords peeling away layer by layer. A fleeing transformation stage cultivator was momentarily distracted and was pierced through the forehead. Beast, dare you act ferociously? A demon ape manifestation rose behind Li Qingtian, its massive paw descending to suppress, snapping the sword chi like threads. Several transformation stage cultivators who barely escaped the sword domain had expressions of horror, their faces flickering with relief. This battle is beyond our participation now. Fear marked their faces. They were the pillars of the great Qin, yet now they were forced to retreat by a mere child. After exchanging glances, they retreated several thousand meters once more. The demon ape's giant paw struck the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as countless sword chi expanded outward, enveloping the area for miles. Under such dense sword chi, the four Zhaixing cultivators dared not release their divine senses to probe the situation within the dust. One particular type of sword chi was specifically designed to target divine senses. A single misstep could lead to their demise. They'll handle this. One of the Zhaixing cultivators waved his sleeve, and the swirling dust surged toward him, being drawn into his sleeve. Haha, what a marvelous technique. The man smiled at the crowd's praises. This was his signature skill, comparable to the Buddha's realm in the palm. This time let's see where he can escape to. Just as everyone thought Wang Huitian had nowhere to run, the man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his armpit as a long sword pierced through his shoulder. This sword was extraordinarily sharp, with several black whirlpools on the blade frantically extracting the spiritual energy from within him. Shocked, he attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. The long sword thrust upward, sending his head flying high. Li Changsheng stood on a distant hill watching this scene with no surprise. After the sword domain was unleashed, he had already retreated. How could Wang Huitian be so easily killed? If it were that simple, he would have died at Tianlang Mountain long ago. After a sigh, he continued to focus on the battle. Once the dust settled, Wang Huitian's figure was nowhere to be seen, as if he had transformed into the overwhelming sword chi omnipresent. Was his soul annihilated? He frowned, noticing that the long sword had fallen to the ground after severing a Zhaixing cultivator, slanting into the earth as if it had lost control. Li Qingtian and the others looked in horror at the rolling head on the ground. A torrent of attacks rained down once more. The long sword trembled, yet showed no sign of movement. I can confirm this sword carries no soul fluctuations. Su Shijie cautiously approached the Wuxiang sword, reaching out to pull it from the ground. It's a fine sword, but unfortunately its spirit is destroyed, leaving only half its edge. As he spoke, he tossed the Wuxiang sword back. Despite lacking a sword spirit, it was still a divine weapon. However, this was the sword used by Wang Huitian, and he dared not keep it on him. No one knew if this sword genius had left behind any hidden traps. Li Qingtian and another Zhaixing cultivator circled the sword domain, still unable to find Wang Huitian's soul. Ultimately, they arrived at the Wuxiang sword. This sword is excellent. Pei Ming, you specialize in swordsmanship. It suits you well. Upon hearing Li Qingtian's words, Pei Ming squinted at the Wuxiang sword, which had a dim yellow gem embedded in the blade with 6 other holes emitting a deep black light. That thing had just decapitated a Zhaixing cultivator. He dared not take it. Li Qingtian's words were clearly intended to set him up. This beast was slain by our combined efforts. Pei would never dare to claim it for myself. The three exchanged glances, none daring to touch the Wuxiang sword. Even if they all believed Wang Huitian had perished, they still held a deep apprehension towards the sword he left behind. After all, no one had ever cultivated the sword path to such a level. No one knew how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. Seeing Pei Ming's apprehension, Li Qingtian kicked a broken pottery jar on the ground and flew away on his sword. Forget it, let this sword stay here to accompany him in burial. After the 3 Zhaixing cultivators left, a group of transformation stage cultivators cautiously approached. They gazed at the long sword with greed, but dared not take it. Eventually, they searched for a while and left in disappointment. As dusk approached, Li Changsheng walked slowly into the sword domain. He did not look at the long sword, but headed straight for the broken pottery jar. Bending down, he picked it up and probed inside with his divine sense, discovering it contained hundreds of various flying boats and 8 massive stone pillars. This bastard really knows how to stir up trouble. If I take these flying boats, I fear I will face pursuit from various factions in the future. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a stone pillar, tossing the pottery jar carelessly on the ground. These flying boats were like a hot potato. Unlike other treasures that could be hidden, they would inevitably be discovered unless he ceased to operate within the borders of the Great Qin. Just days after everyone had left, a sparrow flew over. It deftly dodged all the stray sword chi and finally landed on the head of the Zhaixing cultivator. Chirp, chirp. The head of the star picker split open at the brow, and a divine soul floated out from within. The surrounding sword energy quickly gathered towards the soul, and after a while the sword energy solidified into a boy of around 7 or 8 years old. It was inevitable that the damaged body would shrink. Wang Huitian reached out, and the wuxiang sword automatically merged into his body. He picked up the ceramic jar from the ground and hung it at his waist. Feeling the cultivation within his body, his expression changed dramatically. My cultivation was at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, yet now it has dropped to the 1st layer. Damn it, why did this happen? A normal cultivator would not fall in rank even after exhausting their spiritual energy in battle, yet he had lost more than half of his cultivation in just one fight. This realm is actually a one-time thing. No, there must be another way. After pondering for a long time, he changed direction. There was no longer a need to go to the 10,000 great mountains. Even if he earned a lot of spirit stones and materials, they would be useless to him. Crossing numerous mountains, he arrived at a small village with dozens of households. Most of the houses in the village were made of mud, and many mud walls were smeared with cow dung and palm leaves for wind protection. This village had only one well located under an old locust tree at the village entrance. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s was carrying a wooden bucket towards the village entrance. Her face showed signs of hardship, but it couldn't hide her beauty, indicating she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Widow Zhang going to fetch water again. Other villagers greeted her with a hint of warmth in their eyes. Haozhou just came back from the mountains, so I'm going to fetch some water for him to take a hot bath. The woman smiled, showing a hint of pride when mentioning her son Haozhou. As she walked across the stone path of the village towards the well, her smile suddenly vanished when she looked at the well. Beside the well, under the old locust tree, a boy of around 7 or 8 years old was squatting at the edge, his expression serious as he stared vacantly at the well water. The woman paused for only a second before turning to leave with the bucket in hand, but just as she lifted her foot, a tender voice rang out behind her. Sister-in-law, how have you been? The boy was naturally Wang Huitian, and the woman was his sister-in-law Zhang Yanru. You seem to be afraid of me. Wang Huitian's voice was cold as he appeared next to Zhang Yanru in an instant. She shivered slightly, her gaze evasive. How many people in this world were not afraid of Wang Huitian? The Wang family members were all battle maniacs. After her husband died in battle, she hid here to protect her son, yet now she was found. Huitian, I don't want Haozhou to die on the battlefield like his father did. Wang Huitian snorted coldly. He naturally understood Zhang Yanru's thoughts. One could only say it was the kindness of a woman. Sister-in-law, what my Yi family does benefits the present and the future. You haven't seen the outside of Xingyue Pass, where demonic cultivators feast on human blood and evil energy. You also haven't lived in the 10,000 great mountains, unaware of how ferocious the beasts are. Take me to see Haozhou. Zhang Yanru dared not speak, only leading the way with the bucket, as Wang Huitian leisurely followed, observing the village environment. Oh, widow Zhang, did you pick up a child while going out to fetch water? Haha, could this be your illegitimate child with old Wang from the village? How about you give me one too? Young villagers joked openly, their eyes filled with a somewhat reckless gaze. Living here, the widow and her child seemed to have suffered quite a bit. Wang Huitian's gaze turned icy. He waved a red sword, energy ready to strike, but Zhang Yanru hurriedly threw down the bucket and picked up Wang Huitian. Huitian, this is how it is in the village. Everyone is just joking and don't take it seriously. If you kill them, how will Haozhou and I live here afterward? Wang Huitian's sword energy coiled around Zhang Yanru's neck. I hope it's not serious. Zhang Yanru pushed open the gate, revealing a very simple courtyard. The courtyard, surrounded by mud, had some cabbages planted and clothes were hung out to dry nearby. A youth of 17 or 18 was organizing clothes under the drying rack. Hearing the door open, he turned his head. Mother, you're back so soon. Whose child is this? So cute. Yi Haozhou walked over and took Wang Huitian from Zhang Yanru. He pinched Wang Huitian's cheek, feeling a bit of pain in his hand. The child was surprisingly tough. Little one, what's your name? Wang Huitian looked at the youth's face, which bore some resemblance to his elder brother, but his aura was completely empty, clearly indicating he had not practiced. It seemed Zhang Yanru wanted this child to live an ordinary life. Thinking of his current physical condition with no bloodline left, even if he found a partner in the future, it would likely be impossible to have offspring. His gaze softened slightly when looking at this child, as he was the last hope of the Northern King's manor. You don't remember me? Wang Huitian spoke softly. In reality, the two were not far apart in age and had grown up together in the manor, but his mature personality made him dismissive of playing with these little kids. Little friend, have we met before? Zhang Yanru saw her son treating Wang Huitian like an ordinary child and quickly took him away, placing him on the ground. After all, the Wang family lineage was known for their violent tempers, and she had not seen Wang Huitian for years, unsure of what kind of temperament this little ancestor had now. For dinner, Zhang Yanru stewed some rabbit meat, which Yi Haozhou had caught in the mountains. However, Wang Huitian merely glanced at it before entering the house. He did not require food and lacked the digestive function. After standing in the house in contemplation for a long time, he stood by the window and waved. A little sparrow flew over and landed on the windowsill. Chirp, chirp. Bring it out. The previous path was blocked. The little sparrow hesitated for a moment, spreading its wings and digging into its chest feathers. Soon 5 books fell out from its chest. Wang Huitian picked up the books and laid them on the ground. The first one was titled Path of Killing, the origin of all his sword techniques, with sword energy evolving from it, focusing on form and intent. However, this path had reached its end. It was not that there were no more powerful sword realms, but rather that his divine soul was constrained. Everything now was the limit a mortal could deduce. The second book was Heavenly Book, from which nearly all cultivation techniques on the continent had been derived. Feeling the cultivation that had dropped to the first layer of chi refinement within him, a trace of anger flashed across Wang Huitian's face. His previous third layer of chi refinement was false, merely an illusion brought by spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, the realm would fall. Wasteful technique. He kicked the Heavenly Book away, nearly losing control of the sword energy that was spilling out. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the last 3 cultivation techniques. They were Demonic Delusion, Return Journey, and Buddha's Heart, corresponding to demonic cultivators, ghost cultivators, and Buddhist cultivators. Disgustedly shoving Buddha's Heart back into the little sparrow's embrace, his gaze drifted between the other 2 techniques. To practice demonic arts or ghostly arts, that was the question. Gazing towards the direction of the northern plains, it seemed he had no other choice. Go tell him that I might not make it this time, and he doesn't need to repay what he owes me. Chirp. The little sparrow spread its wings and soared into the sky, becoming a black until it vanished from sight. The methods of ghost cultivation undoubtedly require one to first die and then be reborn. The soul of a cultivator contains vitality, while the ghostly body harbors ghostly energy. However, the obliteration of the soul and the fading of vitality do not necessarily result in the emergence of ghostly energy. It is also possible to fade into nothingness amidst the heavens and earth. Moreover, most ghosts wander aimlessly, struggling to find their true selves, easily worn down by the passage of time, causing their true spirits to dissipate. Wang Huitian looked towards the path home with flickering eyes. The road ahead was severed, and a new path was hard to find. He truly envied those cultivators with spiritual roots. Even the most useless of mixed spiritual roots would suffice. Among them, he particularly envied Luo Wuji. That guy was simply maddeningly enviable, effortlessly mastering any spell, proficient in wind, fire, lightning, and thunder. He leaned against the window, sitting on the ground with a book titled The Way Home in hand, resembling a wild dog desperately seeking survival. Perhaps the Hungry Corpse's Cave can offer a chance for survival from despair. After a night of silence, Wang Huitian remained seated until dawn. Perhaps Zhang Yanru had given Yi Haozhou an explanation, as neither of them came to disturb him. Facing the first rays of morning light, he stepped out of the room to find Yi Haozhou standing awkwardly in the courtyard. Seeing the youthful face with a hint of determination in his brow, Wang Huitian smiled a smile filled with relief. Our northern town Wang mansion is not extinct. What am I afraid of? Ha ha ha, simply worrying for nothing. He laughed heartily while heading outside, leaving the book, the Heavenly Book, behind in the room. Whether Yi Haozhou could embark on the path of cultivation depended solely on his own choices. After walking a considerable distance, Yi Haozhou rushed out of the courtyard, calling out to the somewhat lonely and slender figure. Second uncle. Wang Huitian turned his head, his smile growing more carefree. Ha ha ha. Where are you going, second uncle? You foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? As the northern town Wang, of course I am returning to my fief. Will you come back? Wang Huitian's smile faltered, and his tone grew serious. I will not return. I remember this. The tradition of the northern town Wang lineage is that anything not included within the Great Qin territory belongs to the northern town Wang's fief. If you wish to find me, go search for me in the northern town Wang's fief. With that, he turned away and departed without looking back. Zhang Yanru stepped out of the courtyard, gazing at the receding figure, which gradually overlapped with that of her late husband. Only this time Yanxin was followed by 1,000,000 soldiers, while now Wang Huitian was utterly alone. In the Great Qin imperial city at the Qiankuan Hall, Wang Jinxian sat majestically on the dragon throne, adorned in a magnificent dragon robe, surrounded by an endless aura of dragon energy that exuded authority and elegance. Your Majesty, the northern town Wang has been assassinated at the border between Cangzhou and Huangzhou. Please appoint another heir to the throne. Wang Jinxian frowned slightly, as she did not care who the crown prince would be. The lower realms were too insignificant. This place was merely a stepping stone for her return to the celestial realm. She also did not care about Wang Huitian's life or death. At her peak, she could create 1,000,000 beings with a mere wave of her hand, so how could she concern herself with this biological son? Since the northern town Wang is dead, then appoint a new crown prince. You officials discuss and report back to me when you have decided. The people in the hall exchanged glances. Truly, this emperor did not seem to care about anything. Wang Huitian returned to her palace where her ever-changing long sword pinned a golden dragon shadow to the ground as she slowly approached, her eyes filled with anticipation. Soon it wouldn't be long before she could ascend using the dragon energy. For lower realm cultivators, one must achieve the status of emperor to break through the barriers of the celestial realm. However, as an emperor, one does not need to. Dragon energy is a form of heavenly luck, and with this world's fortune, communicating with the celestial realm would allow for an effortless ascension. Just as she held on to her hopes, the numerous gemstones swirling around the sword suddenly stuttered. What's going on? She frowned deeply, intently examining the spinning gems, and after a moment her expression changed dramatically. Damn it, how could 7 be missing? These 7 gemstones were but a drop in the bucket compared to the many on the sword, yet they were a crucial part of the formation's operation. After confirming the loss of 7 gemstones multiple times, she flew towards the Chongqing forest. If anyone could steal the gemstones from her, it could only be Wang Daoyang. At the border of Cangzhou, a flying boat cut through the clouds. Fly a little lower. That bastard Wang Huitian actually dared to take Yu Yao down the mountain. How many layers of qi refining has Yu Yao reached? If my precious disciple loses even a single hair, I'll skin him alive. This is simply driving me insane. Master Mu Qing's face was ashen while Huaxiang stood beside her trying to calm her down. Calm down, calm down. Otherwise I fear you will faint when you return to the sword peak. Moi. Master Mu Qing furrowed her brow looking at Huaxiang. She had come directly from the return peak sacred land at Cangzhou and had not returned to Sword Peak. Huaxiang's words suggested that something had happened at Sword Peak. Xiang, are you hiding something from me? Huaxiang turned to the side, her lips trembling incessantly, clearly struggling to suppress laughter. What are you talking about, master? We've had a friendship for hundreds of years. How could I hide anything from you? Xian, standing nearby, also looked somewhat doubtful. The contorted face of Huaxiang perfectly aligned with hers, indicating something was clearly amiss. Master uncle, is everything truly fine? It's really fine. It's really fine, hee. As she spoke, Huaxiang's body trembled, emitting chicken-like sounds of laughter. Master Mu Qing and her disciples' faces darkened. Their emotions could not be suppressed. This girl must know something. Both of them grabbed Huaxiang simultaneously, demanding answers. After some playful tussling, Huaxiang could only admit part of the truth. Stop scratching me, I'll tell you. Master uncle gifted your second disciple a manual for refining weapons, and as a result, he ended up collapsing the heavenly peak while trying to refine a pottery jar. You have no idea. This made Qing Shan Master so furious that his face turned green. And afterwards both of them ran away. Master Brother personally led people to Sword Peak to catch them, but he came up empty-handed. As Huaxiang spoke, she mimicked Lu Qingshan's furious expression, performing a perfectly comedic rendition of impotent rage. Master Mu Qing also listened with amusement, recalling Lu Qingshan's expression at that time. She was doubled over with laughter alongside Huaxiang. Yes, just like that. Master Brother's lips were twitching like this at that time. Xian frowned slightly as she watched the two, who were laughing uncontrollably. She felt that Huaxiang was still concealing something. She knew her master uncle's temperament, well, eager for chaos, as it would provide her with entertainment. Atop a mountain peak in Cangzhou, Yu Yao stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the sky. Qing Baihua and her 4 sword attendants sat on a rock, looking disheveled. After losing track of Wang Huitian and the others, they had originally planned to return to Qingshan, but ultimately found that the flying boat was missing. That was a flying boat crafted with great expense by Qing Baihua, with railings perfumed. No one could understand the pain she felt at this moment. She felt that at the moment the flying boat was lost, her soul was lost along with it. Just then Yu Yao said she had a way, and so the group was brought to this small mountaintop by her. Yu Yao, what are we doing here? Yu Yao's lips curled up, her face adorned with a confident smile. Waiting for a fated person. At that moment, as Qing Baihua and the others were puzzled, a flying vessel floated down from the sky. This flying vessel moved slowly and flew low, but its direction was neither towards Qingshan nor the direction of the Wanyuan Mountains that Yu Yao wanted to go, but rather coming from the Wanyuan Mountains towards Cangzhou. However, this was not important, as she believed that once they stopped the flying vessel, the other party would be more than willing to change their destination. Flying vessel above, halt. This place is off limits. Yu Yao shouted angrily, brandishing her Qingzhou sword with a killing intent, signaling to Qing Baihua, who was standing dumbfounded nearby. Seeing Qing Baihua's lack of response, Yueyao was filled with anger for her lack of action. Senior sister, what are you waiting for? Go up and control their main force. Or why don't you use your flying sword to send me up? Qing Baihua was dumbfounded. Was your plan really to rob them? What kind of confidence did your senior brother give you to dare to intercept a road robbery at the late stage of Don't be afraid, senior sister. My senior brother left me a sword enough to let the winds of Tsangzhou blow towards Qingshan. Yueyao said confidently, while Qing Baihua looked despondent as she, the esteemed heavenly maiden, had somehow become a bandit. Seeing the flying vessel above come to a halt, Qing Baihua's expression became serious. Naturally, she could not allow Yueyao to take risks. As the senior sister, she had her responsibilities. Unable to back down after already starting, she gritted her teeth and flew up on her sword towards the vessel. Four sword attendants closely followed her, exuding a murderous aura. However, as their flying swords leveled with the flying vessel, several of them froze in place. Qing Baihua, with a grim expression, turned to look at the helpless Yueyao below. This time, senior sister couldn't save you. May the heavenly maiden bless you. On the flying vessel, Mu Qing looked at Qing Baihua and the others with a dark expression. She naturally recognized this disciple of the sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao. Huitian stood beside her, covering her mouth, her face flushed red. Haha, Qing, you've been robbed. It seems the one leading the charge is your precious disciple. Look at her anxious expression. She dares to rob a flying vessel without being able to control a sword. If she ever learns to fly, she might even try to seize the celestial realm. Ouch, my back. Unable to contain herself, she laughed while patting Bai Xian on the shoulder, who stumbled dangerously from the force. Seeing that Mu Qing's expression was off, Qing Baihua hurriedly boarded the flying vessel and performed a deep disciple. Baihua greets her esteemed uncle, wishing her uncle blessings as vast as the East Sea, longevity, like Qingshan, everlasting beauty, every year spirit stones accumulating monthly, and joy every day. Stop! A drop of cold sweat dripped from Qing Baihua onto the flying vessel. She knew this uncle well. Anyone who could confront the sect leader Huitian was someone even her master Li Xiaoyao feared. With a flick of her sleeve, Mu Qing drew Yueyao up from the mountaintop. Dazed, Yueyao spun around twice on the deck before stumbling and falling at Mu Qing's feet. Ouch, where's my sword? She got up, intending to pick up her Qingzhu sword, only to see Mu Qing, and her heart sank. Her first thought was that her master must have come to settle scores with her. Master, why are you here? Mu Qing looked at her precious disciple, noticing that Yao's hair was disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, her clothes full of holes, and many areas covered in soot, resembling someone who had crawled out of a coal mine. It should be noted that when Yu Kuan had just sent Yueyao up the mountain, she was dressed neatly and looked plump and white, just like a little princess. Ouch, how am I going to explain this to your uncle? Originally filled with anger, it instantly dissipated. She looked at Yueyao with a pained expression, tidying her hair. She knew that being with the unruly Wang Huitian would not lead to good outcomes. After just a few days, she had turned into a little beggar. With a flick of her fingers, a gentle breeze swept through, blowing away the dust on Yu Yao's clothes. Bai Xian stepped forward, carefully combing Yu Yao's hair. Mu Qing's divine sense swept around, and frowning, she asked, "Where's your senior brother?" Yueyao was indifferent. "Oh, senior brother. He went out to walk the dog." Qing Baihua tugged at Yu Yao's sleeve and recounted the events that had transpired in Tsangzhou to Mu Qing. Both Mu Qing and her disciple, along with Huitian, looked solemn. With 4-star pickers and a bunch of transformation and nascent soul cultivators chasing after them, such a lineup is extremely dangerous, let alone that Wang Huitian is just a mortal with sword skills. Mu Qing immediately turned the ship around and gave chase in the direction Wang Huitian had fled, but everyone present knew it was likely already too late. Several days had passed since the battle in Tsangzhou. The star pickers had flown who knows how far at full speed. This time Huitian is probably doomed, Mu Qing said with a somber expression. The atmosphere was heavy. Their divine senses continuously probed below where the mountains had been shattered, and the ground opened with numerous fissures, revealing the intensity of the previous battle. Huitian spoke out in anger. "If that kid is gone, well, go kill those star pickers to avenge him. I don't believe that Qin would dare to go to war with my Wandao Mountain. That damned Lung Shao, always strutting at the border, I've long disliked him." Wang Huitian, unaware of Mu Qing and the others' concerns, had now arrived at the hungry corpse's strange cave. It looked just as it had before. He selected a fine coffin from the mountain path, which contained a hideously blackened corpse. "Old brother, can you pick another place? I have my eye on this coffin," he said, replacing the grass mat inside with that of the corpse, and he carried the coffin deeper into the forbidden area. The sky inside the forbidden area was exceedingly gloomy, leaves piled layer upon layer on the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. Occasionally, he would step on blackened bones, and the wind blowing through the treetops produced an eerie sound, creating a somewhat sinister atmosphere. After walking inward for over half an hour, Wang Huitian stopped. Not far ahead, a gaunt old man was crouched on the ground chewing on something. Upon hearing the noise, he turned his head, his twisted face appearing grotesque, with both hands shoving dirt into his mouth. "I'm starving, dying of hunger. Do you have anything to eat?" he asked while grabbing rotten leaves and stuffing them into his mouth. Wang Huitian frowned, his gaze lingering on the old man's distended belly. This transformation cultivator had no idea how much he had consumed to have his stomach swell like that. Ignoring the old man, Wang Huitian continued deeper while carrying the coffin, but not far from where he had walked, a sudden thunderous sound erupted behind him, and countless dark, filthy objects scattered everywhere, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. That transformation cultivator's belly had exploded from overeating. His body had split in two, with the upper half still crawling painfully, trying to grab the rotting leaves. No wonder this is a human forbidden zone. Wang Huitian observed the scattered flesh and blood, and at that moment, he felt a hint of hunger. This hunger seemed to stem from the soul's craving for food. Even though his body had long since mutated, he could still feel the abdominal cramps caused by hunger. Forcing himself to suppress this feeling, he pressed on deeper. The yang energy here was too weak. Dying here would only cause him to vanish without a trace. After walking several miles, some restless spirits began to appear around him. These spirits had a greedy look in their eyes, drooling as they followed closely behind him. "I'm hungry, can I eat you, little brother?" Wang Huitian gritted his teeth, his eyes reddened as he kept his head down and walked forward. Upon hearing the reasonable demands of the restless spirits, he suddenly stopped and slowly lifted his buried head. "I am also very hungry." His voice was laced with greed, saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth like a silver thread, causing the surrounding hungry ghosts to step back in fright. Wang Huitian looked at them as if they were food. "Fellow Taoist, guard your heart and mind, do not be driven by desire." A voice shouted angrily in Wang Huitian's heart, temporarily suppressing his restless desires. At the end of his line of sight was an ancient, inverted giant bell. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he truly did not expect to encounter a living cultivator deep within this forbidden area. However, judging by the other party's voice, they were already at the end of their strength, barely surviving thanks to that giant bell. Carrying the coffin beside the giant bell, Wang Huitian revealed a smile. "Ha ha ha, I am not alone on this path. What do you call yourself, fellow?" The cultivator inside the giant bell did not respond, seemingly having exhausted all their strength from reminding Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian was not bothered, sitting down leisurely to speak. "I am Wang Huitian, the foremost swordsman in the world. Alas, heaven is jealous and did not grant me a spiritual route, ultimately leaving me unable to enter the immortal gate with myriad methods. Today I abandon my divine self and forsake the path of immortality to enter the ghostly way." After a moment, a voice finally came from within the giant bell. "I am Zhao Jinshao, a celestial master of the Tao sect, skilled in capturing ghosts and exterminating demons. Have you thought this through?" Wang Huitian glanced at the giant bell, astonished. A celestial master of the Tao sect was indeed a nemesis to the ghostly way. This sect was hidden in the world, lacking a dedicated place for cultivation, and instead scattered throughout various places, their strength difficult to gauge. As the saying goes, it is easier to annihilate the Qing mountain than to destroy the Tao sect. No one knows how many disciples the Tao sect has. They each do their own thing without interfering with one another, constituting an extremely powerful legacy. In response to the celestial master's slightly threatening inquiry, Wang Huitian could only demonstrate with his actions. "I've thought it through." He stood up, took out a shovel, and began to dig. Under the decaying leaves lay black soil tinged with a faint crimson, as if soaked in blood. "Excellent. This is the place he was looking for. What a pity you seem unable to come out. Otherwise someone would have filled the earth for me. Do you know the resolve I had to reach this point? I have truly let down my beautiful Honglu. I wonder how she is doing now. Let me tell you that Honglu is stunning, and she's definitely fond of me. Unfortunately, as a mere mortal, how can I mislead such a beauty?" Wang Huitian chatted while digging, and after half an hour of digging a moderately sized pit, his hands and feet began to wither slowly under the curse of the forbidden area. After all, this was a body built on sword energy. If it were true flesh and blood, it would likely not withstand a moment here. "I'm so hungry in this ghostly place." This hunger emanating from the soul is terrifying enough to drive countless strong-willed individuals mad. Wang Huitian licked his cracked lips, placed the coffin into the pit, and laid down inside with it. "So, Celestial Master, see you tomorrow." Sword energy surged, and the excavated soil rolled before the giant bell, forming a grave mound. Inside the giant bell, the celestial master sat cross-legged, a yellow talisman pressed against his forehead, extending down to his neck. Below the head, his torso was now merely a layer of skin wrapped around bones, looking extremely tragic and terrifying. I fear I will not be able to escape this damned cave of starving corpses. His gaze was complex as he could see the grave mound next door through the bronze bell. Oomph. This is the first time I have seen someone seeking death so eagerly. After Wang Huitian buried himself, the fierce spirits surrounding gradually dispersed. They were left with only the instinct to feed, wandering in this forbidden area lost and aimless all day long. It became completely quiet here, with only the sound of the wind and occasional chewing noises sending chills down one's spine. During this time, a gray sparrow circled outside the forbidden area for several days, ultimately still not daring to enter, and flew away. Everything and everyone continued on their original trajectories. The continent was never short of stories unfolding, such as Wang Huitian breaking into the everlasting forest to demand a gem and being thrown out. For instance, the fourth prince of the Great Qin led troops out of the Star and Moon Pass, slaughtering 1,000,000 beings of the North Plain before suffering heavy losses and retreating. For example, a cultivator in Liangzhou saw a strange mountain wind, which caused the clouds to scatter and the trees to bow. The wind was driven by a bamboo leaf. And again, like how sharp bamboo shoots sprouted from a jar on Jianfeng, covering the mountains like swords pointing towards the sky, while at the mountain's entrance a little girl often waited for her senior brother. The path of cultivation is long and slow. Lady Celestial, kill this lower-tier man. Still the grand senior brother of the main peak, bullying women is hardly a skill. On the Tianshu Plaza, Qing Baihua, dressed in a splendid white gown and veiled with glass, was battling Luo Wuji. Both had long shed their youthful innocence, now possessing an air of authority. Junior sister, you can't defeat me, nor can you let your followers launch personal attacks on me, right? Luo Wuji, looking helpless, thought that during this selection of the peak master at Wandao Mountain, no one was his opponent. However, facing the bizarre Qing Baihua, he truly had no way to deal with it. The other party disregarded martial ethics and incited the so-called Celestial Women's sect to cyberbully him. He truly did not expect to encounter such outrageous incidents after crossing over. Wuji, senior brother, this isn't my fault. Women are inherently a disadvantaged group. Can't you as a big man let us be? That sounds quite reasonable. But, what but? You, a big man, have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. I heard that when you go out with junior sisters to carry out missions, you split the expenses. That's simply disgraceful. Luo Wuji's head was filled with black lines. He had all the skills and mastered countless techniques, yet at this moment, he found them entirely useless. Around the plaza, those from various sects who came to observe were holding back their laughter. Luo Wuji usually stole the limelight in the Qing Mountain, known as the best of the younger generation, yet he never expected to face such a situation. Honglu sat in the audience, stands her gaze cold and forbidding. The surrounding cultivators dared not come too close, with only her younger brother Hong Luo accompanying her. Even from a distance, the intense bloody scent exuding from her seemed to suggest that her entire red outfit was stained with blood. Let's go take a stroll around Jianfeng. Seeing Honglu leave, Hong Luo hurriedly got up to follow her. Jianfeng was still lush and green, the bamboo swaying, but only the person sitting on the large stone at the mountain's entrance had changed. Sister Honglio, you've come. Upon seeing her, Yu Yao stood up happily. She had a graceful figure, her green attire shimmering with sword energy, and a pottery jar hanging at her waist, already blossoming into a tall and attractive young woman. Has he not returned yet? Yu Yao naturally knew who Honglu was referring to. Not yet, but I sensed the joy and tremble of sword energy. She happily summoned a wisp of gentle breeze from the pottery jar, which flowed around Yu Yao's fingers. However, just as Yu Yao was about to withdraw the gentle breeze back into the pottery jar, this wisp of breeze suddenly dispersed. A sudden bell tolled deep within the hungry corpse mystical cave, and countless vengeful spirits wailed and howled. Following this was the helpless sigh of the Taoist master. Friend, I told you that you cannot gnaw on this bell. If you are truly starving, you can choose to eat your own coffin lid. Outside the giant bell, black mist rolled, and a fierce ghost with blood-red fangs was gnawing at the bronze bell. His expression was frenzied, with 9 sword-shaped seals on his forehead arranged in a circular pattern, appearing rather eerie. The fierce ghost ignored the master's advice from within the bell, continuing to clash with the bronze bell. Damn it, ever since this thing arrived, I've had no peace. The master cursed. He was truly annoyed, unable to go outside, relying solely on this bell to hang on to life. This damned ghost came every day, punctual as clockwork, making it impossible for him to concentrate on resisting the curse of the hungry corpse mystical cave. 5, 4. The master counted down 5 times, and indeed the outside fell silent. He had grown accustomed to its routine. Every day it would ring the bell at sunrise, more punctual than the sun, and then go off in search of food. After abandoning the giant bell, the fierce ghost returned to the grave mound and lifted the coffin lid. Inside was somewhat empty, with only a broken earthen jar and 3 gems in the corner looking desolate. It then picked up one and stuffed it into its mouth, crushing the hard gem and swallowing it down as if it were candy. After closing the coffin lid, it ventured deeper. It was hunting time. Tearing apart and devouring the other wandering fierce ghosts could alleviate its hunger, yet over the years there was little food left. To find sustenance it could only go deeper. Alas, I have raised a great menace. The master sighed repeatedly. The talisman affixed to his forehead had already faded, indicating time was running out. If he died, it was likely he would not escape the fate of being devoured alive. What a sin! Infinite heavenly sovereign, this old Taoist has truly run into bad luck. Half a day later, the ferocious ghost returned again. After satisfying its hunger, it struck the bell and laid down in the coffin, waking the master just as he had begun to settle his thoughts. This can't go on. I must restore its consciousness. Otherwise I will eventually be drained to death. This was the solution the master pondered long and hard to devise, yet he hesitated within. The current state of the other party was uncertain. Even if its consciousness returned, it might have a drastic change in temperament, and in the end it would still be himself who suffered. Foolish thief, this Taoist has truly failed. He forcefully gathered his spirit and began to chant the Taoist scriptures. After reciting a few times, feeling it was not quite stable, he switched to chanting Buddhist scriptures, as the Buddhist teachings emphasize compassion, hoping to awaken some benevolence. A successful Taoist master naturally understands a bit of everything. After reciting the Buddhist scriptures several times, he switched to the doctrines of the Holy Temple. Although he had never practiced them, reciting them was still no problem. The Hungry Corpse mystical cave was always shrouded in mist, lacking any sense of time. The sound of the bell signified a full day. The master felt as though his mouth was blistering and his stomach was nearly empty, seemingly leaving only a heavenly maiden scripture. Heaven and earth separate, yin and yang. Women are yin, and yin can give birth to yang, for only women can bear children. The first woman in the world was the heavenly maiden, and when a man is born with his head down and injures his brain, the heavenly maiden refers to him as a lower male. The master's voice grew softer as he continued reciting until he finally broke down. What the hell, what a ridiculous scripture. If this old Taoist could escape this wretched place, I would definitely capture those heavenly maiden cultists and have them debate with those merciful monks. Boom. The bell tolled, and Wang Huitian's vengeful spirit called him up punctually. After striking the bell, he returned to the grave mound and swallowed the last gem. The broken earthen jar was also swallowed in one bite, leaving the coffin completely empty. His eyes turned crimson as he walked deeper into the forbidden land. Along the way there were no more evil spirits. For countless years nothing had been able to reach the core of the mystical cave, not even ghosts. The closer they got to the core, the more intense the hunger became, eventually leading to self-cannibalization until they dissipated into a wisp of yin energy. After transforming into a vengeful spirit, Wang Huitian was fearsome, but only slightly more so than those muddled souls still appearing minuscule within the Hungry Corpse mystical cave. Not knowing how far he had walked, he began gnawing on his own fingers. There was no existence that could withstand this hunger, but fortunately, he had eaten enough before. Hungry, so hungry. His throat was growling and his stomach was burning. The preparations he had made earlier seemed to have failed, leaving him no choice but to roam aimlessly. Outside the Hungry Corpse mystical cave, Wang Huitian, draped in a golden dragon robe, walked slowly. The staff in her hand glimmered dimly, and the 7-colored gems were becoming increasingly sluggish. Fortune teller, are you sure what I seek is inside? Behind her followed an old man with a broken bowl disheveled, with half a roast chicken hanging from his mouth. I absolutely won't miscalculate, but this Hungry Corpse mystical cave is a dead zone. Even a sage wouldn't dare to enter. Are you sure you want to take this risk, your majesty? Wang Huitian's face revealed a hint of mockery. Her vision was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even in the celestial realm, she could go wherever she pleased. She did not regard this small underworld's dark place at all. If he took my things, unless he can escape into the void, hiding anywhere would be futile. May your majesty have a smooth journey. This old man fears hunger, so I won't meddle anymore. The fortune teller stopped, unwilling to proceed further. Wang Huitian was indifferent since she had already found her destination. This old man was no longer of use. She soared into the air and flew into the black land, her divine sense recklessly searching through the Hungry Corpse mystical cave. There's something strange consuming my divine sense. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she did not take it to heart. Let it consume. How could it? Her divine sense was vast like the sea. Even giving it 10 years, it would not finish devouring. After flying a distance, she stopped at the top of a rocky hill and took out some fasting pills from her storage ring. She was feeling a bit hungry. After eating a few, she moved forward. The fog ahead was thick, capable of blocking divine sense exploration. To be safe, she chose to walk. The Hungry Corpse mystical cave is nothing much after all. Again, she pulled out a few fasting pills and tossed them into her mouth, feeling that today's pills seemed a bit stale and not very effective. Not long after Wang Huitian entered the Hungry Corpse mystical cave, another person arrived outside this forbidden land. He was dressed in flowing white, resembling an immortal, with a 3-foot-long sword slung diagonally at his waist, exuding an otherworldly aura. The fortune teller chewed on the roast chicken, squinting. Yi by the sword immortal. Yi Bai turned his head to glance at the fortune teller. His gaze was calm. Even if this person recognized him, he could not muster any interest. There were many in the world who knew him. He stared blankly at the interior of the forbidden land, murmuring under his breath. Master, the clear wind has scattered. My disciple's broken thought sword and blood-killing sword have already reached great success. However, the wind has yet to reach its peak. I am worried you cannot hold on, so I came early. Saying this, he drew out the long sword at his waist and took out a drop of fresh blood from his storage ring. This drop of blood was stolen from Wang Huitian by Luo Wujia. Wang Huitian firmly believed that Luo Wujia harbored great secrets, not just regarding souls, but also bloodlines, for the other party's spirit root was also acquired after birth. If the other could do it, why couldn't he? If he couldn't, there must be a reason for it. Thus, he aimed to reshape his body with Luo Wuji's bloodline. Yi Bai gathered all his cultivation energy. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the star-plucking realm. With a flick of his finger, that drop of refined blood transformed into a crimson sword, qi shooting forth like a streak of lightning. The long sword's cold light sliced through the air. Duan Yin sword qi and Feng qi moved as one. Duan Yin severed souls capable of annihilating malevolent spirits drawn to fresh blood. Feng qi flowed ceaselessly, formless, unpredictable, propelling the blood-infused sword qi ever farther. After releasing 3 such sword strikes, his face paled. He sank cross-legged onto the ground, eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the 3 streaks of sword qi vanishing into the forbidden land. Well, Yi Bai, why's your face so pale? Shin Xuanzi leaned in, curiously scrutinizing the legendary sword immortal famed across the realms. What did you just unleash into the forbidden land? When Yi Bai remained silent, Shin Xuanzi rubbed his grease-stained palm against Yi Bai's robe, leaving behind several stark black smudges like claw marks. Yi Bai flared with fury. The old tortoise was deliberately provoking him. Everyone knew Yi Bai suffered from an obsessive aversion to filth. Seeing Yi Bai's rage, Shin Xuanzi hastily retreated. Heh, I must be off. Wishing you all a most delightful time. Yi Bai's blade flashed, slashing across Shin Xuanzi's forearm. The limb dissolved like smoke, and the half-roasted chicken clutched in his hand tumbled to the ground, transforming midair into a severed infant's arm. A demon cultivator. Yi Bai's heart surged with shock and wrath. He had never imagined a demon cultivator would dare breach the Xingyue Pass. When he raised his sword again, Shin Xuanzi had vanished, his speed uncanny, his movement elusive and eerie. Ha, you're great, Qin Emperor. I've already sent him into the Apiao forbidden land. Surprised, astonished. The voice receded into the distance. Yi Bai's expression darkened. Northern Plains demon cultivators refined pills from human flesh and cultivated Tao through bloodshed, sparing no cruelty on their path to immortality, regarding mortals as mere fodder or insects. What made demon cultivators truly terrifying was not their individual power, but the contagion of their Tao lineage. Should even one villager succumb to the temptation of forbidden strength, the entire village was doomed, spreading like a virulent plague, corroding the very fabric of human order. Damn it, I must go to Xingyue Pass at once. With that thought, Yi Bai rose, bowed solemnly toward the forbidden land, then turned and strode away. Within the forbidden land, a ravenous soul, wandering blindly, abruptly twisted its head. It sensed a familiar aura, something piercing, impossibly sharp, aimed straight at its brow. From boundless darkness, a sunken consciousness suddenly snapped open its eyes and beheld that streak of blood. Has Yi Bai arrived? Wang Huitian activated the Gui 2 cultivation art. He had to seize this chance to fortify his soul body, or risk eternal dissolution of awareness. Since the ravenous soul roamed freely outside, devouring other specters without restraint, his cultivation progressed with effortless natural fluency. Cultivating as a ghost differed fundamentally from cultivating as an immortal. No rigid realm divisions existed. Once ghostly energy accumulated sufficiently, advancement occurred spontaneously. After absorbing all the ghostly energy he'd amassed over the years in one breath, he finally exhaled in quiet relief. The vacant gaze of the ravenous soul sharpened, lively alert. Mist coiled inward, vanishing into his form. Then in an instant, an overwhelming ravenous hunger seized him. Damn this wretched place. He scanned his surroundings, a dilapidated hamlet. At the village entrance, a man sharpened a sickle. From within came children's laughter, yet wandering specters drifted past the settlement utterly indifferent. All appeared grotesque, surreal. Well, a pig's just woken up. The man lifted his head, glancing at Wang Huitian with faint mockery. Say that again. Who's the pig? Wang Huitian's voice turned icy. That this man remained lucid deep within the forbidden land, and even idly sharpened blades, marked him as no ordinary being. Not even a Taoist master of the Intriento Dao realm could achieve such composure. Yet Wang Huitian was no novice to be cowed. Though his sword chi had dissipated, reassembling it would demand little time. I've lingered here for decades. Only a handful of wandering souls have ever regained clarity. Your aptitude is exceptional. Wang Huitian found the man's praise deeply gratifying. After all, no one had ever commended his innate talent since birth. And why would a stranger lie? You possess remarkable discernment, sir. With that, Wang Huitian turned and walked away, unwilling to remain longer. Each passing second brought a tightening, burning ache deep within his gut. Young friend, why not stay? No one leaves this place. Wang Huitian cast a sidelong glance at the man, thinking him some sage, only to realize he was merely a prisoner. If one may enter, one may depart. Your inability to leave does not bind me. The man watched his retreating figure and offered a bitter smile. Once he too had marched forward with such defiant vigor. But after too many collisions with an unyielding wall, even the boldest soul eventually halts. Scarcely 30 paces beyond the village, Wang Huitian halted again, the gnawing hunger now unbearable, yet strangely embedded within the hamlet's bounds. Without hesitation, he hurried back inside. The man stared, astonished, already given up. Given up? I'm simply hungry. The man chuckled softly, understanding instantly. I suppressed the curse within the village. Hunger fades markedly here. Beyond its borders, even your cultivation would falter swiftly. Wang Huitian's face darkened. So he was trapped, inescapably. He fetched a wooden stool and sat down, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Days passed, while the man sharpened sickles, then hatchets, then hoes, ceaselessly, tirelessly. The hamlet was small. Besides the blade-sharpening man, a few minor ghosts dwelled there, each having regained awareness under the village's curse-suppressing influence. Bench ghost brother, here, eat this sweet potato. A restless little girl placed a sweet potato before Wang Huitian. Wang Huitian picked it up, the blackened tuber exuding thick, roiling dark chi, resembling a lump of coal. A most peculiar cultivar. Shao-yi, why do you call me bench ghost? Brother sits on the bench all day lost in thought. So naturally you're bench ghost. Just like licking wall ghost grandpa. He licks the wall all day. Wang Huitian burst into laughter. So the village harbored another eccentric after all. Why does he lick the wall? Shao-yi pouted, adorably earnest. Because ghost grandpa kept disturbing uncle while he sharpened his blade. So uncle smeared honey on the wall. Wang Huitian froze, then frowned slightly at the sweet potato in his hand. A crucial realization struck him like thunder. Was hunger truly a curse? Mortals fed on grains, beasts on grass and flesh, cultivators on spiritual energy. Hunger was the body's primal yearning, to sustain itself, to function. That yearning might replenish immediate depletion, or it might reach far deeper, craving sustenance for endurance across lifetimes. If mortal food cannot quell it, only one possibility remains: immortality. This hunger arises from the soul's longing for eternal life. His expression shifted violently. His gaze pierced beyond the hamlet, fixing upon the fathomless blackness at the heart of the Apiao forbidden land. Here lies a treasure capable of granting immortality. Ha, so that's how it is. Wang Huitian laughed heartily, startling Shao-yi, who shrank. The knife-sharpening man shot an annoyed glare at Wang Huitian, who had been daydreaming beside him since returning last time, as if he had lost his wits, and now his crazy laughter was disturbing the sharpening. Shut up, or I'll make you lick the wall like that old man, Wang Huitian said, casting a sidelong glance at the man. Lick the wall. What a joke! He had already cracked the mystery of the hungry dead's cave. As long as he distinguished between the desire of the body to eat and the desire of the soul, he would be invincible here. Knife-sharpening ghost, I advise you to speak a little quieter, he warned. Otherwise I'll chop your sharpening stone. Clanging all day long, do you think I'm not annoyed? The knife-sharpening man stopped his actions, looking up at Wang Huitian in disbelief, wondering how this guy suddenly became so confident. His expression hinted at a sense of control over the situation as he tentatively, pulled a jar of honey from his storage ring. Smash! He dropped the honey onto an old willow tree next to Wang Huitian. The pottery jar shattered, and golden honey flowed down the rough bark, releasing a sweet aroma into the air. Suddenly, Wang Huitian, who had been sitting on a small stool, had his eyes turn crimson and lunged at the willow tree, tearing off chunks of the rough bark and swallowing them whole, then extending his red tongue to lick the tree. Hey, I thought he had mastered some way to counter the curse, the man scoffed. Turns out he was just tricking me for honey. He disdainfully turned his gaze away and resumed sharpening his knife. Xiaoyi, feeling apprehensive, pinched her nose and looked at Wang Huitian with sympathy. Sigh, brother bench ghost, why did you have to provoke the uncle? Suddenly, a loud bell rang, echoing even in this small mountain village. The knife-sharpening man paused and looked off into the distance. The bronze bell of the celestial master, what a pity. If only it rang every hour, perhaps I could find my way out, he mused. The bell had rung before, but it only chimed once a day, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Dong dong dong. Before he could finish speaking, several more bell tolls rang out, this time continuous, as if some beast was striking the giant bell. Inside the small hill's bronze bell, the celestial master felt the talisman on his forehead tremble, dimming his divine light. As he covered his ears, his expression one of despair. Damn it, who is banging my bell? Can't anyone live in peace? Outside the bell, Wang Huitian struck the giant bell with her staff, having run out of her little sugar bean fasting pills, her hair a mess, looking utterly deranged. After tracking the gem to this point, she lost all sense of it, and thus suspected that the bastard who stole her gem was hiding inside the bell. Come out, dare to steal my imperial starstone, I'll have you dead, she shouted. Hey, crazy woman, get lost, or I'll take you down, even at the cost of my own fall. The Taoist celestial master shouted fiercely, yet was quite cowardly, only hurling curses from inside the bell, knowing that leaving meant certain death. Humph. Us Taoist practitioners emphasize the heart, otherwise it's easy to nurture an inner demon. Crazy woman, don't overstep your bounds, she panted after a flurry of strikes against the bell, which was as hard as a turtle shell. No matter how she tried, she couldn't break it. Feeling her strength draining, she looked up, wanting to leave the hungry dead's cave to catch her breath. This place was too bizarre, and the feeling of hunger was overwhelming. She formed a sword seal with her fingers, and a golden sword fell to the ground with a clang, kicking up a cloud of dust. How could this be? I can't control the artifact. Shaking her head to force herself to stay awake, she attempted to rely on her own cultivation to fly away, but as soon as she took half a step, a spasm in her stomach caused her to collapse and roll into a nearby pit. At the bottom of the pit lay a dilapidated coffin, its walls covered in dense sword marks, looking like it would fall apart at any moment. At this moment, she felt an extreme weakness within her, making it hard to even get up. Oh no, I underestimated this forbidden ground. A mocking voice came from the giant bell. Haha, stinky woman, bullying me, the Tao master, truly divine retribution. Wang Huitian, who had fallen into the grave pit, had no time to bicker. She gritted her teeth and summoned a water-blue magic book, which enlarged and covered the coffin like a little camping tent, barely resisting the terrifying rules. Feeling around her, she realized it was filled with wandering, ghostly energy devoid of any spiritual energy, meaning she couldn't recover, and the little remaining spiritual energy in her body had to be used to activate her magical treasures. From the bell came a voice filled with schadenfreude. Haha, right, I was trapped like this back in the day, it laughed. Oh, you're making me laugh to death, Tao master. Little sister, I'll tell you, this is just the beginning. As the curse of the forbidden ground invades, you will grow hungrier and hungrier. We cultivators shouldn't need to eat, but here the body will be deceived by hunger, continuously consuming fat to counter it. Wang Huitian, hiding in the pit, shivered, as if she could already see herself reduced to just a layer of skin. The bell stopped ringing. The knife-sharpening man sat back next to his stone, uninterested, sighing at the arrival of another unfortunate soul. Appa. Wang Huitian spat out a piece of bark, fiercely casting a gloomy glance at the knife-sharpening man. This time, he had lost face immensely. The honey from the other party was no ordinary product. It was at least 100-year-old spiritual herb, greatly nourishing both cultivation and soul. But in Wang Huitian's heart, face mattered more than anything. He represented the dignity of the northern king's manor. Knife-sharpening ghost, are you ready to face my... As the aura of Een surged, the sky changed color. A fierce wind arose, the howling of ghosts blending with the wind, and in the sky, sword clouds gathered. The sword energy, now propelled by the Een energy, no longer floated aimlessly, but showcased its sharpness. A black lightning struck within the sword clouds. Countless sword energies whistled down like rain. At that moment, the small mountain village was showered with sword rain. The knife-sharpening man raised a hand, dispersing the sword clouds, and the sword rain turned into real raindrops that pattered down to the ground. Once again, he threw a jar of honey, splattering it on the willow tree. Instantly, Wang Huitian was controlled again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wang Huitian, who had gnawed at the willow tree, retreated a considerable distance. This guy seemed to have a bit of strength. You must know that even in the entry-level realm, he could still contend with a few, yet in the hands of this knife-sharpening man, he couldn't even stir the slightest ripple. Could it be that you are a saint? Humph, I understand now why saints don't emerge in this world. It turns out they are all too indulgent, trapping themselves in forbidden grounds. Facing Wang Huitian's mockery, the knife-sharpening man was unfazed. He had at least reached the saint level before becoming indulgent, but Wang Huitian, he had merely practiced sword techniques and started to indulge. How laughable for someone of such a low cultivation base. After standing still for a long time, Wang Huitian turned and left. He intended to explore the forbidden area, which was undoubtedly a paradise for ghostly cultivators. Wait until this god of mine is fully cultivated, then I'll come back to reclaim my face. The knife-sharpening man spat. This little guy had some audacity. Just having become a ghost, he dared to call himself a god, not fearing that his tongue might twist from such bragging. Leaving the small village, a strong sense of hunger surged once more, but Wang Huitian already had a method to cope with it. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers, and several strands of severed thought, sword energy, began to seal off the perception of his soul. The flowing body was as solid as iron, and this thing truly never disappointed him. Ha ha, could it be that this hungry ghost eerie cave is just waiting for me to explore? Just as he was filled with joy, a flash of red clothing suddenly appeared on the distant gray-white land. As soon as the red garment appeared, the temperature around it dropped instantly, and white frost sprouted from the damp ground like bean sprouts, causing sharp pains to shoot through his feet. Wang Huitian hurriedly gathered his ghostly energy and hid behind a withered tree. This presence was too fierce. Merely the aura she emitted nearly shattered his ghostly form. The figure in red wandered aimlessly over the black land like a dandelion lost at sea, greatly limiting Wang Huitian's exploration of this forbidden area. He had encountered this figure in red 3 times in just 5 days since leaving the small village. It seems she is following me. After seeing the figure in red from a distance for the 4th time, Wang Huitian came to this conclusion. In such a vast forbidden area, encountering her once or twice could be considered coincidence, but 3 times was too unusual. This time Wang Huitian no longer hid. He followed the direction in which the figure in red had left. The other party moved erratically, occasionally stopping to whirl her red robe and dance for a while her graceful figure, causing the red ribbons to flutter among the withered trees. My lord, why do you avoid your concubine Yen? Why do you accept that bloodstained money? Her voice was ethereal and mournful, singing a tale of a bloodstained red wedding dress, very cliché, repeating endlessly, and Wang Huitian occasionally hummed along. I never expected that coming to this hungry ghost's eerie cave I would learn to sing. Master, you need not worry about me starving anymore. Just as he was amusing himself, the red figure vanished from his sight. The other party suddenly disappeared from his view. Huh, did this little lady escape? He frowned and wanted to look around, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw an extremely pale face. Just a few centimeters away, he nearly bumped into her. The figure in red unleashed a breath towards Wang Huitian, and the originally dark, ghostly form began to be engulfed by red from the head down. She wants to assimilate me. Wang Huitian's heart jolted, and countless sword energies surged from his palm, instantly flattening the area within a few miles. However, the damage caused by the sword energy to the figure in red was minimal. His sword energy seemed to penetrate into the void, with only severed thoughts striking her, yet unable to kill her ultimately, due to the vast disparity in their statuses. This small ghost of his seemed as weak against her as an energy-refining stage cultivator facing a saint. He had been overly careless this time. But Wang Huitian would never concede. Even with a slim chance of survival, he would grasp it tightly, his left hand suddenly clawing upward. This hand reached deep into the abyss, catching the edge of the other party's chasm. The shrill wail of a ghost echoed through the wilderness, sending ripples of red cascading outward. Wang Huitian was flung far away, feeling somewhat dazed. He got up, shook off the water on his hands, and quickly fled towards the small village, thinking that perhaps only that saint could save him now. In terms of strength, he was no match for the figure in red, but in terms of speed, damn, how are you so fast? He saw her figure flickering erratically, her red veil moving in the wind, appearing to teleport as she passed. Sword 3 wind rise. Blow her back to me. The clash amidst the raging winds was utterly disastrous, with wild sword energy exploding on the black land, awakening countless unknown entities. Who dares disturb my slumber? It was me. Do you have an issue with that? Just as the awakened ghost had not yet regained its composure, half of its head was instantly taken away by the sword energy. More and more ghostly beings were chasing from behind, but the red figure had already raced ahead. Damn, it turns out the ghosts here were all sleeping underground. No wonder I hardly saw any. Wang Huitian pushed his speed to the limit, producing layers of sonic booms, and directly shattered the small hills in his path with sword energy. Just as he was about to be caught by the figure in red, he saw the small village. The knife-grinding man at the village entrance looked so amiable now. "Senior, save me." The knife-grinding man raised his head in astonishment, only to see a scene that made his scalp tingle. He saw thousands of vengeful ghosts rolling in like a dark cloud with a streak of crimson among them. Even he felt a strong sense of dread emanating from that crimson. In the brief moment he was stunned, Wang Huitian had already rushed into the small village. "Shall we hurry home?" He picked up the dazed little girl standing in the middle of the road and rushed into a small thatched hut without hesitation. "Uncle Bench Ghost, what are you doing?" You. Little girl, don't be so curious." Wang Huitian, still shaken, leaned closer to the window of the hut, poking his head out to look. He needed to prepare in case the knife-grinding man couldn't handle it. Boom. Before the knife-grinding man could react, he had already engaged with thousands of vengeful ghosts. Countless vengeful ghosts were scattered with a single palm strike. The strength of a saint was indescribable as he raised his hand, and the laws of the Tao flowed mysterious runes in the sky, blocking the myriad ghosts outside the small village. However, he was not unscathed either. After exchanging a palm strike with the figure in red, his arm was stained red, blood dripping from his fingertips. "Blade, come!" he shouted in anger, and countless sharp sickles and hoes transformed into flowing light, battling among the myriad ghosts. The battle raged on, darkening the sky until at last on the entire battlefield only the figure in red and the knife-grinding man remained engaged in combat, while the other expendables had turned into drifting nutrients. Wang Huitian finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully. One could only say that the saint was worthy of his name, not disappointing him. This kid could barely follow him to trample through the immortal realm, truly a talent. "Shall we, is there anything to eat at home?" "Get 2 sweet potatoes, well, eat while watching." The little girl reluctantly took out 2 blackened sweet potatoes from the cupboard. She had saved them for a long time, knowing how scarce food was in the hungry ghost's eerie cave. Wang Huitian snatched the sweet potatoes. "Don't worry, after eating your sweet potatoes, I will owe you a favor. In the future, Uncle won't forget your kindness. Once there was a girl who carried her brother for a journey. Do you know what I promised her? To send her to ascend. Uncle is a person who knows how to be grateful." As he ate the sweet potatoes, he painted grand visions for Xiao Yi while admiring the battle outside. He gained a lot from this battle, knowing that a saint hadn't made a move in this continent for a long time. The last time he saw a saint make a move was when he was 8 years old. Outside the village, after the figure in red and the knife-grinding man exchanged their final blows, they both paused. The figure in red floated away, but did not leave. Instead, she stood guard at the village entrance, while the knife-grinding man retreated back into the village. His complexion was pale, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, indicating he had sustained some injury. "I never expected that deep within this hungry ghost's eerie cave there would be such a presence." The knife-grinding man's gaze was gloomy, who merely resisting the curse of the forbidden area had already exhausted him, and now he was blocked by the figure in red. It could be said that the opportunity to escape had grown even slimmer. "Little brat, come out." "Senior, I've already slept. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Wang Huitian was quite perceptive. Going out now would only bring trouble upon himself, so it was wise to avoid the spotlight for the time being. He held Xiao Yi in his arms, shielding her in front of his chest, while the ghost awkwardly hid in the corner of the wall. No matter how one tried to block the wrath of a sage, the best bet was to hope for his sudden kindness, unwilling to harm a lovely little girl. Unfortunately, the man sharpening his knife was not swayed by such reasoning. He kicked open the door, placed Xiao Yi aside, and dragged Wang Huitian out. The beating was quite substantial. Seeing the tattered clothes of the other party made Wang Huitian feel embarrassed to retaliate. After all, it was he who had put him in this predicament, so it was only fair to let him vent his frustrations. After finishing the beating, the man returned to the sharpening stone, his expression dark as he stared at the red-clad figure guarding the village entrance. "What exactly did you do to her? The resentment is so heavy." Wang Huitian found this remark unpleasing. He pointed to his own blood-red robe, his face bearing a look of grievance. "Look at me, what do you mean by what did I do to her? She smeared me all over with red. What did I even do to her? What do you mean by that?" Wang Huitian, with a rather strange expression, reached out in front of the knife man to gesture, causing the latter to step back in disgust. "What are you grabbing at? Where else could it be but the source of all evil?" Both fell into silence for a moment. After all, this matter was not very honorable. However, at that time one could only act in self-preservation. Who asked the red-clad to wear such a thin layer of sand that offered so little defense? The knife man glanced at the red robes on Wang Huitian. Originally, he had manifested as a black robe, but now it was glaringly red. His yin energy has already tainted your ghostly body. It seems it will cling to you for a lifetime. Good women fear entanglement, but I've never heard of good men fearing ghosts' entanglement. The knife man gave Wang Huitian a thumbs up. Truly impressive. That red-clad figure was someone even he feared, yet this guy remained so indifferent. It was hard to tell whether he was so bold because he was alive or because he had died. Wang Huitian looked worryingly at the village's periphery. With the other party guarding him, he could no longer— "Hey miss, since you're idle, how about dancing for us?" The fierce gaze of the red-clad ghost fixed on Wang Huitian, the scarlet killing intent coalescing like mist. Wang Huitian paid it no heed and turned to watch the man sharpening his knife. After watching for a while, he seemed to have an epiphany. He went back to the village to fetch another sharpening stone. Sitting side by side with the knife man, the wuxiang sword coalescing in his hand. While others sharpened knives, he sharpened swords. A fine sword's edge comes from being honed. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from harsh winters. So that's how it is. I've always been comprehending the sword, but I've never sharpened it. With a sigh, sparks flew from the wuxiang sword as it scraped against the sharpening stone. You indeed have a fine sword. Naturally, this is a spiritual route I personally chose during my cultivation. The two chatted casually, while Xiao Yi would occasionally come to play nearby. Wang Huitian also got to know other ghosts in the village aside from Xiao Yi. There was another little boy named Xiao Xiao, an old man who loved to lick walls, and a woman who wandered all day. However, in terms of good relationships, it had to be Xiao Yi, who frequently sent sweet potatoes. "Xiao Yi, be my disciple. I will teach you cultivation so you can stride through this ghastly cave. Don't be fooled by this knife man, he can't teach you anything." Naturally, Xiao Yi did not believe Wang Huitian's trickery. Stride through. She was already blocked at the door. "Do you look down on me?" Wang Huitian frowned and tossed the cultivation method return journey to her. "For this method, I would still be at a loss, exchanging a few sweet potatoes." As he spoke, he snatched the remaining half of the sweet potato from Xiao Yi's hand. He had indeed put in a lot of effort to gather the methods for all paths. This little girl was too young and didn't know how to count. Having benefited, she still cried. The knife man nearby shook his head upon witnessing this. A grown man bullying a little girl. She had half a sweet potato shoved in her mouth, yet it was forcibly taken away. Truly, the world is unpredictable and human hearts are untrustworthy. This kid is really devious. He looked up with a serious expression toward the village entrance. The red-clad figure was drawing closer. The other party was in their element, with endless ghostly energy. But he lacked spiritual energy for replenishment, constantly opposing with the great Tao. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the other party would invade the village. He was now considering whether to throw this kid out to appease the other's rage. Wang Huitian had evidently noticed this scene as well, yet he was not the least bit flustered. He had experienced many storms. "Senior, is there any way to make her retreat?" "There is. Throw you out." Wang Huitian curled his lips. Being thrown out would mean being torn to shreds. He tossed the sweet potato in his hand outside. Suck, suck, suck. The sweet potato was dispersed by the red-clad's yin energy, turning into a shower of fragments. Xiao Yi cried even harder, who knew how difficult it was for her to find a sweet potato in this ghastly cave. The knife man withdrew his gaze, lingering on Wang Huitian's face for a moment. He had a feeling that the other party had a way to escape this place, but he did not wish to leave just yet. Days passed by and Xiao Yi began to cultivate return journey. However, children would always be children. Unless you beat them a couple of times, they would always try to slack off, constantly thinking about food. The knife man also secretly came to borrow return journey from Xiao Yi, but he gave up after just one glance. It was a cultivation method specifically for souls. Looking at Wang Huitian, who was provoking the red-clad figure at the village entrance, his expression grew increasingly profound. He had seen through the other's appearance through a face of dust, doomed to have no chance on the path to immortality. Could it be that he sacrificed himself for cultivation? Upon this thought, he shook his head, denying the idea in his heart. How could there be such a madman in this world? To be born unworthy and start over it would take tremendous courage. At the village entrance, Wang Huitian kept throwing stones at the red-clad figure. These stones would dissolve into ashes before even approaching the other party, yet he remained undeterred. "They'll give you a ghost cultivation method. How about sparing me? I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an opportunity. Don't be ungrateful." All right, woman, you have successfully caught my attention." The red-clad figure's eyes fixed intensely on Wang Huitian, and no matter how he pleaded, she would not retreat an inch. Half a day, just half a day more, and when her injuries healed, she could invade the village and turn this insulting fellow to ashes. Thus she paid no heed to his provocations. This was merely the futile struggle of an ant at the brink of death. Another brick was thrown from the opposite side. The black brick gradually shattered and dissolved as a gentle breeze scattered the fragments, revealing a cold gleam. Sword 1. Sever thoughts. With a whoosh, the cold light pierced through the red mist, suddenly shooting into her brow under her carelessness. A piercing scream echoed. Simultaneously, 3 sword energies swiftly approached from behind the red-clad figure. Sever thoughts, blood, slaughter, and wind rise intertwined, moving faster than lightning, arriving in an instant. This was Yi Bei's sword energy. Wang Huitian concealed this sword within a brick. Under the constant throwing of objects to test the red-clad opponent was caught off guard, but this sword was merely to divert the opponent's attention. The true fatal strike comes from Yi Bei's sword energy. In the past, he could slay a nascent soul with a single sword strike as a mere mortal, and now at the pinnacle of star-picking, the power of Yi Bei's 3 swords is unimaginable. After all, to unleash these 3 swords, Yi Bei almost sacrificed half of his life. The broken thought, sword energy, and wind rising pierced into the body of the red-clad opponent and dissipated directly, while the blood slaughter, sword energy transformed into a drop of bright red essence blood, which Wang Huitian absorbed into his hand. He stepped out of the small village's formation and raised his palm to press fiercely against the red-clad opponent's forehead, seizing this opportunity to devour as much of the opponent's energy as possible. Before his palm could touch the opponent, it was frozen. As the technique operated, a large amount of energy flowed into his body, causing his entire soul body to expand rapidly, as if it were a balloon about to burst. The ghostly body was cracking inch by inch, but he had ample experience with this. The red willow sword energy fused together, and just as he felt the sword energy about to snap, he retracted his hand. Every time it feels like half my life is taken away. Exhaling deeply, Wang Huitian collapsed to the ground. This series of actions was so swift that the knife-wielding man only reacted after everything had concluded. He rushed to the village entrance, looking at the red-clad opponent, who had fallen into madness, his eyes filled with shock. "What did you do?" Wang Huitian had no time to respond to him. He swallowed the drop of essence blood from Luo Wujia in one gulp. A massive amount of energy swirled around this drop of essence blood within him, ultimately condensing into a blood-red meat pill. At this moment, a faint trace of vitality merged into the meat pill from the Wuxiang sword, and instantly a vertical eye opened on the blood-red meat pill, resembling an astonishing divine sword. At that moment, he finally understood Luo Wuji's physique. Chaos body. Embracing all things, no wonder he could learn myriad techniques, understanding no bound. "Elder, give me a drop of essence blood, and I will take you out of here." Wang Huitian gritted his teeth and spoke. Now that he was reconstructing his body with Luo Wuji's essence blood, if he could obtain even more powerful essence blood for nourishment, it might enable the chaos body to undergo another transformation. The knife-wielding man hesitated for only a moment before flicking a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. He had been trapped here for too long. He needed to seize even the slightest possibility. From the first time he met Wang Huitian, he sensed the uniqueness of the other party. Despite having turned into a wraith, there was still a hint of vitality concealed within, which was simply absurd. Wang Huitian took the essence blood and swallowed it, merging it into the meat pill. Powerful sacred Tao laws circulated and evolved within the meat pill, while the sky suddenly thundered and roared, and endless dark clouds rolled in, with countless bolts of lightning striking this calamity-stricken land. "This is heavenly punishment." The knife-wielding man stared in astonishment at the churning dark clouds in the sky. This continent hadn't seen heavenly punishment descend for a long time. Everyone believed that the heavenly Tao was merciful and kind. In simpler terms, it was easy to bully. But now this seemingly easy-to-bully heavenly Tao had actually become furious. Wang Huitian looked up, his eyes filled with mockery. "Strike. If you have the ability, strike me dead. It doesn't matter to me. At worst, I'll be reincarnated." He spoke lightly, but in the ears of the knife-wielding man, it was more terrifying than the rumbling thunder. Is this threatening the heavenly Tao? How dare he? Born in this world, no matter how high your cultivation, you are ultimately constrained by it. How dare he threaten the heavenly Tao? What left him even more dumbfounded was that the endless thunder actually came to a halt, and then the dark clouds slowly dispersed. He had truly managed to dissuade the heavenly punishment. This heavenly Tao has actually gained consciousness. The knife-wielding man swallowed hard. This was a big deal. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao meant that there was a unified Tao in this realm, or perhaps a being of the great Tao. Regardless of the reason, it was not good news for all living beings in this realm. "Tch, little coward." Wang Huitian snorted coldly. "I snatched Xiao Yi's sweet potato and she still dared to splash me. You only have this little ability. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to curse the heavenly Tao like this, eh? Wang Huitian glanced at the frightened, knife-wielding man who looked like a little quail hiding at the edge of the small village's formation ready to flee at any moment. What's inappropriate? If it weren't for it not giving me a spiritual root, would I have to go through so much trouble? Am I asking for too much? I just need the most useless 5-element spiritual root. But there isn't even a trace of it. So it owes me. This reasoning somehow sounded quite valid. After the dark clouds dispersed, the Yin energy once again shrouded this world, and the knife-wielding man let out a sigh of relief. The howling Yin wind gave him an inexplicable sense of security. He couldn't provide an answer to Wang Huitian's questioning after all. The matter of spiritual roots was entirely based on luck. If there were none, there were none. It's impossible to force it. This had always been a recognized fact in the cultivation world, and it was his first time hearing someone blame the heavenly Tao for not having spiritual roots. How do you plan to take me out of here? This was what he cared about most leaving. Wang Huitian stood slowly, a faint smile on his lips, feeling an indescribable confidence from the pulse of the spiritual pill within him. The elder cannot leave simply because this hungry corpse strange cave is unpredictable and the way out cannot be found. But I am different. I have a sword called Yao. I can sense its presence even from 1,000 miles away. The knife-wielding man frowned. Coordinates. Wang Huitian walked into the village with his hands behind his back. If he wanted to leave, he still had to deal with Xiao Yi's matter. After all, she was his first disciple. At this moment, Xiao Yi was trembling and hiding at the foot of the bed, terrified by the previous thunder. Having been born in the hungry corpse strange cave, she had never witnessed the power of heaven. She believed the world was originally meant to be filled with Yin energy. Wang Huitian entered the room and lifted her from the foot of the bed. Help me. The little girl closed her eyes, her hands covered in soot helplessly flailing in the air. Wang Huitian shook her, and several sweet potatoes rolled out from her clothes. Where's the technique I gave you? Upon hearing Wang Huitian's voice, Xiao Yi finally calmed down. She cautiously pointed at the wooden table where the book Return Journey was tucked under one of the table legs. She timidly looked up at Wang Huitian's face. Recently, Wang Huitian had been forcing her to cultivate, and each time he used a small stick to hit her. But this time she did not see anger on his face. Instead, he appeared extremely calm. Wang Huitian placed Xiao Yi on the bed, picked up the sweet potatoes from the ground, and placed them in her arms. This was likely the only possession this little ghost had in the hungry corpse strange cave. Xiao Yi, it's not that I want to force you to cultivate. I am leaving with a knife-wielding man. The formation he left behind will eventually dissipate. We cannot protect you for a lifetime. Wang Huitian gently patted Xiao Yi's head. He could actually take the little girl with him, but the path he was taking was too perilous, and he might inadvertently draw her into a vortex. As for the knife-wielding man, as a sage, how could he care about the life and death of a little ghost? Taking them in was merely a matter of convenience. Saying this, Wang Huitian walked to the table and pulled out the technique. We cannot protect you for a lifetime, but this can. He placed the technique on the table and turned to walk out the door. Having paved the way for her, it was up to her to choose between life and death. The little girl clutched the sweet potatoes, staring blankly at the figure that gradually faded into the mist. Master. Her voice was very small, so small that even Wang Huitian with his keen hearing did. A drop of bright red appeared from her brow, as if it wanted to spread and expand throughout her body. Even the dark sweet potatoes in her arms began to emit a red glow. Is it handled? The knife-wielding man looked at Wang Huitian, his eyes filled with impatience. What about that guy at the village entrance? Wang Huitian glanced towards the village entrance, only to see the figure in red, driven mad by the sword energy, wildly attacking everything in sight with chaotic dark energy. Occasionally, energy struck the village's formation, creating ripples. After a large amount of dark energy was devoured by Wang Huitian, the figure in red appeared somewhat dead. No worries, my sword will be fast enough for her to react. Just make sure to keep up. If you fall behind, I won't be responsible. The knife-wielding man nodded lightly, but in his heart, he felt dismissive. After all, it was just a sword. How fast could it be? Could it be faster than the laws of the Tao? He was a sage, a being who mastered the Tao. What is the Tao? It transcends everything. Wang Huitian walked to the village entrance, closed his eyes, and extended a hand to caress the void, trying to sense the edge of that supreme sword. Can you feel it? Don't rush me. The sword is too far away. It's not that easy. Right, I was too anxious. The two stood in silence at the village entrance until the knife-wielding man felt as if his eyebrows were entangled. Wang Huitian suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his lips. By the way, what do you want to do once you go out? Without a moment's thought, the knife-wielding man answered. Of course, to become an emperor of the Tao and ascend to the immortal realm. What about you? Of course. To trample the immortal realm. Ha ha ha. Wang Huitian suddenly burst into laughter, his tone filled with arrogance and unconcern, a stark contrast to his previously dazed demeanor, as if this was the true him, the true direction of his heart. She lost in thought while gazing at the bamboo forest and mountain shoots. Suddenly felt her body sway. A powerful force was pulling her towards the north, just like that day in the sage's secret realm. It's senior brother's call. As she was about to leap into the air with the pulling force, a sparrow swooped down from the sky. It was incredibly fast, creating a gust of wind, and landed steadily on Yu Yao's shoulder, freezing her in place. This is the sparrow raised by senior brother. Is senior brother not taking me away, but rather going back to... At the same time that Yu Yao was immobilized, Wang Huitian shot out from the hungry corpse's crypt like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a residual shadow as he pierced through a mound of earth. With a rip, the red-clad ghost's faded red envelope was swept away by the strong wind, shattering into countless strips of fabric, which then transformed into red mist. She suddenly turned her head, and the red mist surged towards Wang Huitian. The knife-wielding man was pondering Wang Huitian's earlier words. Damn it. I said I wanted to become an immortal, and you said you wanted to trample the immortal realm. This is clearly a sincere intention to make things difficult for me. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, he saw the residual shadow left by Wang Huitian disperse before him. What the hell, where is he? By the time he reacted, all he saw was the black smoke left behind after the mound was penetrated and the red figure's afterimage. Damn, is he really that fast? He activated the power of the Tao and quickly moved in the direction Wang Huitian and the red ghost had left, but even with all his might, he still couldn't catch up to those two figures, only managing to follow the traces they left behind. Wang Huitian felt as if he were a sword that was free and unrestrained. The vertical eye on the flesh pill within him opened, and his vision seemed to pierce through the overwhelming dark energy. He looked in the opposite direction towards the core of the hungry corpse's crypt. Through the boundless dark energy, he saw a patch of crimson earth writhing. Everything that got close to that area was being devoured by the writhing land. A massive black spear stood upright on this crimson land, endless demonic energy infecting anything that approached the spear. This seems to be a gigantic stomach sealed here. Wang Huitian's expression grew serious. He originally thought there was a treasure related to immortality here. However, it turned out that what had caused the curse was a stomach radiating a hunger desire. He found it hard to comprehend how powerful a being must be to turn this place into a forbidden zone. At least the knife-wielding sage couldn't do it. If his stomach fell to the ground, it would only attract a swarm of ants. I think I understand the origin of hunger, he said, gazing at the crimson land, feeling the power of the so-called curse. He tried to understand and decipher, but his speed was too fast, and he quickly flew over countless distances, the crimson land in his vision obscured and disappearing behind dark energy. The land ahead was significantly less black. He was escaping from this cursed land, but a red shadow had already caught up to him. Die, you think you can escape? Wang Huitian frowned. He truly did not expect that after getting this far he would still be chased down by this creature. Is this what they mean by a girl chasing a boy through a layer of gauze? This damn thing is too clingy. Do you really think I have no temper? Wind, blow her away. A fierce wind accompanied by sword energy cascaded down, stirring up the barren hills and broken trees, carving a deep trench several meters into the earth. The figure in red fluttered and dodged. Wang Huitian's sword energy could only slightly hinder her, but it wasn't enough to hurt her. You little girl, if you have the guts, chase me to Qingshan and see if my master will kill you or not. As he yelled to dissuade her, he released sword energy to block her. At that moment, he had already exhausted all his means. If she were to interrupt his connection with Yu Yao, he would undoubtedly be devoured by the red figure during the fall. Far behind, the knife-wielding man stopped. The surrounding dark energy surged, and occasionally a few malicious souls drifted across the ground. He looked around in confusion, his expression extremely grim. He had lost his way. The space of the hungry corpse's crypt had long been distorted. Perhaps the path that seemed straight was not straight at all. Losing direction would eventually lead to getting lost again. I swear, can't you wait for me? Just as he grew increasingly desperate, a massive gorge appeared on the ground ahead, with residual sword energy swirling around it. Ha ha, good lad, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Words could hardly express his current emotion. It was a life-saving encounter, the ups and downs of life vividly portrayed at that moment. In this world, while some rejoice, others lament. Wang Huitian's expression was bleak as the red ghost's red veil had unknowingly wrapped around his ankle, and he had already exhausted all his means. Damn it, what on earth is this troublesome thing? Just then Wang Huitian saw a gigantic bronze bell on a mound ahead. The bell exuded an ancient and restrained aura overturned on the small mound, like discarded cultivation trash left by a cultivator, showing no signs of any supernatural qualities. Beside the giant bell, there was an excavated grave mound with a water-blue book resting on the coffin board. Without time to ponder why the grave he had dug originally had an extra book, he raised his hand to grasp the gigantic bronze bell. Heavenly Master Bell, haha Taoist, we meet again. Wang Huitian's laughter echoed as the young Heavenly Master hidden inside the bell frowned slightly. In the next moment, the dim sky that had been shrouded for countless years suddenly brightened. The young Celestial Master squinted, his eyes hidden within the Celestial Master Bell, having not seen the light for countless years. The sudden appearance of light, though faint, caused him to react a moment too late. It was after this brief moment that he suddenly screamed in shock. Where is my Celestial Master Bell? His expression was one of bewilderment as he tore off the talisman stuck to his forehead. Due to the talisman's long duration of adherence, a patch of old skin came off with it. Ouch, that hurts. He gritted his teeth, his emaciated body rising like a dried corpse, the wide Taoist robe slipping down to his waist. He hurriedly pulled up the robe and tied it around his waist, glancing around in a panic. Finally, he saw the direction of the Celestial Master Bell. A streak of dark light was swiftly retreating into the horizon, trailed by a cloud of red mist beneath it. And his Celestial Master Bell was within that dark light. Bold thief, do not flee. The young Celestial Master formed a seal with one hand. The Celestial Master Bell was the treasured artifact of his lineage and would not be easily taken away. Feel the primal desire, hunger. Just as the Celestial Master chanted the incantation, a detached voice resonated from the horizon. With the emergence of this voice, he felt a spasm in his stomach. The hunger curse he had been resisting in the abyss of starvation had drained him completely, and now this voice undoubtedly added insult to injury. Ugh! He doubled over, retching as the intense hunger triggered a physical reaction. Damn it, I cannot lose the Celestial Master Bell. After catching his breath, he affixed 2 swift movement talismans to his feet and hurriedly pursued the 2 figures in the sky. Even if he strayed into deeper forbidden grounds, he accepted it. Without the Celestial Master Bell, he could not last long. Not long after the Celestial Master left, the ancient tome beside the grave was opened. Wang Huitian gazed into the distance where the Celestial Master had departed, her expression fluctuating. Sometimes people are like this, knowing that others are suffering alongside them brings a sense of peace. Once alone, however, panic sets in. At first, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude when the Celestial Master Bell was stolen, but after the Celestial Master chased after it, a sense of unease washed over her. I have truly had enough of these lowly mortals in the lower realm. She felt that the quality of people down below was exceedingly poor, stealing the foundational gems from her scepter, and now even a broken bell. After hesitating for a moment, she tucked the tome away and pursued in the direction the Celestial Master had gone. Among everyone she arrived the latest, expending the least effort, yet her speed was not slow. Flying several dozen miles again, Wang Huitian held the Celestial Master Bell in one hand while extending his other hand as a sword, maintaining a connection with Yu Yao. The red gauze had already wrapped around his waist. The figure in red was merely a few dozen meters behind him, and he could even smell the faint sweet scent emanating from her. Almost there. As long as he could see the boundary of the forbidden grounds, he could free his hand to deal with this figure in red. He did not know how much time had passed or how far he had flown, feeling the gauze at his waist beginning to drill into his ghostly body. Wang Huitian's expression twisted. No time left. Sword scatter. In the instant he stopped, the figure in red lunged at him fiercely. Wang Huitian raised the Celestial Master Bell, intending to cover it downwards. Boom. The bell accurately enveloped the figure in red, and the surrounding mist immediately dissipated. It was no wonder it was a Taoist artifact possessing a strong restraining power against spirits and demons. Dong dong dong. The sound of the massive bell echoed as the figure in red frantically struggled to escape. Wang Huitian pressed down hard on the top of the bell. With the Celestial Master Bell isolating the eerie red mist, he was not afraid of this woman in terms of sheer strength. Kik, I've caught you now. The Celestial Master Bell trembled violently, its sound resonating across the desolate plains. Chase me, die, you bastard. The bell tolled for half the day before finally settling down. Wang Huitian stopped his hands, sitting atop the bell, panting heavily. Exhausted. Too exhausted. The figure in red, trapped beneath the bell, had long since fallen silent. Such a feeble mind was likely thrown into chaos once again by the bell's sound over the past half-day. After a moment of hesitation, he opened a small opening at the base of the bell, and a thick red mist surged out, frightening him into quickly covering it again. It seems I cannot take the Celestial Master Bell with me. This item is a treasured artifact of the Taoist legacy, quite valuable, yet leaving it here does not feel regretful, as it was never truly his to begin with. Feeling the direction, he quietly departed, leaving not a single cloud behind. He was already very close to the outside. A small amount of spiritual energy flowed in the air. Coupled with the guidance of his previous flying direction, he could indeed find his way out. Half a day after Wang Huitian left, the young celestial master also arrived here, feeling the faint spiritual energy in the air, his heart filled with wild joy. Great! As long as I restore the spiritual energy within me, I can escape this hellish place. Celestial Master Bell haha lost, and regained. This little thief must be afraid of my Taoist sect, which is why he left the Celestial Master Bell here. He joyfully approached the Celestial Master Bell, raising his hand to bring it into his body. No, although there is a small amount of spiritual energy here, I am still within the abyss of starvation. I need this bell for protection to be safe. With this thought, the young Celestial Master uncovered a corner of the Celestial Master Bell and slipped inside. Oh dear! A gasp came from within the bell, followed by the sound of the bell ringing once more. The enormous toll added a touch of life to the desolate abyss of starvation. Having reached the edge of the forbidden grounds, Wang Huitian heard the tolling bell and turned back, a smile appearing with the sound of the bell. To see me off, this journey is not in vain. He continued walking the distant mountains, now revealing patches of green, no longer an endless expanse of darkness and gray. The sky held some white clouds with golden rays cascading down. The taste of freedom, and the fragrance of fresh grass, and that nauseating sour stench. So, how could there be a shabby Taoist here? He squinted slightly at the village where he had previously encountered Hong Lu, where an old man, holding a broken bowl, appeared dressed in rags and covered in grease, now looking back at Wang Huitian. The two locked eyes in the air, and Wang Huitian halted his steps, a murderous intent rising in his. He sensed the filthy soul and felt the decaying demonic aura. It was a misguided and undeserving lineage that had long been polluting this world. Young friend, where do you come from, and where are you headed? The fortune teller frowned, unable to discern Wang Huitian's depth. Resembling both human and ghost, as if traversing between life and death, yet judging by his aura, he possessed only golden core cultivation, which was not particularly fearsome. Fortune teller, do you not remember me? Wang Huitian's voice rang out softly. The fortune teller's frown deepened as he carefully scrutinized Wang Huitian's figure. This man was ageless. Typically, cultivators were assessed by their bone age, but this person only had a ghostly body. All his bones were false. The lineage could not discern him either, as his aura was strange, neither immortal, nor ghost, nor demon, nor Taoist. As for his appearance, it was even more unfamiliar, flowing white hair, a pale and handsome face clothed in blood-colored robes. Had he seen him before, he would definitely not forget. Who exactly are you? Wang Huitian flicked his sleeve, and the Wuxiang sword appeared in his hand. Old man, back then I urinated on your holy mountain's ancestral monument. Didn't you say you would turn me to dust? Are you getting old and forgetting things? The fortune teller's expression suddenly changed. There was only one person who had urinated on their holy mountain, but that person was supposed to be dead. Years ago, the holy son Li Chongxing had killed him at the border of Zhangzhou along with several star-plucking experts. This incident had already spread across the continent. Because of it, Mu Qing, the master of Wandao Mountain in Huaxiang, had caused quite a ruckus, slaying the governor of Zhangzhou, Su Shiji, while Pei Ming was pursued by Huaxiang from Zhangzhou to the imperial city. That battle involved many parties. The Great Qin lost 2 star-plucking experts, countless transformation and nascent soul cultivators, and Huaxiang was captured and imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, while Mu Qing escaped heavily injured, and the national marshal Leng Xiaobing pressured Qingshan. At that time, the northern plains saw a chance to dominate the central plains, but shortly thereafter the fourth prince led troops into the northern plains. In the end, no one gained any advantage. Thinking of this, he scanned Wang Huitian again with his divine sense. All the sparks of trouble originated from this brat. How could he possibly still be alive? If he wasn't, how could he justify the fallen cultivators during the chaos of war? No, you cannot still be alive. The Holy Sun personally inspected the battlefield, and you were supposed to be completely annihilated. Wang Huitian had no mood to banter with the head of the demonic sect. He walked forward with the Wuxiang sword. Right, I was completely annihilated. The fortune teller's eyes flickered uncertainly. Back then, Wang Huitian had single-handedly outmaneuvered a group of star-plucking transformation experts, and he felt somewhat uneasy facing Wang Huitian. King of the North, times have changed. We might not necessarily be enemies now. I think you should first deal with the Great Qin, consolidate power within the court, build your strength, and then plot against Qingshan, ultimately exterminating the demon clan before warring with us in the northern plains. By the way, I have sent the new emperor of the Great Qin into the Hunger Ghost Abyss. This is your opportunity. Wang Huitian's expression turned peculiar. Well, the fortune teller of the demonic sect is actually plotting against himself. This is truly a surprise. Are you afraid of me? What nonsense. I am an old star-plucking expert. How could I fear you? If you're not afraid, then die. A strand of blood-red sword energy erupted from beneath the fortune teller's feet, winding up along his toes. Ghost shadow. Flash. The space before him flickered, and Wang Huitian suddenly appeared in front of him, bringing his sword down diagonally. The scarlet sword light slashed across his neck, drawing a semicircle in the air. Before the fortune teller's head even fell, Wang Huitian's index finger had already pierced into his brow, aiming directly at his soul. Everything happened too quickly. Even though the latter had been vigilant, he still couldn't evade this fatal blow. At a critical moment, a talisman flew out from his soul and blocked Wang Huitian's index finger. A massive burst of sword energy erupted within the fortune teller's head, causing it to explode as if a grenade had been stuffed into a watermelon. Crimson shadowy energy gathered into a shield, blocking Wang Huitian's front and isolating all the red and white energies. Filthy creature. Wang Huitian shook his hand, and the fortune teller's form transformed into a wisp of green smoke, coalescing in the distance, yet missing half of his head. Damn little beast, you won't die a good death. When our holy son of the northern plains emerges, I will surely crush you into powder. The fortune teller's expression was terrified, cursing as he swiftly fled toward the northern plains. Trying to run. Go join the Empress of the Great Qin. Wang Huitian's figure flashed and appeared once more before the fortune teller, his hand gripping the latter's neck. Sword 5 hunt. Boom. With the use of this sword, the fortune teller's flesh and blood exploded, his dark skeleton enveloping his soul, transforming into a sharp sword that flew deep into the Hunger Ghost Abyss. Watching the other party disappear into the black earth, Wang Huitian finally withdrew his gaze. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he looked toward the direction of the Great Qin Imperial City. The fortune teller's scheme to send the Empress into the Hunger Ghost Abyss makes one wonder if she can return. The Great Qin cannot be without an emperor. Sighing, Wang Huitian spoke to himself. Alas, someone must shoulder the responsibility in the Great Qin. This heavy burden truly grows heavier on my shoulders. Taking a flying boat from the jar he had swallowed, Wang Huitian headed directly toward the Imperial City, feeling anxious about the minister's fear and the common people's unrest after losing the Empress. After all, he also bore the surname Wang and was the crown prince bestowed by Wang Huitian. If he doesn't take on responsibility, now then when? Not long after Wang Huitian left, a red light flashed across the sky. Out woo. The knife-wielding man tore off his tattered robe and excitedly ran wildly along the treetops, having forgotten how many years it had been. He never expected to seize this opportunity for escape amidst the darkness. Haha, that little girl Hong Lu should have grown up by now. Oh, it's time to go home. He inadvertently glanced in the direction where Wang Huitian had left. This brat is a calamity. Oh, I should keep my distance from him in the future, he vowed silently. In fact, he had already reached the edge of the Hunger Ghost Abyss, waiting for Wang Huitian to walk far away before coming out. Who would have thought that as soon as he came out, a fight would break out here? What kind of serious cultivator fights every day? Everyone aims for longevity through cultivation. After all, life is only one, and if it's gone, what is there to fight for? Hong Lu. Not thinking too much, he flew toward Qingshan, the Great Qin Imperial City. Since Wang Jingshuan's disappearance, the right minister Li Qingtian had been in charge of the state. His original intention was to support the youngest 5th prince to the throne, but there were many obstacles. The 1st prince, 2nd prince, and 3rd prince all jumped out at the same time. The three began to form factions once again, staging a play for the throne. If you ask me, the throne should belong to the 1st prince. He is the rightful crown prince. No, the empress has already abolished his status as crown prince. Now it should be a fair competition. If not, we should report this to Changsheng Lin and let the former emperors decide. The court was in an uproar, and while Li Qingtian was capable of violence, even the 4 great marshals could only contend with him in that regard, but when it came to governance, he lacked ability, leading to this fragmented situation. Thus the disputes dragged on for months, with morning court sessions filled with arguments and evening returns home to summarize for the next debate. Just as Li Qingtian returned to his residence, he angrily smashed porcelain to vent his fury. These bastards, why won't they listen to me? Now in the Imperial City, I am the strongest. If they provoke me, I will remove their heads. He cursed while crushing exquisite vases into powder, expensive porcelain, and jade being ground to pieces in his hands. He felt a sense of relief. However, destroying these inanimate objects did little to alleviate the turbulence within his heart. He wanted to kill. Li Xiang, go catch some lowly commoners for me, he yelled toward the hall. After a long while, no one responded. Li Xiang, where the hell are you? He stepped out of the hall, and his angry curses suddenly stopped when he saw that the corridor outside the hall was filled with corpses. As the voice sounded beside him, Li Qingshan's hair stood on end, realizing that his opponent could silently appear behind him. This meant they could also kill him without a sound. A cold hand devoid of any warmth rested on the back of his neck, causing him to tremble violently. Senior, please spare me. Wang Huitian's hand slid onto his shoulders, forcing his rigid body to turn. Look at me and see who I am. As Li Qingshan's body twisted, a long sword suddenly shot out from his sleeve, and he instantly retreated. He was grateful for his opponent's foolishness. In a battle of cultivators, a moment's carelessness could turn the tide. This person was so arrogant. Have you ever felt hunger? With the words spoken, Li Qingtian, who had just flown to the gate, suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach. His body uncontrollably fell from the air, and at that moment, he finally saw who was coming. That head of white hair was blinding. It was the sword energy lingering in the air, not dissipating. Impossible, how are you still alive? Wang Huitian's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingshan's body was pulled towards him. Behind him, a magic ape avatar materialized and lunged at Wang Huitian. He was at the peak of star picking and was already touching the threshold of the Tao. He was the great Qin war minister, the king of the imperial city, and he forced himself to give himself courage. The massive fist of the magic ape avatar had yet to fall, but had already crushed the surrounding buildings, appearing ferocious. Wang Huitian did not dodge, but allowed the gigantic fist to land on his head. Boom. The latter's body was smashed into a mist of blood by a single punch, and the ground shattered in layers. Dead. Li Qingtian, rushing forward, furrowed his brows. He stretched his neck to look into the pit, and having fallen for the trick once, he no longer trusted his divine sense. Before he could see the scene in the pit clearly, the indifferent voice rang out again in his ears. Sword 5, pursue. Before Li Qingtian could react, he felt a slap on his backside. Instantly, his spine shot up, and his body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. A wisp of divine light fled into the distance. It was Li Qingshan's soul. As a star-picking cultivator, as long as his soul remained intact, he could reshape his body. Wang Huitian watched the fleeing soul and flicked a strand of hair with his fingers. I love watching my prey struggle. Run, aren't you the strongest in this great Qin imperial city? I want to see who can save you. He soared into the air, leisurely following behind Li Qingshan's soul, a creepy smile creeping upon his lips. Whoever saves you, I will kill. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. In order to escape, he exerted all his strength, racing towards the mansion of a star-picking cultivator he had a good relationship with in the city. Brother Xinshan, help me. Hearing the cry for help, a burly man with a beard emerged from the house. Upon seeing Li Qingtian, his expression changed drastically. The great Qin war minister was actually being hunted to the point of having his soul separated in the imperial city. Who was so audacious? Do not panic, my lord, I will save you. He stepped forward, but as soon as he took off into the air, his head was star-picking early stage, just a nuisance. Zhang Xianshan was shocked. He was used to being domineering in the imperial city, and only then did he regain his senses. Even Li Qingtian was hunted to this point. What capability did he have to resist? Before his soul could escape, his head was caught in someone's hand, and a finger gradually loomed larger before his eyes. Wang Huitian's index finger pierced into his eye socket, crushing his soul with a single jab. Several guards from the Zhang mansion soared into the air to try to stop him. The rain of swords fell like a downpour, and wails filled the air as large pieces of the mansion were reduced to rubble under the sword energy. Li Qingshan's soul fled again, horrified in his heart. He never expected Wang Huitian would dare to massacre in the city. Several survivors from the Zhang mansion cried out loudly upon seeing Zhang Xianshan killed. Father, master. Wang Huitian landed before a few people, brushing aside the white hair on his face to reveal a warm smile like a gentle breeze. Have you memorized my face? If you want revenge, come find me, the third northern king of Great Qin, the prince conferred by the Empress Wang Jinshuan, the future emperor of Great Qin. If you still don't remember, you can inquire in Qingshan about the next head of the Sword Edge Peak. My name is Wang Huitian. After speaking, his figure blurred and disappeared once more. He was never afraid of leaving future troubles. After all, the Northern King had made too many enemies, and the various families of Great Qin were intricately connected by marriage. Most who could reach star picking had lived for hundreds of years, who didn't have dozens or hundreds of children left behind for revenge. Killing would never end, never. Every family was interconnected. After fleeing from the Zhang mansion, Li Qingtian escaped to the residence of a third-rank official where they had a good personal relationship. The other often boasted about a bloodline treasure in their family. Now he could only hope that the so-called bloodline treasure could hold off for a bit. Brother Wang Tao, save me. Quickly take out your family's treasure. The opponent's strength is at least at the Tao level. A pale young man emerged. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s, he was actually over 100 years old. Upon seeing Li Qingshan's soul state, he was immediately shocked. What happened, my lord? Stop with the nonsense. I have strong enemies behind me. Quickly take out the bloodline treasure. Wang Tao's face turned ugly. If he couldn't even deal with Li Qingshan's enemy, how useful could his treasure be? Oh dear, my lord, when I mentioned the bloodline treasure, I meant my unmarried daughter. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, and Li Qingshan's face turned ashen, wishing he could kill this boastful idiot. His soul rose again, heading towards the palace, not forgetting to leave a harsh word as he left. You scoundrel, if I can escape this time, I will ensure your Wang family never knows peace. Just as he departed, Wang Huitian's figure flashed in front of Wang Tao. The latter bent down and glanced at the timid young woman hiding in the backyard, trembling. Indeed a beauty. Wang Huitian raised his hand and patted the pale face of Wang Tao. You look pitiful, but your daughter seems to be quite good-looking. After speaking, he vanished once more. Wang Tao's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Just a moment ago, he felt as if his soul had been frozen by a wave of sinister energy, a feeling of terror faced with an unparalleled evil. On that day, every family in the imperial city shut their doors, and everyone was filled with trepidation. Even the city patrols hid in their posts while the imperial guards activated the palace's grand formation, retreating without a fight. Li Qingshan had nowhere to turn, and in the end he was left with nothing but despair. He collapsed on the steps out of the city, his eyes dim and lifeless. Before him, Wang Huitian leaned against the city gate, casually enjoying a bag of immortal fruits. I just heard that you captured my master, uncle. Tell me, where is he? In the 10 celestial prisons of the imperial city, I couldn't be bothered to check one by one to avoid creating a slaughter. Wang Huitian's tone was indifferent and light, yet his words concealed boundless killing intent. Hearing that Huitian was imprisoned in the celestial prison for revenge, he felt quite guilty. Master Mu Qing was at least his own master, while Huitian had no kinship with him. He remembered this grace. If Huitian was injured, he would nurture her. If Huitian died, he would bury her. He planned to pave a crimson path in this imperial city with blood. Anyone who had harmed Master Mu Qing and Huitian would not escape. Next step, let the clear wind cleanse the imperial city. As night fell, the cold moonlight bathed the imperial city, which appeared utterly lifeless, shrouded in darkness, where it was usually ablaze with lights. Before Wang Huitian, Li Qingshan's soul transformed into flickering fireflies dissipating into the night sky. He departed for a carefree place devoid of conflict, a sacred and serene abode. Though he left behind despair for others. Wang Huitian held a register in his hand. On a certain year and month, the city patrol commander Li Wei, wielding a wolf-toothed club, struck her back. On a certain month and time, General Zhong Kuan and his 100 household guards obscured the eyes of Mu Qing with thick smoke. On a certain day and night, Empress Wang Jinxian seized the hair of Huitian and jabbed Mu Qing's belly with her staff. The names in this register were densely packed, meticulously recorded by Wang Huitian based on the details narrated by Li Qingshan on that fateful day. The thoroughness of the content and the vast number of individuals involved encompassed nearly half the imperial city. A gentle breeze swept by as countless red willow sword energies roamed within the imperial city, occasionally accompanied by cries of lament and anguish. Some were organizing a collective rebellion, some were fleeing outside the city, while others dove into cellars to hide their treasures, silently muttering, I am unseen, I am unseen. Yet Wang Huitian's sword energy penetrated everywhere like strands of hair, and those trembling in the shadows could not hear the cries, but could smell the increasingly thick scent of blood. The King of the North has begun a massacre, everyone flee. He's blocking the city gates, don't be cowardly, let's charge together. It has nothing to do with me, I have always admired the heroic Mu Qing, never once laid a hand on her. Here's the love letter I wrote to her as proof. On the city wall, Wang Huitian snorted coldly. The mention of a love letter sounded false. How could anyone in this world admire his master? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The wails within the imperial city grew sparse, gradually descending into tranquility. The previously sporadic flashes of combat's spiritual light dwindled, eventually extinguishing, and the vast city once more fell into darkness. Wang Huitian retracted the dark energy enveloping the entire city and turned to gaze at the ageless forest which loomed in the distance across from the imperial city. That was the forbidden ground of the Deqin royal family, harboring the most powerful foundation of the dynasty. Those who did not become emperors or Taoists would never be allowed to enter. And just now, The former crown prince of Dechin Wang Xiu had ventured inside. When Wang Huitian stormed into the imperial city, he felt that an opportunity had arisen justifying his entrance into the ageless forest to seek a holy decree. While the former emperor suppressed Wang Huitian, bestowing upon him a title was merely a matter of convenience, as that group of old fellows were detached from worldly matters, caring little about who reigned as the emperor of Dechin. Wang Huitian's expression was filled with anticipation. He had seen the Holy One from the northern plains, but had never witnessed the Holy One of Dechin. He wished to see if the so-called sage truly transcended worldly affairs and disregarded the matters of the world. Retracting his gaze, he noticed a lantern approaching along the street behind him. Nanbo, now even more hunched, stepped forward slightly, bowing his arm, holding the lantern trembled. "Young master, you have returned. Would you like to visit the Wang residence?" This old steward who had spent his life in the Wang residence had white hair and signs of death accumulating between his brows. "I am old and unclear how many more days I can guard the Wang residence. Now my limbs are not as nimble, and there are already some weeds in the courtyard." His aging body struggled, and even the short walk from the Wang residence to the city wall left him gasping for breath. His cultivation was shallow. Even hearing of Wang Huitian's fall, he was powerless, merely guarding the already damaged and decaying residence day after day. "Young master, a few days ago, I took it upon myself to use funds from the Wang residence to procure a coffin. Please punish me, young master." He bent over, recounting the matters that had transpired within the residence. There were repairs needed for collapsed rooms, cracks in the back courtyard walls, and repainting the plaque at the entrance, detailing every minor issue. Wang Huitian listened without interruption. These matters seemed insignificant to him, yet were of utmost importance to the old man. At the end, Nanbo suddenly asked, "Young master, have you found a suitable lady to continue the lineage of the Yi? I have saved some betrothal gifts for you hidden in the secret chamber of the eldest young master's room. If there comes a day when I am no longer here, remember to retrieve them." Listening to Nanbo's ramblings, Wang Huitian felt a strange discomfort in his heart. An old steward nearing his 70s guarding a desolate residence, he must be very lonely. As for settling down to continue the lineage, what could he use to continue? His current body was a patchwork, a mere shadow of its former self. "Nanbo, why not? I can find you a companion, how about that?" Nanbo, who had been talking intermittently, was taken aback, looking at Wang Huitian's face. With great surprise, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Seeing that Wang Huitian did not appear to be joking, Nanbo, thinking of his own withered body, immediately turned and left, looking much sprightlier. "Hey Nanbo, where are you going?" "I was serious. Young master, I shall return to tidy up the residence. You should finish your business and come back early." Wang Huitian shook his head with a slight sigh. How this old man, is he shy? He stepped towards the prison, leaving behind bright red shoe prints with each step. The 9th prison was built on a lake with a low island in the center. Whenever the moon rose, the lake would swell, submerging the island, and the cold lake water would continually erode the bodies of the prisoners. This was both punishment and restriction, preventing prisoners from breaking through their cultivation to escape confinement. The Wandao Mountain had sent people to rescue Huitian, but they were merely low-ranked cultivators unable to stir any significant turmoil. Wang Huitian frowned as he gazed at the lake where a small boat floated. A man clad in a raincoat sat calmly fishing with a rod, exuding the aura of a recluse. "Young friend, you have killed. Your rage has subsided. How about withdrawing now?" Wang Huitian stared at the island submerged in the water, puzzled about what lay hidden here, guarded by a Taoist master. "Sir, you are fishing here. Having caught a fish on your first cast, will you continue to bait?" The man frowned, understanding that Wang Huitian was unwilling to leave, and thus offered a new deal. "If you leave now, I will grant you the Dechin throne for 3 years. Is that agreeable? You should know that Dechin is vast. Not to mention 3 years, even the resources gathered in a single day are astronomical." Wang Huitian gently leaned against the decaying railing by the lake, watching the bobbing floats, negotiating the throne. When one possesses power such as the way a single word can determine the world's fate, a single stillness or movement can dictate the lives of countless people. "The fish has taken the bait. I kindly ask you to reel it in. If it is a crucian carp, I will leave to inherit the throne. If it is a perch, I shall twist off your head to feed the fish." The man's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had shown Wang Huitian considerable respect, yet did not expect such arrogance. After all, he was a Taoist master. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. Yet, even in his fury, he did not wish to strike, as the pursuit of immortality and cultivation was to avoid conflict. He bent down and lifted the fishing rod, pulling up a palm-sized crucian carp from the water. Seeing the struggling fish on the line, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Young friend, it is time for you to leave." Before he could finish his words, the fishing line suddenly wrapped around him, slicing through the small boat, turning it into countless fragments amidst the raging waves. Wang Huitian suddenly appeared before him, his blood-red sword piercing towards the man's brow. Apologies, this fish is too small, it doesn't count. Seeing Wang Huitian make a move, the man's expression changed drastically as countless streams of water surged, lifting his body high into the air. You shameless wretch, do you really think I fear you? He yelled at the top of his lungs, raising his hand as the winds and clouds shifted and numerous water columns soared from the lake towards Wang Huitian in a deadly assault. Rolling black clouds gathered above him, and a torrential rain fell from the sky, the raindrops solidifying into ice crystals before they even touched the ground. This was the might of a high-level Tao practitioner, moving like a natural disaster, unparalleled in slaughter. Across the expanse of heaven and earth, only the vast waters could be seen, and Wang Huitian's figure floated within it just like a small boat. Ha ha, kid, are you regretting it now? The man laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. To hell with the carp and perch, let them all die. Just as he was laughing, the hardest a narrow gap suddenly appeared in the water columns, and Wang Huitian's pale arms stretched out from behind the curtain of rain. In his hand, he grasped a palm-sized carp, which he abruptly shoved down the man's throat. Gag! The man choked as the fish had lodged in his throat, causing his magic to falter, and the lake water poured down in torrents. The small island that often sank beneath the water revealed its true form. It was a dried-up skull possessing 9 eye sockets, each turned into a prison. And within the central prison, Huitian was trapped, her fate unknown. As the torrential rain fell, the skeletal island was once again submerged by the lake water. Wang Huitian's expression turned icy, and the wuxiang sword in his hand vibrated. Very well. Those I killed before were not wronged, they died for a reason. The fishing man quickly steadied his mind in fear, using his powerful physique to crush the carp and force it down his throat. Clouds descend, mist rises. He swiftly gestured with his fingers, causing the cloud layers in the sky to collapse, while thick fog rose from the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a haze. This fog had the effect of blocking divine sense. Once trapped within, one would lose all 5 senses, becoming prey to others. Wang Huitian raised his gaze, droplets of mist falling from his eyebrows. Ha ha, you in the Golden Core realm, how can you know the power of a Tao practitioner? Even if you have some tricks to me, you are still an ant, easily extinguished. His voice came from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. With the fog obstructing vision, he could attack or retreat, while holding complete control. Sword 3 wind rise. Wang Huitian could answer the man's taunts with just a single sword. A fierce wind surged, dispersing the clouds and fog. The moment the clouds and mist faded, Wang Huitian spotted the man's figure hidden under a large rock by the lake, preparing to change positions to continue his threats. His sneaky, hunched posture resembled that of a dog thief, making it hard to associate him with a Tao practitioner. You have no moves left, it's my turn now. Upon hearing Wang Huitian's words, the man suddenly retreated in panic. He still had many methods left, but now that it was his turn, he had no time to execute them, and could only hastily gather water to evade the oncoming storm of sword energy. King of the North, I have been commanded by the emperors of the Great Qin to guard here. Are you truly willing to fight me to the death? Wang Huitian couldn't be bothered to listen to his ramblings, as endless sword energy enveloped a radius of 10 miles. In an instant, the lake overflowed, mountains crumbled. What did it matter to control the laws of water? His swords outnumbered the very waters of the lake. The once silent imperial city now flickered with a few sparks as surviving cultivators and noble families glanced this way. Even from a distance, they felt their eyes sting. Have the people from Chongqinglin come? How powerful is that madman? With such dense sword energy, is there really anyone who can withstand it? People trembled in fear. In this world, those who wielded swords were revered as sword immortals, a testament to their swordsmanship. In their minds, the image of the sword immortal was of a graceful figure, free and unfettered. Yet they had never seen such an eerie sword domain, where raindrops fell like swords, flowing water on the ground resembled swords, and the mountain winds in the air were also swords. The raindrops stained his red robe, reflecting a bloody hue, while the swirling mountain winds exuded ominous energy, and from the flowing water emerged long crimson whips that coiled and pursued. At the end of the long whip, the fishing man brandished a deep blue shield, fleeing in panic. Normally high and mighty, now even a Tao practitioner appeared so disheveled, instilling even more fear in the surviving officials and noble families of the imperial city. Sword immortals transcend the mundane. Sword demons are arrogant and bloodthirsty. The King of the North wields his sword with divine mastery, yet he is unworthy of the title of sword immortal. Sword demon is more fitting. People whispered as they watched the battle. Encounters of this level among Tao practitioners were rare. The last time was during the imperial strife between Wang Huitian and Wang Daoyang. But that time the battlefield was obstructed by great formations within the palace, unlike now, where everything was so vividly displayed. It seemed the wind carried these idle words to Wang Huitian, who frowned as he suddenly turned his gaze towards the imperial city. Sword demon. In all the ways of the world, he detested the word demon the most. These people had such audacity to label him as a demon, tarnishing his reputation. They truly deserved to die. He raised the Wuxiang sword, pointing it upwards, and a massive beam of black sword light shot up from the ground towards the main street of the imperial city, slicing through a corner of the palace wall as the protective great formation surrounding the palace, and the wall was split in two like tofu. "Speak again, and I will kill you," the cold voice echoed, startling the crowd of onlookers who quickly retreated back into their homes. They still dare not call him a sword demon. Just a single word, and he would raise his sword to kill. Though the crowd had hidden away, how could Wang Huitian silence them for long? His reputation as a sword demon would likely be unshakable. With his gaze withdrawn, he walked slowly into the lake. As the waters receded, the enormous skeletal remains were fully revealed. This skull was at least 100 meters large, and even after dying for a long time, one could still sense its overwhelming oppressive aura and terrifying ferocity. Its face was covered with countless blood vessels connecting to the 9 enormous eye sockets from which blood continuously flowed. Wang Huitian approached the central eye socket, where Huxiang was bound by numerous iron chains suspended in midair. Along these chains, countless slender blood vessels crawled upwards, greedily siphoning off her essence. Once in his eyes, his uncle was unattainable, yet he had also hung him up to beat him. A slight smirk crept across Wang Huitian's lips. "Haha, how times have changed. Back then you hung me up and beat me, and now you find yourself suspended too. Uncle, long time no see." Hearing the sound, Huxiang struggled to lift her head. Her long hair was tangled and filthy, her robe tattered, revealing some semblance of her former beauty. Her gaze is somewhat vacant. Who are you?" Wang Huitian raised his hand to sever the blood vessels wrapped around Huxiang, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His essence was now centered around that flesh pill with a vertical eye, with the ghostly body condensed after death at its center, and the outer layer concealed by sword energy, so it was no surprise that Huxiang could not recognize him. Let alone Huxiang. Even if his father were to come, he might not recognize him. "Keek, uncle, I never expected you would end up in my hands one day." Huxiang collapsed on the ground, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It's over, they've come for revenge. Having been imprisoned for too long, her injuries were severe and her body was extremely weak. Just as she freed herself from her restraints, she was startled and fainted. Wang Huitian crouched down, placing his fingers on her abdomen, a small amount of ghostly energy infiltrating to probe her internal injuries. "The source is depleted, your life is nearing its end." He frowned as he looked at the blood threads gradually withering after being severed, a surge of hostility rising within him. What a Longxing forest, what a dynasty of the Great Qin to use the essence of cultivators to nourish this ghostly entity that has been dead for who knows how long. He picked up Huxiang and walked outward. Indeed, the Great Qin had existed for far too long and had decayed, leading to such occurrences mimicking the demonic cultivators of the North Plains. The fortune teller was right. If I want to destroy the North Plains, the first thing I need to do is rectify the Great Qin. Upon exiting the cell, the sword energy in the air had dissipated. Not far away on the dry lake bed, a man fishing knelt on the ground. His body was covered in sword wounds, blood spreading from where he sat. A red willow sword energy pierced through his lower body and extended out from the top of his head. His soul was pierced through by this sword energy, his breath slowly dissipating, nearing death. "You? The former emperors will not spare you." He spoke with great difficulty, his breath extremely weak. Wang Huitian dismissed the man's threat. Who would spare whom was still uncertain. He slowly walked to the edge of the man and raised his index finger, tilting the man's chin. "Spit." He spat a mouthful of ghostly energy onto the other's face, instantly blowing away the last remnants of stubbornness from the man along with the crimson night. A ray of morning sunlight slowly rose from the eastern edge of the imperial city. Wang Huitian squinted. He was starting to dislike the sunlight. On the riverbank, a man dressed in luxurious robes ran towards him, facing the morning sun. "Cousin, oh cousin, I have come to welcome your ascension." The newcomer was the second Prince Wang Hao, wearing a fawning expression, accompanied by the previously mentioned red-armored female guard Qin Ran and several attendants. Wang Huitian looked up. A trace of coldness in his gaze made the other shiver, causing him to hurriedly stop in his tracks, not daring to approach. "Cousin, you busy yourself, don't mind me." He mumbled awkwardly, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, with his sleeve subtly moving behind Qin Ran. He was truly afraid. This harbinger of death had just returned and wiped out half the city. Only hiding behind Qin Ran provided him with a sliver of security. Wang Huitian ignored Wang Hao and turned to enter another cell. In the first cell was a bare-chested man, his body covered in bulging muscles with a green dragon tattoo over his shoulder, the fierce dragon head seeming lifelike on his chest. Fellow Taoists, save me, you can name your conditions. When Li Feishan sensed the battle outside, he knew the opportunity had come. This might be his only chance to escape. Wang Huitian sized up Li Feishan, and a name instantly appeared in his mind. Shoulder Dragon Ghost Blade. The child stopping, cry Li Feishan. This was once a renowned transcendent in the Great Qin, yet he had ended up imprisoned here. Li Feishan wasn't surprised that Wang Huitian could accurately name him. After all, his notorious name was not something that time could easily erase. After confirming the man's identity, Wang Huitian's eyes lit up. I need a maid by my side. I want your sister Li Feishan. The man's expression froze, his gaze filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Wang Huitian. You really just casually named her. His sister, known as the Snow Fairy, was so beautiful that even he was envious. Seeing the man's wicked demeanor, could it be that he only wanted her to be a maid? Why was he so distrustful? Fellow Taoist, why not change your conditions? Wang Huitian's gaze. Don't call me fellow Taoist, though I am not familiar with you. Seeing Wang Huitian's change in demeanor, Li Feishan hurriedly agreed. Most importantly, his sister was imprisoned next door. Refusing wouldn't change anything. It could be said that both their lives were in the hands of the other. After checking all 7 remaining cells, Wang Huitian successfully rescued 3 people. Besides the Li siblings, there was another named Zhao Pan. Originally, all 3 should have been at the Transcendent level, but now they had fallen to the Stargazer level. Exiting the prison, a red light flashed in Wang Huitian's eyes as a flesh-colored golden core flew out from his brow. Countless blood threads on the giant head exploded and were absorbed within the head of the monster, shriveling down like a small mountain. This essence was unlawfully obtained by this monster, and now I confiscate it. Does anyone have any? Behind him, Li Feishan and the others looked at the flesh core that was voraciously devouring energy with their brows twitching. Who would dare express any objections? You are powerful. Ooh, everything you say is right. The flesh core, exuding a fierce aura, rapidly grew larger after absorbing a large amount of essence. The vertical eye resembling a sword pattern on the core appeared increasingly sinister. When its gaze swept over the others, it sent chills down their spines. Don't be afraid, everyone. Don't mind its strange appearance. It's actually a kind-hearted golden core. Li Feishan shivered. A kind-hearted golden core. Whose golden core looks like this? Retrieving the flesh core, Wang Huitian carried Huixiang towards the lakeside as the monster's head was blown away by a gust of wind, turning into a cloud of dust. He casually asked Li Feishan, what do you all want to do after you get out? I and my sister wish to follow you, your excellency, to broaden our horizons. Li Feishan replied, his mouth twitching. Zhao Pan, though reluctant in tone, quietly added, me too. Li Feishan scoffed at the two, thinking what a load of nonsense. Don't think I didn't hear these two plotting to have me serve as a maid. This is what a real brother is like. On the riverbank, the second prince, Wang Hao, stood cautiously, not daring to intrude, while Qin Ran stood gracefully beside him, feeling quite uneasy. After all, the once bustling imperial city now had streets that were sparsely populated. No one knew how many had died last night. Perhaps even Wang Huitian himself had lost count. He walked up to Wang Hao holding Huixiang and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked into Wang Hao's eyes. This guy seemed merely at the nascent soul stage, but under the probing of the eye on his flesh core, he seemed to harbor unknown power. He was hiding his cultivation level. Second cousin, I see you possess the potential of a great emperor. His voice was calm, but it sounded like thunder in Wang Hao's ears, causing the latter's cautious body to tremble slightly. Your Majesty, where are you speaking from? I am just an inconspicuous little prince of the Great Qin. By the way, Emperor Wang Xiu has already gone to the Longxing Forest, and the third brother Wang Yuan is currently in the camp of the National Protector General, the Snow Demon Army. He will likely mobilize troops to assist the emperor. His calling Wang Huitian your Majesty caught him completely off guard. Good heavens, he hasn't even ascended yet, and the rightful prince is eagerly calling him your Majesty. This throne must be quite hot to handle. Wang Hao seemed harmless and obedient, and his words were subtly distancing himself, indicating to Wang Huitian that the real threats were the third prince and the Longxing Forest. If he hadn't sensed something was off about Wang Hao's cultivation, he might have believed him. Longxing Forest. If my master cannot save him, I will burn that Longxing Forest. Wang Huitian glanced at the still unconscious Huixiang and flew towards the palace. The others behind him looked at Wang Hao with strange expressions and followed suit. Wang Hao, frozen in place, had an uncertain look in his eyes. He quickly turned and called to his subordinates. Quick, why are you standing there? Go fetch the imperial physician. Your Highness, some of the imperial physicians in the city were killed yesterday due to the wrath of the Northern King, and some fled early this morning with their belongings. What are you calling him? The Northern King. Call him your Majesty. Bring them back, capture them all. Since Wang Huitian ascended to the throne, all the concubines of Wang Daoyang have been dismissed from the Grand Palace, leaving only a few thousand imperial guards and some eunuchs and servants within the vast palace complex. They were originally loyal to Wang Daoyang and felt little allegiance to Wang Huitian. Now when Wang Huitian arrived, they immediately knelt down, while several of Wang Jingshuan's trusted aides were restrained and confined in the main hall. Having gone through this before, they were quite familiar with the process and acted with a seasoned efficiency. Except for the Weiyang Palace where Wang Huitian resided, all other palaces were tidied up. This time, with the second prince leading the charge, it seemed that every detail was considered. Your Majesty, please follow this way. A few young eunuchs cordially led the way. After Wang Huitian had just found a place for Huaxiang to rest, the second prince rushed in with a group of imperial physicians. Everyone line up to enter the hall for diagnosis. If anyone cannot be saved, they will all be executed. Qin Ran, send the imperial guards out to notify those who are still alive to come to the court at noon to meet the new emperor. Shall you inform the city defense camp to disperse all personnel? Any movements in the surrounding cities must be reported immediately. Wang's will send experts to keep a close watch on the Changxing forest. If the former emperor appears, immediately ring the twin bell. A multitude of people left under orders, and Wang Huitian looked at the busy Wang Hao with a strange expression. This guy is simply incredible. It seems as if he has rehearsed everything 1,000 times. Every arrangement was made with impeccable order. To be honest, he had just come to the imperial city on a whim and cared little for the throne. After all, this is the world of the Wang family. Even if they control the imperial city, it would be difficult to control all of Daqing. However, this second cousin of his was somewhat outrageous. He was now even coordinating among the various lords across the states, attempting to strike a balance. Master, who draft an edict stating that the Prince of the North has been officially appointed as the crown prince by the Empress. That's not enough, Your Majesty. We also need to leverage Qingshan. General Tianzhua and my fourth brother are stationed at the Xingyue Pass and the Abyssal Ancient Road, respectively. We can spread rumors that they have surrendered to intimidate some lords and win over others. As he arranged everything, he whispered a multitude of strategies into Wang Huitian's ear, nearly planning out the whole world. Wang Huitian was left stunned by his words. Even the few who were with him, the Zhaixing, were once again taken aback by this guy. This guy, could it be that he was plotting rebellion even while his father was in power? Tisk, what a talent. Li Feiqian shot a glare at Li Feishue, coldly reprimanding her. How I haven't settled the score with you for selling me out, and you dare to talk to me. Li Feiqian, you better die. Wang Huitian ignored the sibling quarrel, his gaze fixed on Huaxiang, who lay on the bed. Many imperial physicians had entered, but each one emerged shaking their heads in resignation. It is not easy to heal a withered source. After the imperial physicians conferred, an old man with white hair and beard approached. Prince of the North, Master Hua's source is sealed by forbidden powers. Perhaps taking a 6th-grade sealing pill could yield miraculous results. Wang Huitian frowned. There are very few 5th-grade alchemists in this world. Where could he find 6th-grade pills? Has she woken up? The old physician hesitated before answering. She has awakened and said that you actually dared to scare her and that she would let you in to be punished. Oh, so vengeful. After all, she is still my master's aunt. Can't she be a bit more magnanimous? Wang Huitian hesitated for a moment outside the door, but still walked in. He felt a bit intimidated by this aunt. That time this woman had struck him with quite a bit of force. Seeing the figure at the door, who moved in 3 steps for every one, Huaxiang yelled in frustration. Kid, are you stepping on ants? Hurry up and get in here. Wang Huitian approached, lowering his head and speaking somewhat sheepishly. And it was my fault that I got you into trouble. Huaxiang struggled to stand up, her gaze displeased as she looked at Wang Huitian. Dressed in a bright red robe with white hair and a broken ceramic jar hanging at her waist, what kind of appearance is this? The more she looked, the more her temper flared. Which parent would not be upset seeing their child with such yellow hair? Who taught you to dress like this? Where is the appearance of a proper cultivator? Look at yourself right now. You dare to scare me. You've grown up and can't control yourself, can you? You haven't learned anything good from your master, only picked up some bad habits, utterly disgraceful. She scolded Wang Huitian from head to toe, critiquing everything from his attire to his character. However, the more she spoke, the softer her voice became, finally turning into a gentle sigh. Forget it, it's good that you're still alive. The room fell into silence. Wang Huitian didn't know how to respond. He lacked experience with elders and was not good at expressing emotions. Having exhausted her scolding, Huaxiang took a moment of silence before slowly speaking again. I had an agreement with your master that if anyone gets caught, it is their own misfortune. I have long wanted to loosen the grip on Daqin, and this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't think your master managed to escape. She might be even worse off than I am." As she said this, a strange smile appeared on Huaxiang's pale face, seeming somewhat gloating. Wang Huitian furrowed his brow. What on earth happened to his master? It must be worse than Huaxiang. Could it be that she was humiliated? With her temper, she could never get married. If she was really insulted, wouldn't she kill millions to vent her anger? Though curious, Wang Huitian dared not ask. The second prince had sent over some pills to stabilize her source, but these were only enough to slightly prolong Huaxiang's life. By the time he emerged from Huaxiang's room, the sky had darkened. The ministers who had been captured were still anxiously waiting in the Qiankuan hall, and no one dared to voice any complaints. Even when facing Wang Jinshuan, they were not this cautious. After all, Wang Jinshuan would not massacre the imperial city. For the sake of the throne, she could show some restraint, but Wang Huitian was different. He could forego the throne as long as he could kill to his heart's content. Seeing Wang Huitian walk out with a cold expression, everyone fell silent, hurriedly bowing their heads, hoping not to draw attention to themselves. As he walked to the front of the hall, he stepped onto the platform. Wang Huitian glanced at the luxurious dragon throne made of top-grade spirit stones, his face showing a hint of disdain. Boom. The resplendent dragon throne was kicked away with a single kick. He pulled out a small stool from the ceramic jar and sat down. Everyone, 3 matters. First, find the 6th grade sealing pill. If you can't find the finished product, the recipe will do. Second, send orders for Lung Xiao to withdraw the troops and lift the blockade on Qingshan. Third, from today onward, all states must prepare for war. In addition to enhancing defenses in their own states, send 5,000 Foundation establishment cultivators to the Xingyue Pass. In 6 months, we will march to Tianlang Mountain. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the hall, his voice carrying an icy tone. I know that you are not genuinely submissive to me. You are merely waiting for the Chongqing forest to reveal its divine presence, or for the snow demon army to enter the capital to quell the rebellion. That is irrelevant. However, before that, if anyone present shows reluctance or delays in executing my orders, they will be killed without mercy. After saying this, Wang Huitian glanced at Wang Hao, realizing that when it came to governance, he still had to rely on this guy. He did not have the time to oversee everything, but did not fear being set up by him. After all, the more lice, the less it itches. If there are any matters or people you can't handle, feel free to mobilize Li Feichen and Zhao Pan. Both of them had once been at the Dao level, and even though they had fallen from the Zhaixing, their strength was not something an ordinary state lord could compete with. They were enough to suppress some sparks. As for Li Feixiu, she needed to stay behind to take care of Huaxiang. Inside the hall, the ministers were furious, but dared not voice it. Those who were bold enough to speak had yet to find their positions. That was rare for the court of Daqin to be so sparsely attended, making the Qiankuan hall seem incredibly empty. Standing up, Wang Huitian put the small stool back into the ceramic jar. Oh, by the way, Left Chancellor Wei Zhuang is my person. Oh, find him for me. The crowd watched Wang Huitian leave slowly, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere was too strong, different from the intimidating presence of Wang Daoyang or the indifference of Wang Jinxian. It was a chill that accidentally revealed itself from an excess of bloodshed. As he walked by, everyone could still faintly feel that bone-chilling cold. Wang Hao, with a smile on his face, scanned the ministers. Wang Huitian had given these people a heavy blow. Oh, perhaps he could gift them a sweet date. Under Qingshan, military tents stretched for dozens of miles, and countless watchtowers had been built, almost isolating the entire Qingshan from Daqin. Inside the main tent, a blond man held the newly arrived sword order, his expression grave. He was one of Daqin's 4 great generals, Lung Xiao. Lung Feng, are you sure this thing really came from the imperial city? A young general next to him nodded hesitantly. Upon receiving confirmation, Lung Xiao's brows furrowed even deeper. The Prince of the North massacred the imperial city, claimed the title of emperor through the Dao, and both the 3rd and 4th princes along with Tianzhua have surrendered. Most of Daqin's states have submitted, yet why does it all feel so surreal? This world has finally turned into something he cannot comprehend. No, Lung Feng, are you sure it's the Prince of the North? Looking at the silence of his subordinates, Lung Xiao stroked his chin and continued to examine the sword order. After a while, he burst into laughter. Haha, impossible, absolutely impossible. Where in the imperial city is there a Dao-level powerhouse? You still want to deceive me? His laughter hadn't ceased when Lung Feng's voice came again. According to the scouts report, the 3rd prince has led a 1,000,000 snow demon army towards the imperial city. Lung Xiao's face twitched. The movement of the snow demon army undoubtedly proved that the news in the sword order was true. He pressed down his turbulent thoughts and asked again, uncertain. Did he really massacre the imperial city? Lung Feng nodded. News from the snow demons says that the imperial city turned into a river of blood overnight, with half of the noble families and ministers vanished without a trace. The new emperor has ordered the generals to withdraw the troops and summon the soldiers from various states to prepare for war in the northern plains. Instantly, the big tent fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Leading troops in battle only to return home to find their families gone. At first, it was Wang Huitian, now it's Wang Huitian. Is the emperor starting to take turns ruling? Yikes! The prince of the north is now the emperor. This world is going to be in chaos. Lung Xiao sighed. Whenever he thought of the past events of that family, he felt a headache. Every one of them was a lunatic advocating war against the world and cleansing external enemies. They emphasized that the crimes lie with the present while the benefits lie in the future. Now they have fought until the last person, yet still stirred up such a storm. Everyone furrowed their brows. Rather than the shock of the events, they felt more lost regarding the situation. General, what should we do? Lung Xiao pondered for a moment, abruptly standing up with a proud smile on his face. A true man lives between heaven and earth and must achieve extraordinary feats. Withdraw the troops and head to the Xingyue Pass. In the vastness of the world, there are those who watch the winds and clouds, contrasting with Lung Xiao's decisiveness. Wang Huitian casually tossed aside the intelligence submitted by Wang Hao. The four great marshals of Tianzhou were unable to move, and he had no desire to employ tricks. Lung Xiao retreated his forces to Xingyue Pass, while the snow demon advanced toward the imperial city. Your Majesty, should we let the states along the way ambush the snow demon army? Wang Huitian waved his hand. The so-called million-strong army consisted of low-level cultivators. Even if they formed a formation, what difference would it make? His sword wind could scatter clouds and mist, and could slice through flesh and bone. Let them come. Killing the snow demon may deter some petty individuals. What truly concerned him was the Chongqing forest, but he could not understand why there had been no movements from there. Were those sages too old and unable to move? Is there any news of the 6th rank Fengtian pill? Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a pill recipe from his pocket and handed it to Wang Huitian. After searching through the treasures of the Great Qin, he had only managed to find this one recipe. I have sent someone to contact Wandao Mountain. Sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao and Dao Yi are on their way. Wang Huitian frowned. He only just learned that Li Xiaoyao was actually brother Huoxiang, while Dao Yi was the head elder of Wandao Mountain. The two had previously clashed numerous times to save Huoxiang and Lung Xiao, so it was natural for them to come to the imperial city now. What was not normal was that his master had not come. What on earth was she doing? Had she forgotten about her old friend? He did not understand. Upon mentioning the sword Immortal, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was the highest praise bestowed upon those who wielded swords. He beckoned Wang Hao over, leaning in close while vigilantly glancing around, excitedly speaking. You find some taverns and brothels and look for storytellers to package my image. Just say I blah blah blah. In short, spread the word widely, emphasizing my elegance and nonchalance. Wang Hao's eyes darted as he listened to Wang Huitian's scheme. This task was indeed difficult. Those known as sword immortals were expected to be elegant and carefree, a title granted by the world. How could one promote oneself? Now, with Wang Huitian's name as the sword demon already spreading, attempting to cleanse that image was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Your Majesty, rest assured this matter is on me. This response was a prime example of a diligent worker. Whether it could be accomplished was another matter, but the attitude was commendable. After Wang Hao left, Li Feishua slowly walked out from the inner room. She had previously been confined in the heavenly prison, appearing haggard and disheveled. Now, with just a slight touch-up, she transformed, exuding a cold and ethereal charm. She approached and poured a cup of tea for Wang Huitian. Do you truly believe in this person? Wang Huitian said nothing, his gaze lost towards the direction of the Green Mountains. Do I believe? He only believes in the sword in his hand. Feishua arranged for a few maidservants to be sent to the northern duke's residence. Choose some clever ones. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards Weiyang Palace. This palace was enveloped in a formation, and having been born in the northern duke's residence, he understood formation somewhat, as even the great formation of the imperial city was set by the northern duke's residence. However, the formation laid down by Wang Huitian was something he could not decipher, as if it were not a product of this continent. The entire great formation shimmered with 7 colors of divine light. Once someone touched the formation, it would shift between the 7 attributes: the sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the pressure-relieving force of water, the violent backlash of fire, the heaviness of earth. There must be treasures hidden within. After contemplating for a while, he took out the Wuxiang sword and began to dig into the ground. Since he could not open it, he would take the formation along with him. 3 days later, the people from Wandao Mountain finally arrived at the imperial city. As soon as Li Xiaoyao arrived at the palace, he could not wait to rush into Huaxiang's room. It was evident that the bond between the siblings was strong. As for Dao Yi, he was dragged over by Wang Huitian. "Old man, why didn't my master come?" Dao Yi, holding a wine jug in one hand, kept squeezing Wang Huitian, with the other looking extremely lewd, his eyes filled with fervent obsession for the way of the sword. "Tsk tisk, good sword, good sword. I'm asking you a question, where are your hands going?" "Oh, your master and senior sister went to the abyssal ancient path. It is said that the martial Tianzhua had a secret crush on her when he was young and went to seek his help to save Huixiang. She has yet to return." Wang Huitian frowned. Tianzhua had a secret crush on his master when he was young. Why was he so disbelieving? Shaking off the old man's entanglement, Wang Huitian came to the door of Huaxiang's room and stretched his head in to peek. Everyone knows the Green Mountain sword Immortal Li Xiaoyao, yet few understand why this person who stays in the mountains all day is called a sword immortal. Even after so many years in Green Mountain, Wang Huitian had seen this fellow only a handful of times. He was about to step in when he heard a quarrel from inside. The two seemed to have some disagreements, and Huaxiang's words were particularly cold. "Oh, you're willing to come down from the mountain? Ungrateful thing, don't think I don't know. If you wanted to come, could that damn Lung Shao stop you? Junior sister, I have to consider the future of Green Mountain." "Shut up. Cowardice is cowardice, don't you dare make excuses." Unable to hear clearly, Wang Huitian shifted his position, pressing his ear against the window. Dao Yi was squatting in the corner, also straining to listen. Faintly, the sound of Huaxiang's quiet weeping came from the room. "It's all my master's fault for dying too early, so no one cares for me, Huixiang." Her voice was choked, as if she were a runaway child who had not been found by her parents, filled with grievance and anger. "You, Li Xiaoyao, are a sword immortal, a high being standing apart from the world. You consider the greater good, but you are nothing but a bastard. That bastard whom master married is also a bastard. Ever since master died, he has never come to Wandao Mountain. When I was captured, he feigned ignorance. None of them are good people." Huixiang grew more and more furious as she scolded, starting with Li Xiaoyao, then cursing her master's husband, and eventually dragging in the entire Tianjin sect, concluding that there was not a single good man in the world. Wang Huitian listened, secretly clicking his tongue. It was rare to see the Green Mountain sword immortal being unable to retort. Such a scene was hardly common. He stood up to tidy his clothes, intending to enter and pretend to mediate. Unexpectedly, a sudden sound of smashing came from inside, mixed with Li Xiaoyao's pained groan. "Ouch, junior sister, don't hit my face, don't hit my face." After a while, Li Xiaoyao stumbled out of the room, his left cheek bearing a clear handprint, some of his hair pulled out, and a jade hairpin stuck in his shoulder with a trickle of blood seeping out. Despite this, he still stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent, showing no trace of joy or anger. However, the appearance of the once aloof sage now seemed somewhat comical. Wang Huitian and Dao Yi quickly looked up at the sky. "Old man, tonight's moonlight is quite charming." "Indeed charming, but a bit swollen." Li Xiaoyao ignored the two and walked away calmly. Once Li Xiaoyao's figure vanished from sight, the two hurriedly took out their respective recording stones. "Did you record it?" "Let me see, mine only captured the side view." Don't rush, it's all being recorded." The two leaned together to study the recording stones, yet they did not notice the direction in which Li Xiaoyao had departed. He walked steadily, stepping through the void, a humble smile gracing his lips, as if reminiscing about the times when his master had brought him and his junior sister to practice. Back then, Huixiang was very mischievous, often playing pranks on him, secretly adding Sichuan pepper to his fasting pills and slipping hedgehogs into his blankets. He pretended not to know, having eaten all sorts of fasting pills with varying tastes, and had raised hedgehogs, squirrels, and pangolins. Those times were indeed very happy. Yet he did not know how much time had passed. They gradually grew up, gradually became estranged, gradually grew numb. Was it after his master fell, or was it when he began to practice the sword? Li Xiaoyao kept questioning himself. For some unanswered questions he would ask the sword in his hand. The sword would not reply, but those pointed at by the sword would. He walked step by step towards the Changxing forest. He wanted to ask, "Why bully my junior sister?" It is indeed wrong for Huixiang to slay the people of the Great Qin, but this incident arose from their assassination of Wang Huitian. All grievances remain unresolved. I allowed you to vent your frustrations on her, but how could you draw from her origins? So they all deserve to die, and so do I too deserve to die? Then let's die together. To the east of the imperial city lies a continuous mountain range, and at the end of this range is the imperial city. The Great Qin imperial city is built at the head of this dragon vein. Following the dragon's body to the east, high mountains rise and fall shrouded in mist, while the forests nourished by the dragon veins spiritual energy grow exceptionally tall, blocking out the sun. Against the backdrop of these colossal trees, the sky appears very low and the hills seem insignificant. Even if Li Xiaoyao were to soar 100 meters into the air, he could only weave between the trunks of these giant trees. He moved at an incredible speed, the fierce wind blowing away his already loose hairpin, his black long hair cascading like a waterfall in the air. Landing on a massive tree branch, he pulled out the jade hairpin that was embedded in his shoulder and twisted his hair up once more. This is my junior sister's hairpin. After tidying up his disheveled white robe, he took a step forward, each step falling with the same distance, each step accompanied by the sound of a sword's chime. Li Xiaoyao, as a fellow sword immortal, had gained fame much earlier than Yubai. The world says that the carefree sword immortal has plucked the stars, yet no one knows how many stars he has truly plucked or how many paths he has traversed. He had not made a move in so long that the sword in his hand trembled with excitement at this moment. Gazing at the forest that was shrouded in clouds, he slowly raised his sword, slicing down in a smooth motion like flowing water. Sword extinguish. He spoke softly, his tone revealing no trace of emotion, as indifferent as water, truly a rather uninteresting person. No wonder Huitian had stopped clinging to him. Boom. As his words fell, the colossal dragon-like mountains sprawling across the earth violently trembled, and the ground split open from where he stood, extending deep into the Chongqing forest. The giant trees on the mountain began to collapse to either side, and the seemingly bottomless forest was illuminated by a brilliant sun. A grotesque scar crawled up the back of the dragon. A roar echoed from deep within the forest, reverberating like the wrath of heaven. Who dares to intrude upon the Chongqing forest? Li Xiaoyao continued to walk forward. Li Xiaoyao of the Qingshan Fengtian lineage, here to inquire with the esteemed ancestors of the great Qin, why do you bully my junior sister? Towards the direction of the imperial city, the earth trembled, and a mouthful of wine splashed into Dao Yi's nose as Wang Huitian, while digging his nose, accidentally jabbed his finger into his eye socket. What the hell is the earth shaking? Wang Huitian rose, his expression grave as he looked towards the Chongqing forest, a feeling of foreboding swelling in his heart. How long has Master Xiaoyao been out? He left last night. It must have been several dozen hours already. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously realizing something. Damn it, he wouldn't be going to challenge the Chongqing forest alone, would he? He's doomed, he's certainly doomed. Dao Yi's eyes widened. No one knew how many had entered the Dao within the Chongqing forest, nor how many saints had emerged, but every few decades a great Qin emperor would abdicate to enter the Chongqing forest, a forbidden zone that countless generations had dared not enter. Li Xiaoyao was wavering between the realms of plucking stars and entering the Dao. The consequences of venturing into the Chongqing forest were imaginable. Huitian truly had him befuddled. Wang Huitian's breath surged, the crimson ominous energy staining his newly changed robe a vivid red. He stepped forward, transforming into a cloud of red mist as he headed towards the Chongqing forest. Enough, sooner or later I must face this group of old geezers. His indifferent voice echoed in the void, causing Dao Yi's eyes to widen even more. What the hell, what kind of monster has this evolved into? Wait for me. As the two rushed towards the Chongqing forest, Li Xiaoyao had already drawn his sword and charged in. Before him stood three men clad in black dragon robes. Two were mid-stage Dao practitioners and one a peak Dao practitioner. In the outside world, they would be considered the pinnacle, but here, they could only guard the outskirts. To think that the Qingshan Fengtian lineage has produced a swordsmanship genius, interesting. His cultivation seems peculiar. At first glance it appears as star plucking, yet subtly exudes the aura of entering the Dao. It seems he possesses multiple cultivation levels simultaneously. The three men, all former emperors of the Great Qin, were well informed and immediately noticed the oddities surrounding Li Xiaoyao. Since you are not one of our royal family, then annihilation is in order. The peak Dao practitioner stepped forward and pointed, causing the void ahead to shatter layer by layer, while Li Xiaoyao, with his long sword on his back, allowed this finger to land on his brow. Crack! It was as if an invisible barrier within him shattered, and his star-plucking cultivation instantly transformed into the Dao. The sound of swords ringing through the mountains grew increasingly piercing, and sharp, sword energy surged from within him. He calmly swept his gaze over the three men and spoke faintly. I had once entered the Dao, but upon realizing that the path was wrong, I sealed it and recultivated. Upon entering the Dao again, I found it still wrong, so I sealed it again. Though these various paths may be flawed, they are nonetheless extremely powerful. Swordfall. In an instant, endless sword energy coalesced from the void, traversing through the forest, creating beautiful arcs in the air. The two mid-stage Dao practitioners had not yet reacted when blood flowers bloomed on their bodies. Murderous intent, boundless murderous intent. Sharp to the point of blinding, just the reflection of that figure in white felt like a soul-piercing pain. The three men's expressions changed simultaneously. That earlier finger placed on Li Xiaoyao had not only been ineffective, but had also broken some kind of shackles, releasing boundless sword energy. Let's attack together and annihilate this fiend. The three bodies circulated their Dao principles simultaneously, summoning their weapons and charging forward. Li Xiaoyao stepped forward, still unfazed. He passed through the three men attacking him, continuing towards the Chongqing forest. The three turned their heads in shock, a line of blood appearing on their necks, disbelief in their eyes. How could there be such a fast sword in this world? Their heads rolled, and the divine light in their eyes gradually extinguished. As the sword energy severed their necks, it also shattered their souls. Li Xiaoyao, having walked far away, paused briefly. He looked down at his chest where a spear had been thrust at an unknown time. Blood slowly flowed down his cheek. Yet he seemed hardly to care. His master had said that a person could die, a life could be lost, but his junior sister must not cry. He had failed in this, and his junior sister's scolding was justified. He was a coward. Sword slay. Countless sword energies traversed through the forest, and he turned into a beam of sword light. The entire forest was filled with the sounds of flying swords. The sky ahead grew darker, almost pressing down on the mountain peaks, and the sword energy surged into the sky. A gigantic hand reached down from the clouds to suppress him. A saint was clearing away the clouds, while Dao practitioners were stirring the winds and clouds. The tremors here echoed across the countryside, and countless birds and beasts fled. However, they had barely taken a few steps before being caught in the sword light, turning into blood mist. The sword light shot up from the mountain peak, then was swatted around by that massive hand. A sharp, long sword pierced through the hand, cutting towards the sky. The white-clad sword Immortal crawled out from the shattered and collapsed rocks. He looked up at the sky. The sword in his hand was broken and reduced to half, yet his grip on the sword remained steady. Arrogant little brat, daring to trespass into the Chongqing forest, seeking death. His gaze was calm, but his tone carried a stubbornness. I only ask why you bully my junior sister. How those who do not enter the Dao are but ants. For ants like him to be of use in our quest for immortality is a blessing for him. What a quest for immortality, what a blessing. Truly shameless words, madness in the pursuit of immortality. Li Xiaoyao braced himself. He was never good at debate and had no desire to reason with these people. After pulling the broken sword from the chest of a Dao practitioner, he continued to move forward. Stubborn and unyielding. A cold shout from a saint rang out, its origin indiscernible, as if he could manifest from anywhere. Just now Li Xiaoyao had shattered his sky-covering palm, which had made him lose face. A saint's furious attack had failed to crush that sword cultivator and had even allowed him to slay two more. He was about to summon his magical artifact to annihilate Li Xiaoyao when suddenly a voice echoed from far away through the void, carrying with it a chilling wind that swept across the distance. The new emperor of the Great Qin has arrived. Oh, all clear the way. Saints ahead, do not block the path. The voice initially carried arrogance and nonchalance, but abruptly turned cold and murderous. Otherwise, I will slaughter you. As the chill words fell, a crimson eye in the sky opened, its gaze fixed upon the endless forest below, cold, indifferent, and devoid of mercy. Outside a mountaintop palace in Chongqing Lin, several Dao-tained cultivators wore expressions of terror that irradiated a geo-like dread, sending a shiver through their very bodies. Well, what is that thing? Like a dermic apparition, or perhaps an abyssal fiend? An elderly man with hair and beard as white as frost stepped from the palace, frowning as he fixed his gaze upon the vast manifested eye in the sky and spoke with hesitation. It appears to be a golden core. None among them dared contradict the old man. A golden core. The enormous eyeball had fleshy tones, its vertical pupil blazing crimson that spread outward, hardly the semblance of a golden core. While they stood in stunned conjecture, endless strands of red yin-chi converged toward the eye, and at last coalesced into a man clad in a robe the color of fresh blood. Wang Huitian glanced at the blood-drenched Li Xiaoyao, then fixed his eyes upon the white-haired elder before the palace. They regarded one another across the space, neither speaking. The Dao-attained present dared not even draw a full breath. The very air seemed to congeal. After a long, heavy silence, the white-haired elder could no longer contain himself and spoke slowly. Fellow Daoist, do you hail from Qingshan? Wang Huitian raised a hand. Mountains fractured, earth and timber shot into the sky, clouds, lightning, and rocks swirled at his command into a towering greatsword that swept toward the white-haired elder. I come from hell. The greatsword tore up a colossal current of air. Before it even descended, the cultivators before the hall felt a crushing oppression. The white-haired elder flicked his wrist and manifested a seal-stamped talisman. It swelled in the wind and struck the great sword Huitian. The great sword shattered into dense threads of sword ki. The shockwave drove mountains and rivers to collapse and bowed the trees. The seal was blasted away and embedded into the flank of a nearby mountain. After that probing clash, the scene fell quiet once more. They were evenly matched. Dao Yi hurried up behind Wang Huitian, panting as he flew to his side. After gulping wine to steady himself, he asked, "What is the situation?" Wang Huitian still stared intently at the white-haired elder, expression cold and unmoved. A voice transmitted directly into Dao Yi's mind. "A thorny matter. One Saint 9 Dao attained, Wang Daoyang, is absent, and their reinforcements have not yet gathered. What do we do now?" Dao Yi's tone grew anxious. He was of middling talent, having only recently perfected the star-seizing stage. Even felling a single Dao attained taxed him severely, let alone contending with a saint. "Never mind. Lock eyes with him, show no fear. He'll play his part." At a moment like this, if their weakness were discovered, retreat would be impossible. Li Xiaoyao was already spent. Dao Yi would be a decoy. Only Wang Huitian could truly fight. Atop the palace, after the white-haired saint and Wang Huitian had exchanged a blow, the gathered Dao attained wore grave expressions. Consider that the opponent had acted casually, while their own saint had drawn a treasure, and yet the contest was matched blow for blow. A Dao attained near the white-haired saint transmitted a query. "Huayue, great sage, what are their true capabilities?" The old man's tone was heavy, though his face remained composed. "Their strength is formidable. If we were to meet head-on, he and I might both withdraw, but you would likely perish here. Then what do we do now?" "No matter. Do not show fear. I will play his part." Huayue, great sage, stepped forward, his aura swelling as his robe snapped in the stirred wind. "Fellow Taoist, your disciples trespassed into Chongqing Lin and slew 5 of our Daqing Dao attained. This matter demands an account." Wang Huitian also stepped forward, his face still cold, though inwardly he marveled. No wonder the Qingshan sword Immortal concealed such strength. A single stroke had felled 5 Dao attained. Even if he perished here today with those 5 Dao attained as his insurance, he would not have lost out. Pondering this gave his words a firmer edge. "You killed them. What do you intend?" Huayue frowned. "Fellow Taoist saints do not meddle in worldly strife. By rashly entering Daqing, you have crossed the line. Crossed or not, what can you do about it? Fellow Taoist, I sought to reason with you, yet your words are sharp and unreasonable. I have always been so. What can you do to me?" Silence returned once more. Huayue's knuckles cracked as he clenched his hands behind his back. Could they not simply talk this through? He had fought his way through a succession of struggles to seize the throne, then labored 100 years to enter the Dao and step into Chongqing Lin. Watching prior emperors' lifespans ebb had driven him in desperation to ascend as a saint. His path had been one of pain and narrow escapes. He had no desire to risk his life on this scuffle. Beside Wang Huitian, Dao Yi's brow beaded with sweat. The morning's wine now rose as fear. "You told me not to show fear and that you'd play him," he thought. So this was how he played his part. If this continued, Li Xiaoyao and Dao Yi's lives might be forfeit. Feeling the old man's trembling, Wang Huitian turned and shot Dao Yi a displeased glare. "Why tremble? Go and bring back Li Xiaoyao." Dao Yi looked toward the peak, where Huayue, great sage, glowered, and the Dao attained clustered, his scalp prickling. This errand truly felt life-threatening. He forced down the pounding in his chest and flew toward Li Xiaoyao's position. Where once rose a chain of graceful peaks, the saint's palm had reduced the place to a hollowed basin. Should rain fall, it would soon become a lake. Li Xiaoyao stood among the shattered stones with a half-broken sword in hand. 2 cold corpses of Dao attained lay nearby. His white robe was stained with blood and dust, yet his bearing remained composed and untroubled. "Kid still alive." Dao Yi stepped forward to help, but Li Xiaoyao made no move. Dao Yi's wine gourd swelled magically. He seized Li Xiaoyao by the collar and tossed him into the gourd. "Done." The Dao attained on the mountaintop, seeing Dao Yi carry Li Xiaoyao away, moved to intercept. Wang Huitian's voice cut through like ice. "Anyone who moves dies." The Wuxiang sword descended from the heavens, transformed into a towering greatsword driven into the earth. Its broad blade glinted with chilling light. He stepped onto the hilt and stood, and the Chongqing Lin Dao attained immediately halted. "Huayue, great sage, will you simply allow him to take the man away?" Huayue's face darkened. Inwardly he cursed. Could they not afford him some face? How would he command them afterward? What would become of his prestige? Arrogant. Do they think Chongqing Lin stands empty? His eyes narrowed. With a lift of his hand, a golden moon pushed through the black clouds. Where its light fell, trees and soil were suffused with gold and instantly transmuted into hard metal. Wang Huitian had already anticipated this. He immediately drew from his clay jar a massive whetstone and hurled it at the golden moon. He had slipped that whetstone away when departing a Piao Giku, taking it while the whetstone man was unawares. The other had used that whetstone to sharpen blades for untold years. Layers of bladiki had accumulated upon it, until it had become a saint's treasure. Hongfeng Gu Daosheng, how dare you meddle in Dakin's affairs? Huayue flared with fury. Though Wang Huitian's depths remained opaque to him, the aura on the whetstone was familiar. At the same moment, the whetstone man who had just returned to Hongfeng Gu froze. He frowned, pinched his fingers, and muttered, strange, entangled by karmic cause and effect. The knife-wielding man continued to calculate with his fingers, his brows furrowing deeper. Why would the great Qin sage of the moon harbor a grudge against me? I haven't provoked him at all. Unable to comprehend the matter, he decided to think about it later, transforming into a streak of light as he vanished into the depths of the Maple Valley. Hong Lu Grandpa is back. He unleashed his divine sense, sweeping through the houses recklessly, startling many powerful beings. But it didn't matter. Here he was the strongest. The powerful sage's divine sense continuously swept over the female cultivators, causing numerous exclamations. Ah, there's a pervert. In an instant, chaos erupted in Maple Valley. Meanwhile, within the eternal life forest, the golden moon was chipped at the corner by the sharpening stone. As the two collided, the sage's Tao principles flowed, and Wang Huitian's bright red robe was torn into large swathes of red mist. Amidst the violent collision of the sage's Tao principles, he clutched his wine gourd tightly, navigating through the golden light. If he were even slightly careless and got caught by the force of the laws, he would undoubtedly perish. Oh no, it's over. The sage has made a move. He pressed the wine gourd against his head, panicking and running in the wrong direction several times. Hearing Dao Yi's cry, Wang Huitian reached out to grab him. Countless red willow sword energies coalesced into a giant hand, capturing both Dao Yi and the wine gourd. With bulging biceps, the giant hand hurled Dao Yi violently toward the imperial city. Old man, away with you. Dao Yi's form streaked across the sky like a meteor, the fierce wind causing his skin to flap. So fast. The speed at which he was thrown by the immense force broke through multiple sound barriers, causing tufts of his hair and beard to be blown away. Daring not to open his mouth, as soon as he did, the howling wind poured in, knocking out his front teeth. Huffing out a deep breath, Wang Huitian turned to glance at the furious Huayue, a slight grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. I've rescued the person. Oh, what can you do to me now? A haze of sinister energy enveloped him, swirling red mist. Regardless of his strength, just the intimidating aura he exuded was enough to seem formidable. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyao rescued, for some reason Huayue actually let out a sigh of relief. The death of a few entering Dao was of no concern to him. No. Even if everyone in the world perished, it wouldn't matter as long as he survived. Besides, the great Qin had more than one sage. Why should he bear the brunt? Now that you've rescued the person, why don't you retreat? Wang Huitian frowned. Is that all? This wasn't how he envisioned it. It wasn't the other party supposed to be furious and engage him in a life-and-death struggle. Not only was Wang Huitian puzzled, but even the group of entering Dao beside the sage Huayue was equally bewildered. Letting him go just like that. What face would the eternal life forest have left? Huayue, could it be that this person's cultivation level surpasses yours? Hearing this, Huayue's expression darkened. Through the previous battle, he had already sensed something amiss. No. He has merely reached the golden core stage. However, other sages are arriving. As his words fell, ripples spread across the sky, and the golden light piercing through the clouds quickly dissipated. The moon, now with a chip, slowly retreated into the mists. The newcomers were an old man with white hair and a middle-aged man carrying a massive sword. The middle-aged man wore a tight black outfit, half of his face concealed by black cloth, making his appearance unclear. The sword on his back was as wide as a shoulder, resembling a door panel. Wang Huitian recognized the white-haired old man, whose demeanor was kind and gentle. He was indeed the same old man who had given him the weapon refining manual years ago. He seemed like the master of his master, his grandmaster. Everyone enter the hall. Huayue ordered with a furrowed brow, and the 9 entering Dao beside him understood that this matter was beyond their involvement, quickly retreating back to the main hall on the mountaintop. You two have crossed the boundary, he said coldly. Who in the world doesn't know that the eternal life forest is the cultivation ground for the sages of Great Qin? Now the sage of the Green Mountain has entered uninvited. This is undoubtedly a provocation. In response to Huayue's inquiry, the white-haired old man chuckled as he stroked his beard. Huayue, my friend, you are overthinking it. My junior has caused trouble outside. We have merely come to take a look. You all carry on, carry on. I'll just observe without intervening, he said, pointing at Wang Huitian and Huayue. The implication was for them to continue fighting. Why were they dawdling? Upon seeing the two's arrival, Wang Huitian's eyes sparkled. His support had arrived. Their side had 2.5 sages while the other side had 1 sage and a group of mere ants. This was a fight they could win. He waved his hand, and the formless sword flew into his palm, the violent sword energy rising with the mountain wind. Ghost Shadow. Dodge. I'll be damned you actually went for it. The white-haired old man's gentle smile faltered as he quickly reached out and grabbed Wang Huitian back, who looked puzzled at him. No. Why are you grabbing me? Grab him instead. Can't you see such a big enemy? He slapped Wang Huitian on the head. What about their sage? Where's your tiger? Wang Huitian frowned, and after a while he finally understood his grandmaster's intention, so he began to explain. Grandmaster, I've probed their strength. It's merely a newly advanced sage. Oh, we can kill him. You two can flank me. With 2 sages present, he felt confident he could finally stop pretending. He had long found that old man displeasing. The man in tight clothes turned to look at Wang Huitian, his brows knitted as well. Who taught this kid? That girl from the Qing sect, the white-haired old man replied unkindly. I see this temperament does resemble hers somewhat. Wang Huitian struggled in the grip of the white-haired old man, his eyes fixated on the sage Huiyue, preventing him from making any sudden moves. Grandmaster, let me go. What if he escapes? On the mountaintop, Huiyu's expression was grim. Even if he could tolerate the 2 sages, 1 golden core cultivator was also shouting to kill him. Even if he was terrified of dying, he felt he couldn't save face. Lu Xiaowen, let him go. I want to see how he intends to kill me. This is simply outrageous. The white-haired old man glanced at Huiyue with indifference. Letting him go so you can beat him. My disciple has just reached the golden core stage. Do you want to see what you— Huiyue, we come today solely to retrieve our junior with no intentions of engaging in battle with the sages of Great Qin. Having said that, he took Wang Huitian and the 2 others and vanished into the sky. Upon seeing the 3 leave, Huiyue sighed in relief. Though he had acted fearless earlier, he was truly anxious inside. Even with Wang Huitian alone, he had no confidence, let alone with Lu Xiaowen of Wandao Mountain and Long Yanzhou of the Sword of Heaven sect. This little beast truly wants to kill this sage. He cursed Wang Huitian in his heart. He was genuinely afraid that the other party would break free and engage him. At that time, those 2 sages would undoubtedly intervene. When the sages of Great Qin return, I will ensure you all have no place to die. After cursing, he turned and returned to the main hall. What he failed to notice was that a fine strand of silvery white hair had stuck to the sole of his shoe so thin that it felt like stepping on a spider's web. Returning to the Great Qin imperial city, Long Yanzhou went to see Huoxiang, and he was the ungrateful master in Huoxiang's mouth. Huh, another one to be scolded. Wang Huitian sneered inwardly. He was not impressed by this person. At least Li Xiaoyao had slain a few entering Dao cultivators. As for you, a sage, you just came to join the fun. Why did you come if you weren't going to kill a sage? Lu Xiaowen looked at the disgruntled Wang Huitian and gently stroked his beard, smiling as he spoke. Kid, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Don't talk to me, we aren't familiar. Wang Huitian turned his face away. You really are unresponsive. Look who's here. Lu Xiaowen pointed at the gate where a slender girl carrying a bamboo sword was standing. Wang Huitian frowned, wondering whose beautiful lady had lost her way into the royal palace. Beautiful lady, the interview for palace maids is to the right as you exit. He waved his hand impatiently, still contemplating how to eliminate that saint, knowing that a solitary saint was hard to find. Clearly the other saints of the Great Qin were currently preoccupied, and this was a chance to diminish their combat power. Yu Yao, dressed in a long green skirt, was taken aback as the joy of their long-awaited reunion faded away. Just as Wang Huitian lowered his head, he suddenly paused and raised it again, staring at Yu Yao in a daze. Did his senior brother recognize her? Wang Huitian indeed recognized her. He sensed the sword mark he had left on Yu Yao. His voice trembled as he spoke. You are what happened to Yu Yao? Before Yu Yao could express her gratitude, she froze again, her forehead bulging with veins in anger. Second senior brother, you scoundrel. Wang Huitian approached with uncertainty, examining Yu Yao with his hands, gesturing incessantly. Her height was off. The Yu Yao he remembered was a little shorty, and her figure was different as well. The old Yu Yao was quite flat. Her cultivation was also different. The old Yu Yao was only at the qi refining stage, but now she had reached the nascent soul stage. One could only say that she truly deserved to be an innate sword body. He prepared to reach out and pinch her, knowing that a simple touch would reveal everything. Her sword edge was always the sharpest. But just as his hand stretched out before he could touch anything, his ear was suddenly pinched. Second senior brother, you rogue. Wang Huitian tilted his head, biting his teeth in defiance, while his stubborn right hand reached out to touch Yu Yao's back, shocking him as he turned his head. It was indeed Yu Yao. How had this girl changed so much? Clearly when she was younger her face was chubby, but had all that fat migrated to her chest. Yu Yao's face flushed red as she shot Wang Huitian an angry glare. This guy was as unreliable as ever, wasting her emotional moment. All the words she had wanted to say suddenly vanished. Her heart was filled with frustration. Her master and senior sister had left and never returned. After finally finding her senior brother, he was staring at her with a curious expression, which was simply too much. As she thought about it, her eyes turned red with 2 drops of tears hanging on her eyelashes, feeling a tightness. Wu's senior brother, master, and senior sister went out and haven't returned. I've been on the mountain worried sick. The sect leader went out to look for her as well, but hasn't returned. As Yu Yao cried, her tears began to flow, when suddenly someone behind her touched her arm, handing her a handkerchief embroidered with lotus flowers. She reached out to take it, about to wipe her tear-streaked face when a fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she turned to look at the person who had handed her the handkerchief. Who are you and how did you end up in my senior brother's courtyard? Li Feishue was taken aback by Yu Yao's fierce glare and retreated a few steps. Goodness, her expression changed so quickly. Just moments ago she appeared as a delicate young woman, and now she was revealing her fangs looking like a I am the young master's maid. Yu Yao cast a glance at Wang Huitian before stepping forward to scrutinize Li Feishue, her gaze filled with suspicion and scrutiny. A maid? One so alluring acting as a maid? Hee, ridiculous. My senior brother is a lone wolf and has no habit of taking in maids. Wang Huitian kept his head down. This girl must have misunderstood him. He was even pondering about how to gather 3 people to carry the sedan chair, which was his dream. Yu Yao remained fixated on Li Feishue, trying to see through her intentions. Your brows resemble peach blossoms, your eyes like stars, and you have the face of a seductress. Are you not approaching my senior brother with ulterior motives? Li Feishue continuously retreated. I was taken by your senior brother. Nonsense. My senior brother is upright and just cannot stand the suffering of the world. How could he abduct a woman from her family? Yu Yao advanced step by step, cornering Li Feishue against the wall. With no escape, Li Feishue pressed her back against the courtyard wall, looking helplessly at Yu Yao, who was now right in front of her. I advise you to stay away from my senior brother. My sister Honglu is a transformation god cultivator and can kill without batting an eye. Li Feishue replied weakly, I am Zhaixing. Just as the two were arguing, the door to the Huaxiang room suddenly swung open, and with a loud bang the large doorboard and sword that Long Yanzhou had been carrying was thrown out, and he himself was pushed out by Huaxiang. With a thud, the door closed. He awkwardly glanced into the courtyard before explaining. He Xiao Xiang has such a temper, just like her master. Long Yanzhou left. He had initially wanted to take Huaxiang to the Tianjin sect for treatment, but she stubbornly refused. In the courtyard, Yu Yao and Li Feishue were at each other, one sweeping, while the other poured water, one brewing tea, while the other stirred up dust constantly, finding ways to annoy each other. Lu Xiuwen shook his head with a smile and pulled Wang Huitian into the side hall, speaking earnestly. Kid, do you know what it means to disturb the Great Qin dynasty for Chongqing Lin? Though they usually do not care about Great Qin, it is their foundation, the cradle in which they cultivate. Wang Huitian frowned. He naturally knew these matters, but when he had descended the mountain, he had sent a sword towards Bilin, and that sword flew swiftly, flattening Beiyuan. Perhaps that was the only opportunity. Wang Jinxian was fine, but without Wang Jinshuan it was as if the meat was being fed directly into Master Ancestor. I will only hold the Great Qin for half a year. Once I destroy Tianling Mountain, I will return to Qingshan. Lu Xiuwen adjusted his beard, squinting at Wang Huitian. He did not understand why this kid was so fixated on Beiyuan. What could be there? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in shock. Could it be that your father's campaign in Beiyuan was your suggestion? Back then Wang Huitian was only 8 years old, so it shouldn't be possible. Realizing this, he couldn't help but find his own thought somewhat ridiculous. However, he saw Wang Huitian, who was sitting to the side, respond nonchalantly. Indeed, I urged my father to launch the northern expedition. It was no wonder he was shocked. Who would have thought that the grand northern expedition of the Great Qin, led by the Prince of the North, was actually orchestrated by an 80-year-old child behind the scenes? That war had nearly depleted the Great Qin's resources. The once powerful Prince of the North was left with a name, but no substance, reduced to a dilapidated mansion. Why? He couldn't fathom. Wang Huitian glanced at the old man, his solemn expression suddenly dispersing, and a brilliant smile broke out. Although that battle cost half of Great Qin, it was a victory. A narrow victory. Wang Huitian wore a proud expression as Lu Xiuwen reached out to touch his forehead, checking if he had a fever. At that time 10 cultivators had entered the Dao, 18 had reached Zhaixing, and there were countless golden core and transformation god cultivators. In the end, only Wang Huitian had returned with a few scattered troops, and from then on the Great Qin's secular path to the Dao became obscure, and to find a master one had to seek out Chongqing Lin. Was that considered a narrow victory? Were you aiming to perish together with them? Or did you think that as long as you survived it was a victory? Wang Huitian swatted away the old man's hand, wondering why he was messing around while they were talking. He gazed longingly towards the north, as if recalling that astonishing battle. He had not lied to Lu Xiaowen. That battle was indeed one he had urged his father to undertake, and it was indeed a victory. And his reason for deploying troops was all because the child of destiny was in the north. The child of destiny was cultivating the demonic path. The concept of fate is elusive and intangible, with no traceable origin. In this world, no one understands Wang Huitian, perhaps even his father only has a vague understanding of him. Hence no one knows what it signifies for the son of fate to be born in the northern plains demon path for the great Qin. Wang Huitian stood up, saying, although I won back, then it was an uncertain victory. So I must fight again. I had roughly guessed the outcome when I persuaded my father to send troops. What I didn't anticipate was that my master would retrieve me back to Qingshan. Master Ancestor, you need not persuade me. I must fight this battle even if I am not the emperor of the great Qin, even if I never return. Looking at Wang Huitian's stubborn demeanor, Lu Xiaowen could only feel his teeth ache. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with the feng shui of the sword peak, as everyone seemed to be. Alas, if heaven did not give birth to you, Wang Huitian, the northern plains would be barren. Why are you so combative? I see that you have already formed your golden core. With your master absent, are you encountering any difficulties in your cultivation? I don't want to discuss the matter of war with this kid anymore. His obsession is too deep. I'm afraid if we continue talking, he might persuade me to join him in fighting the northern plains. Speaking of cultivation, Wang Huitian immediately became interested. What was he most proud of? Of course it was his cultivation. He promptly pulled out a golden core from his abdomen, which though not entirely golden, had a slightly yellowish hue. Master Ancestor, I have indeed encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and do not know how to hatch my nascent soul. Lu Xiaowen frowned as he looked at the flesh-colored core in Wang Huitian's hand. He had long noticed that the other had altered his cultivation to the path of ghosts, yet this ghostly core did not seem right. How long have you had this symptom? Oh wait, how long has your golden core been formed? Wang Huitian raised the corners of his mouth, gazing at Lu Xiaowen through his nostrils. Haha, it has only recently formed, so I cannot be considered a prodigy. Did I say you were a prodigy? Haha, Master Ancestor, you have no idea. At the moment the core formed, dark clouds gathered for millions of miles, and heaven descended with lightning retribution. Hee. Millions of miles. How come I didn't see it from Qingshan? You must have formed your core in a dream. Do you know the Sword Saint? He was right beside me and can testify. At that moment his jaw dropped to the ground. Lu Xiaowen's face darkened, but Wang Huitian paid no mind to what he said, self-indulgently boasting about the dull-colored golden core in his hand. The more he bragged, the more excited he became, even starting to explain the cracks on its surface to his Master Ancestor. Don't think that just because there are cracks my golden core is broken. It is actually a closed eye. Once opened it can see through illusions, extremely powerful. And there's more. Don't think that it's small now. It can transform into a vast red moon. Just wait, he'll go outside and demonstrate it for you. By the end of his statement, Lu Xiaowen could not interject a single word as he shook off Wang Huitian's pull on his sleeve. Demonstrate yourself, go ahead. He couldn't understand Wang Huitian's golden core anyway. It certainly wouldn't work with the normal method of forming a nascent soul, and it probably wouldn't work with ghostly methods either. So he dropped a book and left. Research it yourself. I am quite annoyed with you. After Master Ancestor left, Wang Huitian, somewhat reluctant, stored the flesh core back into his body, carefully wrapping it with layers of Yin energy and sword chi before cautiously hiding it in the sea of his spiritual consciousness. Only after doing all of this did he pick up the cultivation method that Lu Xiaowen had left behind. A complete guide to basic alchemy. Upon seeing this book, Wang Huitian couldn't help but recall the first time he met his Master Ancestor and received a complete guide to basic refining. He furrowed his brows, looking in the direction of the departing figure. I cannot establish my foundation, yet you teach me refining. I cannot form my nascent soul, yet you teach me alchemy, and both are basic techniques. My Master Ancestor might not be very competent. Though he thought this way, he still put the book away. Having a direction is better than having none. Since the moment he took the wrong path, every step has been a groping journey. Learning more knowledge to support himself can never be wrong. With this in mind, he hurriedly chased after, shouting, "Hey Master Ancestor, how can you just give me this? You need to give me an alchemy furnace as well." Get lost, old man has no alchemy furnace. Master Ancestor, if you don't have an alchemy furnace, who are you trying to fool with this? If you don't give me an alchemy furnace, he'll go twist the top pot of that old man Huayua to make one. Then go ahead, go ahead. Wang Huitian left the small courtyard feeling frustrated, dragging Wang Hao directly towards the royal palace's treasury. The latter, seeing his grim expression, didn't dare to say much. The two soon arrived at a certain palace. Upon entering, it appeared quite empty. There were no tables or chairs nor any other facilities, only a wooden door standing in the center. Wang Hao approached the door and squeezed a drop of fresh blood from his palm onto it. The treasury door slowly opened, revealing a massive storage space inside. Your Majesty, the resources collected from various places by the Great Qin are stored here. Wang Huitian glanced at Wang Hao. The location and method of opening the royal treasury should be a secret known only to each generation of Qin emperors, yet Wang Hao seemed to know it all. Cousin, not only do you possess the bearing of an emperor, but you also seem to be a child of fate. Wang Hao, standing at the door, showed no change in expression, treating it as if he hadn't heard anything. Your Majesty, the resources collected from various places by the Great Qin are stored here. Wang Huitian glanced at Wang Hao. The location and method of opening the royal treasury should be a secret. The treasury was large. The first level was piled high with numerous high-grade spirit stones. The second level contained rare treasures and materials for alchemy and refining, while the third level held dusty magical artifacts. Wang Huitian took a keen look at the alchemy furnaces, all of which were unremarkable. It was to be expected. If there were truly good items, they would have been exhausted by Wang Daoyang and Wang Jinxian long ago. Alas, these are all the leftovers from others. We'll just take some casually. He took out a clay jar, picked a few things he liked, and left. Wang Hao looked at the empty treasury with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aside from a broom and a shovel in the corner, the entire treasury was now devoid of anything. Under the deep night, a thick white fog rose in the Changsheng forest. The grand palace atop the mountain seemed to be supported in the air by the clouds and mist, exuding the charm of an immortal's abode. At this moment, Sage Huayue held a seal in his hand, performing ritualistic refinement. This seal was struck into the mountain by Wang Huitian's sword, and a corner was shattered, causing him great Dam Red Maple Valley Dam, Wandao Mountain Dam, Tianjin Gate. When all the saints return, I will surely sweep you away. He cursed angrily, his expression filled with rage. He did not notice that at some point a strand of silvery hair had begun to crawl up from his back to his head, buoyed by the momentum of him refining the artifact. Just as this strand of hair reached the top of his head, it suddenly turned and tightened, wrapping around half of his head. The sharp sword chi exploded in an instant, causing his skull to spin away. Whoosh! A loud sound erupted as this strand of hair entwined with the severed skull shot away. Huayu's ritualistic refinement of the artifact came to a halt, and he hurriedly raised his hand to touch his head. Ah, shameless little brat. Attacking while I am refining artifacts, you have no sense of martial ethics. The sage of Huayue, in a fit of rage, charged towards the palace entrance, raising his hand to strike the ground ahead with a mighty palm, causing a colossal imprint to form in the air, descending upon the mountains. In an instant, the mountains collapsed, fierce winds surged, and a strand of silver hair entwining with his skull was obliterated by the immense force. Yet at that moment, a single hair fell from a decaying white rat on the ground, which swiftly retreated along with the fallen skull. Damn it, there's even a relay. All shall die by my hand. With the massive imprint summoned, the mountains shattered and the land was once again cleansed by the sacred power. Hearing the commotion, the Taoists rushed out of the palace, their expressions filled with horror as they gazed at the billowing dust clouds stretching for miles. They all turned to look at the sage of Huayue, who was gasping for breath on the cliff, their expressions frozen in shock. They beheld the peculiar figure before them, unscathed, yet missing half of his head, as if it had been severed by a sword from the center of his brow. More precisely, half of his skull was gone, the top missing, yet his brain remained intact. Too much humiliation, too much humiliation. Huayue pointed angrily at the forest, cursing. Losing part of his skull was not a significant injury, but the shame was immense. He, a dignified sage, had actually been robbed of his skull in his own home. Everyone searched everything within a 10-mile radius. That little beast's sword energy is exceptionally stealthy. Dig it out, find it all. The crowd could sense the sage's fury and did not dare provoke him, instead using their divine sense to probe through the mountains. Standing atop the mountain, Huayu's expression darkened. After several hours of silence, he resolutely stored the palace into his sleeve and flew deeper into the eternal life forest with a group of Taoists. He was moving. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaowen rose early first, checking on Huitian's condition, which had stabilized under the bombardment of numerous spiritual pills and treasures from Wang Huitian. In recent days, the treasury of the Great Qin had been nearly depleted, but fortunately many treasures had been uncovered from the homes of the ministers they had slain, preventing the kingdom from going bankrupt. Lu Xiaowen stroked his beard, preparing to wander around, but paused in the back garden. In the distant pavilion, Wang Huitian was clad in a craftsman's outfit, busily hammering away, seemingly refining a tool. His expression was serious, sometimes frowning, sometimes in deep thought. Lu Xiaowen nodded appreciatively. This kid, when he stops fooling around, actually possesses a certain gravitas. He approached slowly, trying not to disturb the other's contemplation. Surrounding the pavilion were countless precious materials, including star iron, four-core firestone, silver moon sand, and the divine bones of a white tiger beast, all present. One could say it was a treasure trove with several materials that even Lu Xiaowen as a sage found quite enticing. Oh, this is wasteful, this is wasteful. Wang Huitian repeatedly fused large amounts of precious forging materials into a crystal-clear bone bowl, seemingly attempting to refine it into the base of a pill furnace. Kid, the base of a pill furnace needs to withstand fire for long periods. You need fire-resistant materials. Where did you get this bone bowl? As Lu Xiaowen spoke halfway, he sensed something was off. The bone bowl actually contained the aura of the sacred path. If it were merely the bones of a deceased sage, it would be fine, but this bowl still retained vitality capable of continually enhancing its power. It seemed to have been carved from the head of a living sage. He circled around Wang Huitian, trying to discern from which sage's skull this had come, but since it had been fused with numerous materials, the aura was confused, making it impossible for him to identify whose skull had been removed. Kid, where exactly did you get this? Wang Huitian impatiently pushed him aside, preoccupied with his work, leaving no time to deal with him. At that moment, Yu Yao bounced over and stealthily leaned into Lu Xiaowen's ear. Master, last night senior brother went to the Eternal Life Forest. I saw him return with this bowl, which was quite terrifying, and it even had some white hair on it. Lu Xiaowen was stunned. Who else could there be in the Eternal Life Forest? It must be that the great sage Huiyue had his skull removed. A chill ran through his body as he swallowed hard, glancing at the bone bowl being refined, which was already taking on the shape of a pill furnace. However, in refining tools, success is not guaranteed every time. If this kid fails, who will bear the consequences next time? Upon thinking of this, the old man felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This kid had a history of causing trouble, having once caused a collapse at Tianfeng for the sake of refining tools, and he had spared no one, not even his own family. Lu Xiaowen immediately stood up and walked out. He needed to return to Qingshan. As the sage of Qingshan, how could he continue to remain in the great Qin imperial city? Sensing Lu Xiaowen's hurried departure, Wang Huitian paused his work to look back. Master, where are you? His tone was quite flat, but to Lu Xiaowen's ears it carried a different meaning, as if a demon whispered, Haha, going home, going home. I miss the children in the mountains. Yaoer, do you want to come back with me? Yu Yao shook her head. Wherever senior brother was, she would be, and she did not want to return to the empty sword peak. Lu Xiaowen left, taking Huixiang with him. Now Wang Huitian was caught in a whirlpool. Having Huixiang stay in the imperial city would only increase the danger. Senior brother, master seems to be a bit afraid of you, Wang Huitian mused as he toyed with the pill furnace in his hands, squinting at the eager departing flying boat. Yaoer, master is already a sage at the pinnacle of the world. What could he possibly fear? You are overthinking it. Was she overthinking it? Yu Yao turned her head to look at the pill furnace in Wang Huitian's hands, which was a living pill furnace. Wang Huitian had deliberately retained its vitality during the refinement. If not every time they kindled a fire to refine pills, that sage who had lost his skull would surely feel his scalp burning under the searing flames. Lu Xiaowen's flying boat vanished into the distant sky, yet on the other side of the horizon appeared a swaying wine gourd. I forgot about that old bastard Dao. As soon as Wang Huitian saw the wine gourd appear, he stowed the pill furnace away, looking for a place to hide. Swordman, don't run away. Daoi descended from the sky, riding the wine gourd, his clothes tattered, hair sparse, and his face gaunt, as if he had been mistreated. The gourd had 2 large holes in it stuffed with rags to prevent the liquor from spilling. He furiously charged over and blocked Wang Huitian's path. Kid, do you have any idea how far I was flung by that slap of yours? Do you know that you threw me from the Eternal Life Forest to the borders of Qinzhou, and you wrapped me in the aura of the clear wind sword? I couldn't stop at all. I couldn't stop. His furious questioning revealed 2 missing front teeth. Wang Huitian's face turned somewhat awkward. He indeed had bound the sword aura to ensure that this fellow would escape, and he should have dispelled it after returning to the imperial city, but he had forgotten. But it wasn't entirely his fault. He had a poor memory. Old man, just listen to my explanation. Just as he was about to clarify, heavy snow suddenly started to fall from the sky. He raised his hand to catch a snowflake, and a bone-chilling coldness swept over him. Wang Huitian looked up at the distance, a slight smile appearing on his lips. With snow paving the way, freezing 3 feet to bind the corpse. The snow demon army has arrived. Daoi, standing nearby, furrowed his brows. Young man, you're in grave trouble now. Wherever Feishua treads, the snow demon legion arrives within a day. Its 1,000,000 armored troops capable of slaying sages, their icy aura freezing corpses 3 chi deep. Your dream of ascending the imperial throne ends here. Come back with me to Qingshan. Wang Huitian glanced at Dao Yi's solemn expression. Trouble. Nothing more than a minor delay to my pill-refining schedule. Dao Yi cast a sidelong glance at Wang Huitian. This man had always been fond of grandiose boasts. He wondered precisely how the other intended to withstand the Snow Demon Legion. Within half a day, heavy snowflakes had blanketed the entire imperial capital in pristine white. Countless commoners fled the city, dragging their families behind them. Wang Huitian made no attempt to stop these ordinary folk. They sought only survival. What's in? But not a single noble lord, court minister, or scion of a prestigious clan was permitted to escape. Li Feichen, commanding the city defense forces, stood guard at the city gates, blocking fleeing officials. A solitary line of footprints stretched across the hushed streets of the imperial capital, leading to a dilapidated mansion, once the majestic Jinbei royal mansion, now overgrown with weeds along its courtyard walls. Wang Huitian gazed upon the decaying gate and slowly pushed it open. Inside, old Nan was sweeping snow from the courtyard. The maidservants previously sent had already been dismissed by him. Upon seeing his master, old Nan's hand trembled slightly where it gripped the broom. "Young master, you've returned." Wang Huitian nodded silently and strode directly toward the ancestral hall. "Old Nan, there's no need to sweep the snow. It will melt of its own accord when the sun rises." "Young master, when shall the sun appear?" "Listen carefully these next few days. The moment wind stirs, the sun will emerge." Old Nan pricked up his ears, but heard only the faint, persistent hum of tinnitus. The young master was deceiving him again. Inside the ancestral hall, all remained as before, though this time it had been meticulously cleaned. Clearly, old Nan had devoted special effort after Wang Huitian's last visit. "Young master, shall we light incense today?" Old Nan stood hunched behind him, thinking bitterly. Poor ancestors of the Yi family, year after year starved of offerings, sustained solely by this old man's devotion. Wang Huitian glanced at the 3 joss sticks old Nan extended. Last time he'd come, his cultivation path had been severed, his chi refinement stalled. Yet now he had already formed a golden core. It was fitting then to offer incense and inform his father. He accepted the incense, raised it high above his head, and bowed deeply. "Father, I have achieved greatness. I am now emperor of the Great Qin." No sooner had the words left his lips than several ancestral tablets toppled abruptly onto the altar. Wang Huitian frowned. "Old Nan, set my father's tablet upright." At once old Nan hurried forward, carefully repositioning each fallen tablet, then quietly stepped aside, lifting his sleeve to wipe cold sweat from his brow. For generations, the Jinbei royal mansion had embodied loyalty and valor, taking pride in serving the Great Qin, believing wholeheartedly in exhausting oneself for the royal house, even unto death. And yet now, a sovereign had risen from its bloodline. "Young master, if you must be emperor, then be emperor. But why parade it before your ancestors? Are you deliberately provoking them?" Wang Huitian raised the incense once more and bowed again. "Father, I have issued the decree. 6 months hence we march north to conquer Tianlang Mountain. Sit here and witness the shifting tides of the world. Once I have eradicated that demonic sect's lineage and spilled the blood of 1,000,000 demon cultivators, I shall return to honor you anew." Hardly had he finished speaking when the freshly aligned tablets crashed down once more. Wang Huitian slammed the incense to the floor with a sharp crack, enraged beyond measure. His father disapproved of his ascension. Now even his northern campaign drew celestial censure. He narrowed his eyes, lifting his gaze as though piercing through the roof into the boundless heavens. His father had always been his staunchest supporter. So why had these tablets fallen without cause? Only the capricious heavens could be meddling. "Old Nan, the altar is uneven. Replace it with a bronze one, and weld every ancestral tablet firmly into place. Weld them so irrevocably that even if this capital crumbles to dust, they shall never fall again." With a sharp flick of his sleeve, he strode out. Thick crimson mist surging from his body, staining his newly donned robe blood red once more. Watching Wang Huitian depart in furious haste, old Nan rushed forward to retrieve the fallen incense and insert it reverently into the censer. "Oh dear, venerable ancestors, forgive him. The young master has always had this temper since childhood. His heart bears unbearable sorrow. The Jinbei royal mansion's lineage lies shattered, resting solely upon his shoulders. To lose composure is but natural. Please, venerable ancestors, grant him your mercy." As he pleaded on Wang Huitian's behalf before the ancestral tablets, old Nan lifted his sleeve to wipe away tears. Having witnessed the mansion's rise and fall, his heart ached with profound sorrow, when suddenly wind rustled faintly in his ears. He lowered his sleeve and looked outward. The courtyard snow swirled upward in a thin dancing veil. Murmuring softly, he stood alone in the ancestral hall. "Young master, the wind has risen. When shall the sun arrive?" Through the blinding expanse of snow, squadrons of flying vessels approached the imperial capital. On the largest warship flew a great banner. Written in blood upon it were two characters, Wu Jiang. This had once been the Jinbei royal mansion's battle standard, symbolizing that under the Jinbei army's relentless advance the great Qin knew no borders, every land they traversed became sovereign soil. Today's Qin citizens knew only of the four supreme marshals who guarded the realm's infinite frontiers. Few recalled that those very frontiers had been carved out by this very banner Wu Jiang. The refugees who had just fled beyond the city walls stared in stunned silence, not expecting the Snow Demon Legion, but instead beholding the Jinbei army long buried beneath the tide of history, fading from collective memory. Li Jing, squad leader of the 3rd Jinbei Army 3rd Battalion, paying homage to the new emperor, requesting deployment to the battlefield. Behind this vanguard stretched countless formations of flying vessels and warships, some comprising over 100 vessels, others merely a handful. Yet without exception, each vessel bore aloft the Wu Jiang banner. As the lead warship's proclamation echoed, voices rose in unison from the ranks behind, resounding across the imperial capital with chilling martial authority. Wu Qi, son of Battalion Commander Wu Chao of the 4th Jinbei Army, requesting deployment to the battlefield. Jiang Wuwei, vanguard soldier of the 2nd Battalion 3rd Jinbei Army, requesting deployment to the battlefield. Li Xiao, cook of the Logistics Battalion 1st Jinbei Army, requesting deployment to the battlefield. Requesting deployment to the battlefield. Requesting deployment to the battlefield. An endless tide of roars erupted beyond the city walls, shaking the heavens themselves, scattering even the relentless blizzard. On the palace ramparts, Second Prince Wang Hao watched the scene beyond the walls with grim intensity. He had never imagined, after so many years, that the Wu Jiang banner would rise again. This was no banner of territorial defense. It was a banner of expansion. Gathered here were over 500,000 veterans of the Jinbei royal mansion. Every soldier mobilized, even those long retired to rural seclusion, now arriving with their families in tow. 1,000,000 armored troops can slay sages. It was precisely this confidence that emboldened the snow demons to march upon the capital. Yet now 50,000 Jinbei veterans had materialized within the city's walls. This battle was growing ever more compelling. As Wang Hao pondered, a hand suddenly struck the back of his head. Yu Yao had appeared beside him without warning, her expression stern, her gaze appraising. "Your Highness, surely you're scheming something sinister." Wang Hao instinctively shrank back. "Oh dear senior sister, I have neither a marshal's patronage nor profound cultivation. What mischief could I possibly devise?" Yu Yao's face remained skeptical. With her growing experience in the Jianghu, she saw plainly. He was no paragon of virtue. "You look like a cunning, untrustworthy rogue. Not at all the sort of person one calls good." Second Prince rolled his eyes. Clearly in this girl's eyes only her senior brother qualified as virtuous. A man who had bathed the imperial capital in blood and crafted artifacts from sages' skullcaps. Bah! He loathed such hypocritical women most of all. Seeing she offered no further reply, Yu Yao turned her gaze skyward, where a sparrow circled downward over the capital. The gray sparrow darted between alleyways and rooftops, finally alighting upon the redrobed figure striding calmly across the snow. Chirp, 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 chirp. Wang Huitian withdrew several pills from his robe and tossed them into the bird's beak. "No pine nuts on hand. Try these instead. Pill of sustained abstinence refined from a sage's scalp." The little sparrow clearly recoiled, but swallowed the pill nonetheless. "Deliver my reply. No assistance required. I am now at Golden Core Foundation establishment. The Snow Demon Legion is but passing frost." In the distance, Li Feichen and Zhao Pan soared toward him on spirit swords, struggling against the gale and thick snow. This blizzard not only obscured vision, but severely suppressed spiritual energy within the body. "Your Majesty, the outer walls are besieged by multiple armies bearing the banners of the Jinbei veterans. How shall we proceed?" Wang Huitian paused in quiet contemplation. He had met both Li Jing and Wu Qi before. They posed no concern. "Let them wait outside the city. I shall join them shortly." The two bowed and departed on their spirit swords. The sparrow likewise took flight, its form agile and graceful, darting across rooftops, soaring over the forested mountains, encircling the capital, dancing effortlessly among the warships. A voice thunderous and resonant pierced the heavens wherever its wings beat. Wang Huitian, acting marshal of the Jinbei army, chief strategist. Approved. Prepare for battle, sweep the snow. Boundless, boundless, kill, kill, kill. Countless shouts reverberated through the heavens, causing the fleeing citizens to halt in their tracks, as those of slightly older age recalled the familiar slogan with a glimmer of nostalgia in their eyes. "They have returned. All have returned." That familiar roar, the iron hooves of expansion, the nightmare of the various nations. Perhaps they had always been here waiting for that man to return after enduring tribulations. In the imperial palace Dao, he took a swig of wine, listening to the resounding roars echoing through the clouds, feeling as though his youth had returned. He smacked his lips, sensing that the taste of the wine today was somewhat off. He raised the wine gourd to his eyes and peered inside, his expression suddenly stunned. In the vast lake-like wine, a figure in white was floating above the surface, his cheeks flushed as countless streams of wine poured into his mouth with every breath. An immortal sword master brewing wine. Dao Yi panicked, hurriedly capped the gourd. This is bad. He had forgotten about Li Xiaoyao. At that moment, he felt his youth slipping away once more. Within the imperial city, as Wang Huitian passed by, the white snow covering the ground gradually revealed a crimson hue from beneath, spreading outward from where he walked. Among the myriad auras of the world, the intent to kill is the hardest to dissipate. That night, he slaughtered half the people in the imperial city. This was the blood spilled in the imperial city, seeping forth a chilling sword aura of bloodlust, trembling with the accumulation of half the city's blood, already instilling terror before the blade was even drawn. Wang Huitian, under the illumination of the city filled with red light, reached the city walls, where rows of military banners flew towards him and were planted before him. A handsome smile crept across his lips. The very item he had grasped during his first birthday celebration had unexpectedly reappeared before him, the boundless banner of the Northern Army. The leaders before him were all unfamiliar faces. These individuals had only been soldiers in the Northern Army back then, and some were merely descendants left behind by the Northern Army. Some flowers may wither, but their roots will sprout again, blooming the same flowers. We pay our respects to the military commander. We wish to fight alongside the military commander against the Snow Demon Army, fighting to the death. This call to the military commander resonated deeply within Wang Huitian's heart. A smile cracked at his lips. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time, so happy that his smile stretched to his ears, so happy that tears began to fall, creating waves of ominous energy upon touching the snow. Yes, the former military commander was an older brother of father. Finally, it was my turn. Haha, it is my turn. His crimson attire grew ever more radiant as scarlet ominous energy spread and pulsated beneath his feet. Everyone, you have come. Today this commander shall grant you a great victory. For the boundless military flag, let us celebrate and wash away the dust. Wang Huitian gazed at the endless expanse of white snow outside the imperial city, his fleshly body piercing through the endless space, seeing the myriad white military flags fluttering in the sky, along with Wang Yuan, who stood proudly at the ship's bow. Last time at Qingshan, he had allowed him to escape. Once today, he shall die. Sword, 2 blood slaughter. Boom. Endless blood energy surged from within the imperial city, staining half the sky red. Everyone looked up, seeing no sword light, nor even the sound of swords. Only a mass of red mist covered the sky. Where this red mist passed, the accumulated snow melted, and the snowy clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a sliver of the setting sun. At this moment, snow fell upon the imperial city, and the news of the white cloud covering the land had already spread throughout the continent. At the border of Liangzhou, the divine commander of the nation Long Shao laughed heartily. Haha, the northern plains haven't even begun to fight, and the imperial city has already started. Good, this world is truly becoming more and more exciting. Lung Feng sent a reply, tell the scouts to prepare more shadow stones. I want to capture the live battle scenes. By the way, the first to annihilate 100,000 enemy troops shall be rewarded with 1,000,000 Chongling pills. At the Lehigh Pass, the divine commander of the nation with a grim expression held a sword. Order longer, prepare a generous gift, 2 letters of congratulations, 1 wishing the northern king ascends the throne, and 1 congratulating the 3rd prince Wang Yuan on his rise to power. Whichever wins shall receive the letters. At Xingyue Pass, the 4th prince of Daqing, someone write a letter congratulating the new emperor's ascension, and by the way mention that this prince went to the stable last. These warships were entirely snow-white. Though vast in number, they did not appear chaotic. From a distance, their arrangement resembled a 6-pointed snowflake. At the core of the warships on the flagship, Wang Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the imperial city, his entire being radiating vitality, carrying a sense of surveying the realm. Beside him stood an old man clad in silver-white armor, surrounded by countless snowflakes swirling around him, appearing quite mystical. He was one of the 4 divine commanders of Daqing, the Snow Demon. Uncle, you are being overly cautious, activating the heavenly change snow sealing array from such a distance. By the time the army arrives, the entire imperial city will likely be buried beneath this snow. Your Highness, when marching and fighting, it's better to be cautious. Ha, Uncle is right. Uncle, look, the evening glow welcomes us from the horizon. Ha ha ha, this is an auspicious sign. An auspicious sign. That's clearly sword energy, densely packed sword energy. The snow demon's expression changed drastically, hurriedly waving his command flag to alter the defensive formation as a massive blue snowflake coalesced in front of the warships. As soon as the snowflake appeared, the red mist arrived before them, immediately accompanied by a continuous ringing sound. Countless fragments quickly fell from the surface of the snowflake. Wang Huitian swallowed hard, channeling his cultivation to look at the mist. It was only then that he realized this was not mist at all, but numerous blood swords as thin as fog. Oh no, what kind of technique is this? Wang Huitian was suddenly horrified, hastily retreating. The snow demon gritted his teeth, continuously commanding the soldiers to channel spiritual energy into the warships. Far in the imperial city, Wang Huitian slightly furrowed his brows, raising his hand with a wave. That vast red mist gathered together, transforming into an enormous sword of fierce flames. Flash! The giant sword descended in an instant, cleaving through the snowflakes formed by the warship. Everyone switched to the ice crystal refraction formation. The snow demon bellowed, swiftly soaring into the air. The warships beneath him and the dozens of warships following behind were split in two by the blood-red long sword as the snowflakes shattered. Wang Huitian, who had just escaped to the cabin, found one of his legs instantaneously turned into blood mist and shattered his body, crashing down along with countless fragments of warships onto the snow. "On my leg, my leg." He clutched at his severed thigh, screaming in agony, his eyes filled with terror, surrounded by shattered warship debris and fallen soldiers. "Help someone come save me," he shouted toward the remaining warships in the sky, but who still had time to pay him. The illustrious third prince of Daqin seemed forgotten in this snowy land, where cries of agony filled the air akin to a hell of Azura. Just at this moment of despair, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Your Highness, I have come to save you." Wang Huitian turned in shock, only to see countless blood slaughter sword energies coalescing into a blood-red figure. He squatted down indifferently, a slight smile curling his lips, revealing 2 rows of sharp shark teeth. "I heard that you wanted to marry my senior sister before. How much betrothal gift do you plan to offer?" Wang Huitian forcibly suppressed the terror in his heart and trembled as he spoke. 500,000 spirit stones. Wang Huitian stared wide-eyed in shock, wondering if her senior sister was worth that much. After all, he was the only male descendant of the Sword Peak. 3 + 5 = 15. 3 of them totaled 1,500,000 spirit stones. Hiss! How terrifying. It seems this matter needs to be carefully planned when I return. As for Wang Huitian, he should be killed. Wang Huitian raised her hand and pointed at Wang Yuan's forehead. Countless blood-red sword energies erupted and surged into his body instantly, cleansing Wang Yuan's cultivation, shattering even his spiritual root. The crimson figure dissipated, transforming into a sea of red mist that swirled into the sky, merely a manifestation of condensed sword energy. Wang Huitian stared in astonishment at the billowing red mist, a glimmer of survival flashing in his eyes. "Am I spared? He actually let me go, haha." Just as the joyful emotion surged, a sudden wave of hunger. "It's normal, this is all normal. He has stripped me of my cultivation. I am now just a mortal and hunger is normal," Wang Huitian said, grabbing the nearby snow and stuffing it into his mouth, feeling starved. He wished he could swallow his fingers. Stripped of his cultivation, he was now just a mortal. How could he withstand the curse that Wang Huitian had placed upon him? When he reached for the snow again, he had already bitten off 5 fingers and swallowed them. At the Imperial City Gate, the old members of the Northern Defense Army looked on in horror. One sword shattered thousands of armors, sweeping away the swirling snow. Wang Huitian's sword strike extended far. With the cultivation of these generals, they could only vaguely see the snow demon army being split in two, completely unaware of the dire situation within. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. As for the soldiers they brought, they began to chuckle. My goodness, that sword strike wouldn't have directly killed the snow demon, would it? Not likely, but it could easily take out a third prince. Haha, that's true. That little brat has no real strength, always jumping around. The gloom that had pressed upon everyone's hearts vanished with that sword strike. Most of them were fresh recruits forcibly brought in by their family heads or superiors, who wouldn't be afraid upon hearing about the notorious snow demon army. That's 1,000,000 cultivators. Setting aside their cultivation levels, just thinking about their numbers made their scalps tingle. After finishing this sword strike, Wang Huitian slowly opened his eyes atop the city, rubbing his forehead. Though this sword was powerful, it consumed a great deal of mental energy. He raised his hand, summoning all the flags in front of him to fly into his hands. The old formation had been broken and the new one had yet to form. Now was the time to charge. All commanders heed my orders. Have all battleships line up in a row to charge with firepower, covering the enemy ships. Release reconnaissance puppets. All soldiers don your armor and prepare to disembark and clear the remaining enemies. Li Jing and Wu Qi's expressions changed slightly. This battle strategy was typically used to chase down a routed army, which was not ideal now. General, the Snow Demon Army is initially strong and fierce as they approach the Imperial City, using the wind and snow to pave their way. Is this arrangement not inappropriate? In a true battle between two armies, formations must be set. The front should be ironclad ships charging, the rear should provide cover with firepower, and the sides should feature assault ships interspersed. To counter formations with formations, to match ships with ships, and finally, to engage soldiers with soldiers. Now Wang Huitian's immediate action has soldiers donning armor and charging into battle akin to shedding protective gear to poke a hornet's nest. It was simply too bold. Wang Huitian's eyes were cold, a faint killing intent radiating from the corners of his eyes. He waved the flag in his hand, pointing towards the red mist shrouding the heads of the Snow Demon Army. There was no longer any momentum left in the Snow Demon Army, merely a pack of stray dogs. One person against 500,000 facing 1 million. I have never fought such a prosperous battle before with no need to hold back. The advantage is mine, I charge. Seeing the undeniable killing intent emanating from Wang Huitian, Li Jing, and Wu Qi shivered. This guy seemed to think 1 million snow demons were not enough to kill, wanting to slaughter them all, including them. Thousands of warships lined up like a dragon stretching across 10 miles, rushing towards the Snow Demon Army. Energy cannons soared, erupting into brilliant fireworks in the sky. The snow demons had just switched to a new battleship to stabilize their position and looked down at the raining debris, their eyelids twitching. Where's the third prince? Reporting to the general, I saw his highness fall. The snow demon gritted its teeth and glared fiercely at the soldier. You saw him fall, and you just stood there watching. The soldier, feeling wronged, lowered his head. What else was he supposed to do? When that sword was coming down, he wanted to surrender. Even the snow demon general was dodging. Huh, don't glare at me, you didn't go save him earlier. This general is really difficult to lead. The snow demon angrily shifted its gaze and ordered. Leave a regiment to rescue, and the rest follow me to storm the Imperial City. Set up the evil snow slaughtering formation. Countless warships shifted positions, and a gigantic snowman rose from the ground, the accumulated snow on the earth swirling up and converging onto the snowman. The countless layers of snow made this snowman appear exceptionally plump, with the warships embedded like jewels in its body, radiating a crystalline white light, looking both eerie and ferocious. With each step it took, it covered thousands of meters. Its massive fists were as intimidating as small mountains. The Northern Defense Army's warships that had just pounced were shaken by this sight. Li Jing waved the flag and shouted, "Fire!" Countless long-range spiritual energy shells howled out, but when these shells hit the snowman, they only stirred up a little flying snow. They couldn't break through its defenses. General, you've led me into a trap. Li Jing lamented. Where was the advantage? Although they claimed to have 500,000 troops, they were all scattered soldiers from various regions without any cohesive attack strategies. Among them were even refining stage cultivators. If they fell from their flying ships, they would be left shouting encouragement while holding swords on the ground. On the city wall, Wang Huitian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the battlefield, sunlight shining on him, causing wisps of red smoke to rise. A ghostly body is ultimately just a ghostly body. It will dissolve under the sun. Behind him, Li Feishue stepped forward, holding up a red umbrella for him. She had originally been quite resistant to being a maid, but over these past few days she discovered being by this man's side was quite interesting. More interesting than pursuing the ethereal path of immortality. Her once unwavering Tao heart, honed over countless years, unexpectedly began to feel excited. Bastard. Young master, aren't you going to take action? She asked softly, her gaze filled with a hint of expectation. Wang Huitian shook his head. He needed to temper this batch of old Northern Defense Army soldiers, letting them witness the slaughter of the battlefield. If he were to take action against the Snow Demon Army now, it would be of little use. How would he lead them to the northern plains to face the demonic cultivators in the future? In the distance, Yu Yao hurriedly rushed from the palace, excitedly approaching Wang Huitian. Senior brother, please assign me a task. I want to join the battle and slay enemies. Wang Huitian's ice-cold face instantly melted, revealing a slightly nervous and worried smile. Oh dear, 500,000. The winds and sands on the battlefield are fierce. And how did you come here? What the hell is 500,000? Yu Yao glared fiercely at Li Feishue and snatched the red umbrella. Senior brother, I want to go to battle and slay enemies too. I am already at the nascent soul stage. Wang Huitian pulled Yu Yao in front of him, his gaze sizing her up from head to toe. From the knife-grinding man, he learned a lesson: a sword not only needs to be nurtured, but also sharpened. Although Yu Yao possessed an unparalleled sword, it had yet to be honed, and lacked the experience of being tempered. Such a sword had an excessive sharpness, but insufficient killing intent. If only it could be sharpened a bit. He smirked, pulling out the holy knife-grinding stone from a clay pot and tossing it into Yu Yao's hands. Xiao Yao, take this and use it to scrub yourself while bathing. Yu Yao was stunned. Li Feishue stood behind, covering her mouth with her sleeve while stifling her laughter. Senior brother, you want me to use a stone to scrub myself? Seeing Yu Yao's bewildered expression, Wang Huitian slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that sharpening a sword required skill. The blade's sharpest edge is also its thinnest and weakest point. One must gently wipe the blade from the side, slowly dragging it to the edge. There are indeed many techniques involved. Xiao Yao, next time you bathe, call me. I will scrub you. Senior brother, I will tell master that you are bullying me. I did not. Do not slander me. You did. Just as the siblings were quarreling, the giant snowman transformed from the snow demon army broke through the blockade, heading straight for the imperial city. The snow demon clearly did not want to prolong the battle with Li Jing and Wu Qi. It had only one goal: to seize the king while its strength was ample and determine the outcome of this battle. With each step of its enormous plump figure, the mountains and rivers trembled, and the fierce winds it stirred caused the bricks of the imperial city to rattle. Wang Huitian frowned, looking at the rapidly approaching snowman. No wonder the snow demon army is formidable. You two must not approach the battlefield. After saying this, his figure transformed into a streak of crimson light as he rushed towards the snowman. Yu Yao looked up at the giant snowman charging towards them, her mouth agape in shock. So big. Since her cultivation journey began, she had never seen such a massive creature. It could crush an entire city with a single step. Is this the opponent senior brother has to face? Indeed, he is the strongest. He has always hidden his abilities, and she had noticed it since the year she first came to the mountain. Ever since her uncle said that Wang Huitian was immortal, she knew this man was extraordinary. The more Yu Yao thought about it, the more excited her charming face became, unable to suppress a cold snort. So what if it's big? My senior brother is the most formidable. Compared to Yu Yao's optimism, Li Feishue wore a grave expression. 1,000,000 troops could slay a saint. This was not mere talk. It was proven by the countless bones buried deep within the cold snow mountain. Boom. The moment the red figure collided with the giant snowman, it produced an earth-shattering roar. Wang Huitian was sent flying hundreds of meters away, raising his left hand to grasp a broken body that he had summoned from afar. This figure, apart from its head, was covered in bite marks, with bits of flesh hanging from his mouth, looking exceedingly tragic. Snow demon, do you see who this is? The snowman, about to charge again, suddenly froze in shock. Wang Yuan is dead. The snow demon hidden within the snowman's body felt its eyes turn crimson. This was the only bloodline of his sister in the world. He had vowed to help her ascend to the throne. How could she just die? Damn you, King of the North, I will kill you. The giant snowman suddenly raised its hand and struck towards Wang Huitian, who frowned. This was not as he had anticipated. The opponent should feel that controlling the great Qin through Wang Yuan was hopeless and should be inclined to retreat. It seemed he had misjudged the snow demon's motives for attacking. He genuinely wanted to help Wang Yuan ascend to power. Wang Huitian tossed Wang Yuan aside and raised the wuxiang sword again. He had intended to use Wang Yuan's death to persuade the opponent to withdraw, but unexpectedly, he had angered the snow demon, leaving him no choice but to fight. Boom. The ground trembled, and the giant snowman's massive palm pressed down, sinking the spot where Wang Huitian stood by several dozen meters. A flash of sword light flickered, and the snowman's arm was severed at the shoulder, with countless flakes of snow cascading down. The snow demon was furious. Previously, nearly 100,000 of his snow demon army had been cut down by the blood-red sword energy, and now with the formation weakened, it was difficult to withstand Wang Huitian's strike. The snowman opened its massive mouth, and a chilling aura gushed forth. Everything covered by its cold air was frozen, and the red mist surrounding Wang Huitian turned into glistening ice crystals. Kill! The snowman turned over, wreaking havoc as a massive beam of spiritual energy shot out from its mouth. The red figure floated like a ghost, its path scattering countless sword lights that whipped up the snow. Constantly, ships were blown to pieces and fell from the snowman, but the accumulating snow on the ground continued to cling to its body, causing the snowman to grow larger like a rolling snowball, while the controlled warships dwindled. King of the North, I want you dead. The furious roar of the snow demon echoed from within the snowman, disregarding everything just to kill the figure in red. If this continues, it will not be advantageous for me. Wang Huitian, seeing the battle reach a stalemate, gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against his ghostly abdomen, sending several sword energies into himself. The sword energy stirred, causing his stomach to churn. Puff! Countless black soil erupted from his mouth as he opened it, the black soil sticking to the snowman and appearing mottled with remnants of broken souls wailing and struggling upon it. He had unknowingly devoured countless filthy things in the hungry corpse cave, and now it proved useful. The snow demon inside the snowman frowned slightly, feeling a spasm in its stomach as a strong sense of hunger surged. All troops heed my command, shed your skin. With his military order given, the surface snow of the snowman began to fall away. The once several thousand meters tall snowman instantly slimmed down. Although this action shed the curse of those filthy things, the snowman's power also diminished sharply. Moreover, while the black filth was removed, countless souls invaded the snowman's interior, wreaking havoc. Damn you, King of the North, how could you spew out so many souls? Could it be that he usually eats people? All warships, half of you control the formation, and the other half clear the wandering souls. As his orders were issued, the once agile snowman became much slower, but the snow demon had no choice. Allowing these souls to kill would eventually lead to the formation's collapse from within. At this moment, the boundless flag finally caught up behind the snowman. They appeared scattered, some fast, some slow, lacking a cohesive system. Although this new army was not strong, it was the last straw that could crush the snow demon army. All warships heed my command, fire the hunting chains. As Wang Huitian issued the order, the warships that had been bombarding with spiritual energy came to a halt, and countless iron chains shot out from the bow, binding the snowman tightly. The snow demon was alarmed and hurriedly commanded the soldiers dispersing to hunt the wandering souls, quickly abandon the wandering souls, and break free from the hunting chains. The devil snow slaughtering formation was most afraid of being restrained. Its massive body relied on accumulating snow to build armor, making it capable of both offense and defense. However, it also had vulnerabilities, and it was that vulnerability that served as the core of the entire formation. At this moment, Wang Huitian had already flown and landed atop the snowman's head. There was only a thin layer of snow skin separating him from it. Wang Huitian's expression grew serious as he raised his palm to press against the snowman's forehead. If the snow demon were indeed here, then this sword strike would determine the fate of this battle. Sword 1 cut off the thought. As the sword was unleashed, the snow demon felt a momentary daze, as if it wanted to sink into a deep slumber. In the chaos, he heard a loud shout once more. Sword 4, mountains and rivers. With the invocation of the mountain and river sword chi, a thunderous roar erupted, and the massive body of the snowman shattered, revealing a multitude of warships hidden within. Sword 2, blood slaughter. Rays of red light ignited from the shattered snow, remnants of the blood spilled from the previous sword strike. These red lights swiftly traversed the shattered snowman's body, piercing countless warships, leading to the demise of countless cultivators, while blood and severed limbs fell in torrents along with the wreckage of the ships. Sword 3, wind arises. A fierce wind suddenly surged, sending white snow swirling and sweeping away countless bloody remains. The fallen snow demon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of clarity as he looked around in despair, surrounded by whales and corpses, with broken warships littered everywhere. Is this what it means to be defeated, like a mountain collapsing? He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. His eyes were already filled with a resolve to die. What kind of sword is this? Wang Huitian suddenly appeared before the snow demon, his red robes slightly dim, his gaze filled with surprise as he looked at the aged general, realizing that few could remain conscious after being struck by his cut-off-the-thought sword. For this battlefield general, he was willing to explain. That year I deduced that a child of fortune was born in the northern plains, and I could not sleep day or night. Thus I comprehended the first sword named Cut Off the Thought. This sword affects the mind and can aid in sleep. Wang Huitian's eyes briefly reflected a sense of finality, but it was quickly buried by other emotions. However, I lacked a spiritual root, while everyone in my family could cultivate. Insects would not approach me, yet only those that could suck my blood could harm me. Thus I comprehended the second sword, blood slaughter. They suck my blood, and I control the blood to take their lives. His eyes brightened, shifting from a sense of finality to a rising wrath as he spoke bitterly. Then this wrath faded again, replaced by a hint of gentleness. My elder brother and father have been away at war for years, returning only when the winds arise, hence I conceived the third sword. Wang Huitian pondered for a long time at this point. The snow demon in front of him slightly closed his eyes, his voice barely a whisper. You are indeed a complex person, your body a patchwork of scars, your thoughts as chaotic as a jumble of stray thoughts. However, I have already discerned the method to defeat you. After saying this, the snow demon's head gradually drooped, his helmet falling to the ground, his silver hair billowing in the wind and snow. Wang Huitian gazed at the snow demon and slowly spoke. Every sword I wield is fated. Your defeat to me is also fate. Fate is it. The relentless snow fell unexpectedly, landing upon the snow demon's chest. He was born in the frosty snow mountains. His parents perished from the cold when he was 6. At that time, he never imagined becoming a national commander. He only wished to survive. Even if it meant eating tree bark or boiling weeds, he had to live. Later, he heard that someone in the neighboring village exchanged meat for bread, and he wondered who would be foolish enough to trade meat for bread. Though he didn't believe it, he still went. It turned out to be the worst business he ever did. He exchanged 2 pounds of bread for a baby girl. Back home, he cried as he boiled water, and even when the pot burned dry, he couldn't bear to put the baby girl in. That day, the baby's cries kept him awake all night, and in anger, he overturned the large pot and cursed. No wonder your parents traded you for bread. You truly deserve it. He despised people who cried unless that person was his sister. He thought it would be nice to raise her a little so there would be someone to wash the dishes at home. A man cannot be hindered by such household chores. At the age of 10, after eagerly waiting, his sister finally learned to walk, and he couldn't wait to teach her to wash dishes and sweep the floor. But his sister was quite foolish. Even at 3 years old, she still couldn't learn, and he felt he had been deceived again. He even contemplated returning her to the neighboring village countless times, but after 3 years of the little girl eating so much rice and flour, returning her now would only mean greater loss. Time brought him too many hardships. He turned white-haired by the age of 15. However, he felt this was good. Lying in the snow, even the alert rabbits could not detect him. From then on, the villagers called him the Snow Demon. Later, his sister grew a bit older. Not only did she learn to start a fire and cook, but she could also go up the mountain to gather firewood. He often boasted in front of others. Did you see? 2 pounds of bread exchanged for her now. I wouldn't trade her for 100 pounds. But in this world of cannibalism, it was not so easy to simply say he wouldn't trade. The following year, his sister's biological parents came to the door, making a scene, saying they regretted it and wanted to take her back. They beat the Snow Demon, and when he woke up, his sister had already been taken away, leaving only those 2 pounds of moldy bread on the bed. Later, his sister was sold to the imperial city. He watched the distant sword light fade away, faintly hearing the little girl's soft sobs. Brother, come get me, take me back. He vaguely remembered his own powerlessness. That day, amidst the raging snowstorm, he killed a villager, and from then on he truly transformed into a wandering demon upon the snowy plains. Bread, bread, brother is powerless. The wind and snow completely engulfed the Snow Demon, and no more breath escaped from him. He should have died when the cut-off the thought sword struck him. To have held on until now was already at his limit. Wang Huitian reached out to grasp at the void, as if capturing a mass of pure white mist in his hand, and his brow furrowed deeply. Is there truly an obsession in this world that even the cut-off the thought sword cannot sever? Bread. He looked down at the already deceased Snow Demon, momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, he unexpectedly recalled his elder brother and father. His elder brother now rests in the 10,000 great mountains, while his father remained on the vast grasslands of the northern plains. He wondered if they too had obsessions that had not dissipated, and whether their remains had grown cold. The battlefield perhaps was the best resting place for every general who commanded troops. Wang Huitian released the pure white mist he was holding, letting it drift away with the wind as the mist flowed over mountains and headed towards the extreme south. That was the direction of the frosty snow mountains, the origin of the Snow Demon army. In every green mountain lie the bones of heroes, yet no ink-stained scholar remains to write of them. Bring forth a grand burial for the national commander, the Snow Demon. As the Snow Demon fell, the remaining Snow Demon army was no longer a threat. Countless warships lowered their pure white snowman battle flags in surrender, while some warships fled south in chaos. At this point, Wang Huitian's voice suddenly turned icy. Soldiers who surrender will not be killed. Those who flee will be given a grand burial. After issuing the orders, Wang Huitian sorrowfully turned to walk towards the imperial city, his red robe somewhat dimmed, slightly faded, yet increasingly striking. In the distance, Yu Yao and Li Feishue were flying towards this side. Senior brother, what happened to you? Seeing Wang Huitian's lack of enthusiasm, Yu Yao asked with some concern. It's nothing, I'm just a bit tired. Just then a sword light approached from the distance once more. The newcomer was clad in crystalline armor tied with a cold phoenix quiver, stepped into the spirit treasure sky boots, and wore a brocade crown of bright prospects. He looked spirited, imposing with an air of valiance adorned with precious jewels. He raised his hand and tossed a storage ring towards Wang Huitian. Your Majesty, my family's General Long said that you fought splendidly in this battle. This is a reward for you. Upon hearing the courteous delivery, Wang Huitian, who had appeared haggard and listless, stiffened in surprise. He abruptly shoved Yu Yao aside and hastily caught the storage ring flying toward him, then swept his divine sense across its interior. What a sight! A full 1,000,000 spirit-reinforcing pills. Huh. My deepest gratitude to young Master Long, he boomed. My sword chi is feeble and my strength wanes. I rely entirely on these spirit-reinforcing pills to sustain my vigor. Tell your Grand Marshal with such pills I could sever another 1,000,000 enemy heads. Should your Grand Marshal deem the Snow Demon Army's casualties insufficient, let him point me toward any direction. He need only name it. Wang Huitian grew increasingly elated as he spoke, unwittingly boasting, his body now thrumming with boundless vitality, as if ready to charge into battle anew. From Qingshan to the northern plains, wherever the wind rises I may go. Let him name a place. Shall I demonstrate right now? Seeing Wang Huitian stride forward, the man instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Having just witnessed with his own eyes how Wang Huitian had cleaved through 1,000,000 armored soldiers with his sword. The Snow Demon Army, renowned for slaughtering sages with its 1,000,000-strong legion and freezing corpses solid within 3 chi of frost, had been routed utterly, their armor and helmets abandoned in panic. Even their Snow Demon Marshal had perished here. Such ferocity, unmatched even by saints, rendered his blade a forbidden threshold. None dared approach its edge. Your Majesty, the gift has been delivered. This servant must now return to report, so I shall take my leave. With head bowed and hands clasped in salute, the soldier stepped backward several paces before soaring skyward upon his sword. Beside him, Yu Yao stamped her foot in fury. Her elder brother had actually shoved her aside for a mere pile of pills. Enraged, she unfastened the lotus leaf purse tied at her waist and thrust it before Wang Huitian. Here, take my money and perform for me. Wang Huitian accepted the lotus leaf purse and quietly secured it at his own waist. Was not his junior sister's wealth inherently his own? To demand a performance for borrowing a little coin would be absurdly formal, utterly unnecessary. Yu Yao stared dumbfounded as her purse vanished from her grasp. She instantly sensed she'd been duped. She rushed forward, yanked up Wang Huitian's crimson robe, and found nothing. Elder brother, where's my purse? Where did you hide it? Wang Huitian's gaze remained fixed on the fading sword light vanishing beyond the horizon as he murmured, puzzled. What purse? Elder brother, where's your clay jar? Open it. I'll check if you've hidden it inside. Wang Huitian frowned and lifted his crimson robe once more. What clay jar? Feishua, you saw it, didn't you? Elder brother stole my purse and now denies it. Li Feishua, standing silently behind them, blinked, her expression equally bewildered. When Yu Yao froze. She scratched her head, baffled. Had she misremembered? Had she left the purse behind in her haste, back atop the mountain? Wang Huitian's gaze lingered long after the sword light dissolved into the heavens. With the Snow Demon Army defeated, young Master Lung's forces were already marching toward Xinyue Pass, and Tianzuo was now fully occupied elsewhere. Only Guiji, the garrison commander of Linhai Pass, remained. If he stayed obedient, and still he might yet be spared. But should he hinder Wang Huitian's northern campaign against Tianling Mountain? No matter who stood in his way, they would all die. Meanwhile, Yu Yao continued frantically rummaging through Wang Huitian's crimson robe, her confidence crumbling with each futile search, until in final desperation, she lunged to tear off his inner tunic. He clutched his chest in alarm. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? There are outsiders present. Elder brother, my purse is gone. Helplessly, Wang Huitian withdrew a book from his sleeve and placed it gently into Yu Yao's hands. Yu Yao frowned down at the volume. Its title, stark and unadorned, The Way of the Sword. How utterly mundane, she muttered. No purse, but this is mine to give. It is my most treasured possession. Her eyes lit up. Seizing his arm, she dove back into his sleeves, searching again. Li Feishua watched, lips curved in quiet amusement. A being rivaling sages in power concealed things. Not even a lifetime of cultivation could enable this girl to find what he chose to hide. As the Snow Demon Army suffered catastrophic defeat, countless sword tokens surged skyward across the land, from hunters deep in the mountains to elders drawing water in remote villages to merchants hastening along imperial roads. All lowered their heads, faces dark with dread. Damn it! How could the Lord of the Northern Marches be so formidable? Truly the Sword Demon, fierce and merciless indeed. Such greed. Not even his own junior sister's purse is safe. Our master must prepare without delay. They whispered, low brows furrowed. The Qin dynasty's throne might shift hands, but no matter who ruled, the realm's balance would remain largely unchanged, except for the Lord of the Northern Marches. On the very first day he seized control of the Qin imperial capital, he issued the edict to march north, a harbinger of slaughter, the architect of war itself. Just as these spies dispatched their sword token reports, a low, resonant voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Is this spectacle truly so entertaining? You may watch, but dare you slander me? At those words, flocks of birds erupted from the forest in terror, and every hidden observer felt their hearts lurch in unison. An icy chill swept over them, and instantly some leapt into the air, bowing deeply in frantic, "Your Majesty, spare me. I am an honor guard of General He of Liangzhou, sent solely to offer congratulations with no intent to spy. This servant is an Yuan inspector of Yuzhou, here to behold your Majesty's sacred countenance. This servant is Du Yuanshan of Feizhou." Wang Huitian curled his lip in disdain. "Who among you just insulted me? Victory makes one emperor, defeat a rebel. What a flock of weather vanes. And those still hiding, have you nothing else to declare?" Wang Huitian raised his hand, and the crimson mist enshrouding the snow demon army billowed outward. Once covering only half the sky, the blood haze, now nourished by hundreds of thousands of fallen snow demons, painted the entire firmament a searing apocalyptic red. A colossal crimson eye split open across the heavens, its frigid unblinking gaze sweeping the earth below. Li Feishue, standing directly beneath it, felt her entire body freeze. Even the air drawn into her lungs hardened into shards of ice. Yu Yao, still groping Wang Huitian's robes, paused and tilted her head upward, gazing at the vertical eye in the sky. Her cheeks flushed faintly. How adorable." Li Feishue turned stunned toward Yu Yao. "Adorable? You call that adorable?" 10 li away upon a desolate mountain, a black-robed man watched the snow demon army's rout with rapt delight, his spirit soaring, laughter bubbling uncontrollably from his lips. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Die? Let every Qin subject perish." Just as euphoria consumed him, the sky blazed crimson, and high above the imperial capital a colossal eye snapped open. Its glacial gaze locked onto him, his mirth choked off mid-breath. He stared dumbfounded as a wave of bone-deep cold surged up from his soles. "Wow, what monstrous thing is this?" A delighted voice rang out from the eye itself. "Ah, found a northern plains spy. Oh ho, a demon too. This one, a toad spirit." The eye rotated ceaselessly in the sky, each pivot unleashing a shrieking bloodsword. Wails pierced the air wherever those crimson blades tore past. Its slow, deliberate rotation resembled death itself, calling names. Every spy it fixed upon fell dead, struck down by a single stroke. The man's scalp prickled, his body dissolved into a streak of black light, fleeing northward, only for a bloodsword to pierce the void behind him, hurtling after him in an instant. Damn it, heavenly shield! A massive shield materialized behind him, yet the bloodsword pierced it effortlessly, erupting through his abdomen in a gory explosion. A gout of blood sprayed forth. He plummeted lifeless toward the earth. Wang Huitian glanced around, having eliminated most of the dark forces sent by various factions, leaving only the northern plains demon cultivators and that frog alive. The bloodline of the sky devouring frog, ha. He murmured softly, his eyes glinting with interest as he stared into the depths of the jungle. This creature is quite rare, harboring a small world within, capable of containing far more than his own ceramic jar. Casting a glance at the still sulking Yu Yao, a smile crept onto Wang Huitian's lips. If he were to peel the skin off this frog spirit and refine it into a storage treasure, it would surely delight his little junior sister. Thinking about how his little junior sister had been using a lotus leaf purse for decades made his heart ache. What a pity for the child. "Little Yao, go fetch the head of that northern plains spy, and I will give you a treasure." Wang Huitian raised his hand, using blood-red sinister energy to draw a vertical sword on Yu Yao's forehead. As soon as the vertical sword took shape, it emitted a chilling aura, and under the glow of this blood-red sword mark, the originally adorable and mischievous Yu Yao appeared somewhat eerie. Wang Huitian frowned. Yu Yao's appearance reminded him of that figure in the ghostly cavern of the starving. "Little Yao, go ahead. The blood-killing sword energy will guide your direction. Since you refuse to sharpen your sword with stones, then let blood serve as the blade's edge." Yu Yao shot a fierce glare at Wang Huitian, disdainfully tossing the saint's whetstone back into his hands, declaring that anyone who wants to sharpen should do so themselves, or let her senior brother do it himself. If it's just a northern plains spy, who I am now in the nascent soul stage. She tilted her head back, sensing the direction guided by the sword energy as she soared into the air. Today that northern plains spy is doomed. She declared that even if the demon ancestor came, it wouldn't stop her. She was going to slay him to show her senior brother a thing or two. Watching the excited Yu Yao flying away on her sword, Li Feishue furrowed her brow, feeling that something was off. "What cultivation level is the whetstone you arranged for her?" Wang Huitian wore a proud and smug expression. "Peak star plucking, of course. Our Yu Yao must choose a sturdy one to sharpen her sword. If it weren't for the absence of Dao-level spies, would peak star plucking even be worthy of her making a move?" Li Feixia's eyes widened in shock, peak star plucking as a spy. But Yu Yao has just reached the nascent soul stage. Thinking back to how resolutely Yu Yao had left Li Feixia swallowed hard. That little girl is in for it. Feixia, you go back to the city first. I will prepare a gift for little Yao. After saying this, Wang Huitian transformed into a red mist and headed south. The imperial city was in turmoil. It was understandable that these factions came to gather intelligence. But when did the affairs of the Great Qin involve interference from outside forces? The Northern Plains demon cultivators, the 100,000 great mountains, how dare they step into the territory of the Great Qin? Who gave them the audacity? In the distance, the trees in the mountains shook and a mass of black clouds rose into the air, rapidly fleeing toward the direction of the 100,000 great mountains, within which was a gigantic frog spirit. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terror. When that eye had looked at him earlier, it had sent a shiver through his soul. He felt as though he was being targeted. Damn you, White Tiger Demon King, let me kill this thing. Quack, this plague-ridden creature has doomed me. He cursed loudly while fleeing, recalling how a group of demon kings had fooled him back in the 100,000 great mountains, saying that in Great Qin anyone could be emperor except for the Northern Suppression King. Once he ascended, he would surely send troops from the 100,000 great mountains, marking the end for the demon race, and had urged him to come and assassinate during the two armies' battle. Who knew that this creature would shatter the snow demon army's formation with a single sword, leaving him no opportunity to strike before being targeted? Whether it was the end for the demon race, he did not know, but what he did know was that his end was at hand. For that flash of red clothing had already appeared before him. Hey monster, did you pay to watch the show? The sudden appearance of the red figure startled the frog spirit, and he hurriedly changed direction, trying to slip past from the side. Oh dear Northern Suppression King, why are you chasing me instead of suppressing the remaining snow demon army? He ran while turning his head to glance back, only to find that the sky was clear and bright with no sign of red clothing at all. The frog spirit felt a chill in his heart. The opponent was completely toying with him, just as he had suddenly appeared before him. He dared not soar through the air. The large black cloud was too obvious a target. Transforming his figure into a black cloud, he burrowed into the forest, his massive body shrinking into a palm-sized frog as he hurriedly scurried through the woods. Find a place to hide. After glancing at the surrounding environment, he jumped onto a lotus leaf in a pond and lay low. In terms of speed, he couldn't match Wang Huitian. The best strategy was to hide. With his demonic aura retracted and his skin color changed, he believed the Northern Suppression King would not be able to find him. He was just an ordinary little frog now. Quack! To blend in better, he occasionally croaked and snatched a few flying insects near the pond. After eating a few flying insects, his frantic heart finally calmed down. Just then a figure in red clothing walked gently through the jungle towards him, wearing a gentle smile that seemed harmless. Wang Huitian stroked his chin. Has he hidden well? I must admit this fellow is indeed a master of disguise. With his fine control over spiritual energy, he truly lost track of the opponent's aura. Wang Huitian slowly walked past the edge of the pond, and the frog crouched in the water took a deep breath, feeling as if his heart was in his throat. Seeing that the other party had crossed the pond without noticing him, his tensed heart relaxed slightly. However, just then Wang Huitian, who had already walked past the water, suddenly turned his head to look in his direction. Crap, I've been exposed. The frog spirit was about to fly away again when he heard Wang Huitian's voice gently calling out, "This lotus leaf looks like my junior sister's purse." The frog spirit, who had already lifted his leg, quickly retracted it. Damn it, that scared the life out of me. He almost revealed himself due to a single lotus leaf. Wang Huitian turned his head, his smile growing more radiant. This frog was indeed amusing. So has he hidden well? Soared 4 mountains and rivers. Wang Huitian's palm slammed into the ground, and instantly countless mountain peaks collapsed, the earth trembled, and numerous sharp swords erupted from the soil. The entire forest was in turmoil, with countless tall trees buried under the uprooted soil. He grasped the hand that pressed on the ground upwards, seizing a towering giant sword formed from stone and vegetation. Aha, go ahead, and hide, I'll make you hide. Wang Huitian brandished the giant sword, wildly shattering everything in its path. After the colossal mountain collapsed and was once more chopped into pieces, he wielded the giant sword as if he were mincing meat on this land, leaving no trace of soil unturned. The frog spirit was instantly filled with dread. Just a moment ago, a little tadpole beside him had been minced into flesh, and in his moment of trembling, a faint demonic aura leaked out. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared before him, and a figure in red clothing instantly grabbed his back leg. The last glimmer of light in the frog spirit's eyes faded as he surrendered, allowing Wang Huitian to drag him toward the imperial city by one of his frog legs. Hey, can you make soup? The frog croaked numbly. Go ahead, poison you bastard. He shouldn't have gotten up too early that day. If he hadn't gotten up early, he wouldn't have attended the White Tiger Demon King's banquet, and if he hadn't attended the banquet, he wouldn't have been fooled into coming to the Imperial City, and he wouldn't have ended up in soup. As Wang Huitian seized the toad spirit, the demonic cultivator struck down by blood-slaying sword, Qi plummeted into a ruined temple. With a single palm strike, he shattered the Buddha statue atop the lotus dais and seated himself upon it, then swallowed a pill, gray mist instantly surging around his body. The gray mist coalesced upon his skin, hardening into a stony carapace. Within moments, he had transformed into a solemn, radiant Buddha statue. Hearing the earth tremble violently from the south, he swallowed hard, terrifying. Fortunately, the foe had first targeted the demonic clans. Just as he exhaled in relief, a blade of light descended into the temple courtyard. Yu Yao stood in the courtyard, her brow faintly furrowed. The blood-slaying sword Qi embedded in her forehead pulsed like a compass needle, unerringly pointing to this very spot. Demon, I have already found you. A cold snort echoed from within the stone statue. Found me? What nonsense. Who did she think she was fooling? Clutching her green bamboo sword, Yu Yao approached the temple gate and peered inside. Cobwebs draped thickly across the rafters, the roof caved in, and slender shafts of sunlight pierced through cracks in the ceiling. Yet at the temple's center, upon the lotus-shaped stone dais, sat a Buddha statue of sublime countenance and lifelike radiance, so vivid, so potent, it seemed to breathe with divine efficacy. A flash of delight flickered across Yu Yao's face. The demonic cultivator's wits must be addled. Without hesitation, she raised her sword and brought it crashing down upon the statue. Boom! The statue exploded, and the green bamboo sword struck the cultivator squarely on the forehead. In mutual astonishment, snap! The green bamboo sword shattered. The cultivator blinked blankly, rubbing his forehead as a fist-sized swelling slowly rose. A moment ago, he truly believed he was about to die. Young lady, what is your cultivation realm? Yu Yao swallowed hard. I am at the nascent soul realm, senior. And you? I stand at the peak of the star-plucking realm. Yu Yao froze, gripping the broken hilt of her green bamboo sword. Huh. Star-plucking peak. That was a gulf of 2 full major realms. She flung the broken sword aside and bolted, her frantic sprint whipping the temple's rotten doors into violent, clattering tremors. The demonic cultivator's face darkened. To evade Wang Huitian's pursuit, he had retracted his divine sense. Yet somehow a mere nascent soul-level girl had cracked him on the skull with a blow that nearly killed him. Watching the emerald figure flee, he gritted his teeth, hesitating whether to give chase. That little girl had even snapped off the head of a broken Buddha statue outside the temple and used it to soar through the air, utterly delectable, irresistibly tempting. A mere nascent soul cultivator strikes me and dares to flee. After only a heartbeat's hesitation, he dissolved into a churning, dense fog and surged after Yu Yao. A plump morsel delivered straight to one's lips. How could one possibly refuse? As for the Northern Pacification King, to hell with him. Catch the girl first. Hundreds of meters into her flight, Yu Yao felt an icy dread descend from behind. She whirled, only to freeze in utter terror. A roiling tide of black fog, thick with killing intent, bore down upon her. She snatched a clay jar from her bosom, crafted long ago by her senior brother, containing a few of her precious belongings. Die! She withdrew something from the jar and hurled it backward, without even glancing to see what it was. Midair, the demonic cultivator's vision went black. A massive pill box slammed into his face. Shattered fragments scattered, and countless grain-abstaining pills tumbled out in a glittering cascade. Frowning, the cultivator muttered, "What cultivator carries this many grain-abstaining pills? Die! Die!" Yu Yao's furious cries rang out again, as 2 more objects hurtled toward him, a dressing mirror and another jar brimming with grain-abstaining pills. Yu Yao kept rummaging and hurling items behind her, her eyes tight with pained regret. At first, the demonic cultivator dodged cautiously, but soon realizing all she threw were mundane trinkets, he ceased evading altogether. Among them, bok choy bamboo shoots, a wok spatula, even a robber's mask. Yet most abundant of all were grain-abstaining pills, dozens of boxes, and still not exhausted. What devilish junk does this girl carry on her person? Muttering curses, the cultivator raised his palm and struck toward Yu Yao. Startled mid-flight, she flung the clay jar from her hands. Boom! The jar shattered under his palm. Countless fine sword energies erupted, vibrating the heavens and slicing countless shallow wounds across his body. The jar itself had been forged and stitched together with condensed sword Qi. Yu Yao's face lit up. These were flawed artifacts discarded by her senior brother, yet they possessed astonishing power. Alas, she carried too few, and now the cultivator behind her moved with newfound wariness. Seeing him close in once more, Yu Yao frantically searched her robes, only to find them utterly empty. When did this wretched whetstone sneak back into my robes? She stared dumbfounded at the whetstone nestled in her storage belt. She'd clearly given it to her senior brother long ago, yet here, it was inexplicably returned. Without pause, she snatched up the whetstone and hurled it backward. The demonic cultivator sneered, flicking his sleeve to shatter the stone. But the moment his energy touched it, it vanished like mud sinking into water, stirring not a whisper of wind. His brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the subtle flow of Tao principles. An artifact that had entered the Tao. Gathering immense force, he struck the whetstone with a thunderous palm. Crack! His arm snapped instantly upon impact. The stone, having shattered his limb, now rocketed toward his face. His expression twisted in alarm. Sacred Tao principles. He felt their overwhelming sovereign authority. Damn! No time to evade. The stone smashed into his chest, driving him deep into the mountain beneath. A deafening roar erupted, followed by ceaseless explosions. The surrounding peaks buckled and fractured layer upon layer. Yu Yao halted midair, stunned, gazing down at the colossal crater below. Billowing smoke and dust choked the sky, while neighboring mountains continued to collapse under the aftershocks. Ouch, my bath-scrubbing stone. With a cry, Yu Yao dove straight into the crater's depths, scrambling wildly through the rubble. Dozens of li away, a flying vessel en route to the imperial capital suddenly halted, then after a pause veered sharply toward the crater. At the vessel's prow, a woman in a crimson gown gazed toward the distant mountains. Beside her stood another woman, full-figured and poised. Master, I sense grandfather's saber aura. Hong Lu frowned slightly. She had originally journeyed to Wang Huitian to observe the Peak Lord selection ceremony, but upon hearing of Wang Huitian's appearance in the capital, she hastened here instead. She never expected to feel her grandfather's saber aura here. After all, he had vanished when she was but a child, long before Hong Luo was even born. Lu Rian's face brightened. The saber sage. She had long admired him. Indeed, that was precisely why she'd stubbornly insisted on taking Hong Lu as her disciple. Oh dear. Hong Lu, slow the vessel. Master must retreat to the cabin and freshen up. Lu Rian dashed inside, slathering on foundation, perfume, and lipstick with frantic haste. Gritting her teeth, she seized a pair of scissors and sliced clean through her long skirt 20 centimeters above the hem. Sacrifice the dress, or lose the wolf. Before the bronze mirror, she spun once, eyes gleaming with quiet, self-absorbed admiration. Hong Lu leapt from the vessel. Her crimson veil billowed midair as her form blurred swiftly, arriving at the crater's shattered rim. The rising dust gradually thinned, revealing a lone figure moving amid the rubble below. Grandfather. Hong Lu's voice trembled. Yu Yao, still digging, turned her head. Who called me? Hearing the voice, Hong Lu was slightly taken aback. Yu Yao? She raised her sleeve, and the surrounding dust was swept away. At the bottom of the pit, Yu Yao was wearing a verdant fairy dress and moving stones. Her face was covered in dirt, and she occasionally wiped her nose with her muddy fingers. She lifted a stone the size of a grinding wheel and tossed it aside. Upon hearing the shout, she turned her head to look. Hong Lu was completely stunned. Yu Yao, what are you doing? How did you end up in such a sorry state? She flew up and landed in front of Yu Yao, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the dirt off Yu Yao's face. Over the years, she often visited the Sword Peak, and Yu Yao was someone she had watched grow up. Seeing her in such a state made her feel both angry and distressed. How could a young girl be so messy? Upon seeing Hong Lu, Yu Yao's eyes turned red, instantly feeling a flood of grievances with no one to express them to. Sister Hong Lu, my senior brother, is bullying me. He raised a little spirit in the courtyard and even stole my purse. Hong Lu asked in surprise, a little spirit stole your purse? No, my senior brother stole it. Hong Lu frowned slightly, feeling a bit angry. After not seeing him for many years, this guy had indeed grown capable, even secretly keeping a woman. It's okay, Xiao Yao, when we go back I'll help you get your revenge. Saying this, she looked at the bottom of the pit where Yu Yao had moved some stones, and there lay a grinding stone the size of a basin. She slowly approached, sensing the aura from the grinding stone with her hand. Indeed, it was her grandfather's presence. Xiao Yao, is this what you were looking for? Yu Yao sniffed and hurriedly hugged the grinding stone, her face unable to hide her excitement. With a single strike, she crushed the one who plucked the stars into oblivion, creating a massive pit in the ground spanning several miles. This was just casually thrown. If refined for combat, it was hard to imagine the kind of power it would possess. With pride on her face, she answered, yes, this is the bath stone my senior brother gave me. Huitian gave this to you. Hong Lu looked towards the direction of the imperial city. This grinding stone was brought by Wang Huitian, indicating that he must have met her grandfather, though she wondered how their interaction had been. Thinking of Wang Huitian's unreliable nature made her feel uneasy, as she hoped they didn't end up fighting. Meanwhile, on the flying boat, Lu Ruyin, who had tidied herself up, also arrived. She paused at the edge of the pit and shyly shouted down, "Is the sword saint present?" As she was about to continue, she noticed that only her disciple and that girl from Wandao Mountain were at the bottom. Immediately scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, she stomped her foot and turned to leave with a sulky expression. Huh, what a waste of expectation. Yu Yao looked at the woman dressed provocatively, her voluptuous figure swaying, and frowned, asking, "Sister Hong Lu, who is that?" Hong Lu replied nonchalantly, "I don't know, probably just passing by." In the imperial palace, Wang Huitian had returned to his small courtyard where the toad spirit had been dyed gold and was placed at the entrance. With the golden toad at the gate, it symbolized wealth and prosperity. "You better behave, I've hidden a lot of sword energy inside you. If you dare to run away, you know what will happen." The toad spirit shivered in fright and quickly stood upright. "Remember, if you can't attract wealth, they'll stew you just the same. Now take out your stomach. I need to refine a storage treasure for my junior sister." The toad spirit grimaced, spitting out a round bubble, which was its innate magical ability. Losing it would not only greatly weaken its strength, but also make it difficult to recreate. However, it had no choice now. Wang Huitian put away the stomach and entered the room. Soon the sounds of knocking and tapping could be heard from inside. Outside the courtyard, Wang Hao approached with a group of ministers. The toad spirit jumped in front of the crowd. Quack! The crowd was taken aback. How could there be a golden toad here? Wang Hao frowned, stroking his chin. He pulled out a few spirit stones and tossed them into the toad's mouth. The toad spirit moved slightly to accept them. The faces of the ministers turned dark as coal. Others worked for wages, but they had to pay spirit stones just to see their boss. It was utterly outrageous. Simply a regression in governance. However, they only dared to curse inwardly and would never say it out loud. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Hao bowed towards the inner room. "Your Majesty, the officials from various states have entered the capital requesting you to ascend the throne as soon as possible." The knocking sound inside had not ceased. Wang Huitian's voice came faintly, "Let them wait." The ministers lowered their heads and slowly withdrew. All right. They paid the money, but didn't even see the person. Outside, Dao, he hurriedly rushed and looking somewhat anxious. The toad spirit quickly jumped into the middle. Slap. Dao Yi stepped right over it, causing half of its body to get stuck between the bricks. Once inside the courtyard, he glanced around and directly pushed the door into the room. "Kid, something's wrong. You need to come and see." Wang Huitian, who was hammering nails onto Yu Yao's lotus leaf purse, turned to look. He then saw the old man pull out a wine gourd, uncork it, and bring it close to Wang Huitian's eyes. Wang Huitian gasped in shock. Inside the wine gourd, Li Xiao Yao's body was swollen, looking larger by a circle, his face pale, and his belly protruded, stretching his white robe. Wang Huitian asked in astonishment, "Did you not let him out after you returned?" Dao Yi lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. I was afraid he would hit me." Wang Huitian pointed at Dao Yi in anger. "Old man, you're in trouble. This is harming a fellow disciple. Just wait to be locked in sword prison for life." "What should we do? He is a dignified sword immortal. He can't drown in wine, can he?" Wang Huitian pointed at Dao Yi in anger. "Old man, you're in trouble. This is harming a fellow disciple. Just wait to be locked in sword prison for life. Bury this wine gourd in the hungry dead's mysterious cave. Oh, perhaps it can survive." Dao Yi covered the gourd with its cork, giving Wang Huitian a disdainful glare. What a sinister plan. They failed to notice that within Li Xiao Yao's body threads of laws were flowing, countless liquors coalescing into sword energy, flowing wildly. These liquors were free, sometimes becoming swords, sometimes turning into qi, sometimes raining down, sometimes forming dew. When in the world is one the most carefree? Only when drunk, forgetting all worries. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the door again, and the toad spirit with a footprint on its back brightened its eyes. Feeling that its life was in danger without enough spirit stones today, it immediately jumped back into the middle of the road, opening its mouth wide. Quack! Yu Yao crouched down, taking out a jar of fasting pills from her bosom and pouring it into the toad spirit's mouth. This toad is so clever. When hungry, it knows to ask for food. Hong Lu, standing behind you, Yao rubbed her forehead. "Xiao Yao, one fasting pill can sustain it for 10 days. You'll make it burst if you do this." "Is that so? I usually eat them as candy." Before she finished speaking, she saw the toad spirit's belly visibly swell up. Now that it had its stomach removed and its cultivation damaged, it couldn't hold so many fasting pills. Its eyes rolled back and it fainted from being overstuffed. Yu Yao squatted on the ground, rubbing the belly of the toad spirit, feeling a tinge of guilt. Hong Lu looked up towards the small courtyard, faintly hearing the sound of knocking coming from inside. As she stepped inside, the knocking sound from the opposite room abruptly ceased. Looking around, the courtyard was spacious with several side rooms on either side, and through the window paper, she could vaguely see two figures inside the main house. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard knowing that the man inside was aware of her presence, yet he kept the door tightly shut. Inside the room, Wang Huitian paused with the hammer in midair, his gaze following the slightly blown-open window crack to the elegant red dress in the courtyard. After a moment, he shifted his gaze back to the blood-red cloak draped over his body. Even the sword energy of Hong Lu could not conceal the overwhelming sinister energy leaking from him. His silver-white hair cascaded down his cheeks, slightly concealing the hint of melancholy in his eyes. "Kid, the girl from Hongfeng Valley is here. Aren't you going to go out and take a look?" Dowie, standing beside him, spoke in a low voice. He felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. However, after spending most of his life as a bachelor, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Ding ding. The knocking sound resumed. Wang Huitian dropped the hammer in his hand and began to rummage through Yu Yao's purse again. With a body filled with sinister energy and a half-ghostly form, he dared not misjudge a beauty. He spoke casually, "It's just a pink skeleton." In the courtyard, Hong Lu frowned slightly, stepping towards the small house, a fireball of spiritual energy gradually igniting in her hand. The house had been set with a formation preventing her divine sense from penetrating inside, but her eyes would not be mistaken. There were two people inside. Well, it seemed they had indeed hidden a little demon outside. Arriving at the tightly shut door, Hong Lu raised the fireball in her palm and slammed it against the main door. Boom! An explosion sounded and powerful flames surged forth, flooding in through the cracks of the door. "Oh my goodness!" A voice from inside the house exclaimed, and Dao-E hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. With his cultivation level, he wouldn't be harmed by Hong Lu, but his beard and hair were singed black by the flames and smoke. Hong Lu, standing outside the door, was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that a little demon was hidden? How come an old man ran out instead? Upon closer inspection, she was surprised to see that this seemed to be Dao-E, the head of the Elder Hall of Wandao Mountain. Recognizing the old man's identity, Hong Lu hurriedly stepped forward to extinguish the flames on Dao-E. "Oh, senior, what happened to you?" Dao-E shot her a fierce glare. "What happened? What do you mean? I didn't offend anyone, and now my front teeth are gone, my wine jar is broken, and even my beard and hair are gone." Seeing Dao-E's furious expression, Hong Lu felt quite guilty. "I'm sorry, senior, I didn't know it was you inside. Who else could it be? A ghost?" "Oh, it seems there really is a ghost." Upon mentioning this, his expression changed as he suddenly understood what that kid was thinking. Dao-E snorted in displeasure and turned to leave the courtyard. "That kid is inside, you can go in and talk to him." "Oh, why am I so unlucky lately?" "Yu Yao, what are you doing?" "Don't poke him in the belly with a needle, oh, it will explode." Boom. A loud explosion echoed from outside the courtyard. Vaguely, a toad with rolled-back eyes was seen being swept into the sky, rising amidst billowing smoke. Hong Lu pinched her nose, turned her head, and flicked her sleeves to dispel the thick smoke and sparks as she walked inside. She focused on the figure in the room, holding a half-lotus leaf, rushing over to embrace him. He trembled slightly and casually threw the half-lotus leaf into the trash bin. Upon hugging Wang Huitian, Hong Lu felt a wave of ice coldness wash over her, freezing her gauzy skirt that floated in the air in layers. Despite this, she still did not let go. She whispered softly in Wang Huitian's ear, "Where have you been all these years? Looking for a path. Have you found it?" Wang Huitian fell silent for a moment. Had he found it? He didn't even know himself. He couldn't see the path, but everywhere he had stepped was a path. But on this path, he was all alone. "All right, Hong Lu, let go of me and my sinister energy will hurt you. I want." Days later, at the Qiankuan Hall, Wang Hao gathered the ministers to discuss the new emperor's ascension. The transfer of the throne was not just about changing the person sitting here. Numerous rituals had to be performed and various states had to be pacified. Now that the Snow Demon Army was annihilated, the Cold Snow Mountain Range also needed new troops to guard it, and the old members of the Northtown Army were returning, requiring the Northtown Army's flag to be reestablished. One matter after another weighed heavily on his shoulders, making him feel as if he had lost a lot of hair lately. Bearing the title of a fallen prince while doing the work of an emperor, he often wished to leave with Wang Yuan to end it all. "Li Feichen, why hasn't His Majesty arrived yet? What is he doing?" Li Feichen forced a smile. "His Majesty was refining pills and blew up the furnace. He is currently saving the elixir." Wang Hao stood anxiously in front of the hall, sweating on his forehead. "What about now?" "Fairy Hong Lu is still helping His Majesty with his makeup." "What about now?" "Fairy Yu Yao fell into the spirit sealing well. His Majesty is currently retrieving her." Wang Hao stood in the hall, staring blankly at the back door, his eyes filled with longing. He felt as if grass was about to grow on his head. He vowed that if he ever became emperor, he would definitely attend court on time and never delay the session. Inside the hall, the ministers whispered among themselves, all sighing in exasperation. Just then the door finally opened, and Wang Huitian slowly walked out. He wore the 9 dragons ascending cloud robe, a purple mist crown on his head, and a golden dragon belt around his waist, looking imposing. As he walked to the front of the hall, he adjusted his belt, and instantly his aura diminished by 7 or 8 points. Then he pulled out his little stool and placed it in front of him, further diminishing his aura by 3 or 4 points. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Here are the congratulatory letters sent by the various kings. Wang Huitian took them one by one, paying little attention to the congratulatory letters from the various states, focusing instead on those from the several military leaders. First was Lung Xiao, which was relatively normal, primarily congratulating the new emperor's ascension, although the content was somewhat verbose. Next was the letter from Gui Ji, which also congratulated him, but the tone was stiff, clearly lacking in warmth. Finally, Wang Huitian accepted the congratulatory letter from the 4th prince. He suddenly frowned, looking at Wang Hao in shock. He didn't send a congratulatory gift, but asked me for money. Bah! This scoundrel must have treasonous intentions. It seems I need to visit Xingyue Pass one day, or I want to see how poor he really is. Wang Huitian cursed as he read through the letter, feeling quite displeased overall with talk of begging on the streets, stealing horse grain at night, drinking melted snow, and eating guanine soil. Could this be something a prince would do? Wang Hao lowered his head, cursing his brother inwardly. Wang Huitian didn't believe it, and he himself didn't believe it either. Not to mention the 4th prince's cultivation level. Did he need to eat mundane food? Nonsense. This letter was clearly too fake. It was obvious that little thought went into it when it was written. Just as Wang Huitian was about to toss the congratulatory letter aside, he furrowed his brow upon noticing a movement of his fingers. Hidden within this letter was another secret letter. Sensing the presence of a letter within, Wang Huitian looked up with his vertical pupils wide open. The content was sparse, but it caused his brows to furrow momentarily. The holy son of the demon sect Li Chongxing recently crossed the Xingyue Pass and was on his way to the imperial city. Seeing Wang Huitian in a daze, Wang Hao in the hall whispered, "Your Majesty, it is time to go to the imperial road for the conferral of titles." Each emperor of the Great Qin undergoes a ceremony upon ascension, which involves listening to the heavens and stepping onto the heavenly path to seek a decree from above. After obtaining the recognition of the heavens, one receives rewards from the Tao of Heaven, which is why princes compete fiercely for the throne. Not only can they gather the resources of Great Qin, but they also gain the vitality of dragons, enjoying the favor of the heavens. With such advantages, it would be difficult not to succeed in the Tao. Regaining his thoughts, Wang Huitian tucked the letter from the 4th prince into his robe, his expression slightly troubled. Aren't you going to the heavenly path? I don't quite get along with that old man of the Tao." Wang Hao felt that the other party was just making excuses to avoid going. After all, the Tao of Heaven is selfless, with no such thing as personal grudges. "Your Majesty, this is a tradition of Great Qin. Without the decree from the heavens, the billions of subjects will not be loyal." Unable to evade any longer, Wang Huitian could only rise and walk towards the hall's exit, with a group of ministers following closely behind. In a corner, the former left minister Wei Zhuang kept his official hat pulled low. He had just been fetched by Wang Hao from his secluded retreat and truly wished to avoid attracting Wang Huitian's attention. This guy is a pitfall. Approaching him would certainly lead to disaster. Just then Wang Huitian, who was at the doors of the hall, suddenly turned his head, his face lighting up with surprise as he shouted, Wei Zhuang. The latter trembled at being called by name and was about to retreat further. Wang Huitian strode over in 2 or 3 steps and hooked his shoulder. "Haha, it's really you. Why didn't you come to the palace to catch up after returning?" Wang Huitian pulled Wei Zhuang and walked out, introducing him to the other court officials along the way. "Everyone, Wei Zhuang is my bosom friend. He was with me during Wang Daoyang's reign. When I was down and out, it was Brother Wei who generously helped me in my moment of need. He is truly a loyal minister of mine." Seeing Wei Zhuang, he was quite pleased, reminiscing about how they had to be discreet even when meeting in the past, fearing exposure of their close bond. Now, just a few years later, there was no longer any need for caution, and they could finally let their relationship surface. The court officials behind them cast strange glances, and Wei Zhuang felt like there were needles in his back. He noticed that Wang Huitian seemed to have changed significantly since their last meeting, the only constant being his knack for causing trouble for others. Ancestors. Saying it this way will lead to misunderstandings. "Your Majesty, now that you are the esteemed Emperor of Great Qin, we must maintain the distinction between ruler and subject." Wang Huitian frowned. "What ruler-subject distinction? Am I that kind of person?" Wei Zhuang lowered his head, his expression grim. "Please continue to be that kind of person." Outside the imperial palace, about 10 miles away, there stood a mountain peak where a gigantic square had been built surrounded by ancient towers. At the edge of the square, a bronze staircase led up to the sky known as the Heavenly Path. The Heavenly Path consists of 999 steps. Those who ascend the staircase can hear the will of the heavens and receive heavenly rewards. It is said that if one reaches the final step, they may even receive divine laws ascending to the heavens in one step. In nearly 1,000 years, the highest one to ascend the heavenly ladder managed only 300 steps. As for the previous Qin Emperor Wang Huitian, he turned around after climbing just one step. On both sides of the staircase, over 10,000 officials from various states and prefectures had gathered to witness the ceremony. In the middle of the main road, several cultivators were recording the event with recording stones. These records would later be sent throughout Great Qin to allow local officials to pay homage to the new emperor's sacred visage. At this moment, Yu Yao was also pushing her way through the crowd with a recording stone, eager to capture her senior brother's glorious moment and bring back a copy for everyone in Qingshan. Seeing Wang Huitian walking slowly towards the front, Yu Yao hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, look over here, smile, smile." Upon hearing his junior sister's voice, Wang Huitian immediately turned his head, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. The official recording nearby suddenly shivered. "Senior brother, your smile looks truly beautiful." Yu Yao joyfully changed angles, trying to capture all the scenes of the grand ceremony. The ministers of Great Qin bow before the heavens, seeking blessings. With a loud shout from the officiating priest, thousands of court officials knelt down and bowed towards the heavenly ladder. This is a plea to the heavens for blessings upon the new emperor. New emperor, please ascend the heavenly ladder and receive the blessings of all beings. Wang Huitian slowly walked towards the heavenly ladder, and the ministers raised their heads slightly, all curious about how many steps this new emperor, who had rebelled and claimed the throne, could ascend, and what blessings he could receive from the heavens. As everyone's expectations mounted, he lifted his leg to step onto the first step, only to feel his foot slip. Thud! Wang Huitian's body leaned forward and his forehead struck solidly against the first bronze step. The atmosphere on site suddenly froze, and everyone buried their heads, not daring to look. Behind him, Hong Lu flew in and helped him up, her expression serious as she inquired, "What happened?" Wang Huitian took a deep breath, looking towards the top of the heavenly ladder, his gaze somewhat. "He is targeting me. He has always been targeting me." Hong Lu gently wiped the bruise on his forehead with her sleeve, her expression filled with sympathy. "Let's go back. Oh, I won't climb this wretched ladder." Seeing Hong Liu's worried expression, Wang Huitian comfortingly patted her hand and revealed a warm smile. "It's fine. He can only target me, but dares not kill me." Wang Huitian flicked the hem of his robe, gathering sword chi beneath his feet, and stepped towards the bronze staircase once more. With a resounding bang, his foot firmly pressed down on the step. Instantly, the earth trembled, the sky darkened with swirling clouds, and a thunderous roar erupted throughout the heavens. Wang Hao, kneeling on the ground behind, secretly wiped a cold sweat from his brow, lowering his head even more as the aura within him began to subtly overflow beneath the thundercloud. Damn it, why is this happening? The Tao of Heaven does not permit Wang Huitian to ascend the throne. Wang Huitian fixed his gaze on the ominous clouds above, stepping up once more, causing the entire heavenly ladder to tremble and shake beneath his feet. With the third step taken, his dragon robe burst apart, scattering into countless tattered pieces, and a torrent of dark energy surged forth, while red mist soared into the sky, pulling down the collapsing heavens. "You won't allow me to ascend, but I will. I want to see what you can do to me." With the fourth step down, the storage jar at his waist exploded with a bang, and a golden dragon aura burst forth, breaking free from the jar's confinement, transforming into a giant dragon that spiraled toward his brow. Wang Huitian's consciousness sank into the jar, and the formation of the Weiyang Palace within was already shattered. This must be the dragon qi imprisoned by Wang Huitian. If he can catch this wave of dragon qi baptism, then he will be the emperor. Conversely, if he is devoid of any dragon qi, even if he controls the world, it would be in vain. This is the ascension of the divine soul, a leap and elevation. Just as the giant dragon was about to rush into Wang Huitian's body, the ominous clouds in the sky suddenly tore apart, and a colossal hand emerged from the red mist, grasping the dragon's tail. Seeing that the opponent intended to drag the golden dragon into the heavens, Wang Huitian raised his hand, and countless sword chi from Hong Lu converged into a giant hand that seized the dragon's head. Roar! Under the clash of two immense forces, the golden dragon's body straightened, letting out a cry. Wang Huitian clenched his teeth, feeling as if his entire body was being pulled into the sky. At the critical moment, he turned his foot to hook onto the bronze staircase. "Damn it, let go." "What? Do I owe you something?" "Where's the IOU? Why don't you take out the IOU?" In the square, a group of ministers looked up at each other in bewilderment. Wasn't it promised that the heavenly Tao would bestow blessings? They had barely taken the first step before they fell flat, and now the heavenly Tao had come down to seize the fortune. Everyone had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, some looking nervously at Wang Huitian. If the heavens want you, just give in. Clinging to it like this is not the way. Amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd, that golden dragon let out a mournful cry and was forcefully ripped in half. The larger half surged into Wang Huitian's body, transforming into a mysterious power that merged into his fleshly core, while the smaller dragon tail was swept into the sky and vanished. Wang Huitian stood on the heavenly ladder, his gaze somewhat gloomy. There was no need to climb this damned ladder anymore. The decree from above had already been issued. At the top of the ladder, a golden light flickered and slowly coalesced into two blood-red characters. Pay back the money. The ministers in the square stood up, doubting their own eyes. Other imperial decrees had names that resonated loudly. For instance, Wang Daoyang was the emperor of culture, and Wang Huitian was the supreme Nine Sons emperor. This pay back the money emperor lacked any class. Among them, Wang Hao was the most alert. He immediately bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the pay back the money emperor." The other ministers quickly followed suit. "We pay our respects to the pay back the money emperor." Wang Huitian's forehead pulsed with veins as he waved his hand, retracting the red clouds in the sky into a blood-red robe. The officiant stepped forward, struggling to hold back his laughter as he took out the guest list. The next step was to invite these foreign guests, and though he wondered if they could endure it. Announce Inu Dynasty Tian, Shang Dynasty BNC. Upon reaching this point, the officiant paused, slightly beads of cold sweat forming as he glanced at Wang Huitian. He had seen a name that should not have appeared. "Why are you looking at me? Read it." The officiant trembled and read out the last force. "In the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Hall, all envoys present." As soon as he finished reading, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone knew that Wang Huitian had a deadly feud with Beiyuan. His first command after coming to power was to launch a campaign against the North, and now the opposing side had the audacity to send envoys. It was clearly an attempt to disrupt the proceedings. At the entrance of the square, a procession of envoys poured in. Leading them was Li Changxing, the holy son of Beiyuan, dressed in a spotless white robe, his face like a jade crown, vastly different from his appearance in Sangzhou. "Li Changxing of the Heavenly Wolf Sacred Hall, I pay my respects," he said as he looked up at the decree on the heavenly ladder, and his expression suddenly froze. I pay my respects to the pay back the money emperor." Wang Huitian's face was somewhat grim. He was laughing, yet he was still laughing. He looked down on me. "Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Li Changxing, supporting his waist, suppressed his laughter and spoke slowly. "In the years you were missing, I visited Qingshan and came to the imperial city. I retraced your footsteps and thus confirmed one thing." He said, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice filled with confidence and certainty. "You forgot the sixth sword and the seventh sword. You cannot kill me now." As he spoke, Li Changxing's eyes remained fixed on Wang Huitian, trying to discern any change in his expression. He aimed to substantiate his speculation. However, at this moment, Wang Huitian nodded in approval, having indeed forgotten about the sixth sword and the seventh sword. "Very well, you guessed it all right." As he spoke, Wang Huitian descended the heavenly ladder, and the moment his figure touched the square, he vanished. Bang! The next second, Li Changxing's head flew hundreds of meters, crashing into the tower at the edge of the square, leaving behind a headless body that had yet to fall. "Who said forgetting means you can't kill me? I said, how dare you come? Turns out you are just a clone." Other envoys from various dynasties trembled at this sight and hurriedly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to the pay back the money emperor." "Rise." Wang Huitian's voice was calm, yet his gaze lingered on Li Changxing's headless body. At this moment, the headless body was writhing at the torn neck, and a brand new head was visibly growing out. With his head regrowing, Li Changxing's smile remained undiminished. He was increasingly certain of his speculation that Wang Huitian could not kill him now. Just as Li Changxing was about to speak, Wang Huitian leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Perhaps I can't kill you, but there is someone who definitely can. The peak of Wandao Mountain, Luo Wuji. He is not of this world and is not bound by this heavenly Tao. You should be careful." Li Changxing furrowed his brow, slightly not understanding what the other meant. Was it a diversion of disaster? Before he could think it through, the next second, bang! His neck was torn apart again, and his head flew out hundreds of meters, crashing into the stone wall of the tower. Watching Li Changxing, who was still trying to regrow his head, Wang Huitian waved to the guards at the edge of the square. "Come, bind him and take him down. Send him to the Imperial Garden. Ill practice kicking the ball with him later. Don't break him, he's a good thing." Witnessing Li Changxing being taken away, the envoys from other nations trembled in place. This new emperor of the Great Qin was indeed, as rumored, excessively violent and quite terrifying. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Wang Huitian turned to the heavenly ladder and the Wuxiang sword materialized from his hand. This damn thing. Not only did it fail to grant him a reward, but it even targeted him. How could he show his face to anyone after being called to pay back the money emperor? Today he would tear down this damned ladder. The future emperor of the Great Qin would find it much more reliable to seek a decree from him rather than this troublesome heavenly Tao right. At least if the title required money, one could choose freely as long as the payment was sufficient. That would be a conscientious merchant. He walked step by step towards the ladder, causing the ministers to tighten their hearts and rush forward to dissuade him. Your Majesty, you mustn't. If you destroy the heavenly ladder, the heavenly Tao will impose punishment. Your Majesty, the will of the heavenly Tao cannot be opposed. You do not resist it. Upon hearing the dissuasion, Wang Huitian looked at the elder who spoke. Cannot be opposed. What if it commands your deaths? The elder trembled. He did not know if he would die if the heavenly Tao commanded it, but if the emperor commanded him, he feared he would not escape. Seeing the other shrink back, Wang Huitian snorted coldly. He raised his sword and struck down at the two large characters that said "pay back." With a loud boom, the two golden characters were sliced into powder by a single sword strike, and the bronze steps exploded into countless fragments floating in the sky. The anticipated wrath of the heavenly Tao did not occur. The sky remained clear. However, in the far distance of the hungry dead abyss, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, tearing through the dark earth. Endless dark clouds rolled in resistance against the pervasive gloom, creating a path to the outside world in this forbidden land. Within the forbidden land, Wang Huitian was absorbing the thin spiritual energy floating in the air. Ever since she had followed the celestial master for a while, she discovered that she had already reached the outskirts of the forbidden land. This spiritual energy was her hope of escape. With enough time, she would be able to recover her peak and leave this cursed place. Just as she was filled with hope, a beam of light tore through the gloom and appeared before her. The long-lost sunlight shone upon her slightly pale face. As she looked at the sunlight shining down on her, Wang Huitian's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Amidst her confusion, the surging spiritual energy from the outside world rushed into her body, causing her cultivation to break through in an instant, reaching the midstage of the Tao entry. She hesitated for a moment before standing up, feeling as if she were enveloped in mist. Is this the way to the outside world? At this moment, Wang Huitian's hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her golden robe was in tatters. The once radiant scepter now dimmed, feeling like a mere walking stick in her hand. With a dazed expression, she stepped outside, filled with confusion, astonishment, and joy. No amount of eloquence could describe her current feelings. She was somewhat apprehensive, fearing this was all just a grand dream, or worse, a fleeting illusion. Gradually, she realized this was not a dream, prompting her to run wildly, yet it still felt too slow. The aquamarine book beckoned her, and as she stepped forward, she flew out of the ghastly cave. Only when she saw the lush mountains and clear waters of the outside world did she come to her senses. I made it out. Ha ha ha, I really made it out like this. She laughed joyfully to the heavens, glancing back with a sense of lingering fear. She saw the beam of sunlight piercing into the forbidden land, quickly retreating as endless dark energy once again shrouded this world. It seemed as if that beam of sunlight was solely meant to bring her out. At the end of that beam of sunlight, a figure carrying a bronze bell was also racing toward her. Master Zhao Jinchaos' emaciated legs produced phantom images as a crimson ghost clung to his back. The ghost appeared particularly fierce, with a withered black talisman affixed to its forehead, its hands plunged into Zhao Jinchaos' ribs, and its scarlet teeth biting into Zhao Jinchaos' neck. Wang Huitian swallowed hard. She witnessed the dissipation of that beam of sunlight with her own eyes and saw the dark energy once again enveloping the land. She thought she would never forget that boy chasing the light, that boy burdened with a ghost and carrying a bronze bell, who ran desperately in despair. She watched as he was once again obscured by the dark energy, disappearing into the shadows. This cursed place I would never return, even in death. Wang Huitian frowned at the sky, realizing her escape was no coincidence, but rather an intervention of the heavenly Tao. This puzzled her greatly, wondering why the heavenly Tao would intervene to save her. Could it be because she was reincarnated from the immortal realm? But that seemed illogical, as the heavenly Tao of any realm despises the intrusion of outside spirits. She shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. She took out a mirror from her storage ring to tidy up her appearance. Even she found her current state quite unsatisfactory. It was truly terrible. Worse than a beggar. I am the Emperor of the Great Qin, a celestial being from above. How laughable to have fallen to such a state. With a sigh, she controlled the water flow to wash herself clean, then looked toward the direction of the Great Qin Imperial City. It's time to go back. In the imperial city, after a long day of work, Wang Huitian returned to the small courtyard and collapsed onto a lounge chair. Li Feishue slowly walked out of the house. She handed a storage ring to Wang Huitian, filled with the alchemy materials he had sent her to gather. Young master, all the spiritual herbs from the many shops in the imperial city are here. After speaking, her gaze drifted outside the courtyard where a woman in a red dress was approaching gracefully. The two locked eyes for a moment, and sparks seemed to flicker between them, as if they sensed the extraordinary nature of their opponent. Oh, so this is the new maid in the household. She is rather good-looking. Hong Lu seized the initiative, immediately highlighting the disparity in their statuses. I am the master, and you are merely a maid. Li Feishue stepped forward slowly. Young master, you didn't even tell me about the esteemed guest visiting the house, so I could prepare some tea and snacks. Her words carried much weight. Though she was a maid, the young master personally received her, while the other was merely an outsider. The flames in their eyes intensified as they both probed each other's realms. A master. Absolutely a master. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a girl named Yu Yao rushed in with a disheveled toad in her hands. Hey little fairy, you're back. She dashed past the two and hugged Wang Huitian's arm. Senior brother, take me out to play, okay? Take me out to play. There are so many people in the city, it's so lively. Wang Huitian affectionately patted Yu Yao's head, thinking that this girl had grown up, but still retained her old nature. Little Yao, what's so fun in the city? Senior brother will take you to kick the ball, one that automatically returns to you. As they watched Wang Huitian and Yu Yao excitedly leave, both felt somewhat bored. No matter how they competed, his heart was only for the little junior sister. Wang Huitian took Yu Yao to the target range where soldiers trained with flying swords, where Li Changsheng was bound to a distant pillar. He smiled as he saw the two approaching, his voice laced with allure and temptation. Wang Huitian, refining pills for one person can equate to 3 years of arduous training. Consuming a lifetime of souls can extend one's lifespan by 10 years. Refining a city's blood can elevate one to the extraordinary. Don't you desire to become an immortal and transcend? No, I do not desire, Wang Huitian replied calmly. I do not desire, Li Changsheng retorted. No, you do desire. I do not desire. You are hypocritical. You cannot prevent human greed. The inheritance of Tianlang Mountain will eventually spread throughout the central plains. Bang! Wang Huitian coldly withdrew his foot. Over 1,000 years ago, the population of Beiyuan was nearly 100 billion, but under the dominion of Tianlang Mountain, it has dwindled to just over 10 billion, mostly consisting of blood food raised by high-level cultivators. The collapse of a sect can devastate a realm. The decline of humanity often begins from within. What truly troubled Wang Huitian was the emergence of the child of destiny within this sect. It was truly laughable, laughably absurd. That year he grew so anxious that he could not sleep for months, feeling as though a colossal hand was gripping his throat. Humans, they should not know too much. The more they know, the more restless they become. But he was no longer the same as he was back then. He had learned to share the pain and pressure. Wang Huitian extended his finger and traced a crescent-shaped mark on Li Changsheng's chest. This was the phantom sword dance, the sword energy from Luo Wuji. Can you feel it? Completely different rules. Li Changsheng, who had just regrown his head, felt a constriction in his pupils. He sensed the fated nemesis approaching. This was indeed a method not constrained by this realm's heavenly Tao. Wang Huitian leaned closer to his ear and continued. They'll let you in on a secret, but you must not tell anyone. Our Luo Wuji of Wandao Mountain is a traverser. After saying this, Wang Huitian turned and left with Yu Yao. Yu Yao leaned closer to Wang Huitian's ear with curiosity. Senior brother, what is a traverser? I don't know either. A Luo Wuji mentioned it in his sleep. As she said this, Wang Huitian reminded Yu Yao. By the way, don't spread it, at least don't let Luo Wuji know that I leaked the news. Yu Yao was instantly stunned in place. It seemed she had discovered something significant. She didn't care about what a traverser was. She was curious as to why her senior brother could hear Luo's mumblings in his sleep. This matter was indeed peculiar. She needed to report it to Sister Hong Lu quickly. Meanwhile, in a cave of Tianlang Mountain in Beiyuan, Li Changsheng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Frowning, he gazed toward the direction of the Green Mountains. Luo Wuji. This name filled him with an overwhelming sense of danger. The moment it emerged, it filled his mind, preventing him from calming down. Within the palace, Wang Huitian once again immersed himself in alchemy after gathering spiritual herbs. Seeing his senior brother busy, Yu Yao, feeling a bit bored, made her way to the Honglu courtyard. She cautiously looked around, and upon realizing that no one was following her, softly pushed the door. Frog, you guard the door. I have important matters to discuss with Sister Honglio, so do not let anyone in the frog spirit jump to the door, and gave a reassuring glance. Inside the room, Honglius' expression was somewhat worried. She had learned the origins of the sharpening stone from Wang Huitian. Master Huitian saw his grandfather in the Hungry Corpse mystery cave. I wonder if he managed to escape. Lu Ruyan softly comforted. Don't worry, your grandfather is a sage. He will surely come out. At this, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened slightly. If the Blade Saint were to emerge, where would he go? Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up. Honglio, I must return to Hongfeng Valley. You stay in the Imperial City and don't let that little demoness steal your home. With that, she hurriedly left. As soon as Lu Ruyan left, Yu Yao pushed the door and entered. Noticing the vigilant expression on Honglia's face, she asked in surprise, Yu Yao, what's wrong? Yu Yao's delicate face was somewhat serious as she hesitated for a long time before speaking. Sister Honglio, I want to tell you a secret, but you must not tell anyone else. Honglio, feeling indifferent, thought that this little girl, being so innocent, could have no secrets. But in the next moment, Yu Yao's words caused Honglia's eyes to widen. My senior brother and senior brother Wuji from Tianfeng may have already. Continuing with some difficulty, Yu Yao lowered her voice. They are the transcenders. What is a transcender? Sister Honglio, think carefully. Transcender. My senior brother even knows what senior brother Wuji dreams about at night. Honglu stiffly turned her head to look at Yu Yao, and the glazed jade comb in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Her eyes were filled with shock. Yu Yao, do you even realize what you were saying? Seeing Honglu stunned in place, Yu Yao stood up. Sister Honglio, you must not tell anyone. I will go find Elder Dao Yi to discuss how to save my senior brother. Watching Yu Yao, who was leaving with the frog spirit, Honglu felt a bit of cold sweat on her forehead. She had a premonition that this Qing Shan was about to become chaotic. In the pavilion of the Imperial Flower Garden, Wang Huitian gazed at the cold, sinister aura emanating from the elixir furnace, falling into deep thought as his brows knitted tighter. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the chair. Others used spiritual fire for alchemy, but he was different. He only had ghost fire. The pills he refined also made him feel uneasy. They looked somewhat terrifying. No matter how hard I try, even if I risk my life, am I still inferior to them? Rubbing his forehead, he straightened up again, looking at the palace made, cleaning the Imperial Flower Garden with a hint of envy on his face. Even they have spiritual roots. Swallowing the elixir, emitting a cold, sinister aura, he once again used sword fire to begin refining pills. The pills refined with sword fire were a bit cutting to eat, but fortunately their quality was better than this. At least they looked more normal. Just then he saw a sword light coming from afar, descending from outside the city. The sword light radiated 7 colors, creating a breathtaking rainbow across the sky. The figure on the sword was dressed in a golden yellow robe and wore a magnificent crown, looking regal and noble, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Wang Huitian was momentarily stunned. Is this Wang Jinxian back? How did this fellow escape? How could they return so quickly? Wang Jinxian landed her sword in front of the Qiankuan Hall. She frowned slightly as she glanced at the nearby guards, sensing that something was off about the atmosphere. Seeing that it was Wang Jinxuan, the soldiers quickly turned their gazes away, pretending not to see. What could they do? They couldn't win a fight against her. After all, this was a matter between her and her mother, and they were just on duty. A bunch of ill-mannered things. With a cold snort, Wang Jinxian walked toward her Weiyang Palace. After walking several hundred meters, she stopped. It seemed she had taken a wrong turn. After turning back and walking a few steps, she froze. She hadn't gone wrong. But why had her Weiyang Palace turned into a small square? Where is my grand palace, my grand protective array? She let out an angry roar. Wang Xiu, get out here. The furious roar echoed throughout the entire palace, and Wang Hao hurried over from a distance. His expression was filled with worry. The palace had just been repaired not long ago, and he hoped things wouldn't break out here. Oh, Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Your Majesty. Wang Jingshuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. How long had she been gone to be called the former emperor? While I was away, did Wang Xiu rebel? Wang Hao bowed his head. How could Wang Xiu dare to? That guy ran away faster than anyone else and had not come out of the eternal life forest until now. Your Majesty, it is not that Wang Xiu has rebelled, but that your son has returned to ascend the throne. Wang Jingshuan's brows furrowed. Her mother was still alive, yet he jumped out to take the throne. Her divine sense instantly covered the entire imperial city. She began to slowly walk toward the back garden. In the garden's pavilion, Wang Huitian was still focused on using sword fire to refine the cauldron, adding spiritual herbs into it one by one. Seeing Wang Jingshuan's arrival, he slowly turned his head. Could you wait until I finish refining this batch of pills before taking action? Wang Jinxian squinted at the red-clad youth before her, sensing the chilling aura that made one feel cold. This guy had actually turned to the ghost path for cultivation. How incredibly persistent and unyielding. Such boldness that completely disregarded everything was something she had never seen, even in the celestial realm. She slowly lowered the long sword in her hand, planting it into the ground. Looking at the thin, withered fingers that reached for the spiritual herbs, those herbs would inevitably be tainted by the sinister energy he touched, yet he carefully picked out the traces of sinister energy with sword fire. If you continue like this, you will surely bring about your own demise. Wang Huitian's tone was calm. I am already dead. Actually, I am quite curious. Since you dislike me, why do you still want me to carry the surname Wang? This is the only thing I cannot comprehend. If I figured it out, killing you would no longer have any hesitation. Wang Huitian looked at the youth before her. Initially, she didn't truly dislike Wang Huitian. But what did he do? He caused the death of her only bond in this world. He caused the death of her husband Yi Xiongbing. She hated him, but what was she to do? He is her son. She could only bury it deep in her heart, only able to transcend to immortality, only able to forget the mundane thoughts. She could only reply, whether it is Wang or Yi, I will follow fate. With a rumble, a burst of black smoke erupted in the pavilion, and the sword energy scattered in all directions, causing the elixir furnace in Wang Huitian's hands to be blown away and embedded in the courtyard wall. He blew up the furnace. A flash of red mist swept through, dissipating the black smoke, and Wang Huitian reached into his ghostly body to slowly draw out the Wuxiang sword. Your Majesty, please draw your sword. Wang Huitian pulled out the golden long sword planted in the ground and stepped forward, soaring into the sky. The seven-colored stream of light surged with her figure into the clouds, 7 dazzling beams piercing through the layers of clouds. She is a celestial being. Her methods are beyond what mortals can compare to. The entire imperial city was shocked as they looked at the 7-colored light pillars, their faces filled with astonishment.